$1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
For the first time after the shooting, there was a couple of footage had to be preserved.
In response to the post-nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Monk Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Monk Game Day is the faithful's first stop with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the family.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
In West Portal, 59 degrees and cloudy.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Rise.
It's time to wake on up.
Wake up, wake up, wake up.
With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go. It's Friday, baby. We made it. It's like sprinkling outside. Where did this rain come from? I don't know. I don't care. Because we got Shasky in the building. We got myself, Joe Spadoni. We got Carter. We got Sam. We got all you lovely people just driving to work, getting ready for work, getting off work, graveyard shift, whatever you're doing, getting ready for a weekend that includes a lot. We got Giants, Dodgers. Hell, we got potentially this is going to be the last time Clayton Kershaw pitches against the San Francisco Giants tonight at Dodger Stadium. We'll get into that. Tough loss yesterday. We'll get into, obviously, the game of the weekend. Niners, Cardinals, this Sunday, home opener, Levi's Stadium. Will Brock Purdy be the starter? We shall see. Limited again in practice yesterday. We'll see how it goes today. Any news that comes out, we will convey it to you, the audience. But I want to start here, Joe, to say good morning to you. I think there's a lot of Niner fans, or maybe a smaller minority that really thinks they need Brock to win this game on Sunday. This is a Cardinals team that's 2-0, that's caused fits in the past, undefeated last year against them, 2-0. Kyler Murray, former number 1 overall pick, can do a lot with his arm, can do a lot with his legs. This is a defense that Brian Baldinger joined us earlier in the week said is legit. They can cause a lot of problems in the secondary. So I think a lot of Niner fans are starting to look at Mac Jones and be like, yeah, that was nice for 1 week, but it was against the Saints. This is the first big, massive test, and it's at home. And Niner fans are getting a little like, I'd rather just see Brock out there, even if it is an 80% version of him. Do the 49ers need Brock Purdy this Sunday?
I mean, you need your best players every week, but like this version of Brock, I think would be just crazy. It's just crazy. And everyone's talking themselves into, pretzels, trying to make the case for why you want to play this guy. If you've ever coached at any level, there are times guys on your team are compromised, and you have to look at the big picture. And this thing, well, in the NFL, Ronnie Lott cut off his finger and went back out there. Okay, gotcha. I hear ya. I also remember when guys, for example, like Steve Young, got yanked from games early on because they were wearing a flak jacket and they had cracked ribs, and they were actually making the injury significantly worse by going out there, and their performance wasn't good enough. So I think we miss a little nuance on some of these things. Yeah, some guys are gladiators. In certain positions, you can get away with certain injuries. When it is your starting franchise quarterback that you've invested $150 million into, the last thing you're going to do is put him out there compromised to where he cannot protect himself and move around and be a version of himself that makes the offense go. And if you had a lesser backup quarterback, you'd probably be more inclined to want to rush him and get him through there. I just think this is all posturing. I think he's trying to gear up to get himself ready because that's what you do regardless. I have a hard time seeing him playing on Sunday. I just do.
I still do, too. I'd be pretty surprised. Now, Jennifer Lee Chan of NBC Sports Bay Area, the 49ers insider for them, joined us yesterday. Really good stuff. If you've missed it, find the entire interview on YouTube or the free Odyssey app where we are streaming all day long. But she said she wouldn't be shocked and that she would also not be shocked if he balls out on Sunday as well, which I found very, just strange. Not like he hasn't moved during practice. So like we can't even like gauge his mobility. So I'm not saying she's wrong for feeling that way, but it's kind of crazy to just say he's going to ball out on Sunday, considering we don't even know the severity of how he can move if he lost a step, what have you. He says he's feeling okay. Shanahan hopes he could play on Sunday, but I would be at, what is it, 1:15, 1:25, whenever the start time is, whenever the kickoff is at Levi's. I know you'll be down there. It's going to be fun. I would be shocked to be seeing him suited up at all in this game. That being said, I'm listening to the afternoon show, Willard and Dibs, and, I'm listening to Mark Willard, and he's been talking about this all week, that, as a fan base, he thinks we're all sleeping on the Arizona Cardinals and that we need Brock Purdy in this game.
Newsflash, Mark. America has been sleeping on the Arizona Cardinals for their entire existence.
I mean, the Cardinals are sleeping on the Cardinals.
But they're always a tough game. Like that's like, Carter and I were talking about this. I'm a lifelong Niner fan, and I say to myself every year, like, I don't even want to go to the Cardinal game. But I know that the Cardinal game every year is just going to be a tough one.
Yeah.
I just know it. I know it. It's the least appealing, difficult game on the schedule every year.
Well, it's the least appealing of the divisional ones. Like, it's not even close.
I don't even care if it's not divisional. It's like the Cardinals I have zero emotion for other than, God, they're always just tough.
Yeah, but I feel like every team in the NFC West feels the same way as Niner fans. So the Seahawks fans feel the same way about the Cardinals, and so do Ram fans.
Joe, they should still be in the NFC East. That's how little I care about them.
Exactly. Well, again, the alignment and things, NFC East,
they used
Arizona.
To be in St. Louis.
I know. Well, it's a joke that the Dallas Cowboys are in the Eastern. Like, it doesn't make sense.
No,
Anyways,
I'm glad they're still in there.
I know you are. Shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
It's funny that you bring up Mark because I'm listening to Mark opine. I think Mark actually subconsciously doesn't understand. And I love Mark. We actually were talking earlier this week. I think subconsciously, deep in the back of his head, and he'll never admit this out loud, and I am speaking for him and I am putting words in his mouth.
Wow!
I think he represents a lot of Niner fans. I think that there's this innate over-the-top protection of Brock Purdy and all things that can be interpreted for whatever reason because of insecurity about Brock Purdy. And I just think in general, people are so worried that he's some version of what's going on in Miami with Tua Tagovailoa.
Oh.
And what I mean by that is that everybody in America knows, like, you overpaid for Tua. Now, Tua had a very different concern regarding concussions and things like that. Tua's the best quarterback in Miami in the last, 20, 25 years? Since Dan Marino?
Yeah, probably. It's not a really high bar to clear.
I
but
agree.
Yes.
I agree.
Him and Ryan Tannehill, and then 1 year of Chad Pennington. So there you go.
The day they inked that contract, what did everyone think? Even if I remove concussions, remove it. Just remove the whole word concussions and injuries and all that. We will all say the same thing. You overpaid.
Yeah.
Like, that's what everyone thinks. And I think one of the things in life people are so afraid of doing is paying the wrong guy. And in particular, the quarterback position, because it can be a death knell. $70 million invested into a quarterback over a couple of years really limits how you can build the team around an individual. And it's a spot in sports you don't want to be in, meaning paying the wrong QB.
Well, the quarterback, and you brought it up earlier on a show call this week, and I thought it was an interesting conversation. I ended up being out the day after, and we didn't get into it, but it was buyer's remorse from the fan base. Like, when it comes to big contracts, especially in football, like, it's rare when you overpay or you reset the market at a position where the fan base feels great about it or good about it. Like, the expectations ramp up so much after that that you're bound to be let down unless you're Mahomes, Allen, Lamar. Hell, if I'm a Bengals fan, I'm kind of getting frustrated with the Joe Burrow thing. Now,
how can you not be?
It's not going to be directed, and like Bengals fans probably hate their ownership more, like among talking about the cheap owners and all of that and how everything shook down. Like, they're probably going to direct their hatred and anger towards like development of the GM and like the owners and not Burrow. But you got to, if you're a Bengals fan, you got to be a little concerned now about the injury with Joe Burrow and being like, is this going to be the guy that can stay upright through a whole season in the tough AFC? So it's very hard to win a fan base over with just the contracts in general. Hell, let's look at Nick Bosa. Fan base has kind of been down on him the last couple of years. Now, he hasn't been awful by any stretch of the imagination.
He's still a top 5 player to position.
Yes, but
you're not number one.
But he hasn't been DPOI, which is what you thought you were getting every single season.
Well, I just, look, I think that the majority of the insecurity regarding Purdy is stemmed in the fact that we're all still snake bit by what happened with Jimmy Garoppolo. I think the Colin Kaepernick contract comes to mind. I think all of the different quarterback things that have happened to this fan base, forget the others for a second, to this fan base where we've seen multiple quarterbacks get broken off big money and regress and get injured. And then the team around them kind of crumbled in terms of the ability to field the team. And that player's play, for a variety of reasons, diminished. And they earned the money they got. Like, I know everyone loses their mind. Colin Kaepernick earned that money. Jimmy Garoppolo earned that money. You know? Brock Purdy earned that money. All right? Now, Joe, what would you do? Not pay him? No. I would pay him too. But like, we can all understand, like, even when you pay a guy, like, for example, Justin Herbert, there is so much risk baked into investing that much money into an individual who hasn't accomplished a whole lot in December and January. Now, Brock has invested a lot and performed a lot in December and January, but there's still an inherent risk. And I just think that anytime we talk about the guys who aren't the golden three, Lamar, Josh Allen, who you saw last night, and Patrick Mahomes, you're just uneasy when you give these guys a lot of money. And I think for the most part, anytime you suggest that individual should take a back seat for someone else, we get insecure because you're knocking our guy. You're knocking our guy. And if you're knocking our guy, I'm afraid that maybe he's not worth X, Y, and Z. And you're trying to take him and lose. No. If George Kittle's not 100% healthy, I don't really want George Kittle out there playing compromised. The investment is too big, all right? I care too much about the player, and it's not week 16. It's not week 17. The playoffs aren't on do-or-die mode. Now, yes, 17-game season, every game matters. There is a sense of urgency in this league like there is in no other. I've watched the Niners start off seasons 3 and 5. I watched the Rams start off 1 and 4 in a season and still make the playoffs. So, to me, you have to have a big picture view on the Brock Purdy thing. No one is coming for his job, at least not yet, all right? And no one is saying that the guy sucks. We're saying for this game against Arizona, which is still an important game, we think Mac can do a serviceable job. And I would like to make sure that Brock Purdy doesn't get knocked for later on in the year when it's even more important to win.
Well, we've seen it so many times, putting another player back out there that's clearly laboring. And I don't know the severity of this injury. None of us really do, but I can only go off, again, what Ian Rappaport initially reported, NFL Network, Joe, was 2 to 5 weeks. So clearly it was significant enough of an injury to say maybe 5 weeks he's going to be out.
Well, things can change.
Things can. And maybe he did the proper rehab. He took the proper...
Everybody's body heals
Exactly. Did the proper stretching, and it's fine, and he's feeling good. And we're going to hear from Brock Purdy because he did speak to the media yesterday, Joe. So I do want to get his perspective on all this. Mac Jones also spoke to the media yesterday. I want to hear how he's kind of mentally preparing for all of it as well.
You know, the famous Ralph Barbieri in this market would always say two things can be equally true at the same time, okay? And I think in the modern sports talk era, we've lost our minds, and I'm not blaming the younger generation. I'm blaming Stephen A. Smith. And that particular whole either in or out. You either suck or you're the greatest thing ever. And it's like, dude, that's not how sports works. There's so many varying degrees of excellence and of performance. And so two things on Brock Purdy are true all at once, and most Niner fans don't want to admit it. The first thing, Brock's really good. Brock's really good.
He is.
He's really good. And also, he's not one of the top 3 or 4 best players in the league, and that's okay. And you need to protect him sometimes from himself. And you have a guy in Mac Jones who's probably closer to Brock Purdy's performance than Brock Purdy is to Josh Allen's performance that you saw last night. And that's okay. You know why? Because I saw guys like Phil Simms win Super Bowls. Multiple. All right? I saw guys like Mark Rippon, and that's a one-off, but Mark Rippon be really good for multiple years and win Super Bowls. I watched Eli Manning, who was good, not great, for multiple decades and had great runs, win multiple Super Bowls.
Yeah.
You don't have to be the best, second, or third best player in the league to be a freaking awesome stud winning quarterback for your team. There's a guy that we always forget about, Terry Bradshaw.
Yeah.
Terry Bradshaw was a great player.
Yeah.
A great player. Now, he ended up getting into the Hall of Fame. But, like, if he was on a different team, is he going to the Hall of Fame? I don't think so.
Maybe
but he
not.
was the perfect quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers at that time. And so I just think we get real insecure anytime someone suggests Brock Purdy should take a back seat or take a step off and any kind of little knock on Brock. I think we get so insecure. It's not a knock. We like him. Take a deep breath. He's a good player. We think Mac Jones can win this game over the weekend. And, yeah, it's an important game, and we got to win it. I think Mac will be fine.
888-957-9570 is the number to get involved. Should the 49ers start Brock Purdy this Sunday, Niner fans? We know he's not going to be 100% healthy. We know he's dealing with a toe injury. He's been limited at practice. Are you still starting him if he is cleared and Purdy says he's okay? Or, you know what? Take a week off. We got Mac Jones. We're going to be just okay. What say you, Niner fans? 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line as we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, which is righteously brewed here in San Francisco. I saw a lot of people like lining up. It's weird. Like normally when I'm getting here this early, Joe, and you know, we're here at like 4:35 in the morning. So there's not a lot of people up, but there was a lot of people like walking around in the streets. And I'm talking about just everyday Joes and Jills just walking around, hanging out. Like I was like, is something going on in the city, in downtown this morning? And then you came in. I guess there's a new iPhone coming out today.
I don't know. Something with Apple, because the Apple store has got a line around the corner.
So it must be, right? It's got to be an iPhone. So I was just curious. It kind of threw me off this morning as I'm scooting around. I know you like to make fun of my scooter.
Now I want to know.
I was scooting around. Oh, do you need a new one?
Well, how do I tell how old my iPhone is?
There you go in like the settings, I think.
So this is an iPhone 15. What?
Okay.
How old is that?
New iPhone. I think we're on like the 17 is coming up,
How
right?
old is an iPhone 15?
A couple years, right? iPhone 17. Yeah, that's the new one.
So how many years? I'm 2 years old. Is that outdated?
Yeah, you're outdated. You're old. Get with the program. It's the past is the past. The future is now, Joseph. You got to get with the. Come on, dude. Like Kyler Murray. You know, he used to be the nice, sexy new iPhone once upon a time. He's actually only 28, which is actually kind of crazy. I thought he was way older because it feels like he's been in the league forever. But Kyler, you know, he was once upon a time that sexy, shiny new iPhone. And the league kind of passed him up, and society kind of passed him up. He's still there. He got paid a lot of money, but that's what you don't want Brock Purdy to become, is what Kyler Murray has become right now. Kind of just,
No. See, I would actually go in a different direction. I don't want him to become injury prone and damaged goods.
Well, that's kind of what Kyler has become, right? He got torn ACL. He's hurt a lot, I feel like. When's the last time he played a full season? Let me pull him up.
I think Kyler's I look at Kyler's performances more as him not putting in the prerequisite work and maybe not seeing the field as well, and also organization and all that stuff. I don't think it's his physical deterioration.
Oh, he did play all games last year. Look at Kyler. Good for him. 17, but prior to that, 8, prior to that, 11, prior to that, 14.
Okay, so he's been more banged up than I want to admit. But, like, Joe Burrow is now injury prone.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Alex Smith for, like, 4 years was basically injury prone. You know, I've seen Colin Kaepernick and Alex Smith and Jimmy Garoppolo have their careers derailed and set back because of severe injuries trying to rush back out onto the field. You just sometimes you just have to be patient, and you have to allow something to just play its course. I don't understand what the rush is.
Well, how I'm viewing this week is setting up for next week when he does eventually return. It'll clear the initial 2-week window that Rap Sheet reported on NFL Network. I think that's going to be the case. I think he's just testing the waters this week. We heard from JLC, Jennifer Lee Chan, yesterday, Joe, that he hasn't been doing any rolling out or like just running around, anything like that, scramble drills. None of that has happened. So that tells me that they're still taking it very slow. And if he's, again, limited today, then that'll tell you probably not going to play. If he's a full participant, then that's something. I would be shocked if that is the case. 888-957-9570. We're actually going to talk some Niners Cardinals with our boy, John Gambadoro. You know him, you love him. He's got that great East Coast New York accent. Not that one that Sam likes to do in the Circle of Trust Open. This one's actually legit, even though I love it, Sammy. Don't worry. So John Gambadoro going to be joining us over from our sister station out there in Arizona, get the lay of the land. And maybe we'll ask a Jonathan Kuminga question, because there were some rumblings with the Phoenix Suns and Grayson Allen and all that.
Can I ask just a simple question?
You absolutely can ask a simple question.
Why is no one allowed to just be really good and not great? Why does it have to be two extremes? I understand in this political scene we're in these days, it's extremes on both ends of the floor. The majority of people I meet are somewhere in the middle and much more reasonable. Why are you never allowed to say that a player, he's just really good? But he's not great, but he's really, really good. Why does that have to be some diminishing knock?
I think because in today's society, when we throw around the term GOAT every single time, it's actually lost meaning, the term great
Totally
and good.
agree.
I think there's a blurred lines when it comes to both of those. We could explore it on the other side, the difference between good and great, and why we get so damn frustrated as fans with the quarterback conversations. We'll get into that on the other side. 888-957-9570. Niner fans, you starting a compromised Brock Purdy this Sunday, or you give him another week off? 888-957-9570. It is the Morning Roast with Spinoni and Shasky, and it's brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade your home with a LifeSource whole house system. Clean water from every tap. No salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Start today for just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Score big by saving lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood between September 1st through the 30th and be automatically entered for a chance to win 2 club-level seats to the ultimate Sunday night showdown, San Francisco versus Atlanta at Levi Stadium. It's your chance to make a difference and experience the game like never before from premium seats with an unbeatable view. Every donation helps patients in need and brings you one step closer to the end zone. Learn more at StanfordBloodCenter.org/touchdown.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate it today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Hey, it's Bonte. Just back from my fall visit to River Islands where the schools are back in session. There are 3 top-rated K through 8th grade academies within the community, and construction just started on Academy number 4. River Islands High School students are busy in the classroom and on the sports fields of their phenomenal new campus. I don't remember high school ever looking this good. Elsewhere in Northern California's most successful lifestyle community, they're putting the final touches on another park. This one with the playground, workout areas, tennis, a splash pad, and a picnic area. The fall weather is still perfect for launching a kayak or a paddleboard off your own deck and head over to the Boathouse restaurant for lunch or dinner. More than 4,000 households have already made the move to River Islands. Today, with 15 neighborhoods priced from the $600,000 to over $1 million, there's more variety in home styles and sizes than ever before. In fact, the only thing missing at River Islands is you. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every red and gold home game this season for our special live pregame broadcast. Plus, we'll have tailgate games, prizes, great food, and drink specials. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to the morning roast.
Hey, Dunleavy, get on the phone, start making calls, dude. Why you sitting at the desk twiddling your thumbs, bro?
With Joe Spadoni.
Stop playing with your pencils and playing tic-tac-toe with yourself. Get out there and make some moves, man. Make it happen. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
And Joe Shasky.
Giant Niners is on crack.
On 95.7 The Game.
You know, I'm glad he used that rejoin. Because he's talking about Mike Dunleavy there, that being Nick in Berkeley, one of our loyal listeners. I want to hear from Nick in Berkeley. I want to hear from all the people at 888-957-9570, same number to call or text. But speaking of Dunleavy, we got something happening at the station today with Steiny and Guru at 10:30. Jonathan Kuminga's agent, Aaron Turner, will be joining them. What's the one question, Dub fans, hell, basketball fans, that you want to ask Aaron Turner, Jonathan Kuminga's agent? Let us know, 888-957-9570. That could be a theme throughout the show because I know you're going to be tapped into that. I'm going to be tapped into that. This whole station's going to be tapped into that. That is fascinating. By the way, Niners fans, come join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Among Brewing for the 49ers pregame show. There will be food, fun, and a shuttle that will take you to Levi's for the game. You can sign up for the spot on the shuttle via the website, 957thegame.com. Come down, hang out with Lolo and E-Dog Evan Giddings before the game. It sounds like a lot of fun, right? Maybe Joe Shasky will be there. Maybe Carter will be there. Who knows? That's literally what it says in the script, Joe, so I'm not putting you on the spot there. But we've been there many a times, Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. Great brews, great food, great vibes, and you can watch all the pregame slates there as well and hanging out with Evan Giddings and Lo Neal. But we're talking about this massive game on Sunday between the Niners and Cardinals. Can a game be massive? Game 3 of the NFL season? Absolutely it can be. It's a huge game. You don't think that game last night between division rivals Miami Dolphins, Buffalo Bills was huge? I mean, the Dolphins seasons might just be done. They're 0-3. Bills are 3-0. Those are two franchises and teams heading in opposite directions.
Sports, man.
This is a little bit different. This is the battle for first place right now, albeit early in the year, but this is a temperature gauge type of a game. Are the Cardinals for real? Are the Niners for real? Well, we'll find out. And that being said, are you putting a compromised Brock Purdy out there Sunday? If you desperately want to win this game, Niners fans, are you feeling desperation this early in the season? I think we need to take a step back. 888-957-9570, Joseph.
I asked something, before the break. Are you not allowed to just be really good anymore? Everything's got to be great or awful. There's no in between. You're not allowed to just be a really good player. And I don't understand where it changed in life. And I think it leads me to a lot of the Brock Purdy rhetoric. And I just think everything is perceived as a slight about someone if you don't think they're one of the best players in the league. And it's do you know how many really good players were on those 1980s and 90s 49er teams that helped them become a great team? Yeah, Jerry Rice was great. And Joe Montana and Ronnie Lott and Charles Haley and Steve Young, they were great players. Harris Barton was really good.
Yeah.
Steve Wallace was really good. Guy McIntyre was really good. You could say from individual years they were so good they were one of the top guys at their position. Maybe for a couple of years. John Taylor was really good. Really good. I'm just going to read off some quarterbacks that I don't remember the rhetoric being so toxic wrapped around them. Mark Brunell. God, he was so good. In the 90s, he was 44-24, had a 65% winning percentage at one point. Ken Anderson led football in passing in the late 70s and early 80s. Went up against Joe Montana in that Super Bowl. He was really good for the Bengals. Then Boomer Esiason took over for the Bengals.
MVP.
He was really good too. Yeah. MVP candidate for multiple years. Really good. I know we know him now as a talking head. Mm-hmm. I don't remember people be like, you don't think he's elite? It's nah, he's really good. Randall Cunningham's beloved now over time. Now, he was really good. I referenced Phil Simms. Why does everything, when you just say, hey, there's these 3 or 4 elite guys at the top, and back in the 80s it was Marino, Elway, Montana, and then there's some really, really, really good quarterbacks on any given year could be in that MVP conversation. Jared Goff, Matt Stafford, Brock Purdy. Jalen Hurts might be, at one point. We'll see about Justin Herbert. Why, if you say, yeah, that guy's really good, you don't think he's great? It's dude, relax. Why are we so insecure?
Was Troy Aikman ever the best quarterback when he played?
No.
Was he?
I didn't see him but as time's gone on, way more so than Phil Simms, perfect quarterback for the perfect team. And I underrated how good he was.
Why can't Brock Purdy be that? Now, I'm not saying Brock Purdy's going to win 3 Super Bowls and all of a sudden become a Hall of Famer and one of the greatest dynasties of all time. Mm-hmm. But the way we talk about Troy Aikman, I think, is a litmus test for this. No one's saying he's in the conversation for greatest of all time. No one's saying he's in the Brady.
Good point.
No one's saying he's in the Brady, Montana, Mahomes category. And yet, everyone has respect for what he was and what he did. And I'll say, yeah, he was a Hall of Famer. He was a Hall of Famer and one of the greatest teams of all time. Now, is he the first player you think of on those teams? Probably not.
No.
You go to Emmitt Smith, you go to Deion Sanders,
But
you go
that's not
to
a knock.
Michael Irvin. No. Charles Haley, that's not a knock at all.
No.
So somehow within the last, and you've brought this point up, this last century really, the way we talk about sports in general, and I don't think this is NFL specific, but we'll keep it there for now, the quarterback position and why we constantly compare and contrast eras, it's honestly dumbed down the game and how we talk about it.
It's foolish.
It really is, because instead of celebrating, Tom Brady and those Patriots teams, we were constantly comparing him to Joe Montana and the 49ers. And he's already lost the Super Bowl, so he can never touch Joe. I was like, can we just appreciate what we're seeing in real time? Something we're probably never going to see ever again.
Look at Josh Allen. We can't even enjoy how great Josh Allen is right now as a country because he hasn't won the big one. Yeah. It's like, dude, this guy's putting together one of the greatest. Look, there's an argument. I'm not going to make it today, but there is an argument that I will sit and listen to. He's more talented than Mahomes.
Yeah, you can.
And inherited a way crummier situation.
He's definitely bigger than Mahomes. I think we throw around the word arm talent. And
Joe, if he was with Andy Reid in Kansas City, remember what Buffalo was when he got drafted there.
I know.
Okay? So I'm not saying he is, but the way we talk about Josh Allen, like he's not one of the greatest players you've ever seen, is kind of absurd.
And why do we talk about it like that? Why?
Because he hasn't won the big one.
Because he's had shortcomings against who?
Against Mahomes.
There you go.
And like Lamar Jackson. If you don't think Lamar Jackson is one of the greatest football players you've ever seen, and yeah, he got some things he's got to accomplish in the playoffs, right? To be in the top 5, 7 discussion. Like you can't just have the MVPs. You got to win big in the playoffs. Like that is a prerequisite. That's why Peyton Manning falls short in a lot of these discussions. He wasn't good enough in the playoffs. Like Steve Young is never referenced as one of the greatest of all time. It's a short list because you have to do it in the playoffs. But if you don't think he's awesome, damn, you're really missing out.
Well, it's interesting on the day and the night, really, that Clayton Kershaw is going to pitch his last regular season game at Dodger Stadium and probably for the last time against the San Francisco Giants, how we view a guy like that.
No doubt.
He is a Hall of Famer and one of the greatest pitchers of his generation. And yet, we will go immediately to the shortcomings of his career. Not the 3 Cy Youngs, not the MVP, not the bajillion All-Stars that he's a part of. I don't even know. It's probably 10 plus. I don't even know. We go to the memes. And I know in this area in particular, we love to make fun of him and the shortcomings and when the Giants are winning and the Dodgers are flaming out. That's what we do. And that's fun when you're the fan base, like the rivalry of the fan base, like the Giants and the Dodgers. But it does minimize what he actually did and accomplished in his career, which was, again, like I mentioned, one of the great careers we'll ever see again. Never see again.
Kershaw, if you're old enough to remember, the guy that he reminded me of, and this is prior to joining the Yankees, was Roger Clemens.
Yeah.
Roger Clemens was one of the baddest dudes on the planet and would lose in the playoffs to Dave Stewart, for example, over and over and over and over and over again. It felt like he was the baddest dude on the planet and wasn't the same player in the playoffs. And then he went to the Yankees and everything changed and everyone with the Yankees ended up winning. But I think that doesn't speak lesser of than Kershaw's amazing. But
exactly. But
like I would ask, like, would Lincecum trade his career for Kershaw? I don't know. Like, I legitimately don't know.
You know what? I'll answer that on the other side, and you will too. 888-957-9570
I don't think
is the
I
number.
Would if I was Lincecum, because you are one of the biggest gods.
Just blew your tees. Just blew the wad right there.
No. I want to expand on this.
Okay, let's expand it on the other side. It's called the Tees People.
Gosh, I hate these breaks.
And that's what's coming up, brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the Caltrans? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
You know who is great? It's Ceremony Ford. And it's Joe Shasky here for Ceremony Ford. And let me keep it real with you. If you've been thinking about making that switch to the electric ride, now is the time to pull the trigger because Ceremony Ford in Colma is ending the summer with some heat. Check us out. Slide into a brand new 2025 Mustang Mach-E for just $225 a month on a lease. That's right, $225 a month
for 36 months. Or if you're ready to buy, lock in 0% APR financing for 72 months and grab a $2,000 rebate. Who else is giving you that? Only Ford. But here's the kicker. The federal EV tax credits on the Mach-E and the F1 Lightning are about to expire September 30th. You wait, you lose. Don't let Uncle Sam keep your money. Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest inventories in Northern California, and they're ready to hook you up. Find them off of 280 in Colma or online at 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. That's Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's Mach-E Superstore. Tell them Butcher sent you.
One of the greatest bands in rock history, The Who, present The Song Is Over, the North American Farewell Tour. See Pete Townsend and Roger Daltrey, The Who, live in the Bay Area, performing at Shoreline Amphitheater September 21st. Get tickets now at livenation.com. The Who, for the very last time. The song is over. For more, visit thewho.com.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace. Grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly. And catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
This year, the Valley of Hearts Delight fundraiser shines brighter than ever with our theme, Legacies Under the Lights. Step into History Park, glowing with restored historic neon signs from the History San Jose collection, and enjoy an unforgettable night of dining, live music, and celebration. All proceeds support preserving the stories and landmarks that make our valley unique. Tickets are now on sale at historysanjose.org. Join us for Legacies Under the Lights October 9th and help keep history shining for generations to come.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
Spadoni, you hit the ground running, dude. You are off the hook. I love how you guys vibe.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Where's Jay at these days? What's he doing? I hope he's out of that hospital. I hope so. It's been a couple months. He was calling from like the emergency room or something. I don't know where he was. He was high as a kite, though. That's for sure. All right. At least he was in a facility that was monitoring that. Hey, we're rolling, baby. It's a Friday. We're having a good time. It's a massive game this Sunday for the San Francisco 49ers against the division rival Arizona Cardinals. Both of these teams 2-0. Winner of it will be on top of the division at 3-0. And we're talking about the quarterbacks because that's what it always goes to. And Brock Purdy being compromised, potentially having a chance to play on Sunday. What version of Brock are you going to get? Do you even want to risk it, Niner fans? Should this just be a Mac Jones games? No question asked. 888-957-9570 is the number. But we're talking about what's the difference between good to great when it comes to quarterbacks, starting pitchers, athletes in general, and where that line was blurred. Because it's okay to say that Brock Purdy is a really good quarterback, but when we say he's not great, that ruffles some feathers. When we say Brock might be closer to a quarterback of Mac Jones's ilk than that of a Josh Allen, people get upset. People get frustrated. And we're kind of talking about it right now. We would love for you to join the conversation, Joe. And I'm glad you brought it up because I do think it was an interesting conversation as we were talking about starting pitchers, which is kind of like how we talk about quarterbacks, if you will. Because the Giants have that guy this season. And Justin Verlander, who I kind of viewed as a playoff choker a little bit. I just think of that Giants game in 2012 when Pablo hits that home run off of him and Verlander turns around and just, he mouths, wow. And that's all you could see. Like, that was literally my image of Justin Verlander. But the guy's also won an MVP. The guy's also had multiple Cy Youngs. The guy's also had some legit playoff moments with the Houston Astros. And he kind of, changed how we viewed the end of the Justin Verlander era, which is still happening. But it kind of changed our view of him going forward in a way that, was more favorable. So it's just interesting how we talk about this stuff. And I think it's a fun conversation.
This is going to trigger everyone. Just remove the playoffs. Just try to do it.
I love getting triggered.
No, just try to do it. If I told you Brock Purdy statistically in the regular season had almost an identical career to Dak Prescott, you'd want to sign up for that right now. And I say that, and I think Niner fans would be like, what are you talking about? Statistically in the regular season, Dak has been a very good quarterback. Very good.
Yes.
He's got a better touchdown-to-interception ratio than Joe Montana. He's got 32,000 yards passing.
Yep.
Okay? He wins at a high clip. He's 77-47. 30 games over 500. He's a winner. I know we don't want to I'm just saying regular season. Does he get hurt? Yeah, he does. He does. He gets knocked. There's no question about it. He's won 13 games, 9 games, 10 games, 8 games, 11 games, 8 games, 12 games. He has been really good. To have a 10-year career as an NFL quarterback, you got to be pretty good.
Yeah.
But when you talk about Dak, what do people say?
Oh, he chokes.
No, he sucks.
Yeah.
That's what they say. He sucks. We go flying off the rails. And it's just, it's crazy to me. I mean, he's not one of my favorite quarterbacks of all time. I'll tell you that right now. But he's been really good. He's had a really good career. He's got 24 game-winning drives. 24 in the regular season. How many for Joe Montana?
Oh, in the regular season?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
In his career. And Joe played 15 years, although didn't play for a couple.
30?
28.
Okay, pretty close. Wow.
It's kind of remarkable. Now, we know the game's evolved, so the passing numbers are always going to be skewed. But, when you talk about Dak Prescott, because he's a Cowboy, because of the era that we're in, he can't even just be good. Dak is good. No. He sucks or he's amazing.
It's jumped the shark, if you will, how we talk about all these things, because Dak is paid because he gets you to the playoffs. Like that, I don't scoff at something like that. Joe, you and I watched quarterback play in the Bay for a long time. There's been guys that, with other situations, maybe they could have been good quarterbacks. I look at Derek Carr. Perfect example. People aren't going to view Derek Carr. They're probably going to say he sucks. They're going to look at the win-loss record. He's like, this guy was awful. It's like, no,
he was good.
He was actually a good quarterback.
Yeah.
With a horrible situation, horrible management, all of that. And he was paid multiple times because he was the only reason that he kept his team in games for a while. And he had to pay, and he moved from Oakland to Vegas and all of that. Now he's doing stuff with YouTube and all of these. I think a pretty good broadcaster in his own right. Only one little go around, but pretty good. But Dak Prescott was paid because he gets you to the playoffs. Now, once the playoffs happen,
totally different.
It's totally different. And you know what? That is going to be a stain on his career because of the organization he plays for.
Yes.
And because they are constantly trying to get back to the mountaintop of the 1990s, similar to the 49ers. Brock is being compared to other playoff performers. Brock is getting compared to the Joe Montanas, to the Steve Youngs, to the Colin Kaepernicks, to the Alex Smiths, to the Jimmy Garoppolo's, all of those guys. That's who he's getting compared with. Dak, similarly, is getting compared to the Troy Aikmans, Staubachs, Romos. And Romo, very similar to Dak Prescott. Almost feel like they're carbon copies of each other.
The big problem for Dak has been the amount of money he's signed for at every turn, resetting the market, which has recalibrated how scrutinized he gets.
250, check that, 231 practical guaranteed, 231 million for Dak Prescott. Only one with
How much has he made in his career? 400 million?
Ooh, let me pull that up right now. I have Spot Track.
For a fourth-round pick, I mean, he's really done well for
$296,000 in career earnings. $1,000 million for Dak Prescott. Almost $300 million. That's
already today.
That's today.
Incredible.
It is.
So that brings me
to
Kershaw Lincecum. Lincecum is a very unique individual, similar to like a Gale Sayers, and Gale obviously is different. It's different sports. Similar to Terrell Davis in football. Lincecum was great.
Vita Blue,
the gold standard for 5 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Then he fell off the cliff. He didn't do it long enough. Baseball has prerequisites in terms of longevity that are required for you to be one of the all-time greats. You know, I brought up, Roger Clemens. This guy pitched for 20-some-odd years, 25 years, Those guys are few and far between. We're watching Verlander the other night. He's 42. He's been pitching for 22 years, So you got to put together a 10 to 15-year career at minimum. That's why CeCe Sabathia is in the Hall of Fame currently, because he had the longevity. But what Lincecum has that Kershaw won't have is those magical playoff moments that a franchise and a fandom will remember forever. And I don't know what the price tag is on that. Lincecum is one of the few athletes who we all would agree is probably not a Hall of Famer, but for that short period of time was as good as anyone we've ever seen, did what no one could have done in a Giants uniform in the playoffs, led that team as far as they could, was the reason that they won that first World Series. I will, as crazy as it was, Curry didn't get the MVP in the finals and Iggy did. I think it was worse that Renneria got the World Series MVP over Tim Lincecum. He won 2 games in that series. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
If you just compare, and why we're talking about Clayton Kershaw, we're talking about what makes good to great and how we discuss both of them. Clayton Kershaw having his last regular season start tonight at Dodger Stadium, and it's probably going to be the last time he pitches against the San Francisco Giants. What a career for him, as he is calling it a career after this season is over. He announced yesterday, has been Dodgers pitcher since 2008, 11-time All-Star, World Series champion a couple times, NL MVP in 2014, 3-time Cy Young, 2011, 2013, 2014. He's got it all, but he just doesn't have the playoff moments that Tim Lincecum does. No. That Madison Bumgarner did. That seems like all those other Giants pitchers. Hell, it feels like Ryan Vogelsong and Barry Zito have more moments in the playoffs than that guy.
I know. This guy, 62 times he's faced the Giants. 27-16 with a 2.08 ERA and 415 strikeouts.
He didn't even do well last week against them, right? He kind of got knocked around a little bit.
He has a 2.08 ERA in 62 appearances against the Giants. He's one of the greatest players that have ever faced the Giants.
His career ERA is 2.53.
Now, he's great, right? We all would agree, and you have to respect him. And I look at Lincecum, and I say he was great, but not great long enough.
And in baseball, that's what kind of matters.
It does.
Because
it absolutely
the litmus
does.
test for that is going to be another guy that I actually kind of view like Tim Lincecum. This guy, his body portrayed him similarly, is Jacob deGrom.
Okay.
Very similar. Now, he doesn't have the playoff moments.
No, but DeGrom was great.
But DeGrom,
when he was available.
But DeGrom, similar to Tim, he's got the 4 or 5 All-Stars. He's got the 2 Cy Youngs. He's got, very similar numbers. The win-loss record, it's very close, but his body just betrayed him.
So it's funny you bring that up. Then we go to good to great.
Yeah.
Giants fans hate when I do this. Matt Cain was really good.
He was.
No, he was great. No, he was really good. He was really good. Great number 2. He was really good. Was their ace in 2012 before his arm blew out, and was the victim of, crummy circumstances at time. But there's a difference between being one of the all-time greats and being remembered in the great term for me, and just being really good. And he was really good, but that's not a knock on him. He had a hell of a career.
It's funny, and now that I'm kind of thinking about it, we throw the term around great when it comes to our individual franchises, which is totally fine. He was a great Giant.
He was a great Giant.
Great Giant.
He was a great.
Was he a great MLB pitcher? Not so sure. He was really good.
Yeah, he was really
good. Brock Purdy. He's been a great 49er. He's been a great 49er.
Exactly.
He's been a really good NFL quarterback.
Absolutely.
And that's okay.
And he's had and similar to some of the guys I was referencing earlier, Randall Cunningham, Mark Brunell, Ken Anderson, Boomer Esiason, those guys were top MVP voters in individual seasons.
And had won an MVP.
And had elite, great years, right? But the separator is you got to do it for a decade. And then you got to do it in the playoffs. And then in the NFL, at that position, you got to win it all, right? That's part of it. I get back to Kershaw for just a second. There are very few athletes for teams I despise that by the end of their career, I wave the white flag and I go, respect.
Yeah.
Emmitt Smith. Respect.
Yeah.
Saw him firsthand when he was an old man with the Arizona Cardinals, and I hated Emmitt Smith. I diminished him at every turn. Oh, he's not that good. Oh, he's not that strong. Oh, his vision ain't that great. Oh, he's running behind the best offensive line in the league. Oh, well, they got Michael Irvin, so you can't stack the box. Oh, they got Jay Novacek. Oh, they got Moose Johnson. It was all these dilutions. By the end, when I saw him playing on the crummy Arizona Cardinals at 36 years old, I was like, nah, he's freaking great. Respect. And I remember at Candlestick, when I knew it was going to be one of his last games, I stood up and gave him a standing ovation because I respected the body of work and what he meant to the game of football as a football fan for Emmitt Smith. I finally gave in. Clayton Kershaw a couple years ago, I finally gave in. It's like, you know what? Respect. Respect. Hate your guts, but you're an all-time legend, and I respect you.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Let's go out to Nick in Berkeley who wants to join in the conversation. What's up, Nick? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, what's up, y'all? So check this out. I got some hot takes for you, man. Just hear me out. First of all, to touch on everything y'all said, man, Clemens was the Draymond Green of baseball. I seen him get kicked out the A's game before the playoff game even started. I was at the Coliseum. Like, what are you doing? He threw the ball over the left field fence after he got tossed out from home plate. I just fired it over the left field wall like it was nothing. Jim Kelly, the Leafs talked about 4 straight Super Bowls in a row, went to, lost them all, but I don't care. What else the quarterback's done? The 4 straight bowls.
Exactly.
Kaepernick got better stats than Lamar Jackson in the playoffs. Let me tell you this. Pearsall is going to be better than Ayuk when it's all said and done. McCaffrey has to be used like Roger Craig was used to get him out there those passes. Otherwise, he's going to get hurt. And let me tell you something. You must have the ring. You must have the ring. You know what I mean? And you want to talk about great players? Keenan Turner was a great player before he got hurt.
Yeah.
And let me tell you about these Cardinals. We're going to have Bake Cardinal with the side of McCaffrey and the side of Pearsall, and it can open up a can of whoop-ass to wash it down. And I'm going to tell you right now, all that high side, man, Saleh got this defense on lock. He saved the first 2 games. You talk about the identity of this team is defense. So I wish Murray would run around so my boy, young man Winters, can roll him up. Let's go, Niners. Let's go.
Hey, Nick in Berkeley's fired up, baby. Let's go. Niners, Cardinals. We'll take your calls all day long.
Which of the 17 hot takes do you guys want to break down?
Pearsall better than Ayuk? I think Niner fans would love that to happen. That means he's going to be, at minimum, a second-team All-Pro at one point. But let's pump the brakes there a little bit. I don't want to totally poo-poo, and that's unfair to Brandon Ayuk because we don't know what version of Ayuk is coming back. So let's pump the brakes on that one.
Can I ask
But I do think the mindset that, this being a better defensive team than offensive team this year, would that surprise you after 2 weeks? I'm kind of buying it.
You mean before the season started? Absolutely.
But before the season started, that would be insane. But after 2 weeks, that's the case.
I think they're just playing really complimentary football. They're balanced. I think they're more balanced than they've been in a couple years. So that's what I was saying. Let me ask you one, because he was alluding to it. If you were Kershaw, would you trade your career for Lincecum's? I think it's easy for me as a Giants fan to be like, I'm taking Lincecum's career, but I think most people are taking Kershaw's career.
I'm not.
2 Cy Youngs.
Because, I don't. Do they
2 World Series wins, and you're the main catalyst for one of them, and it's the first in that city's existence, and you're forever legendary. Like, anywhere Lincecum goes, he is a rock star.
I think, similarly, Clayton Kershaw is that guy for the Dodgers, and also he's going to get the gold jacket. He's going to get the Hall of Fame nod. And Hall of Fame does mean a lot to these guys.
So I guess this is, would you rather be Mac Dre, or would you rather be, I don't know, like who's a more commercial artist?
Jay-Z.
Like, would you rather be T.I. or Mac Dre?
Oh, T.I.?
I'm just going to go like that. Like someone random, not Jay-Z. Not Jay-Z.
Okay, Jay-Z's too big?
Yeah, he's too big.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, like Kershaw's not one of the greatest. Like, he's great. He's one of, but like, if I were going to say.
Who's the rap version of Clayton Kershaw?
Yeah.
Ludacris?
Yeah, would you rather be Mac Dre or Ludacris?
See, this is a more local angle for me too, so I'm probably going to go Mac Dre. Yeah. But Luda's got bangers.
See, I'd rather be Pimp C than you know.
I don't think Luda's a good comp for Kershaw. We can come up with a better one. Ask ChatGPT. I'm sure they know. What's a good one? But that's a fun one. So you're not trading the career. I would.
I'm not.
I'm taking Kershaw's career, but what say you, Giants fans? 888-957-9570. Are you keeping that career of Tim Lincecum's over that of Clayton Kershaw? I think almost all of them are going to say yes, because honestly, Joe, in my lifetime, I don't think there's a more beloved Giant than him.
Would Dwight Clark?
It's not even close.
Would Dwight Clark have traded his career for Chris Carter's? I don't think he would have.
No. Well, I think there was someone, maybe even Dan Patrick. They asked if Dan Marino would have traded his career for like an Eli Manning's.
That's an interesting one.
And Dan's like, no, I wouldn't do that. And because I do think at the time they were like probably saying like Eli wouldn't get in.
Dan was very prolific too in terms of the records and the numbers.
And I guess maybe one could be like a Jim Plunkett, which won 2 Super Bowls, was not going to be into the Hall of Fame, which I think is a joke. Hopefully he eventually gets in on the senior committee. He's getting a little bit older. I'd like to see that. But that's one for me where I always go back to. It's like the Hall of Fame is something different for these guys. It just is. Maybe for
no doubt.
But if you ask Tim, I don't think that matters to him
at all.
He's just a different cat, and I respect him. And what he literally, it's the hair, it's the dazed and confused look. Was it Mitch in that one? Yeah.
Mitchy.
Ben Affleck, one of his best roles, by the way.
Matthew McConaughey.
There's so many people in that.
I argue it's maybe the greatest soundtrack ever.
It's really good. I watched it for the first time. I told you that like a couple months ago. Yeah, because I'd seen bits and pieces, but I never like sat down and watched the full movie, and I finally did. And it's
my
good.
jaws dropped.
I know Steiny was offended that I even said that, because that's like his era. It's like how he grew up.
It's one of the greatest movies of all time. I probably watch that movie once a week for 5 straight years at Matt Murphy's house.
See, Carter, Sam and I's version of that is going to be super bad when we look back. Like, that's our version is super bad. What it was.
That's great, but it's nowhere near.
No, but it encapsulates our generation of like how like we were in high school, the jokes, the cell phones, the parties, the cops, all of that.
But this came out in the 90s representing the 70s.
Correct.
So it was a little different.
It was a little different.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But,
and so I was a kid of the 90s and in the 80s, and this was representing like my dad's era.
Your dad's generation, exactly. So now young Benjamin's going to watch Superbad and LJ. He's like, oh, that's our parents' era. Interesting. Now they're going to have all these like different smartphones and everything. The smartphone generation, what's going to come after that is going to be fascinating how we view it. Just like we're viewing this 49ers Cardinals game. And we're talking about what makes us choose between great and good, the verbiage of that, and how we view Brock Purdy in comparison to Mac Jones, compared to Josh Allen and all these quarterbacks. And we got into the starting pitcher aspect with Clayton Kershaw making his final regular season start at Dodger Stadium tonight.
Let me throw one at you. Would Phillip Rivers trade his career for Joe Flacco? Just random. I'm going to go random on you. A guy who won 1 championship, kind of bounced around at the end. I don't know. I don't know the answer to this.
I'd say no, because I think he has an argument, and people might disagree because I know this guy's in the Hall of Fame, and I think Phillip will eventually get in there. I think Phillip has an argument to be the greatest Chargers quarterback of all time. People are going to go Fouts probably in rebuttal to that, but I do think Phillip is the greatest quarterback.
You're also sleeping on Stan Humphries had a hell. Not that he's not the greatest, but I'm saying Stan Humphries in the 90s was really good.
And he got to a Super Bowl. So that is the high one. And Fouts never got there. And I think Fouts, if you ask him, if we didn't play in the Ice Bowl or whatever it was, we would have gotten there. And it was the coldest game ever. And maybe he has some truth to that because they would have played the Niners, right? In that situation.
Shout out the Wildcats of St. Ignatius.
There you go. So that's an interesting one. I would say Chargers still with Phillip Rivers. I would take that one. I love these conversations, though. This is just sports, like sitting on a bar stool talking about sports and comparing and contrasting athletes and their generations and everything. It's so fun. I love this stuff.
It is going to be very bizarre to not see Clayton Kershaw with the toe tap and the sweat and the hair and the Wilson black glove. And, he's just everything about him is just so quirky.
I go back to that ESPN magazine cover. Like, how could you? It's one of the all-timers. Him and Lincecum, Cy versus Cy. And Lincecum's the shorter guy, but he's putting him in the little noogie. Yeah.
It's great.
It's all
Well,
time.
that era of pitchers, you had Cole Hamels and Cliff Lee and Kershaw and Lincecum.
That's a great comp. We found the rap comp for Kershaw. Lil Wayne. That's one I would take. Wheezy, I'm taking that career. He's kind of
Wayne might be too good. I don't know if
Kershaw's he was pretty good. It's actually kind of coincides with the era that Wayne was on top too with Kershaw. I like that one, but I don't think anyone's going to say Lil Wayne's the GOAT.
There are a lot of people that will say that though.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think he is.
He's really good though. He's going to be in the conversation.
That is a good one. I like that.
That's good. So sorry, I cut you off there. You're
no, it's all right.
Sorry. And by the way, you're listening to 95% of the game, KGNZ FM, HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. And the home of the Golden State Warriors, Valkyries, always live with the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Look, I know everybody wants to go mega platinum. I love being ghetto fabulous. Master P is one of my favorite rappers of all time, entrepreneurs of all time. And the fact that he did it his way, underground, sold millions of records, like that always has appealed to me more so. This is a guy who loves local sports talk radio more than national radio. So that's always going to appeal to me more than appealing to the country as a whole. That's just my prerogative. So I'm probably unique in this conversation.
Who are the sports villains? If Giants fan viewed Clayton Kershaw as a sports villain, and Shasky's saying, you know what? At some point, I just had to respect the guy. I know there was no longer this full-on hatred. It just turned into, you know what? He's pretty good. Respect. Tip of the cap. Who are those sports villains for you that eventually you came to respect? 888-957-9570. You can call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. We'll discuss that on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager at Stevens Creek Subaru. The Bay Area has much to offer, with some of the best natural landscape, cuisine, and entertainment in the world. Stevens Creek Subaru also has much to offer, like our good prices, great selection, truly exceptional service, and the Subaru A Lot to Love event going on now. If you're considering a new or pre-owned Subaru, parts or service for your Subaru, or want to visit the Subaristas at our Wilderness Cafe, Stevens Creek Subaru is your destination for all things Subaru.
This month, lease a new 25 Crosstrek 2.0i for just $239 per month for 36 months on approved credit, plus tax, license, and registration fees. No security deposit needed. $24.95 due at signing includes a $650 acquisition fee and an $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment. Must take delivery from retailer stock by 9/30/2025. MSRP $31,567. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year. Offer expires end of month. VIN 23505. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
Visit us on Stevens Creek in San Jose, right next to Santana Row, or StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painter's Trust kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Sponsored by Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today, or donate online at carsforkids.com. Remember, that's cars with a K.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let me tell you about this new Pretzel Cheddar Club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
It's O-Rewards Member Appreciation Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Up to $100 in bonus rewards available at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, you can get a great deal on a new foot spa, transforming you into the queen of kicking it.
Wait, this has bubble jets. Okay.
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
Oh, heck yes.
This is Big Pun from South City, and you know I'm tuned in to the Morning Roast with my guy, Joe Spadoni, and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go, Big Pun. We're rolling, baby.
The standard is the standard.
It absolutely is, Mike Tomlin. Niners, Cardinals, Sunday. Winner moves to 3-0. Niners could be 2-0 in division after week 3. Bodes well going forward, Joe. Real question is Brock Purdy going to be the starter on Sunday? Limited yesterday, limited the day before. He spoke to the media. We'll hear from Brock. We'll hear from Mac. And Mac Jones could also be the starter this Sunday. Do you want Brock Purdy starting if he's at all compromised? Niner fans, 888-957-9570. We're going to be talking to John Gambadoro, a.k.a. Gambo, at 8:30. Obviously host at our sister station over in Arizona. Knows all things Cardinals. And maybe we'll toss in a JK, Jonathan Kuminga question, because you know what? We got Jonathan Kuminga's agent, Aaron Turner, joining Steiny and Guru at 10:30. And by the way, Steiny and Guru joining us because it's Friday, Joe, which means it's the second iteration of our crossover that we have every Friday with Steiny and Guru. 9:45 is when it starts, all right, around that time. And we're going to be talking to the boys. You missed out last week. Sam was in, so this is going to be your first time talking to Steiny Goo in this version of the crossover. Yeah, Steiny's going to be happy. Yeah, well, Steiny kind of ran over Sam immediately last week. You know, Joe, ideally it would have been Shasky in for Lubman, but that's okay. That was like the first thing Steiny said to him last week, and I kind of felt bad for Sam.
Me and Steiny, me and Guru obviously have a love for each other. Me and Steiny are secretly very tight. I love Steiny.
Secretly? You wax politically about the guy's takes all the time.
I love Steiny.
I know you do.
I just think that,
Steiny corroborate that?
He's underappreciated. He's a great host, not a good host, a great host.
What does Matt say? He's a non-traditional host, is how he puts it.
Well, he's a game manager.
Yo!
Yeah.
So he's Brock Purdy of the station?
No, he's like Phil Sims.
Sims?
Yeah, you want him running that team.
That's an MVP right
I know. He'll go 21-26.
Steiny's not that efficient.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he's got some Trae Young to him, and I know Steiny's going to hate if I compared him as a host to do that of Trae Young. Trae Young did get to an Eastern Conference Finals, though. People forget.
Stop. Stop selling me on him. He's not that good. Top 5 worst haircuts ever.
How good? Well, I think that's just his hair falling out. It's not his fault.
Well, yeah, I know. He needs to do something about
that.
Go
to Turkey?
No, I'm just saying, just cut it.
Well, Trey Lance had that problem. I think Trey went to Turkey, by the way. It looks a little fuller. I'll say this in regards to Brock Purdy in this conversation, and we're talking about, the line between good to great quarterbacks. And what is that line? Like, what is the line of how we talk about Brock Purdy compared to the likes of a Josh Allen who we saw last night? And I do think we view Purdy closer to the guy on the other side of the field last night in Tua Tagovailoa than we do Josh Allen. And why is that?
But let me stop you for just 1 second. I agree with you. But I don't think that's a knock on Brock. I think it's more like Josh is so good. He's so unique. Like, even Matt Stafford would maybe for me fall in the line of closer to Tua when it's all said and done than Josh Allen. Like, Josh Allen's so good. Ooh. I know the Super Bowl has kind of diluted how we view Matt Stafford, but we've all had like a wide range of opinions on Stafford's career. He's really good. He's stuck around for a really long time. It's really difficult to put up the numbers he's put up for as long as he put them up. But I don't know about 2 decades from now, are we going to be talking about Matt Stafford like he was some generational quarterback? I don't know if we're going to view him that way.
So it's interesting because we were talking about on the call yesterday.
Really good.
Jake Browning's the backup right now currently and slated to start the next couple weeks, a couple months. As long as Joe Burrow's out, Jake Browning's going to be the backup. And he's shown some flashes. He's shown some, we liked him at Washington, solid quarterback. But Jake Browning can go, whatever it is, 15-0 the rest of these games. And there ain't no way he's taking over this team. No.
For right now, probably not.
But
Burrow's also a very unique rock star in the sense he was the number 1 overall pick to a team that was completely decrepit, and he breathed life into them. And then in year 2, put them, went to the Super Bowl. And it feels like we don't like their coach as a country, and we think their ownership is cheap. So we've given him this benefit of the doubt of overcoming circumstance.
Yes, and I think that matters in this conversation a lot when it comes to the allocation of either money attached to the starting quarterback or their draft position.
Yes.
Because similarly, a few years back, hell, it's not even a few years, God, that's like almost 9 years ago, a guy that's actually starting this weekend for the Minnesota Vikings, Carson Wentz, he was he was going to be the MVP. Mm-hmm. The year the Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl, he was going to be an MVP. Gets hurt. I think it was against the Rams, I want to say, too, if I'm not mistaken. Might have been at the LA Coliseum when they were still over there. Gets hurt. Nick Foles takes over and has a miraculous run, beats Tom Brady and the Patriots. Like, oh my God, was incredible. The Phillies special. Hell, they have a statue for the guy. Now, they have a statue for Nick Foles. And they were okay with him saying, deuces, see you later. And he moves on. He goes. He leaves. Goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Doesn't do anything really the rest of his career. But they were committed to Carson Wentz, even moving off a guy that caught lightning in a bottle and then won the Super Bowl. They was like, you know what? It's fine. See you later. We got our guy in Carson Wentz. Didn't work out there. Wentz ended up getting hurt. Never really, lived up to that expectation of being, what was he, the number 2 overall pick after Goff?
They traded up together.
Yeah. So never lived up to that hype.
It felt like his teammates didn't like him, too.
Yeah, there was some locker room stuff. There was a lot baked in there. But the organization gave him a chance still. And it never worked out. Brock Purdy, similarly, Mac Jones can go, I think, 4-3, 5-0. He's not taking over the starting position for this team.
No.
I don't, that is not happening.
No.
You don't
But if he goes 10-0, I think you at least have to consider hey, we're rolling here. 10-0? How many 10-win streaks has any NFL team gone on? There's not a lot of those.
But I mean, it's similar to how we view the Jake Browning situation, right? It's very close.
Oh, it's close. It's absolutely close.
So that's what I'm kind of getting at here is Brock Purdy's a made guy for now. For now, he is. This season, no one's taking his starting job. If he is ready to go and he tells Kyle Shanahan today, I'm feeling good, I'm feeling great, throw me out there, the doctors will check me off, he's going to go out there and play. And we'll see if he's going to, hurt himself even more. But, I asked the question yesterday, and it was an interesting one I felt. Pat myself on the back there. Should Brock be feeling any, nervousness, or should he feel pressure to get back onto the field?
I just think there's an athletic competition DNA inside these guys that they understand, especially Brock, who got the job because of 2 other guys getting injured. Any play could be your last play. That's first. And anybody can get replaced at any time. That's second. How many great players has Brock Purdy seen come and go from the Niners? Debo, Dre Greenlaw. I mean, the list is pretty comprehensive.
Fonga.
A lot of those guys have all pros and multiple Pro Bowls under their belt. So, I mean, I think the NFL by nature is you better suit up every single week because everybody's job feels like it's on the line. Very few people have job security.
Should Brock Purdy feel threatened by Mac Jones? 888-957-9570. That's my question, Niner fans, this morning as we are ramping
I don't
up.
think he should. I just think there's this an innate pressure of, I got to be good every year, especially when you look at his contract. Have you pulled up his contract?
Which one?
Brock Purdy's.
I have all of them right here.
Okay, so pull up Brock Purdy's specific contract. I mean, it's written in a way where, depending on how well or how poor you perform, there are certain outs over the next couple of years where, there are some things that are locked in. I mean, the amount of bonus that they gave him, that is locked in. And how they determine to spread that out over the next couple of years is up to them. But there's always a way to wiggle out of some of these deals in terms of it not crushing your organization.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right here. There's a lot of different compensation, additional guarantees per game, active bonuses. There's additional $5.3 million, salary fully guaranteed by certain dates. So yeah, there's a lot of different boxes he needs to check with some of this, but he did get, as you mentioned, $100 million guaranteed at signing.
And the way that the at signing thing works is you have to have that hit the salary cap over the next 3 years.
Exactly. And then he's got a signing bonus on top of that, plus the 2025 salary, plus the 2026 compensation, plus $11.9 million of 2027 salary. That was, again, these are all the different contract notes.
It's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money.
But what did we learn about Bosa's deal? 2 years later, and we're already hearing whispers.
It's what have you done for me lately? Exactly.
He wants a new deal.
I know.
It's kind of crazy.
Well, as soon as Micah signed his contract, and we heard from Bosa saying he was rooting for Micah to get that bag because I want to get that bag too. He didn't really say that, but he was basically saying it without saying it. Speaking of the quarterback, Brock Purdy, you want to hear from him? How he's feeling? Would you like that?
Sure.
Hey, Brock, how you feeling?
It's been a day-to-day thing this week, and I feel like I'm happy with the progress that I've been making with my foot and toe, and so more than anything, it's just going to be a day-to-day thing on how I feel. Nothing really more to that.
Okay. You going to play this weekend, Brock?
Definitely just got to see, come game time, how I feel. It's not, obviously I want to play every game, dude. Like, I want to be out there. We only get 17 regular season games, and every game matters, especially a divisional, going against Cardinals. So if you ask me, I'd love to, but I mean, I'm trying to be smart with my body here, and you never know. We'll see when the game comes.
Well, game time. That's literally said twice there. He's going to be a game time decision. If it's a game time decision, don't play him. Like, we saw this with Trent last week, and Trent actually spoke to this. He said it was like a true game time decision. He didn't know if he was going to play in that game last week. He ended up playing.
I thought he played great.
Well, that's what he was actually. It sounded like he was surprised by himself with how well he did play. He did. He was really good. I don't think he allowed a pressure last week, according to Pro Football Focus. I could be mistaken on that, but it was very close. If he did, it was maybe 1 or 2. He was really good. Sounds like Purdy thinks he's a game time decision.
We'll see.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. This is Brock Purdy again, speaking to the media yesterday. We'll hear from Mac Jones as well. We're discussing whether or not Brock should feel threatened by Mac Jones as his backup.
I don't think he should feel threatened, but I do believe that these guys all have just this innate competition. Like when you're going up against somebody in practice every single day in basketball, right? Hypothetically, let's say that he's the one, you're the one, he's the 2. If you don't think there's like an internal pride to kick that dude's butt every single day and prove why you're the top dog at that particular position every single day, like that's just how these guys are wired. Every sport, they're all wired that way. Pitcher coming back from an injury and they're in the simulated pitching situation. They want to strike out everyone that they're going up against. Like that's just, I think that all these guys are competitionaholics.
I'm going through because I have the list of all the different quarterbacks out there right now. Like, what quarterbacks out there like are legitimately like, a bad start or 2 away from getting benched? I really don't think there's as many as we think right now. Usually there's one big QB controversy happening in any given season, it feels like. Maybe just this was Niners specific for a while.
There's been a flood of rookie quarterbacks coming into the league that have been good enough to keep us somewhat satisfied.
Flacco, so that's one. The Browns.
Russell Wilson,
okay, that's another one.
2.
That's 2 right there. 2 0-2 teams, I should say, as well. So
you got you
can't even name me the backup in Miami right now, can you? Yeah, there you go.
He came in last year and was awful. So
was it Skylar Thompson?
Still Skylar?
Skylar. Sky's the limit for him. He stinks.
I know a couple of girls named Skylar. I didn't.
It's a unisex name.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, it's like Jaden, which is unisex. I guess that's the new thing
I didn't
now.
know Jaden.
Yeah, there's you never know. Sam Darnold. What about Jalen Milroe? They just paid Sam, but you think Milroe's got a shot at all?
No.
If Sam Darnold struggles, not now. Maybe next year.
I mean, maybe.
Maybe. Let's see. Let's go through here. Well, Justin Fields is out this week, so Tyrod Taylor, come on down. How many times has Tyrod Taylor taken over for other people?
He's the new Josh Johnson.
He kind of is, right? This is an interesting one, though. Caleb Williams. I'm not saying he's going to get benched, but Ben Johnson, the way he speaks about this team right now, he's fed up with a lot early already. They're 0-2 and they're feeling panic, Joe. I'm not saying, they lose the next 2, 3, 4 games, that it's like an automatic they're benching him. But I'm starting to feel like I wouldn't be shocked. And they put in Tyson Bagent, however you pronounce it.
A multi-year deal.
That's one I'm keeping my eyes on going
I don't know
forward.
what to make of the whole Bears Caleb situation. The guy throws nothing but heat-seeking missiles.
He was so tantalizing when the Heisman in college. I guess I underestimated the kid when it came to just, hitting the layups. He's looking for the deep, like half-court shot, the corner 3, the Curry stuff, when he really just needs to be the big fundamental right now, and he can't do that. It is struggle. It's a mystery for me to watch. J.J. McCarthy, by the way, he's going to be out. Maybe we could have another, Sam Darnold 2.0 type of a season with Carson Wentz taking over. That would be something.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Well, I'm kind of thinking, does Carson Wentz give the Vikings a better shot at winning going forward? Like, am I crazy to say that? J.J. McCarthy, outside of one quarter, is god-awful.
The Niners have seen Carson Wentz twice in the last 5 years.
Is he undefeated against them? I think he might be.
One was the Rams game, Week 18, when Darnold played. The other one was the rain game when he was with the Indianapolis Colts, and Jimmy threw the worst 3-flies-up interception of all time. Remember that? It was like a monsoon.
Yeah. Well, the guy was in the end zone, I remember, wearing the Speedo. He's wearing the goggles and everything.
Wentz looked amazing.
Yeah, he did, and then he didn't.
Jimmy's small hands. He couldn't throw the ball down the field.
The small hands, the gloves.
It's been an epidemic since Alex Smith. We've just had a lot of quarterbacks with small hands.
Well, in rain,
struggling in the rain.
In the rain, yeah. Brock's one of them. Hopefully it's not raining this Sunday. I don't think so. It's raining this morning a little
light
bit.
Drizzle. They're like, you know what? Game time decision. Yeah, I'm better at thought.
Here's Purdy talking about more of dealing with this toe injury.
I've never dealt with a toe injury. But yeah, it's crazy. Just talking to like receivers and skill position guys that, you know, you hear them go through a toe injury or whatnot, and then they go, no, dude, it's one of the most painful things regarding, because you use your toe, you use your feet, you know, and every little movement and stuff, and you got to be explosive and go in and out of cuts, and so yeah, I definitely have a new perspective and an appreciation for, you know, making sure that your toes are healthy, and it's everything. That's
Brock Purdy yesterday speaking to the media as the lumbering giant himself, Carter Chickering, just running around here, handing me a piece of paper for quarterbacks. Oh, and this is a list right here. Is this via Mike Sando? Is this his list, Sammy? Thumbs up. All right, so at the start of the season, you know, we're talking about tiers right now. We're talking about good to great quarterbacks and the line between them. That's the conversation. And whether or not Brock Purdy should feel threatened by Mac Jones as a backup. 888-957-9570 is the number. Mike Sando does this every year for The Athletic. He comes out with his tier system for quarterbacks, and he uses this system. How he gets here is he takes a poll from NFL GMs, from assistant GMs, executives around the league, player, like all of that. He does this very, you know, thorough poll around the NFL. He's very tapped in. And this was the tier system heading into this current season. Tier 1, the quarterbacks. There's 4 of them. Check that, 5, but, you know, there's a tie there at the top. Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Matt Stafford. So 5 in tier 1. Now, I think I would put Stafford in the tier 2, but I understand he's been really good for a long time. I have no problems with that. On any given Sunday, Stafford can go toe-to-toe with those guys, and Rams fans would probably feel good about it. It's just the health with him. Same with Burrow, quite frankly. All right, tier 2. Jaden Daniels, Justin Herbert, Jared Goff, CJ Stroud, Jalen Hurts, Baker Mayfield, Dak Prescott, Jordan Love, Brock Purdy. That's tier 2 right there. So I just gave you all those tier 2 quarterbacks. That's in Brock Purdy's class, according to Mike Sando in his poll. Jaden Daniels, Justin Herbert, Jared Goff, CJ Stroud, Jalen Hurts, Baker Mayfield, Dak Prescott, Jordan Love. It's about right for you?
Yeah, but I think a lot of those guys can oscillate anywhere from closer to 15 to closer to 6 on any given day.
Jaden Daniels' stock was so high at the end of the season. CJ Stroud's stock was still pretty high coming off 2 playoff appearances. You know, Baker's a baller. They're 2-0 right now. It is funny after 2 weeks how you're just jostling these things around and you're starting to think like, well, maybe Jordan Love, is he a tier 1 quarterback? Now, I mean, the Packers look pretty good, right?
I mean, this kind of goes back to my Randall Cunningham, Mark Brunell, Ken Anderson, Boomer Esiason conversation, right? On any given year, one of those guys can propel themselves close to the top 5. And they can also, you know, be a little closer to 15 at times.
Now, one name that was not in tier 2 is at the top of tier 3, and the 49ers are going to be facing him this Sunday. It's Kyler Murray. He's at the very top of the tier 3 quarterbacks, which I find very interesting. Because
Kyler's a unique one, though, because to me, Kyler's one of the few guys in that lower echelon who on any given day can have one half where he just explodes.
Where he does things like Allen, like Lamar,
yes,
like Mahomes. He has that ability. Now, I think we don't view him that way because of the stature, because he is 5'10", if that, and the way he runs around. Hell, like, the guy gets turned into a meme all the time when he does make highlight plays.
There's an actual Trey Young quality to
a little bit.
Kyler.
Yes, it's just an undersized guy. It's like, wow, he has that arm. How is he doing all of this? But again, you've mentioned it. He makes these plays where he makes these spectacular plays, almost Caleb Williams-esque, but then there's some layups there, a miscommunication where it just doesn't happen. They fade down the stretch. Health, he gets hurt. He's running around for his life. The offensive line he doesn't trust, or he runs into traffic. There is a Trey Young, you know, Caleb Williams type of play to Kyler Murray that gets himself into trouble. Now, to round out the tier 3, you got the Aaron Rodgers of the world, Tua Tagovailoa, Trevor Lawrence, Geno, Bo Nix, Sam Darnold, Drake May, Caleb, Bryce Young, Kirk Cousins. I wouldn't put Bryce Young there right now. I think Bryce Young, that's another one we didn't really mention is quarterbacks that are playing for their jobs right now. Bryce Young might be one of those. Yikes. He does not look good. It's actually kind of interesting. I'm going to tier 4 right now. Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, Penix, J.J. McCarthy, Daniel Jones, Joe Flacco, Anthony Richardson. I know he's not starting. I feel like Mac Jones should be in that tier 4, right? Like, I'm looking at some of those. Like, I'm taking Mac Jones over Anthony Richardson.
Oh, all day.
Yeah, I'm taking Mac Jones over J.J. McCarthy.
But I think this just goes to show you how things can quickly change.
Yes.
You know, Daniel Jones would be higher on this list today if we did this poll all over again. Would he not?
Well, now he would be, yes. But I'm putting other people down, like Joe Flacco. I'm taking Mac Jones over Joe Flacco. I'm taking Mac Jones right over Justin Fields. Now, Justin Fields got the concussion. Week 1, he looked pretty good. But again, for the totality of their careers, I'm taking Mac Jones over him. Same draft class, quite frankly, too. So that was actually kind of shocking to me. Now, Russell Wilson, he'll show you some flashes there. I think Russell Wilson's actually a perfect backup who's a starter for a bad team, but he'd be a perfect backup. And I do think if they make the move to Jackson Dart, he's going to be a really good mentor for him. I think he's going to be at that stage of his career. He's going to be more mentor. So I don't know. Like, we're talking about the tier list right now and Brock Purdy being the tier 2 quarterback. Again, I think that's where most people slot him, and that's okay. There's no shame in that. But again, if we're talking about the gap between those tier 1 quarterbacks and everyone else, it's still significant as far as I'm concerned. Now, is Stafford a part of that? I don't know. But
I do feel like Stafford, we give this giant benefit of the doubt, similar to Eli, because he had a great run. You have to give it to him. And I do think that, like, we have fallen victim to that first year when they won it all. And look, you get that kind of credit. But if you look back at his career, and and I hate saying this, but boy. Do you know how many times he's been to the Pro Bowl? Just the Pro Bowl.
Matt Stafford?
Yeah. Just the Pro Bowl.
2?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's that era, man, of quarterbacks that he played in was so stacked.
And look, he played for Detroit for a long time. But again, I go back to tell people, the team that Buffalo, that Josh Allen inherited was not some juggernaut.
I'll say this, though. The Pro Bowl then, at the start of Matt Stafford's career, actually meant something. Like, today, like I think the luster and prestige of a Pro Bowl is no longer existent. I'm kind of destroying my own argument. Mac Jones has a Pro Bowl. Like, Mac Jones, he's not a Pro Bowl quarterback. He had a good rookie season, but for him to be a Pro Bowler, I mean, come on, man.
Tyler Huntley has a Pro Bowl.
Tyler Huntley? Snoop? He can't even find a team right now. That guy?
I love Stafford in terms of, like, he's really, like, won me over in the last 5 years, but I do believe we just kind of, that again, because of the Super Bowl, we give him a little bit of this benefit of the doubt and elevation that we wouldn't other quarterbacks. He's really good. He's really, really, really good. And I think there's a Detroit stink on him now that he's been with the Rams, because he's 5-2 in the playoffs with the Rams, 5-5 overall. His playoff performances with the Rams have been excellent.
What scares you this Sunday if you're a Niner fan? What's your biggest concern this Sunday?
Brock goes out there and gets re-injured.
That's it.
Yes.
That's okay.
More so than even a loss.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That would be like the loss of the year right there if you lose him.
This is why. When you invest $150 million into someone, it's not about a year. It's about the couple of years that you have that guy under that kind of money. And so if that guy goes out there and gets hurt, what does that do for how you build your team for the remainder of this year and how you go about winning games for the remainder of this year? And then next year, does that depreciate the player? What does he look like physically next year? What is my investment looking like long-term next year as well? It's not just this year. So that's the one thing. Like, a loss, you can overcome a loss. The Niners were 3-5 at one point and still went to the NFC Championship game a couple of years ago. You can overcome a couple of players being out for the year. Your starting quarterback making $150 million guaranteed, as we're finding out with the Ayuk injury this year, and it's more than half less. Like, those injuries suck, and they are so bad for team building and being able to spread around the money, because you're relying on that guy when you pay him that much money, not just to be in the lineup, to be a humongous difference maker in winning and losing.
And it's a good point. It's very similar if he does, and hopefully that does not happen. But if that does indeed happen, he goes back out there at any point, whether it's next week, this week, 2 weeks from now, and he re-injures himself, then I am having shades of Jimmy Garoppolo. Then I am having shades of, oh my God, we just paid this guy, he can't get back on the field. And then, I have conversations about the head coach and GM whiffing again potentially. And now it was like, you can't blame them for injuries. Well, when you pay a guy.
I don't know if you could blame them, but like at the same time, in this circumstance, I think being patient would buy them more benefit of the doubt in the event that something does happen. But you don't operate like that. NFL teams don't operate like that. If you're healthy, all right, you can go. If the doctors are clearing you, they're going to play you.
And speaking of that, what is Purdy doing right now to treat this current injury? What can he do? That's what Brock said yesterday.
The orthotics and cleat footwear and stuff, we're going through that right now. But, yeah, there's been guys that wear, the steel foundation that can help out with your toes and whatnot. But yeah, there's that. And then, obviously, what happened to Joe sucks, man. And so I'm fortunate, that I don't have to have surgery.
Yeah, he's very fortunate right now. And that's what Niner fans do not want to happen. If he comes back this week, next week, whatever it happens. Like, that is the scary reality of this, is this type of injury. And then what kind of quarterback is he when he comes back? I don't even know what Brock we can expect if he does play this Sunday, Joe. Like, that's kind of what's scaring, I think, me the most potentially, is if he does start, what version of Brock are you getting? And then if he looks like he's a step slower or hesitant, or he's throwing picks and he's unsure of himself, it's like, why the hell did you put this guy out there?
Yeah.
Right? Like protect him from himself sometimes, right?
Anybody can have a debilitating injury that could ruin your career. It could be a tricep or whatever. But the three big ones for me, foot and ankle, I combine them as one, back and neck, right? And then concussions.
You didn't even mention a couple other ones that for a quarterback, like a shoulder or ligaments. Yeah.
But you know what, though? Like on the shoulder, yes, the shoulder can really screw you up. There's no doubt. You can still be effective with a duck arm. I watched it with Alex. I watched it with Peyton. Alex ruined his shoulder, and he was out for multiple years, and it did set him back big time. He came back, and he wasn't that bad.
Yeah. Drew Brees for a while when he was dealing with all those shoulder problems.
I agree overall, though, that the shoulder can be a crusher. That's a multi-year injury, the shoulder. That's the problem with that.
All this happening doesn't take away, though, from Purdy being a leader on the sidelines and helping out his boy, Mac Jones. Here is Purdy talking about how he's been supporting Mac during his time on the sidelines.
Obviously, I'm in tune to every single play call, and last week it was I'm on the sideline, yes, but how can I help my team, and be a guy there for Mac, helping him with what he saw on the field when he comes off the sideline, or talking to other players about the play and stuff. So it's just like handling all that, but obviously being in tune and seeing what he's what he's seeing out in the field. It's tougher when you're on the sideline, but I understand like his shoes and him going through reads and trying to handle the emotions of a game. It's not easy, and so obviously I want to be there for him and my whole team as a whole.
Anybody who's competed at any level, the hardest thing to do in sports is sit on the sideline and watch.
Oh yeah.
And when you want to, or think you can, or believe that you still can contribute, it's the hardest thing on the planet. You have zero control. It's so hard.
I remember just seeing all those games that Klay Thompson was sitting down just during those rehab stints for a couple years, where it just looked like it was killing him, just sitting there.
You're helpless.
Helpless. When he was speaking to the media, when he was sitting down with Inside the NBA and Charles Barkley, and Chuck had to make fun of the team. He was like, "Oh, you guys are cooked. You guys are never winning another one." Like he was laughing through it and joking around it. I was like, that's got to hurt him to his core. Those guys want to be out there and competing every single day. Absolutely. And that's what you want to hear from your quarterback. And that's quarterback 101 for a franchise guy. You have to put your arm around the dude that's right behind you, gas him up, because same thing happened to Brock. Hey, Brock was in this situation that Mac's in at one point, and he had not one, but two other starting quarterbacks go down, and both of them, whether it was Trey or Jimmy, were helping him out.
The book for Steve Young, I don't know if you've had a chance to read. It's called QB. And he talks about how he really wanted the job from Joe Montana. I mean, he was trying, but he also knew what he was entering, which is this is Joe Montana's job.
Yeah.
Right? And there were times he would get it checked into the huddle, and he would apologize to the teammates. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I know because Bill would literally yo-yo the two of them in and out for the first 5-6 weeks of the season in the '88 year. And he vividly talks about how he's on the sidelines of the Super Bowl in awe, listening in on the headset, watching Joe Montana, go through the 2-minute drive. And at that point, he's like a passenger watching someone else write the history books. And it was the duality and him trying to explain in the book about He was so happy to be a part of that team, and he did help winning for that team. But it killed him to watch Joe be so great and so good, and he questioned, like, I don't know if I could do that just right now. I think I can do it. I want to be able to do that. I want to prove to everyone I can do that, but I'm not even sure if I can. Like, this whole duality of not even knowing if he believed in himself. Like, and Steve's so introspective. He's unique in that sense. A lot of guys are like, oh, of course I can do that. Like, I don't know. It's sitting on the sidelines, watching someone sling it and win over teammates and win big games. It must be so hard for these guys.
Well, remember, once upon a time at the old building, and rest in peace, Michael Urban, but he brought in his buddy Barry Zito. He covered for those A's teams, for the Giants, and we did. It was you in the butcher shop with Covey at the time, and I was there producing Lucas Alexander. And yeah, Barry came over. It was like a Friday night, just random. It was awesome. And yeah, Michael Urban, who I mentioned, good for ball, bad for ball. And this was great for ball, but Barry's insight on, being left off the playoff roster, what was that, 2010? And him just admitting, I was rooting against my teammates. I did not want them to succeed because I wasn't a part of it. I was miserable. Misery loves company. And that's who I was in that moment. And I appreciated his candor. I appreciated what he had to say there. I wasn't judging him in that moment because you know what? Who am I to, what if I was in that situation? I might have felt the same way. And he had the balls to admit it out loud to everyone. Yeah, I was actively rooting against my teammates. I did not want them to succeed because I was miserable. The fan base hated me. I was enemy number one here. They all get to have a great time. I'm not going to be a part of this championship roster.
And you wanted to, be validated that they made the wrong decision.
Correct.
Joe, I've had a lot of conversations with guys behind the scenes here at the station, and this is obviously not pro sports, but everybody behind that glass that works at this station, every one of them wants to be on air talking on the mic. And I've talked with different people over the years, and I don't mean to put everyone's business out there, but different people over the years, and I'm like, I did the night shift, and it's different, but when you're doing the show and you're looking through the glass and you're like, I could do that. I know I can do it. It is the hardest thing in the world because you feel like you're so close to your dreams, yet they're so far away. Now imagine being a quarterback and you're on the sideline or a running back or whatever the position is, or Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah.
Right? As we have all these Jonathan Kuminga things, one of the hardest things to do is to be sitting there on the sidelines thinking you could contribute in more of a way and feeling like you're not getting a fair shake or an opportunity to do so.
By the way, I'm glad you mentioned Jonathan Kuminga because we have Jonathan Kuminga's agent, Aaron Turner, on Steiny Guru today at 10:30. Kuminga's agent is joining Steiny Guru. That's going to be fascinating. By the way, Steiny Guru joining us prior to that for our crossover, which you do every single Friday around 9:45. Be locked in there. Steiny Guru joining the morning roast. What's the one question that if you could, you would ask Jonathan Kuminga's agent, Aaron Turner, Dub Nation, 888-957-9570 is the number. Whew, it's going to be very juicy, Joe. You're going to be locked. What is the question you would, real quick, we got a couple minutes before the draw. What's the question you want to ask Aaron Turner? What is it? Why is it taking this long?
No. When did you first want out? And how did that conversation go?
Well,
because
his rebuttal might be we've never wanted out. He might just say, we've never wanted out.
No. In this scenario, I would want truth serum.
Oh, okay.
It's I don't buy that. And I'd just be real. I don't buy that. You're clearly frustrated. At what point now, then, I would flip it this way. Looking back on it, was there a point in time where maybe you should have tried to be more amicable to get on out of here?
Be more of a team player, if you will, in the situation. That's a good one.
Why would this time be different for you accepting your role as opposed to years past? Is it strictly because of the guaranteed money? Is it just to placate the situation so that you can be moved down the line? In your heart of hearts, where do you want this going?
Okay. I'd probably ask him, when was the moment this past year that you felt like your future might not be in Golden State? Did that happen this year? Did that happen last year? When did you feel like you being a lifetime Warrior, which he's been on record saying he's wanted to be a lifetime Warrior, when did you no longer feel that that was a possibility for you.
What position does Kuminga think he is?
Well, there you go. See, these are fun. We're just going to questions. Yeah, see, these are, again.
Does he think he's a 2, 3, 4? What does he think? I would love to know what he thinks he is.
Well, he's going to tell you he thinks, first and foremost, he could be an all-star given the
Okay,
opportunity.
no.
But
that's too. No.
I know.
What position do you think you are? I'm asking.
I know.
Is that a wrong question?
No, it's.
I know that you're positionless basketball. No. What do you think you are?
I don't know. What does Kuminga think in all of this? This is so. Why is this dragging on so long? I think that's the question I want answered. Why is this taking so long?
And then I would ask him this: why do you think you haven't gotten more playing time once Jimmy, Steph, and Dre united?
Oh my God.
Kuminga crisis. Because self-awareness is one of the greatest skills that you can have in life and in sports, and understanding, what your strengths and weaknesses are. I legitimately think a lot of us are delusional, myself included. We think we have no weaknesses. Like, what do you think your weaknesses are?
Well, right now it's staying on the court, and that brings us to Carter, the injury report. Oh no! Was that too far? You're into it with the Kuminga.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California.
Again, Jonathan Kuminga's agent, Aaron Turner, joining Steiny and Goo at 10:30. The one question you would love to have answered by JK's agent, 888-957-9570. We got John Gambadoro joining us 8:30, a.k.a. Gambo, host on Afternoon Drive on our Odyssey sister station, 98.7 KMVP in Phoenix. And we'll talk to John about this matchup this Sunday and what he's looking forward to. Is this a changed Kyler Murray? Is it the same Kyler Murray? Is this Kyler Murray's last year? What is going on with Kyler and this team and the expectations for the Arizona Cardinals? We'll get in all of that. But first, Niner fans. Is this Niner fan news? Hey, Jordan Watkins, 2025 fifth-round draft pick, was limited participant in practice yesterday with a calf injury. Oh, my God. He's listed as questionable for the Sunday's game against the Cardinals. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up, the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We'll dive more into this game on the other side, 888-957-9570. John Gambadoro joining us at 8:30, plus the crossover with Steiny and Goo at 9:45. Can't wait for all of that on 95.7 The Game.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live. Buprenorphine, it gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 10/21/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro-line applied via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data and service series. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q1 to Q2 2025.
No big deal, but you've been earning Kohl's Cash for 20 years. That's 2 decades of checkout wins. To celebrate, enter our month-long sweepstakes for a chance to win $200 in Kohl's Cash. Plus, save on fall faves during the Customer Appreciation event now. Yep, 2 decades of Kohl's Cash is a big deal. Shop Kohl's and brag accordingly. Coupon ends September 21st. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Sweepstakes ends September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit 1 prize per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohls.com for official rules and details.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Something special for your outdoor living is on sale now at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. Fiberon decking. On sale at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise.
It's time to wake on up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Damn right it is. Halfway home here on a Friday. And we're talking Niners. We're talking Cardinals. Brock gonna play? Mr. Irrelevant Brock Purdy? And yes, people get mad. He's like, you can't call him Mr. Irrelevant anymore. No, that's part of why it makes his story so great. Because he's anything but irrelevant now. He is very relevant for this Sunday's game. Could it be Mac Jones? We'll talk to John Gambadoro coming up in about, 28 minutes, 8:30. Gambo from our sister station out in Phoenix, Arizona. Get the lay of the land of this Cardinals team. I don't know who the Cardinals are, Joe. Quite frankly, it's easier to talk about teams like the Rams, the Seahawks, the Eagles, the Cowboys. they got some like legit history attached to them. There's some big moments between the Niners and those squads. What's the moment you think of when it comes to the 49ers and Cardinals?
The Niners winning a week 17 or 16 game down the stretch with Jim Harbaugh and Quentin Patton catching a pass over the top of someone's shoulders as it set up a field goal attempt for the Harbaugh team to beat Bruce Arians.
There you go, Quentin Patton. There you go.
I could think of an Arnaz Battle doubleheader Monday Night Football end-around play against Matt Leinart, where the Niners scored a touchdown at the 1 yard line on an end around to Arnaz Battle, like quarterback converted to wide receiver, and my boy Mikey C jumped on his candlestick seat and broke it, and then ran out of the stadium.
He just ran out. He just left.
Just ran out.
Did he take the seat with him?
Yeah, that's about it. There's a handful of Cardinal Niner moments. Jimmy and the Texas route, all out blitz by the Cardinals. And Jimmy hit Jeff Wilson Jr. for the game-winning touchdown. Yeah. The Halloween night, like those are everybody remembers those. If you're Bonte,
if you're Bonte,
okay. But if you're a normal human being, do you know what I think of when I think of the Cardinals?
What?
One of the faceless, most emotionless organizations for me as a sports fan in sports. If I were to put together the comprehensive list of teams that draw zero emotion from you, and you can't even really truly draw any hatred for any of their players, Arizona Cardinals are at the top of the list. Who else is on this list?
The Colorado Rockies. They don't have the Carolina Panthers. They have been to 2 Super Bowls, but I still view them as kind of like Jacksonville Jaguars.
Well, even the Panthers, for me, Seifert went there, so I hated him for a small period of time. So, maybe I'm just kind of unique. But, the Cardinals have been around for, 80 years. And they have nothing. 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 They draw no emotion from me.
They're the oldest team in NFL history. That's always a fun little trivia question. Who's the oldest team ever? It's actually the formerly Chicago Cardinals moved to St. Louis, then they were called Phoenix, and then now Arizona. So, yeah, they are the oldest team in the history of the NFL. But just because you're the oldest team means absolutely nothing. I've never met, Joe, I'm being honest, I've never met a Cardinals fan in my entire life.
I haven't either.
And I know people from Arizona. I know. And they're always transplants from like Gambo. He has the East Coast accent. They're a fan of, I don't know, the Rams, the Niners, the Seahawks. They choose the Chiefs, quite frankly. That's closer to they choose them.
Even though they have a couple World Series appearances in a ring and whatnot, and playoff moments, the Minnesota Twins are kind of like that for me as well.
Yeah, the Twinnies. They always have a cool ballpark.
I have no emotion for them whatsoever.
Well, just think about their most famous player of this century is probably Joe Mauer, and he's like Buster Posey to me. He's like, has he done anything? He doesn't say anything.
Jack Morris and Kirby Puckett.
Yeah, there you go.
Young.
Well, no, I said this century.
Yeah,
that's
I know.
Why.
That's what I'm saying. You're too young.
Exactly. But Joe Mauer's that guy, and it's who? I guess Toriano's up there.
So give me the list. Minnesota at least has some. The Minnesota Twins have something. Who else is on this list for you?
888-957-9570. Get involved here. We're talking about faceless organizations in professional sports.
I think the Houston Texans are on here. I think Houston, surprisingly, football has a lot of them.
Okay, give them to me.
Arizona, Houston. I'll throw Carolina in there for all you guys. Jacksonville?
Yeah, see, this is what we get at, though, because there are a lot of expansion teams, and it takes a long time for that to take shape. But I'll say this, because we just had an expansion team here in the Bay. The Valkyries, they got history now. Yeah. They got one season down, and the vibe was just different.
So I think the Atlanta Hawks should be on here.
Okay. The Atlanta Hawks, cha-ching. Washington Wizards, absolutely, cha-ching.
Yes.
I don't Wizards, have any feeling. We're talking about
no
teams.
Feelings.
We have that.
No feelings.
A team should garner a reaction one way or another. Either, God, I love that team, or God, I hate that team.
The Rockies are on here?
Rockies are just...
How about the White Sox?
Yeah, the White Sox. But they've just been bad,
But they have cool cultural unims.
They do.
That are relevant.
See, when you say White Sox, God, I love their jerseys. I love their hats.
Well, that's what I'm saying. See, at least you have an emotion. If I say Carolina Panthers, do you have any emotions?
No. Okay. I'll give you another one.
Texans for me.
I'll give you another team that does nothing for me. The Atlanta Falcons don't do diddly poo for me. I have zero feeling towards the Atlanta Falcons.
I'll add that to the list.
Like Michael Vick was really cool.
I don't even want to watch them.
Thank you. And they actually have like a good young team.
No, I don't want to watch
You
them.
don't want to watch Michael Penix? Bijan Robinson?
They bore me.
Really?
They bore me.
That game last week was boring, but they won Sunday Night Football. No, Michael Penix doing that. That's fine. Okay, continue.
The Jets do nothing for me.
Well, the Jets I just like to laugh at. Like I will get like they are a dumpster fire that I will continue to laugh at because misery loves company. And
what about
my
the
team
Washington
suck.
Nationals?
Yeah, they're a big no name for me too because they used to be the Senators, but even then when they came back, like the whole even when they had Bryce Harper, I didn't really think much of them.
Okay, and this is gonna piss off Bonte again. The Orlando Magic.
Magic always kind of had. Like, I always thought they were kind of cool.
Okay, all
like
right.
that was
I'll
me.
leave them aside.
Like the Magic always seemed kind of cool, but they always had a star player. Like they did have like whether it was T-Mac, Dwight Howard, Shaq in the 90s.
What if
Penny
I said
Hardaway.
you the Spurs?
Yeah, but that was their thing. The Spurs the Spurs made it like they leaned into it. Like now we're boring, but we'll just beat you. We'll be boring about it, but we'll win. Like Greg Popovich will be salty. Tony Parker, Ginobili. That's their thing at least. At least they know their lane and they stick to it.
See, you referenced the Grizzlies in my ear, Carter. I think the Grizzlies are ridiculously over the top, and so actually they do evoke emotion because their entire organization is
you can't stand.
minor leagues.
Well,
the Pelicans evoke no emotion from me. None.
The Pelicans.
None.
Yeah, they've never.
The Utah Jazz.
Oh, yeah. Well, they were good, right? During your era. Didn't they have, the mailman?
Yeah. Back when Jesus roamed the earth, they were good.
Well, back in Utah, too. Shout out JC.
Well,
all the Latter-day Saints
they're more
over there.
Mormon, yeah. So.
Well, they believe in Jesus. Yeah, it's all right. Come on. Book of Mormon, baby. So what we're getting at here is that there are a lot of fan bases that no one just cares about in general. And that's a problem in the league, and that's a problem in society right now that we need to fix. And that's why we have these conversations about moving teams to different places. As we mentioned, Utah and Arizona, the Arizona Coyotes, formerly the NHL team there, it's now over in Utah. Did they even come up with a name? Is it still like the Utah Hockey Club? I don't even know if they
Yeti.
The Yetis.
I think there's a lot of irrelevant hockey teams, and the Sharks might be one of them. So
they got cool uniforms.
No,
People
I agree,
yeah.
but I'm saying I'm going to omit hockey for now.
Okay.
Let's go the big three.
Okay.
NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA. Let's narrow it down to 4 or 5. Cardinals have got to be in this top 4 or 5 of most emotionless, don't care one way or the other teams in sports.
The only time we cared about the Arizona Cardinals was when? Legitimately cared about. It was the Kurt Warner run with Larry Fitzgerald. That was it. And that was because of Kurt Warner. It wasn't because of the Cardinals.
Sure.
It was Kurt Warner was amazing. It was like, wow, this story, 40-year-old Kurt Warner, are you serious? He's going to do this thing?
So they had 5 seconds in 80 years. Who else is on the list? We've narrowed it down. We got Texans, Panthers, Jacksonville.
We didn't even mention the most irrelevant franchise of my lifetime. The Charlotte Bobcats / Hornets. They are, without a doubt, the most irrelevant franchise of all time.
People love their unis.
I was just going to say, for me, Larry Johnson and Alonzo Mourning, those jerseys were sick.
But the Bobcats era, Joe, might have been the most forgettable era ever.
Okay, I'm making you pick between Wizards and Hornets. Who would you select?
I guess if you're putting me on the spot, I'll take the Wizards then.
All right.
Because their jerseys right now are just so...
Wizards are awful.
Ugh.
Wizards are awful. All right. So we got, how about the Hawks? Are they on there? Or are they too relevant?
No. Trae Young's had some relevancy here recently.
So let's scratch them off.
Yeah, I know.
Rockies
don't do anything. Their one moment of, what was it, Clint Hurdle, 2007, they get swept because they had 2 weeks off.
If I made you choose between the Nationals and the Rockies, who are you taking? Or the Marlins?
No, Marlins have actually won some stuff. They've done things.
So have the Nats.
Yeah, but the way the Marlins have done it, because they've been dumpster fires too, that they've been so bad, you have to look at their awfulness. That is something to be. And they had that the new stadium and everything, and that sculpture in center field that they got rid of. They have something there. The Nationals, the DC area doesn't even care about the Nationals.
They had Juan Soto and Bryce Harper and Strasburg.
Yeah, I know. No one cared.
Okay.
Did you?
Okay.
Did you?
A little.
A little. Stop. You cared about Strasburg for a second.
More than the Rockies.
Yeah, but they had Tulowitzki and Ubaldo Jimenez, and they had, who's my guy?
Matt Holliday.
They had Helton.
Atkins.
Yeah, there you go. They had some people. Jay in the Bay has some. Do you want to go to Jay in the Bay?
Let's go. Because I think the Pelicans should be on this list.
We're talking about most
I'm going to
irrelevant.
put the Pelicans on the list.
Okay, we're doing the big three. So we're
comprehensive.
doing
I got Cardinals, Wizards, Pelicans. Off the rip.
Okay, baseball, basketball, NFL here. the most irrelevant franchises of the big three. 888-957-9570 as the 49ers are getting ready to play one of the most irrelevant franchises, the Arizona Cardinals. I hope Cardinals fans, if there are any, if you're pissed off about this conversation, call in 888-957-9570. Defend your franchise ever. Jay in the Bay, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, man? I mean, you guys definitely hit it on the head, though. I mean, or you guys said you're only doing the big three. So, I mean, I got to say, even being from the Bay, the Sharks have been irrelevant to the NHL almost as long as they've been in the franchise. They made it to one Stanley Cup and have had a couple of playoff runs and haven't really done much.
I mean, they've had more than just a couple playoff runs, Jay. And in that stretch, I know recently in the last decade it's been pretty bad, so I hear you on that. But there was a moment where the Sharks were just knocking on the door constantly. They just couldn't get over the top. And it's actually funny we bring up the Sharks because Sam and I were kind of doing a deep dive on this before the show of like they were playing in an era where the Red Wings were winning, where, you know, the Penguins and Sidney Crosby,
Avalanche.
where the Avalanche, well, obviously more recently, but and then you got the Blackhawks with the Patrick Kane-led Blackhawks team that won 3 Stanley Cups. Like they were playing in a really deep era in the Western Conference where, you know, no shame to them. And they did get through. And they end up running into, kind of like the Niners did, a buzzsaw that was the Pittsburgh Penguins, and the greatest player maybe of all time, not of all time, as Wayne Gretzky, but of his generation is Sidney Crosby. Like that, there's no shame in losing to them, and they were stacked in their own right. So I disagree that the Sharks have been irrelevant for their inception, because you talked about it. They were more of a niche product here in the Bay when they came as an expansion franchise, but everyone was wearing those starters Shark jackets, everyone in their hats. It was great.
All right. So what about the Royals, the Kansas City Royals? Because I think of Bo Jackson. I think of George Brett. I think of Bobby Witt. I think of the World Series more recently.
Alex Gordon.
But they are pretty irrelevant.
Eric Hosmer, Salvador Perez, Ned Yost. Boom, Yoasted. Remember that?
No one is saying Ned Yost in sports.
They went to back-to-back World Series. They won one of them. Like that I don't scoff at that. But the fact that the Kansas City Chiefs came right after them and said, no one cares about you Royals anymore because we have Patrick Mahomes and we have Andy Reid and we're just going to be competing with every single Super Bowl all the time. That's how they became irrelevant in their own city. No one cares about, like, seriously. Patrick Mahomes is a minority owner there, and even he doesn't even care about the Royals.
All right. So you're going to put the Royals on this list?
Sure. Let's put them on there. Even though I love again, there's a lot of these teams that are irrelevant, but they do have some sick
Are the Falcons on this list? I think
yes!
I think they are.
Yes! I have never cared about them.
What about the Chargers? I actually think they've been very socially relevant, culturally relevant.
I keep forgetting that they're in LA and not San Diego. I don't know if that plays into their relevance or not.
But that's part of the joke about the Chargers is that, like, no one wants them. And, like, it's kind of like the
but I think
orphan.
They've also been good for, like, you know.
They have been for our lifetimes. They've had LaDainian Tomlinson. They've had Phillip Rivers. They've had moments. Again, they were just in an era where they had the Colts and the Patriots and Peyton Manning and Tom Brady dominating.
All right, so we've got Cardinals, Wizards, Pels, Rockies, Royals, Falcons. Would you throw the T-Wolves in there?
Ooh.
Can I ask you something about the Falcons? I kind of have an issue with that. The Mike Vick era was like one of the biggest things in football at the time.
It was open and closed.
Yeah, but he kind of was like AI as far as the culture,
so
right?
Take the Falcons off?
I just think it's really hard for me to put the Falcons on there.
Is that more about the Falcons or the Michael Vick?
No, I agree with that, but he was on the Falcons for it. Come on.
If I made you choose between Carolina, Jacksonville, Houston Texans, and Atlanta, who's in, who's out?
I'm taking the Falcons off that list, and you can keep the other 3.
Texans, Carolina, Jacksonville. Who makes the cut?
Texans, Carolina, Jacksonville.
It's got to be the Texans, right?
I mean, the Jags haven't even, like... Yeah, the Texans are so new. Like that,
they're
just
that's
so
part
ugly,
of it. Red, white, and blue.
Yeah, but they're
so bad.
They're also so new. Had they stayed the Oilers, I do think we view them a little bit differently.
Texas A&M is more popular than they are.
Well, University of Texas dominates down there. Like,
so we're gonna go with Texans.
Yeah.
All right. So now we're down to like the Jazz, the T-Wolves, the Nats. Who are we omitting? Come on.
Would you guys put the Lions on there? I mean, they've been relevant the last couple years, but for like 60 years, they were just like
I think
the team that just lost.
But they were so bad. They're the NFC version of the Browns. That is something.
And the Jets.
And the Jets. Like they,
I'm kind of with you.
They are so awful.
Like the Pirates.
Yeah.
Like the Pirates in baseball.
Yeah.
They're so bad, they're relevant.
Yes, that exactly.
What about the Twins? Come on, the Twins?
The Twins are
or maybe the Reds, too.
Yeah, but they got such cool unis.
Yes. I always like the Twins uniforms, but I hear you, it's red, white, and blue. And they've kind of have that gold trim now recently where they've kind of been something. But I hear the TC hats, I don't know. They always did something for me. But Joe Mauer being their high watermark and him being so boring this last century, I think that's a good one to put in there. And I always put them like, oh, the Twins, yeah, they're nice, but they'll be one and done if they make the playoffs every single time. Without failure, they will do that every single time.
So I'm going to add the Jazz to this. All right. So let's just say I do this. All right. You have a choice.
Oh, God.
What's the worst choice? You're a Cardinal fan. You're a Wizard fan. You're a Pelican fan. You're a Rocky fan. You're a Royal fan. You're a Texans fan, a Twins fan, or a Jazz fan. Those are the 8 bottom teams in the 3 sports that we have narrowed it down to. What's the worst of those?
Pelicans, not even close. The Pelicans. The Pelicans don't even want to be the Pelicans. They don't even know what their mascot is. Remember that weird baby-looking thing they had for a second?
I think the Commanders would have been on this list.
They don't know what they're doing. They don't know, but at least the Commanders were a dumpster fire, and you can laugh at Dan Snyder. Like Albert Hainsworth, you can think of the moments there, and also some sad stuff.
You're taking the Pelicans as the worst. Dude, I think it's an Arizona Cardinal fan.
Hold on. Does the city of New Orleans even know they have a basketball team?
Probably not.
Do they even care? Tulane football matters more in New Orleans than them. I love you, Steiny, but the Green Wave means more than Zion Williamson over there. They're not even going to see Zion at the stadium. They'll just see Zion at the bar or at, what is that, Cafe Du Monde, whatever, having his beignets. That's what they care about.
So you're taking the Pelicans as the worst team in sports to be a fan of because there's no emotion.
Not even close. And 888-957-9570. What is the worst team that you could be a fan of today currently? What is it? Like a relevancy where you just feel like there's no hope at all. 888-957-9570.
The Brooklyn Nets.
That's a good one.
Could be on this list.
See, I liked them and respected them more when they were the New Jersey Nets because it sounded cooler. I was like, at least Jersey, it's their own thing. It's a different state. Like, that's cool. Jersey, it's a Jersey thing.
To me, because of the way football is, every 5 to 10 years, you should be good enough to somehow make the playoffs. The Cardinals have got to be it for me. It's so bad to be a Cardinal fan. It must be awful. You've seen Seattle win a Super Bowl. You've seen the Niners be in a million Super Bowls. You've seen the Rams be in multiple Super Bowls and win one.
Anthony and Hayward's got a great one that we have not brought up.
Who's that?
Anthony, you're on the Morning Roast. What's the most irrelevant team that you could think of?
The Anaheim Los Angeles Angels.
That's a great one.
I totally forgot about them.
Mike Trout forgot he was on that team, too. And the league forgot about it. Hi, Anthony.
Is that the team you'd least want to be a fan of?
Yeah, the Angels. I love Ohtani, but yeah, the Angels, they're horrible.
You said that, Anthony. I was so Ohtani was an Angel for a while. Even I forgot about that. With Trout.
That's the craziest.
They played 0 playoff games. I was like, Mike Trout might be the most wasted career in professional sports in terms of just how great of a player he was versus the lack of success his team had.
You know what the common denominator is? Not only just horrific ownership.
Yeah.
On a lot of these, awful uniforms too.
I was just
Pelicans, awful uniforms.
Angels stink right now too. They're boring.
I like their City Connects are sweet.
If they just went back to the California Angels and with that, that was a red, white, and blue that was cool. Or they had the Angel Wings, which I actually was a fan of once upon a time. Those were fun.
I think the Rockies have cool jerseys. The Wizards have awful jerseys.
Horrible.
Awful.
And they revamped them recently too.
And the Arizona Cardinals have awful jerseys. They're awful.
I will say this: the Angels, they definitely they were the only one of all these teams who decided to actually had the best player at one time in the sport, and still no one cared. I would go to those Angels games at the Coliseum just to see Shohei and Mike Trout. I was like, oh, Mike Trout's gonna hit a home run or two. And the final score is 6-3 A's. And the final score is 8-2. Every single time. What is it? Tungsten Armo Doyle that won?
I'm getting text messages that the Titans should be on this.
Ooh, that's a good one.
The fact we even forgot to mention the Titans kind of.
Remember the Titans, right? So come on, we got to remember the Titans.
I didn't forget it, but I thought of the Music City Miracle, so that was just hard for me to put them on.
Cam Ward will change that.
Low Neal, baby. Let's go. Come on, don't say that to Low.
Cal football should be on this list.
By the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube and participating. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, I should say. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. I mentioned Low Neal, And Niner fans, join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing for the 49ers pregame show. Food, fun, a shuttle to the game, all right there. Laughing Monk Brewing in Sandy Vale. Sign up for the spot on the shuttle via the website, 957thegame.com.
All right, I'm making you choose between these 4 teams. Cardinals of Arizona, Houston Texans, Tennessee Titans, Jacksonville Jaguars. What's the worst existence as a fan?
Well, as a fan, only a couple of those teams have not been to a Super Bowl, and that sucks. Like, the Jaguars came close, and
Blake Bortles, remember, he was beating, I think it was Tom Brady at halftime.
He was.
And they took a knee with like a minute and a half to go instead of going for a drive. And Jalen Ramsey was like, yeah, that's the play. Like, you guys are done.
Yeah, there's a ticky-tack DPI call in that game, I want to say. And, like, it totally, like, changed the entire, like, narrative of that game. Because they could have easily, like, imagine how we're talking about Tom Brady if he lost an AFC championship game to Blake Bortles. Oh, my God. That being said,
I'd rather be a Browns fan than any of those teams.
Yes, Browns or the Lions, quite frankly. They have some history.
Titans are so bad. Their blue helmets are terrible.
Can't wait to ask John Gambadoro this. 7 minutes, sister station, Odyssey, Arizona, because he will probably say that even in Arizona, like, they'd take Arizona State or the University of Arizona over, like, the Cardinals. They might.
Yeah.
They might.
I, as a season ticket holder, have back-to-back games. It's Cardinals, Jags. You want to talk about putrid, looking at your season tickets, you're like, Cardinals, Jags, back-to-back?
Well, the Jaguars, shouldn't they just be in London by now? Like, seriously. The league doesn't even want Jacksonville in America. They want the Jags over the London Jaguars. And by the way, I do think that's coming here in our lifetime. There's going to be a team across the pond, which is insane that we're going to have flights all the way over there, and they're going to go global. It's going to be crazy.
What's wild to me is that the Rockies and the Arizona Cardinals have been in the Giants and Niners divisions for multiple decades. I think 2002 was NFL realignment, and I want to say 97 was after the strike was when they did Major League Baseball realignment. They've evoked emotion for me 0 times in the last multiple decades. 0.
None.
Even though I know when we face them, it's always going to be tricky because they're so god-awful, we overlook them.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're getting a lot on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line.
You brought up the Blazers. That's a good one, but I remember, I'm a little older. Like,
Jailblazers?
I loved the Blazers. The Bonzi Wells, even going back, Jerome Kersey. You guys don't remember Jerome Kersey, but like Rod Strickland, Terry Porter. I loved those, Clyde Drexler. I loved those Blazers because I hated the Lakers. So like I was like, Blazers, please win.
And then they had the little run with LaMarcus Aldridge. They had Brandon Roy for a hot second.
Yeah,
and I love Brandon Roy.
I just hate McCollum and Dame.
Yeah. So, well, CJ in particular. I like Dame. CJ is just, is he even on a team anymore? He got traded?
It's on the Wizards.
Oh, my God.
So you might as well not be.
It all comes full circle in this conversation.
He got traded for Jordan Poole.
A Pelican and a Wizard.
You just mentioned the trade right there of irrelevancy. Jordan Poole, CJ McCollum, Pelicans, Wizards. The conversation came full circle. Thank you so much, Carter. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, Righteously Brewed at San Francisco. John Gambadoro joining us next, talking Niners Cardinals. And it's going to be brought to you by Frontier Ford. Hurry to Frontier Ford. Lease the all-electric Mustang Mach-E for $225 a month, I should say, or buy with 0% APR, 72 months with a $2,000 rebate. Federal EV tax credits on Mach-E and F-150 Lightning expire September 30th. FrontierFord.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-793-9858. 888. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-793-9858 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-793-9858 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-793-9858.
Here we go.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business, and we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm all right. If you think you're gonna take me on, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season streaming September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge.
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every red and gold home game this season for our special live pregame broadcast. Plus, we'll have tailgate games, prizes, great food, and drink specials. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
This is Big Pun from South City. You're now listening to Original Joe and the one and only Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Nothing brings fans together more than dumping on other fan bases and just saying ours means more than yours. That's what brings us together.
It's like that Bloods and Crips meme.
A little bit. And that's what I'm seeing a lot from fan bases around here. It's like, at least our fan base has a history. And we're talking about irrelevant franchises. And, you know, a lot of people view the Arizona Cardinals as one that's kind of faceless. It's like, who are they? You know, even within their own region, you know, the D-backs have won a title. They've been there. They were just in a World Series recently. Yeah, I love Chase Field. It's great. It's got a pool. Out there, Joe, in center field. You ever been out there?
Went to it. You cannot just go show up to the pool. You have to have those particular seats, so they have to like rent it out or however they call it, reserving it or whatever.
Oh, you can't just jump in there and just get some trunks?
I went there a couple years ago with Lucas and Nash and my wife, and we had a good time.
Nice.
We'll go visit Nash.
Nice. And then obviously all those different...
Went to Kevin Durant's final game with the Suns? Yes, I think so.
That was a forgettable one. By the way, I can't wait to see KD.
No, not his friend. It was a playoff game.
It was against the Nuggets, right, where they got destroyed?
It was Chris Paul's final game with the Suns.
Ah, there you go. Yeah, because KD's was last year.
Yeah, they got destroyed by the Nuggets.
They did. Who's going to destroy who? Is there going to be someone getting destroyed on Sunday at Levi's Stadium? I'm not thinking any of these teams are going to roll, whether that be the Arizona Cardinals and Kyler Murray or the 49ers and quarterback X. Is it going to be Mac Jones? Is it going to be Brock Purdy? Well, let's talk about it with John Gambadoro. Afternoon Drive on our sister station, 98.7 KMVP in Phoenix. And he joins us courtesy of River Islands. As all guests at 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. And John, good morning. Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. Let me just ask you this first, because we just had an entire 30 minutes going through the list of the big three sports in America: basketball, football, and baseball, and talking about franchises that are just kind of faceless, right? We mentioned the Washington Wizards. We mentioned, the Charlotte Hornets. We mentioned, the Jacksonville Jaguars. Kind of just teams that when you say them, it doesn't do anything for you.
Zero emotion.
Zero.
I've been going to Niner games my whole life. You guys have been in the division. The Cardinals have since 2002. They evoke zero emotion from me. Not that I don't think it's going to be a tough game. Just nothing. Literally nothing.
Why is that, John?
Well, first off, I mean, I've been here for 29 years, but as you can tell by my accent, I grew up when the Cardinals were in the NFC East, right? When they played the Giants and they played the Eagles and they played the Cowboys, and the Cardinals were irrelevant then. I mean, as a Giants fan growing up as a kid, watching Parcells win a couple of Super Bowls, Sims and Hostetler, nobody gave the Cardinals an afterthought. And I move out here, and they were here since 88. And the Suns are the original team. Everybody loves the Phoenix Suns. They were here in the 60s, so, they've got that nobody else has. We had a hockey team here, but we lost them because nobody supported them. The baseball team won the World Series in 2001. Randy Johnson, Curt Schilling, Luis Gonzalez. The Cardinals football teams had a lot of struggles. It's had a lot of struggles. Kyler Murray's been here for like this 8th year now. And he's been to the playoffs once, and they got spanked by the Rams. So it's been a while since they were relevant. They were in the Super Bowl with Kurt Warner. Obviously, they came very close to winning it. But they've had one playoff win since then, guys. One playoff win since that Super Bowl in 2008.
I mean, all my years of going to Candlestick and then now Levi's, I've legitimately never met a Cardinal fan. So you talk to them on a daily basis.
Do you not ever leave the house?
I've never seen one.
John, I got to back him up on this one.
You've never seen a Cardinal fan?
I've never met a Cardinal fan, ever. I've been going to games my whole life. I'm not even trying to be that guy.
They sell out every single game. They sell out every single game.
I've never met a Cardinal fan. I'm not trying to be a hater. I'm being dead serious.
Yeah. So are you afraid of planes? Do you never get on a plane? Do you not travel? Do you live in this? Do you live in this little bubble? I can tell you guys don't get much sun. Do you guys live in this little bubble where you never get out? There are plenty of Cardinal fans. Now you can rag on them not having any success, but you're not going to sit here and tell me that the stadium's 50% full every game. They sell out every single game, and even if you go to now, they don't have the fan base like the Cowboys when they travel, but they do have fans at every game.
No, I'm not saying that they don't. What I'm saying is I don't have a feel for the fans of the Cardinals that I've never met, like how they feel about Kyler. Because like Kyler to me is like he's extremely talented, but I don't know what to make of him.
Joe, I love doing the show with you guys because I can't get any names wrong. I got Joe and I got Joe. I can't screw that up. Here's what I'll tell you. Here's what I'll tell you about Kyler, because I say this all the time. If you have a top 10 quarterback, you know what you have. If you got, what are you laughing at, Joe? If you got a bottom 10 quarterback, because I can see you now. I can see you. So top 10 quarterback, you know what you have. Bottom 10 quarterback, you know what you have. You know what sucks? When you got a quarterback in the middle, because you don't know if the quarterback's good enough, and if you get rid of him, you might be worse. Kyler Murray's always ranked right around 15th to 16th. He's right smack in the middle. You can get rid of him and get a lot worse, or you can try to get better. He's never won a playoff game. He's made a lot of money. He's been here for a long time. I think he's good. But I don't think he's great. So that's where you come into the problem. Like, how many years do you run with Ryan Tannehill? How many years do you run with Kirk Cousins? How many years do you run with Jay Cutler before you realize that, hey, I'm not going to win a Super Bowl with this guy? This is a big year for Kyler.
Talking about John Gambadoro here on the Morning Roast Afternoon Drive, 98.7 KMVP in Phoenix, as the Niners have their home opener at Levi's this Sunday, taking on the Arizona Cardinals. And John, we were asking it last week to all like the people from the Saints organization, from people, the new Mac Jones from the Patriots, but just the drop-off you feel like heading into this game, if it is Mac Jones under center this Sunday, and we'll see, Brock's been limited participant at practice last few days. Maybe he's got a shot. I would still be surprised if he starts this Sunday. What do you think the drop-off is from Brock Purdy to Mac Jones?
You know, you played New Orleans last week. He did a good job. He holds on to the ball a little bit too long. So he's going to get hit, take those quarterback hits and the pressures. I think Mac Jones is a very capable backup quarterback, just like we have here in Arizona and Jacoby Brissett. What you want is, you know, Browning's going to replace Burrow. Browning won 4 out of 7 games last year replacing Burrow. I think when you've got your backup quarterback in, you're not expecting to win a Super Bowl. You're saying if he's got to play 4 games, can he win 2? Can he win 3? The Cardinals have that with Jacoby Brissett this year. They didn't have it last year with Clayton Tune. I think the benefit is, you know, the Cardinals secondary is really banged up, especially at the cornerback spot. Mac Jones has played in enough games where you can say, okay, he's got a veteran presence. But do I think there's a drop-off? Yeah, I think there's a drop-off. You're going from your starter to a backup. There should be a drop-off. You beat New Orleans. New Orleans isn't any good. Cardinals beat them too. But when you start playing better teams, are you more comfortable with Brock Purdy or Mac Jones? It should be Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I think most are more comfortable with Brock Purdy, but because of the toe injury, I think people don't want him to play prematurely, re-aggravate it, or play compromised, and then have a more serious injury because of the money invested into him.
Yeah, I saw some things, you know, in trying to preview this game this week where people were like, oh, Purdy's going to rush himself back because he's afraid of Mac Jones. Why? Why is Brock Purdy? Oh, they liked Mac Jones in the draft. Shanahan wanted to take him instead of Lance. And I don't think if Purdy can play, he'll play. And if he can't play, he won't play. And when he's ready to come back, he'll get his job back. I can't see a scenario in which Mac Jones ends up keeping the starting job.
So who is this Cardinal team right now? Fantasy players are going to know James Conner and Harrison and Kyler, and obviously the tight end McBride, who's extremely talented. I mean, he's just really good.
Great player.
Who is this Cardinals team walking into Levi's this weekend? Give me both sides of the ball, maybe some strengths and weaknesses.
So they're 2-0. So they're 2-0 just like the Rams and the 49ers. They did not play great in either game. Carolina and New Orleans. They were blowing Carolina out like 27-3. And then they fell apart in the second half. and they scored 7 points and then didn't score again. Same thing against New Orleans. They scored like 3 points in the second half. They're a team that's really struggled in the second half of football games to put teams away. They should have put New Orleans away, should have put Carolina had the ball and a chance to win the game at the end, and the Cardinals were up 27-3. They're struggling to run. They can't get James Conner going. That's been a problem. That's an offensive line issue. Marvin Harrison Jr., same thing. We debated all the time. Should they have taken Malik Neighbors? But the difference is, like, the Giants don't have a tight end. The Cardinals have maybe the best catching tight end in the NFL in Trey McBride. So Marvin Harrison Jr. is not going to get 13 targets a game, but you're still he's your top pick. He was the first player taken, not a receiver. That wasn't a quarterback, excuse me. You want to get him more involved in the offense. Outside of McBride and Marvin Harrison Jr. so far this year, they've had nothing. They're number 2 receiver, number 3 receiver, number 4 receiver. They each have like two catches each. So they play a lot of tight ends. They'll play a lot of tight ends. You'll see 3 tight ends on the field a lot. And defensively, we thought that they'd be better at pressuring the quarterback, and they're good at it, but they're not getting the quarterback sacks that we thought they would after they spent the money on Josh Sweat. He had a good game last week, but we are expecting a little bit more of a wrecking crew type of defense. Haven't seen it yet, but I think it's on its way.
Talking with John Gambadoro here on the Morning Roast, 98.7 KMVP in Phoenix. And John, I want to play this sound for you and for the audience because I thought it was pretty funny. Calais Campbell, obviously, this guy, he's been around for so damn long. I think he might be a future Hall of Famer. I got to check the stats, but he's been around, feels like, for 15 years. But this is what he had to say yesterday when asked who he'd rather face at quarterback, Brock Purdy or Mac Jones.
You want a truthful answer? The truthful answer is I'd much rather play against Mac Jones. and that's not a shot because Mac is a first-round talent, and he can do all the things. He just hasn't been that defense. He hasn't been that offense a long time, so he just is still going through it. But with Brock, I mean, he's a master of that offense. He can make it go. I'm willing to play whoever they put in front of me. We go out there and we go earn it. But we have a little bit of advantage, with just a quarterback who hasn't been there as long in the offense versus somebody who's a master of it.
Now, John, I think he caught himself there. The way he was laughing for 5-6 seconds. Does that tell me he doesn't think highly of Mac Jones, or you believe in him when he said afterwards, he's like, no, he just doesn't know the offense very well?
Man, you want to feel old? Calais was on the Super Bowl team with Kurt Warner back in 2008 when they lost to the Steelers. He was on that team.
What?
Calais Campbell was on the Cardinals team that played in the Super Bowl in 2008.
Hey, John, I was a sophomore in high school then. Now I have 2 kids and I'm 32. So there you go.
That's how old Calais is. That's how old Calais is. Wow. He played with Edgerrin James in the Super Bowl. I think he's just giving you guys an honest answer, man. I'd rather play against the backup than play against the starter. If it wasn't for Calais, they might not have won that game last week. He's the guy that sacked Bryce Young to win the game. This is going to be his last year. He still plays at a high level. He just has to play less snaps, right? He can't play the same amount of snaps. You got to play him like 35% of the time. That's why they have all this depth now in the defensive line. But I think he's giving you an honest answer. I mean, how many? If you honestly, who's going to say I would rather play the starter than the backup on any team in this league?
No, I think Carson Wentz maybe over J.J. McCarthy, but that's about it.
I mean, that's a pretty unique situation.
It is.
Yeah.
But that's it. Yeah.
And I don't even think I would take that. I've seen enough of Carson Wentz to know that he's not very good.
Hey, he got an MVP. If he didn't get hurt, John, let's be fair. He was going to be an MVP, but that was back like 9 years ago. So I hear you.
Yeah, that's nice. They got rid of him, and then they won a Super Bowl in Philadelphia.
Yeah, but I can't believe you referenced 2008 because I earlier referenced 07 Monday night, the back end of a doubleheader when the Niners played the Cardinals and Arnaz Battle scored on a end around, and Matt Leinart was the starting quarterback, and Ken Wisenhunt was the coach against Mike Nolan. I can't believe, I now cannot believe Campbell was in the league in 08 the very next year. Like, my mind is blown from that. Wow.
Yeah, that Super Bowl, he was like, I think it might have been his rookie year, but he was, I know it's crazy. For guys to play that long in the league, you think about, now we knew him here because he was playing with, at that time there was Carlos Dansby and Darnell Dockett, obviously Fitzgerald, Anquan Bolden. It's crazy to think that he was on that team.
Edge was an old man running back on one of those teams. Marcel Shipp was a name that always came to mind. J.J. Arrington, the Cal guy. I mean, there's so many guys on those old Cardinal teams. We were talking about old man Emmitt Smith as like a 35-year-old. I said, because I hated the Cowboys, and I'm like, I just have to respect Emmitt Smith playing as a 35-year-old running behind the offensive line of the Arizona Cardinals and doing work against the Niners. It's just you guys have had some hell like old school players back then.
Well, when we think of Edgerrin James, they got Emmitt he played 2 years here, and he was okay for one of them. Edge was towards the end, left the Colts. But here's the thing about Edge, which is fascinating. They could have drafted Adrian Peterson, but they didn't because they had Edgerrin James. Oh, my God. So they were like, nah, we can't take Adrian Peterson. We just spent all this money on Edgerrin James. They passed on Adrian Peterson and didn't get much out of Edgerrin James because he was at the end. But that's why they didn't take Adrian Peterson, because of Edgerrin James's presence on the team.
All right, let me throw a random one at you. We're going to switch to basketball. Jonathan Kuminga is a huge topic, 24/7, 365 for the Warriors and the Warrior fans right now. Do the Suns want him? Do you want him? What's going on here with Jonathan Kuminga from the Phoenix perspective?
Yeah, the Suns do like him, and the Suns would bring him on here, and they would pay him. But it's a matter of what are they going to give up to get him, and I just don't think I think it's hard to get a deal done. The Suns don't have any draft capital going forward. They don't have any draft capital. But they've liked Kuminga all summer. They've kept their eye on him. I'm very close to these situations. If you go back to my reporting on KD to Golden State at the trade deadline and everything like that, but I just don't know that they have what it takes to get it done and what Golden State would want out of Kuminga. Now, last thing we heard was they were, closing in on a deal in Golden State, might be able to get something done. But did the Suns like him? Yes. Would the Suns trade for him? Yes. But go look at the Suns' assets and tell me what you think you would want for Jonathan Kuminga. They don't have much.
We'll take Grayson Allen and a bag of chips at this point.
Deal. Deal. Let's sign that up. Sign it up.
Hey, John,
I'll send you some of the best burritos from here. So we'll send that as well. Deal.
Okay.
You can have Grayson Allen, a bag of chips, and 2 burritos.
There you go.
I'd rather have a tea time at one of your better golf courses, quite frankly.
Hey, John, we got Jonathan Kuminga's agent, Aaron Turner, coming up on the show after us at 10:30. What would you ask Jonathan Kuminga's agent? You can ask one question to it, John.
Great question.
What would it be?
Why don't you want to stay in Golden State?
That was Shasky's literally. We played this game an hour ago. He asked these things.
It's a very simple question
at
like
what
that.
point did it all fall apart for you? This whole saga has been draining, quite frankly, and it's the only thing the league keeps talking about too. Shams, Anthony Slater. It's just been with the qualifying offer deadlines October 1st. So hopefully it happens then. Or before that, we'll see.
Is there a feeling that when Curry? I mean, here's the thing. You guys are in limbo too, man. You're always constantly going to be an 8 or a 9 or a 10 seed the way you're going. I mean, at least the Suns just blew it up. Say goodbye to Durant. Thank God. I'm so happy he's gone. Say goodbye to Beal. I'm happy he's gone too. They're not going to win a lot of games, but at least they'll be young and they'll be fun and they'll be exciting. You guys are going to have to get to that point too.
Well, we'd like to have Booker from you for nothing, but that's never going to happen. So, John, I will apologize. I wasn't meaning to be disrespectful. I legitimately don't know any Cardinal. I have no friends or anyone in my realm that I've personally met who's a Cardinal fan. And I meant no disrespect. I do. I really enjoy having you on. I love your perspective.
Is Brock Purdy a Cardinals fan?
I know. So you're basically saying you don't have a lot of friends.
Yeah, I live in a bubble.
We have a thing when the Cardinals come to San Francisco. We've got a thing called the Bird Gang Travel. It's a Bird Gang Travel Club. They go to all the road games.
Okay.
Go into the stands and go, how you doing? I'm Joe. I never met a Cardinal fan before. I just want to talk to you guys for 10 minutes.
You know what?
Do an on-the-scene thing. I've never met a Cardinal fan. Be a great radio bit. I've never met a Cardinal fan before. Here, I'll set it up. Those guys go to every game. Bird Gang Travel. They'll be there with a whole bunch of Cardinal fans for the 49er game at your place.
So all 3 of them will be there.
Oh, no. Wow.
Yes. 3 times like
good sport.
20.
I'm going to try to find them.
Hey, John, good stuff,
You're
man.
good sport.
We appreciate the time this morning, man.
You got it. Joe, good luck finding some friends.
That's John Gambadoro joining us here on the River Islands guest line. As all guests in 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. 98.7 KMVP in Phoenix.
Gang.
Well, he's been in Arizona for 30 years, and how does he still have that accent? That's what I want to know. He must visit and travel back to the East Coast a bunch. He has to.
Is the baby song, what happened to that boy? Is that their like theme song?
There's also got to be a joke in there somewhere that like the voice of the Cardinals fan is from the East Coast. like I'm sorry, he's got a thick New York accent, and he's the voice of your squad. I love you, Johnny. Hey, by the way, it's the lighting. The lighting that makes us look more.
What are you
light.
laughing at, Joe?
Hey, what are you laughing at?
I was laughing because everyone was like, dude, I think he's disrespected. I was like, I hope he didn't. It was me being sincere.
I mean, it was absolutely the conversation we're having for is absolutely disrespectful.
What do you mean?
And we were making fun of franchises no one cares about. We were just
All I said
destroying
was
fans.
I've personally never. Okay, great example. I've personally never met a New Orleans Pelican fan. Is that me being disrespectful?
No, it's just facts.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that, but it comes off as disrespectful how we present it and how we're laughing about it. That is where it gets disrespectful.
Here's what I would say to you. I am a Warrior fan, and I was a Warrior fan during a time when no one wanted to be a Warrior fan. No one did. I had friends who jumped ship to the Kings because they were the cool thing, or the Lakers, Guru, and whoever else was out there.
We didn't even bring up the Kings. How could we not bring them up? Talk about irrelevant. Oh my gosh.
I'll back up Shasky on the Warrior fan thing there, because when I went out to Miami my freshman year, I was the first Warrior fan that so many people had met. Like I was like, oh, I'm a Golden State Warrior fan. I'm like, where do they even play?
Me and my cousin Mike had gear. And, like I have all these pictures on the on my Instagram of me and my cousin Mike. We're like 8 years old. We're just draped in Warriors
Was this
gear.
White Mike or Black Mike?
No, this is Big Mike.
Okay, got it.
Okay,
All right.
Big Mike. And like no one had Warrior gear. You know how like we were so proud of our Warrior swag. It's like no one even knew where the hell the Warriors were.
Yeah,
and I know all you young
Shaq
people
didn't.
Like, what?
Shaq, when he played here, he said, "Where's Golden State?"
I know.
I don't know where I am right now. Dabo Sweeney at Levi's Stadium when they won the championship at Clemson. I don't even know where the hell I am in California.
He's not wrong.
Santa Clara.
He's not wrong. So it takes one to know one.
By the way, Sports Talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. Cardi, paying attention. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries
Tulsa
yet,
King?
forcing him to fight for everything he's built and to protect his empire. Stream the new season of Tulsa King on Sunday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus. Get after it, dude. Paramount Plus. Come on. Let's go.
Speaking of old school photos, you were born what year?
1993 till infinity. Yep, 93, baby.
I posted a photo of my baseball team when I was in, like, I don't know, 7th grade or whatever, mid-90s this morning on Instagram. And it's an old school park, Potrero Rec Center, which is now called Palega. And shout out Racer, one of the great St. Mary's Park legends, one of the fastest guys in San Francisco. And rest in peace, Reggie Milligan. I mean, back in the day, we're all rocking the St. Mary's Giants gear back in the day. And he has the dopest 1990s 49er jacket, Racer does. Oh, with the Filas, the fresh Filas.
I love Filas. Remember, did you guys ever rock K-Swiss back in the day?
No,
I rocked some K. Yeah, Carter.
No, I didn't.
The K-Swiss.
No, it was Keds.
Wear my K-Swiss. Yeah. My K-Swiss.
I
Carter
couldn't afford
remembers.
those. I had Payless shoes for a while, and then Grandma would get me my Nikes.
I went to, well, for a while when, like, the light-up shoes were cool when I was, like, a little kid, you had to go to, like, the Big Five to get, like, the light-up shoes.
You guys
so we
even
do
know
that.
what Payless was?
Yeah, no. Yes, we know what Payless was.
I don't know.
God.
I don't know. I'm just asking.
Jesus. How old? Like, we're not 20. We're in our 30s, Joe. We're millennials. I told you that. We're in the same generation.
When did Payless stop being a thing?
Ooh, I think they went bankrupt, like, in
That's what I'm saying.
Like, a couple years ago, I want to say.
I remember when we were kids, like, you know, to get your, like, school shoes and all this stuff.
Correct.
We'd go there, and, like, there'd be one on mission
or like
that we
restaurants,
would always go to.
or like restaurants. If you worked in a restaurant, they had like the non-slip shoes that you would go.
Yes.
Yeah, you'd go there for them. Or like construction shoes. I wanted to say too, like some steel toe. They had like cheaper versions of them.
Black, orange, and white was the logo?
I think so. Yeah. For
Payless? Or was it yellow?
No, it was orange. It was orange, black,
okay.
and white, like the Orioles and Giants. So there you go.
Yeah.
By the way, can I play this Calais Campbell sound one more time? He was absolutely.
He sounds like a giant.
Well, he sounds like
he is.
He's laughing. He's laughing.
like, well, I'm bigger than him.
It sounds like he's licking his chops to play Mac Jones.
You want a truthful answer? The truthful answer is I'd much rather play against Mac Jones. and that's not a shot because Mac is a first-round talent, and he can do all the things. He just hasn't been that defense. He hasn't been that offense a long time, so he just is still going through it. But with Brock, I mean, he's a master of that offense. He can make it go. I'm willing to play whoever they put in front of me. We go out there and we go earn it. But we have a little bit of advantage, with just a quarterback who hasn't been there as long in the offense versus somebody who's a master of it.
And again, that was Calais Campbell via NFL Network yesterday, and sounded like he was disrespecting Mac. If I'm Mac, I'm watching that and saying, okay. All right, you laugh at me.
I don't think he's disrespecting Mac.
He laughed. Who would you rather face?
Well, the backup. That's what they're going to say.
Yeah, but he laughed. He didn't have to laugh. The way he was snickering about it.
I don't think it's that disrespectful.
I think it was. He was laughing about it.
All right.
It was. But you know what? That's okay. If I'm Mac Jones, I watch it, and I use that to fuel me. All right? Use some motivation. People laugh at Mac Jones. That's fine. He was down and out, and this is his opportunity, if he does indeed start Sunday, to go 2-0 and help the 49ers be 3-0 in the season and 2-up in the division. This is a big game on Sunday.
Oh,
it absolutely is.
They all are. It's 17 games.
No, but again, division games. I know. Apparently, Bonte. Like we're all attributing division games are different to Bonte. Oh, yeah. It's been around forever.
He invented football. I don't know if you know this.
well, I was listening to Steiny and Goo yesterday and then Goo gets mad at me because he thinks I never listen. I'm listening, Goo. I promise. # I'm listening. Like Bonte doesn't get the division games are different. And I love you, Bonte. I'm talking to you right now, and I'll talk to you Tuesday.
Well,
My dad's been saying that forever. Well, division games, son.
Bonte has perfected the art of taking every single opinion in an argument so he could never be wrong.
That's actually kind of smart. Maybe
he boxes you in.
Maybe I should start doing that.
I love it.
Just take every single opinion there's ever been and say, I came up with that. That's good. I like that. And I'm not saying that, by the way, Bonte. That's Joe saying that. He'll join us next Tuesday, by the way.
We would do these post-game shows on GBG, and I'm going to give him some grief.
Oh, boy.
And he'd be like, Jimmy played amazing, except for these 7-0 no throws. And if he can't deliver those, they might not win at all. You might have to go to the backup. But I really like him. He's really good. What, you don't think he's good enough? Do you think there'll be a quarterback controversy if Nick Mullins plays well enough? Come on, Shasky. It's like blowing oxygen into my fire.
Well,
Sam, you're laughing because you know exactly what he would do to me. And then I would fall for it, banana in the tailpipe every time.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors of Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We got Steiny and Goo. Relax.
Steiny and who?
Stop.
The Huru Johnson?
Well, in this case, it would have been the Hebrew Johnson. But it's Steiny and Goo coming up.
Wow.
Sure, why not? Just steer right into the skid.
I mean, wow.
Oh, that's pretty good. Wait, it's a Friday. I'm laughing. It's fun. Crossover, 45 minutes with those guys. It's your first iteration. What are you going to ask Steiny and Goo? What is that you want to ask them?
I walked into the break room after I was eating a Kit Kat bar because I was so hungry because Carter failed to order food 2 different times at the break. And so I walked over to Steiny as my stomach is grumbling. I go, what's up, Steiny? Let me show you this video. He goes, you know what I'm out on? What are you out on? The fake internet golf press conference thing of recreational golfers. There's these guys that do what are they called? Skits on Instagram and TikTok. Yeah. And it's like, just got off shooting a 110. And they pretend to be, interviewed by the press after being a recreational golfer. And I agree with him. He's 100% right.
Oh, so we're getting mad at people for having fun and laughing at themselves.
Well,
Okay. No, it's fine.
Then it jumps the shark.
Oh, I mean, just yuck other people's yum is what we'd like to do around here in these parts. That's, you know what? I'm going to celebrate people that want to have fun and make other people laugh.
Shut up.
You know what? Good for them. Steiny, of course, spoiler alert, Steiny found something that he doesn't like on the internet, so he's going to let everyone know about it. So that's good. Glad he found another thing that he
usually
hates.
likes so many things.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hey, spoiler alert, Steiny doesn't like something. Water is wet. There you go.
Oh, you guys
Thanks.
are so mean.
No, it's a fact.
Dude, in my community, we respect our elders.
Well, in my community, I will respect elders when they deserve said respect. How about that? There we go. I think that's lost in society.
It's the most millennial thing that could possibly be said.
Yeah, it is. Sorry. Well, it's true. There's a lot of current elders that don't deserve any respect, quite frankly.
Next 2 years, you take George Kittle, Trey McBride.
It's not even close. I'm taking George Kittle. Next 2 years?
Just asking.
2 years. You
Trey
said, right?
McBride's pretty good, dude.
Yeah, we'll see. But I'm taking
and he's younger.
I'm taking the quarterback situation for San Francisco. This is part of it. I'm taking the quarterback situation, San Francisco, over the Cardinals. So conversely, I'm taking, George Kittle in that situation.
Next 2 years, Harrison or Pearsall?
Ooh, that's a good one. But I got to take the upside of Harrison right now, right? I did say in the chat, what I say in the chat yesterday, though. Ricky Pearsall over Keon Coleman. I am doing that going forward.
Well, hold on, let me ask a question about that Harrison Pearsall thing. Are you saying, are you taking Harrison's career with the Cardinals or Pearsall's career with the Niners? Or are you saying, would you rather flip-flop Harrison and Pearsall?
Just who's going to be better the next 2 years?
How define better?
Stats and the team winning and them being
2 years from now, you'd be like, wow, I'm glad I have that guy.
Exactly.
When looking at, I go Pearsall.
I'm still going to stick with Marvin Harrison because I really thought highly of him coming out of Ohio State, and I think he's going to be really good. I actually think we're going to view Marvin Harrison similarly to how we viewed Amari Cooper's career, where we're going to look back and say, man, top 5 pick, was he did he live up to that? Oh, he was pretty close, and he was consistent for 10 plus years. And I think he's going to come out and we're going to look at his stats and say, wow, he was pretty good. Now, was he jaw-dropping like his dad was? Well, his dad got to play with who? Peyton Manning. So it does.
Dad's one of the best route runners ever.
He is. And I'm saying he's got the physical upside to be even better than that. He's got the physical upside to be better than that. But I don't think he'll ever have the quarterback because, again, we're talking about the Cardinals, and the reason why they've been so just meh is because since Kurt Warner, they had a cup of coffee with Carson Palmer, and that's been the high watermark really for them. And we'll see with Kyler, and this is a massive year for him to just stay there. But they're stuck with them. I was going to bring that up with Gambo, John Gabonoro, who just joined us. They can't get out of this contract.
Well, they could trade him.
Yeah, but who's picking that up?
I don't know.
I don't think anyone out there is.
Look, Deshaun Watson got money. Who knows?
Oh, well, the Browns. Why the Browns weren't part of our relevancy conversations because they've just been so bad and they've made such awful moves that it's called the factory of sadness for a reason.
I'd rather be the Browns.
No, you wouldn't. Exactly. No one ever woke up this morning and said, I'd rather be the Browns or Lions.
They might be my AFC team. I might just adopt them moving forward.
No, you won't.
It would have to be a cold weather team.
You like the Bills. Everyone likes the Bills for some reason.
Time out. I have liked the Bills going back to the late 80s and Thurman Thomas and Jim Kelly.
For most of my life, they've also been kind of a meh franchise that I don't think anything about was the Bills. Now we think about it because they have Josh Allen, and that's good for them. But even when they were lost, their high watermark was losing 4 straight Super Bowls.
Again, we're of different generations.
We are.
I rooted for them to beat Parcells and the New York Giants after the Giants knocked out Joe Montana.
I was potty training watching
That
those
was
things.
the beginning of me rooting for them. Then they played the Washington football team, and I rooted for them there, where Thurman Thomas couldn't find his helmet after the national anthem and missed the first series. Then they played the Cowboys 2 times in a row. You're smiling because I don't think you knew that story.
No, I did. It's insane still when you say it that he just missed the series.
It's incredible. What's that?
What are you laughing at, Joe? I love that with the accent.
What are you laughing at, Joe?
It was pretty funny.
That kind of sounds like Steiny.
And then I rooted for them to beat the Cowboys twice in a row. I rooted for the Bills for 30 years. I've always had it. And all of my buddies, I got some buddies that are from Buffalo. They're all diehard football fans, and I want them to be happy. Plus, if you're a Niner fan growing up, Chris Berman, every year in the 90s, it's the Bills and the Niners as my Swami prediction picks.
No, it would be, and no one circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills every time. God, I miss
He would
Chris
always
Berman.
pick Niners Bills as his Super Bowl.
Every single year. Did he do it again this year, by the way?
Peerless Price, Eric Moulds. You guys, God, I love those old Bills teams.
Here is Mac Jones and what he had to say, because I teased this earlier, and I'm rooting for Mac Jones because I hope he does start this week, and I hope he balls out. Because you know what? That's great. That means I have that much more confidence that not only can he beat what we all think to be a bad team in the New Orleans Saints on the road, he could be a divisional opponent at home and double down on that. Here's what Mac Jones had to say, what he learned, Joe, from last week.
I've worked hard in practice to fix the things. I hate saying fix, but learn from the things I didn't do as well and just get better at them. And I think the guys have done that, and we've definitely moved on from that game. Just really focus on the Cardinals and stacking another good performance and carrying some good momentum into this week.
Here's more from Mac talking about, if there's any difference in his preparation this week, like not knowing whether or not he's going to start.
As a backup, you're not playing the first snap, and as a starter, you are. So you got to be ready for both. And at the end of the day, all the externals don't really matter. You just have to focus on the game plan and getting everything tidied up by Sunday. And that's what I'm doing, just like a normal week for me and following my schedule and being ready to play if my number's called.
You know, it's pretty crazy how much we've talked about, you know, the quarterbacks this week, and we really haven't touched on one guy that has dominated the offseason coverage of this team. Hell, at Red and Gold Summit, it was all about this man. We really haven't talked about Christian McCaffrey at all.
I mean, he's been one of the cooler surprises.
Isn't that crazy that we're talking about it? Like, hey, he's healthy. He's looking good. That's great.
I heard from a birdie that at the owners' meetings, the brass of the Niners, I'll leave it at that, were pretty confident, hey, if CMC is good, we're going to be good. And that was their setting, no matter what happens around him.
Now, we're still waiting for that one big one.
Right.
Yeah, we're still waiting for that big burst, right? That big, like, runaway, like, wow, he gets a 40, 50-yard touchdown. We're still waiting for that, CMC. And, you know, Greg Cosell talked about that earlier in the week. Brian Baldier talked about that earlier in the week. Well, here's the OC, Clay Kubiak, also talking about those explosive runs for McCaffrey.
Yeah, I think the numbers, you know, aren't crazy. They're not going to wow you, but when you really watch that tape, I think we're doing a good job in the run game. You know, we're running the ball efficiently. You know, we're doing what we kind of want to do, and then there's been some opportunities where we're a hair off for one reason or the other, whether it's one block we don't finish or, you know, just a back making a guy miss or making a cut differently, but we're close. But, you know, I've been happy with our run game, and, you know, we haven't had negative runs. We've had efficient runs, which is good. And if we keep doing that, you know, and we need to keep doing that, I think it's a matter of time before we do pop some and we get some of those explosives. But we've been good, and we got to keep getting better, though. So,
has Christian McCaffrey maximized his talent level, Joe, in his career?
Yeah, I mean, I think he was born with great talent, but I think he works really, really, really hard. And yes, I think that he's tried to squeeze every drop out of his body. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
I don't think he's left anything on the table, is what I'm saying. Like, by his own unwillingness to work hard.
I agree with you. He is 3-time first-team All-Pro, 1-time second-team All-Pro. That's 4 All-Pro nods. That's like borderline Hall of Fame stuff for him. He has 6,300 rushing yards, 4,400 receiving yards. It's a pretty freaking good career if it ended right now.
He was born with more talent than, just God-given talent, than Frank Gore.
Yes.
But similar to Frank Gore, I feel like Frank Gore squeezed every drop out of his frame, his body, by his dedication to the sport and the craft.
He was also blessed with a father that played wide receiver at an NFL level that could also coach him at such a young age and develop him at such a young age as well.
He looks like he's been working on a turf field since he was 3 years old.
He takes great pride. Not a doubt. He always, his father, Ed McCaffrey, obviously. He always goes out of his way to say his dad really instilled him and all of his brothers with route running at a young age. Whether he knew he was going to be a running back or a defensive back, whatever, route running was always a thing in the McCaffrey household since he's been a kid.
I don't question work ethic or, you know, I don't ever say, oh, he's cutting corners. I would never say that about CMC, similar to the way I view Frank Gore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Frank Gore never cut a corner.
So we're talking about like athletes who have, you know, left it on the table a little bit, that didn't maximize their skill set or their talent level. And that could be because of injury. That could be because, you know, maybe their work ethic, maybe something else.
What about addiction?
Maybe it was addiction. Maybe it was something in their lives that just prevented them from doing so. And I look at the quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals, and I come away, and again, this is how we talk about Kyler. It's like, God, he just tantalizes you sometimes. Like that run he had last year where he left the Devontae Campbell, Warner, all those players in the dust. Deuces, see you later. Just ran away from us. Like, wow, that is a first-round talent. That is a number 1 overall pick.
Pistol formation here. It is Murray on the keep. It's Zyber. Oh, Kyler Murray! Turn on the afterburners. He's gone. How's that for a start? Superhero.
That was Tom Brady, Kevin Burkhardt. You hear Tom Brady in the background? Fox Sports.
He knew that $75 million payday was coming.
Do we know who's on the call this week, by the way, for Fox? Can you guys get that to me? I'm not sure. Is it Adam
Amin, yeah.
And Mark Sanchez? Oh, we got the Sanchez. I love Sanchez on the call. But that's the guy I look at, Joe. Like, he's leaving stuff on the table for me.
What is it? Like work ethic?
I think so.
Okay.
Work ethic, and also kind of a knucklehead at times. Like that picture this week was a perfect example.
You know what? It's hard for me to argue.
There's at least once a year Kyler Murray is in the news for just something knucklehead-ish. Not saying he's a bad guy. I'm not saying he's a bad guy or bad person. That's not what I'm saying at all. But whether it was the Call of Duty stuff, the players saying, or the coaches kind of saying he needs to do more, his teammates not really loving him as a leader, this Michael Vick picture, something about Kyler, I just want more from him. And I feel like I could get more. And maybe this is unfair of me to even say it, if he just gave a damn a little bit more. It feels like he's leaving stuff on the table. And I wonder what athletes you feel like, whether it's a Niner fan, Warrior fan, just fans in general, you felt like left something on the table in their career. 888-957-9570. There's a lot we can get to just here in the Bay.
I think one guy, it comes to mind, who arguably could have been a first ballot Hall of Famer. And I always think of this guy.
Tease it. That's going to be on the other side, and it's going to be brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Football is back, and so is your shot at big wins. With DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL, your game day instincts can score you real money fast. Here's the play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats, from breakout rookies to elite QBs, and unlock the upside every snap brings. The better your calls, the bigger your payout. New DraftKings customers get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry. This season, play your player instincts. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place, so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
At Shane Company, we've been engagement ring experts for almost 100 years. We have the largest selection of diamonds and gemstones in stock. You don't have to wait to compare them side by side. Find the one that speaks to you at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business, and we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? If you think you're gonna take me out, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King. New season streaming September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Wait, do you really have people turning your mics on for you? Yeah. Wow. I wish I had that. That must be nice. Spadoni and Shasky, we're rolling, baby. You know what else is nice? The crossover every single Friday at 9:45. He's going to be joining us here. Who's not he? They. Steiny and Goo. 9:45. What's going on? Did I jinx it? Did I say the mics were working and now they're no longer working? Oh man, it's okay. I could.
We're gonna work on it. Hold on.
We'll go solo dolo here for a second as Joe's just.
You guys can go share a mic.
Well, that's. You want to come over here? You want to sit on my lap, Joey? Can you hear me? No. So there you go. We can't hear you. We heard from John Gambadoro last segment. If you missed any of that interview, Afternoon Drive, 98.7 KMVP in Phoenix. Really good stuff. Get the lay of the land of the Cardinals-Niners matchup from a Cardinals perspective. By the way, coming up in about a little over an hour, we've got Jonathan Kuminga's agent, Aaron Turner, joining Steiny and Guru at 10:30. That's going to be fascinating. We've had a bunch of interesting questions. Actually, we asked Gambo about that. What would be the question that he would ask him? He's like, why didn't you know that you didn't want to be on the Golden State Warriors anymore? I think that is a common sentiment. And I would argue if you ask him that, he's going to say, oh, we never really felt that way. We would love to be a career Warrior. So you have to ask it in a way that says, you know, hey, his camp has put out this. We've heard from sources. You know, can we hear you?
I don't know. Can you?
I can. You are in my ears. You're good. We're on. We're back, baby. Let's go. Hey, you're next to me. There we go. We got it all figured out. You look good. You look good.
All right. So you were asking about players who left a little on the table.
That is what we are talking about.
I put these guys into buckets. So there's one bucket where it's out of your control. Someone hurts you or you hurt yourself or your body gives out on you. Think Navarro Bowman.
Yeah.
Think Klay Thompson. Think Grant Hill.
Brandon Roy comes to mind.
Brandon Roy's a good one. There's a lot of guys that I think could have been better than what they were. And Klay had an amazing career.
Hall of Famer.
Even Grant Hill had an amazing career. And they never really truly reached the heights because of their body giving out on them, which I don't blame on them.
Penny Hardaway, right? Like you think of these guys that just get hurt at the most inopportune moments and it shifts everything. But to your point, yeah, it doesn't mean they didn't maximize their career in that moment. Their bodies just failed them.
Exactly. I think Greg Oden is someone I think about long and hard. What would he have been, you know? Then I put you into another bucket where you were good or great and you just didn't care enough. Shaquille O'Neal comes to mind. I think Shaq could have been better. I don't think Shaq 100% dedicated himself the way Kobe did, and I think it drove Kobe insane. I don't think he squeezed every ounce out of his body. Still had an unbelievable career, still was amazing, still won championships, still might be a top 15 or 20 player for most people all time. But I don't know if he fully gave everything he had to the sport. And I don't know if he needed to because he still had a great career.
We're talking about athletes that, left stuff on the table when it came to their career. Why are we talking about this? Well, I view Kyler Murray in that bucket that you're talking about. I look at him saying, God, he's got all the talent in the world. Number 1 overall pick, Heisman Trophy guy. Yep. He's got it all. Hell, first round pick in baseball. Mr. Athlete, we were talking about him. He's got like the Bo Jackson picture. Like he could have been that guy. He's that good. But I look at his career thus far and it's been solid. Couple-time Pro Bowls. He's been to the playoffs. He shows you, like I told you, he's got like one of the highest completion percentage for a quarterback ever with like 1,500 pass attempts. Hell, this season he's completing 70% of his passes. It's 2-game sample size. But I see all the stuff that happens throughout his career. I see the knucklehead behavior. I see the lack of a work ethic at times, the lack of a leader at times. The picture he just had leaked this past week. I just view him as a guy like, man, Kyler, if you really put your nose to the ground, if he had a different type of head coach, like if Mike Tomlin was his coach, you think his career might have been a little bit different?
I don't know. I mean, would he still be the same kind of player?
Maybe.
I don't know.
I'm just looking at it from like...
Najee Harris had Mike Tomlin.
That's true.
And he's just not good enough.
That might just be Najee Harris might not be good enough.
I know.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know on these things. But you bring up Kyler, and the reason I had this whole thought in my head was I was listening to Steiny and Goo yesterday, and they were talking about Monte Ellis's best teammate. And Goo just totally forgot about Baron Davis, which is fine. It happens, right? And I texted to Steiny, I truly believe in my heart of hearts, Baron Davis could have been a Hall of Famer, without a doubt, had he dedicated his entire life to basketball. He was as good of an on-ball defender as anyone in the game. I thought he ate too much, kind of like Pablo, and who's another guy. I'll get to him in a second.
Yeah.
I thought that he partied a little too hard and enjoyed being a player as opposed to the dedication and preparation of being a player. And also, he also has a little bit of like, hey, his knee did give out on him early in his career, and it changed how athletic he was. But he had every single talent you look for as a point guard. He was a leader. He could shoot. He could get to the paint at will. He had a big, broad chest, could get to the free throw line. Great floor vision. I thought he had Hall of Fame talent, and I thought he left a little on the table.
And he was also a victim of getting drafted to the conversation we were just having just an hour ago, irrelevant franchises. The Charlotte Hornets started his career there. Then where? The New Orleans Hornets. Then the then Golden State Warriors from 05 to 08. Yes, we believe, but it was still, the Warriors.
I know, and he flipped it. And then he chose the Clippers.
Then chose the Clippers.
Why?
Again, God, we didn't even bring up the Clippers.
Why?
Irrelevant.
Why? Because he wanted to party in L.A. Because that's where he was from.
I mean,
look, he got mad. Nelly got mad at him down the stretch because he went to a birthday party. It was him and Kate Hudson, and they ended up being super hungover, and it ended up sabotaging the year after, we believe. They won 50 games and didn't make the playoffs. So he's another guy where I'd put him in the Kyler bucket. Pablo Sandoval is in the Kyler bucket, where I think Pablo's flaw was he ate himself out of baseball. Pablo could have been a fringe kind of Hall of Fame level talent. I don't think, you have to be great for 12 to 15 years in baseball, especially if you're one of those fringe guys. No doubt about it. But I really, truly believe he had that kind of ball to bat skills that you look for.
And what's an important, distinction in this conversation is you could be a Hall of Famer and still leave stuff on the table. You mentioned Shaquille O'Neal. You've mentioned some of these guys. Hell, I mean, this guy's probably not going to get into the Hall of Fame because of all the stuff that's taken place, but we were just talking about him. Antonio Brown is one of the greatest wide receivers of all time. But
if he had Larry Fitzgerald's class and
Jerry Rice,
dedication,
exactly. Jerry Rice,
right? How would we look at him?
I mean, he could have gone down like up there as a top 3 of all time.
100%.
But because of the knucklehead and the horrible stuff and the allegations, I mean, the guy's still wanted for attempted murder. Like, yeah, that is inflicting your own image in how we view you going forward, and it's irreparable damage.
So then I start thinking about current athletes and whatever, and then you have like Rafi Devers that can go into this bucket. Like, what kind of career does Rafi want to have in the back half of his career?
He wants to have a consistent Hall of Fame. Like, I want to be an all-star every year.
Is he going to stay healthy? Is he going to lose a little weight?
Well,
right? Like
that's what he wants to be.
But these, I know, but these are the questions I think are fair. I think these are fair that he needs to evaluate with himself. Then I get to the third bucket, which is self-inflicted issues, whether it be addiction, whether it be, criminal behavior or whatever. I think the greatest talent and the biggest shame and the biggest wasted talent in the history of the Bay Area is Aldon Smith. Substance abuse on and off the field. I think the team enabled him to a degree. I think he was extremely troubled. One of the best talents I've ever seen in my life. I mean, this guy had 45 sacks through 42 games and was a playoff superstar. And drinking and the drugs and the alcohol and all that stuff. And then he had firearm issues, drinking and driving, which I have zero tolerance for. His career ended because of self-inflicted things that he's still trying to work on and he talks about to this day. I think he's one of the biggest woulda, coulda, shouldas in the history of sports when it comes to the self-inflicted leaving stuff on the table bucket. Chris Mullin is the reverse, had the issues, fixed them, and went on to have a Hall of Fame career.
It's really frustrating to watch as a fan, and whether you've had something like that in your family where the person also realizes they have a problem, but they don't choose to do anything about it. And you can't force them to do it. And that sucks when you're a family member. That sucks if you care about that person. This is more on a deeper level than just a fan level. It's just caring about a person. And, that's why I root for those success stories, like you mentioned, like Chris Mullin, the guys that, realized they did have a problem, it did something about it, and tried to move forward, and tried to be a better person, and try to, instill that in others at the same time, and be a spokesperson to do that, because that's an ego check right there for these guys that have the massive egos that they've built up their entire careers.
One thing why I think we all love Baker Mayfield right now is I think he kind of fell into 3 different buckets all at once. I think he had the self-inflicted arrogance and hubris. I think that he had the injury stuff that was a little out of his control when he hurt his shoulder. And then I think he had, in part, growing up to do. Well, I'm talking about laziness and the dedication to the craft. And I think he overcame all 3. And to see where he's at right now, I think all of America roots for Baker Mayfield now.
It's a cautionary tale, too, because I believe this quarterback that did win a Heisman could have had a Baker Mayfield type of career if he gave a damn like Baker did. It's Johnny Manziel. That's a guy I look at. Again, people might laugh and say, all the writing was on the wall in college, and it was. All the partying, the drinking, the weed, all of that. That may be true. I still believe had he had his head on his shoulders and realized his mistakes and try to move past that, he could have been a really good quarterback in the NFL, because I saw him picking apart SEC defenses. I saw the arm. I saw the mobility factor. He could do what Brock and Baker do. I believe that. But he just didn't give a damn, Joe. And I hate talking about wasted talent like that. Like when we talk about Ryan Leaf and Jamarcus Russell, it's not the talent that was the problem. They were beyond talented. Yeah. They had those cannon arms. Jamarcus was incredible in college. You referenced, what was that, Sugar Bowl?
This is one of the best games I've ever seen in my life.
It was insane. But it was realizing you have a problem and not doing anything about it. And just resting on the money, resting on your laurels, talking about the ego. No one checked those guys. No one checked Ryan Leaf. No one checked, Jamarcus Russell until it was too late for them.
I'm going to give you another one who I think left a little on the table, and it's a variety of reasons. Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
Tiger, I think at times worked almost too hard, which isn't his fault.
Yeah.
But I also think that he was obviously very troubled off the field when it came to how he was raised and everything that was going on with his relationships and stuff. And then the injuries just started piling up. So it was a variety of things that kind of did him in. And his substance abuse at the end ended his career.
And we're talking about,
could have ended his life.
We're talking about athletes that have left stuff on the table, 888-957-9570, and guys that have kind of maximized, their talent. I think if he never does anything again in his career, and I'm not wishing this, I'm not saying I hope this happens, and I hope he has a long career, but I think Brock Purdy has maximized his talent level thus far. Not saying he can't get better, Joe.
I agree with
I'm not saying he can't get better. The subtle nuances, of the Toms, the Peytons, the Drew Brees. As they get older, you realize more things. But the guy was an MVP candidate. An MVP candidate in his first full season in the NFL. It's pretty incredible.
So let me give you a common denominator across sports. Typically, the best ever, outside of a couple, is where talent meets the hardest working individuals who don't leave a drop on the table.
Yep.
Babe Ruth's really the only guy I can think of the top guys in every single sport who he left a little on the table for being really partied a little hard off the field. Steph Curry, LeBron James, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, Tim Duncan, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Let's look at in baseball. Like, say what you want about Bonds and Clemens, they did maximize their careers.
Absolutely. And 888-957.
Shohei Ohtani, I think today is maximizing his career. And I think about in the NFL, Tom Brady, Jerry Rice, Emmitt Smith. On offense, 3 of the greatest players of all time. Did they not all maximize their careers?
Absolutely. Yeah. It's I'm looking at, right now, and we're talking about this with Kyler Murray. We're talking about this with Brock Purdy. We're talking about, players that have maximized their careers and players that haven't. And it's not because of just injuries. It's because, they had a problem and they didn't nip that in the bud. You're talking about weight. You're talking about, off the field stuff. It's talking about just being a knucklehead in general. And I'm going to let you continue, Joe, real quick. I do want to hear this from Herm Edwards, though, because I think it's important. I was listening to this whole interview. It was incredible yesterday.
Who was it with?
Herm Edwards on with Willard Dibs.
Oh,
and you know Herm. You play
Willard
in the game.
Dibs, just a lot of guests.
Well, I mean,
it's a lot of work, man. Who's doing all that booking?
I mean, Fight On University.
4 a day, every day for weeks on end.
Your boy, Lucas Alexander, dude, director of sports. This is what Herm Edwards had to say about, how he handles players and how he handles them when they are questionable heading into a given week, especially at the quarterback position.
Yeah, well, the coach and knowing Coach Shanahan and John there as a GM, you're going to protect players from yourself, right? Because you don't want them to come back too soon. Because there's a lot of football left. And it's important. This is a division game to get all that. But there's a lot of football left. I mean, you got a lot of football left. So you want to make sure that you protect the players from yourself. And if a guy, I always say this. I used to tell players this. There's a difference between being hurt and injured. When you play in the National Football League, last time I checked, you're hurt all the time. You're always hurting. Your body hurts. It don't feel good. It never feels good. It feels good when you go to training camp and you've got all summer off and you've been running around, you feel good. And then all of a sudden you start playing football, your body hurts. So when a hurt player can play, injured player can't play because the injured player can't protect himself. And there's that fine line you look at, is he hurt or is he injured? And that's the conversation you have with the physical, with the physicians and the doctors, and that's what you talk to the player about. Hey, man, are you injured or are you hurt? There's a difference.
And that's going to be the major question mark for Brock Purdy. Is he injured or is he hurt right now?
So you think Brock Purdy on the Niners currently is squeezing every drop out of his career?
Yes.
Or trying to as thus far?
Yes, absolutely.
I would agree. I think the same can be said for George Kittle. I think the same can be said for Nick Bosa. I don't question his work ethic.
No.
And his dedication to the sport. We can say that he loves money, and that is definitely true. But I think Nick's heart can't be questioned in terms of his preparation. Fred Warner, I think that you could say that about. I think Christian McCaffrey, you could say that about. Right? Like, that's a lot of guys on one team who are going to give you everything they possibly have to win. I think Shanahan at the top also is that same way. I could be frustrated with Shanahan and some of the specific things, but I don't ever question his desire and the work that he puts in. Never. I would never do that.
So current athletes today that we feel like are leaving something on the table, just given their talent. I mentioned Kyler. I mentioned this one on the call yesterday again. Zion Williamson. Like Zion, he has all the talent in the world. Hell, Joe, we were talking about it last year. It was like, just trade Jonathan Kuminga for Zion. Just go get Zion. Just get him because we all are banking on the upside of him. The problem with Zion is he eats too much sometimes. He can't get his weight under control. And conversely, that affects his injury history.
Do you think that these two players I'm going to throw at you have squeezed every bit out of their basketball careers? Because I would say that I'm not questioning their dedication, but I do believe some of the other things in their life, things they've done, has actually derailed them, even though I know they are so dedicated to their sport, and I don't question that aspect, but I think there's some character flaws. Kyrie and Kevin Durant.
I think I'm going to tell you in Fast Five. Oh, I thought I was...
Sorry, that's me. I told you to go to it before Carter was ready.
You're not maximizing yourself as a producer.
Considering the work I just did back here.
You think this show has been maximized today?
Do you get where I'm going with the KD Kyrie thing?
I think Kevin Durant has, because he has won at a very high level and he's shown what he can do. Now, I understand what you're saying because he let his own, mentality and how he views, if you want to be the alpha on a team, if he didn't feel happy somewhere. But you know what, Joe? If he truly didn't feel happy in the situation he was in here, I can't fault him for that. Like
no, that's not what I'm saying.
But other fans will say, like, he was selfish. He could have won more here. Why did he do that? He had his own reasons, and you know what? If he felt that way, he felt that way. I can't force him to stay somewhere.
I think once you retire and you have perspective and time has passed you by, like Shaq realizes, like, yeah, I cut corners.
Yeah.
Like, he admits it now. He didn't back then. I wonder, like, 20 years from now, will KD be able to have the humility and perspective to be like, I probably should have picked a couple of spots and stopped bouncing around a little. I'm not even saying that wasn't the smart move in real time, but big picture-wise, I think it's derailed him a little.
A guy I look at, and a guy that we've had here, and a guy that's been a topic of conversation for a long time, Andrew Wiggins.
Oh,
talking about, that's a guy who has all the talent in the world. And he's just been a role player, basically.
I know.
Which is kind of crazy. He was the second best player on a championship team. So we saw the window just a little bit, Joe. Like, wow, we caught the lightning in a bottle. And that's a guy I'm going to look at when his career's over. It's like, man, he could have been a Hall of Famer. He could have been.
There were videos. My final thought is this. There were videos circulating the internet. 42-year-old Jerry Rice making plays for the Seahawks.
Yeah, I saw that.
I don't think people realize Jerry's so much better than anyone who's ever played wide receiver. Randy Moss had more talent. He did. He absolutely did have more talent than Jerry Rice. He did not work even a fraction as hard as Jerry Rice did. And had he would have had, as great as his numbers were, like Shaquille O'Neal, he would have had the greatest career we've ever seen. In sports, maybe even. Well, Jerry Rice has 22,000 receiving yards.
22,000? That's so ridiculous. Just say that out loud.
Joe, I want you to do this.
22,000.
I want you to do this. Just think about it for a second. Let's say you get 1,200 yards a year, and you're great. You have to do that for 18 seasons.
18. And it was every single place that he went through. It didn't matter. He was going to be a baller.
Who's number 2? Larry Fitzgerald, 18,000?
17,000. Yeah. Exactly.
Almost 5K. I mean, come on, dude. Jerry Rice, it's just, he's the best. He's the best there is, the best there was.
And
the best ever will be.
And there he is, the GOAT. Play the sound. Where's the GOAT? Terrell Owens right there.
What is
Randy
it, 16?
Moss. He's at 60. 15,934. I'm taking T.O. over Moss. I don't care. The work ethic is part of that. I never questioned T.O.'s give a damn.
T.O.'s hands weren't as good as Randy's, though.
No, they weren't.
But he worked on it. His hands were not as good as Randy's. He couldn't jump as well as Randy. He couldn't high point the ball like Randy. Randy was a better athlete. T.O. outworked him.
Yes, and that matters in this conversation.
I agree. And Randy was amazing. But that's the thing that people can't understand. Randy left a little on the table. He's still one of the all-time greats.
Well, and I don't like that T.O. is viewed as just like the worst teammate ever. When Randy Moss quit on it, he quit multiple times.
Did you see that?
Stop.
The Raider one Randy Moss Marshall, where he's wearing the glasses.
Oh,
and
I was never a Raider.
Ever seen that?
I was never a Raider. Yeah, you weren't. You quit on the team. That's fine. I have no problem no one claiming you and you claiming not to be that. You quit on them. You did. You're not quitting on the U this weekend, though, right, Sammy?
No, I'm not quitting on them. We're going to beat the Gators. It's going to be really fun. ESPN's run by idiots, by the way. You have an army of incredible former NFL players you can bring in for your guest picker. Bring in Matthew frickin' Tkachuk to be the guest picker on game day down at Coral Gables.
Back-to-back champion.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. He's a hockey player. Like you could literally have The Rock on your set being the guest picker. You go with Matthew frickin' Tkachuk? What are we doing? Just stupid.
You could have 39-year-old Calais Campbell of the U do it as well.
Hey, anything's better than last time when they jammed A-Rod onto that set. That was the worst.
And we want more A-Rod. He's the best.
Dude.
His little steroid club's right across the street from the campus.
You're feeling some type of way.
You're wearing an Ed Reed jersey.
Yeah, it's called natural talent right there.
Well, natural deer antler spray talent on that
was Ray Lewis.
On that entire team.
Wasn't Ed.
On that entire team. I love Ed Reed, though.
Was that the first time any of us has ever heard of deer antler spray, by the way?
Ray Lewis tore his pec and came back 6 weeks later. It's the most impossible thing of all time.
Canes are just built different.
No, it's because he's a man of God and he's a pastor. All right? That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years.
If I need a getaway driver, he's my man.
The white suit. Crossover is Steiny Guru is next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Hey, it's Bonte. Just back from a fall visit to River Islands where the schools are back in session. There are 3 top-rated K through 8th grade academies within the community, and construction just started on Academy number 4. River Islands High School students are busy in the classroom and on the sports fields of their phenomenal new campus. I don't remember high school ever looking this good. Elsewhere in Northern California's most successful lifestyle community, they're putting the final touches on another park. This one with the playground, workout areas, tennis, a splash pad, and a picnic area. The fall weather is still perfect for launching a kayak or a paddleboard off your own deck and head over to the Boathouse restaurant for lunch or dinner. More than 4,000 households have already made the move to River Islands. Today, with 15 neighborhoods priced from the $600,000 to over $1 million, there's more variety in home styles and sizes than ever before. In fact, the only thing missing at River Islands is you. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Fall is the season for reinvention, and it's easy to do at Macy's Fall Favorite Sale.
Come in and find your new favorite styles, like romantic ruffled dresses, chic trenches, cashmere sweaters, and textural fall layers, which are perfect for mixing and matching. All for 20 to 50% off. So if you're looking for your new favorite things, look no further than the Fall Favorite Sale. Today, only at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Toyota's legendary truck event is on, and the deals are legendary. Just announced, get low APR plus 500 bonus cash on 2025 Tacoma, or get low APR or an incredible 3,000 cash back on 2025 Tundra. Get to your Toyota dealer now, because this truck event is gonna be Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with Premier-ready credit cashback available through TMNA and cannot be combined with other offers since 9/30/25.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
This is Matt Steinmetz, and you're listening to The Morning Show with Spadoni and Shasky. This ought to be good.
Hey, 49ers fans. And thank you, Steiny. It's the morning roast, not the morning show. Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing for the 49ers pregame show. There's going to be food, fun, and a shuttle that will take you to Levi's for the game. You can sign up for said shuttle on our website, 957thegame.com. Come on down, hang out with Lolo and E-Dog. Sounds like a lot of fun. You guys going to be down there? And I say you guys because I welcome into the crossover for the first time with Shasky in the building, Daryl Guru Johnson and Matt Steinmetz. You guys going to Laughing Monk Sunnyvale? Huh?
I'll be in Santa Clara, moving in Little D,
nice.
Because they're about to start next week, and then we'll watch the game together as I tear up and leave him for his senior
You better
year.
not flake on him.
Well, stop, please.
That hurts. Butch, I brought you coffee 2 days ago.
You did.
That hurts.
Real quick, funny part about that
looks
coffee,
great.
he like barely drank any of it because
I wanted to do a follow-up. What happened, Butch? You text no sugar.
It was delicious.
But what
All
it
three
tells
sips.
us, what are the streets saying?
all 3 sips. No, real quick.
It was a large.
No, it's fine. Yeah, he ended up drinking it. So the actions transpired at the station.
Look how Carter's
and he
looking
he lost his appetite for the coffee. We'll just leave it there. What year for little Daryl?
Senior.
Oh my God.
Senior, yep.
That's
Time
crazy.
flies, man.
Wait, he's just getting moved. He's just getting moved in. It's like it's the middle of September.
Yeah, he's got an apartment. So the dorms are done when you're a sophomore, so he's got an apartment.
Yeah, it's called, you never heard that song by Rod Stewart? Maggie May? Maybe he's got a Maggie May, Guru's son.
Maggie May.
You don't remember that?
He knows Cats in the Cradle.
I know.
It's late September, and I really should
be back at school?
No, Forever Young is my favorite Rod Stewart. Forever
That's a Jay-Z
Young.
song.
That's not even his original song.
Jay-Z Forever Young.
No?
I know, Butch. I understand.
Okay. Or Fire. Remember that one? That's a good one.
Fire.
We kissed by the fire. Look at that.
Yeah.
God, who knows? Let's go.
I want to know what happened to the coffee,
2025.
Butch. The coffee wasn't good?
That was delicious.
No, something happened. We'll talk after.
No, the coffee wasn't the problem. That's all. Hey, the 49ers got a problem this Sunday, guys.
What is it?
Butch stole my notes.
No, it's the fact that Brock is out here saying he's a game time decision, and they're even having a question about him playing this week. That's the answer for you. If he's a game time decision, you don't play him.
I said if you need to wake up Sunday morning to find out if you're healthy, you ain't healthy, and you think I know my guys I work with. Mark Willard is adamant about he's got to play if he can go, and it shocks me coming from Willard. But you said it. It would be malpractice for him to go out there. You even said a loss. I'll take a loss, but not the loss of Brock re-aggravating whatever's going on. Proceed with caution.
We act like all these games aren't important. Of course, they're all important. But the difference between week 15, 16, and 17 and week 3 is humongous.
Right. They were 3 and 5 and made it.
Now, that doesn't mean this game won't come back some point and mean something. But, like, you bought yourself some time. Like, play Mac Jones.
Right.
If you lose, it's not the end of the world.
I'm
glad you guys got it all figured out.
Harry Carey.
Nothing to say here. He shouldn't play.
It's called radio.
You seem to think different. Why do you want to share with the class?
Thank you,
you want to share with the class? What is this?
What this is like you think they're not thinking about all this stuff? You think they're, I know it's dangerous, but let's put him out there. They're not going to do that.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to play him.
All right, whose decision do you really think it is?
My point is that if he's healthy, he'll play. And he might,
but you know he's not healthy. This is a multiple week injury.
That's what we said about McCaffrey at this time,
would you agree,
2 weeks ago.
Each position,
and he got 31 touches.
Each position and each player and each injury needs to be dealt with very, very differently. And some can play through certain injuries and some can't. I don't know if I want my quarterback who likes to move around a lot playing on this particular injury. Like, I don't. If it was like a sore wrist or something, and it was the left wrist or a broken finger, I might view this a little differently.
I just feel like the team and the doctor and the player and the front office and the coach, like they're all over this, talking about it the same way we are. And I'm sure can it get hurt worse? Yes, it could. Okay, well, put that into the equation. How does it feel today, Brock? Actually, it feels great. All right, let's wait a day. See if it feels great tomorrow. Like, I don't know. This is one where they'll make the right decision.
I'm just going to be honest. Selfishly, I don't think anyone wants to say it. I just want to see more Mac Jones and what he looks like.
I said I'm
selfish.
Now that's
why is that?
That's fair. Yeah. That's fair. I mean, I kind of want to see Mac Jones quarterback one more game.
Said it.
But that's not how you can make you make a decision on if he's healthy, he plays. If not,
let me ask you this. Do you think Kyle wants to see Mac play more?
I think he wants Brock Purdy healthy.
And by doing that, you have him sit his ass one more week.
No. And again, like, here's the other thing, Joe. I don't know how healthy he is this minute. I don't know what giving him a week will do. I don't know what giving him 2 weeks will do. I have no idea.
Well, you guys had a fascinating. Oh, go ahead.
No. Sorry, Goo. And again, this is our first iteration of all four of us, so we'll learn here. I'm the teacher right now.
I overtalk. I am who I am.
No, I got to be Troy Aikman right now. I got to be decisive to my guy Michael Irvin right here. Am I right?
It might come down to Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh my God, Troy. I love Troy so much on the broadcast. By the way, I was falling asleep with Al Michaels again yesterday. Good God. What?
I've been out on Al Michaels for years.
Dude, he's been checked out.
I'm just Kirk Herbstreit. God love the guy. It's just not happening with that broadcast. He's a college guy. That's fine.
Hey, speaking of college,
Tulane?
I won't. Yeah, we got a big one this week.
Who do you got?
Ole Miss.
No,
in
that
Oxford.
Is a big one.
In
Lane
Oxford.
Kiffin? Wow.
They're ranked 13th. Their quarterback's out too.
Is he?
Austin Simmons.
Look how excited you are.
It's a big one. This is, and I was telling Goo this earlier. He didn't want to hear it, but this is the biggest game of the year.
Really?
This is the game that if they lose, then they're going to have to spend all year in the American Conference just
look at
following up. If they beat Ole Miss, that's going to put them into the top 25, and then we start to roll because we're going to be good in college.
We're in green right now too.
Yeah.
On this because this actually came up. My uncle sent his son to Cal, but he grew up a Cal fan. And when we went to the game against Miami, I mean, he's just rooting, but he's always been rooting for the Cal hard for years. And these kids in the section are like, "Did you go to Cal?" He's like, "No. I just spent, $100,000 to send my son here, and I grew up rooting for him. I want to see Cal win." He's as, if not more, emotionally invested than the students. So, being someone who's written checks to Tulane, how invested are you?
I am very invested. It's like,
I didn't think about that component of it.
It's a great element.
Dude, I was wearing this really cool Tulane sweatshirt the other day, and someone goes, cool. "Really? That's pretty cool." I said, "Yeah, it only cost me $78,000."
How did I miss that?
After Miami came back and beat Cal in that game, all my buddies I ended up going home because we had the babysitter. It's a long story. Uncle Danny was down in the dumps, and Nash and Lucas had to make him feel good. We were all into the game.
Yeah, we had
I don't
pizza.
know where you went, but we all went to the game.
Here's how you know. Here's how you know I'm too into Tulane football. My daughter, who goes there, can't stand how I follow him now.
Really?
It's like over the
amazing.
top. She's like, "Dad, I don't care, Dad. I don't care about football. Yeah, we go to the games and we get drunk, but stop it."
Yeah, that is awesome.
How often do you get down there?
Just once a year.
Once a year, okay, for a game.
Although I probably go to the bowl game this year.
But you haven't been to a game.
Yeah, I've been to a game.
Who'd they play?
Temple.
The Owls?
Wow.
They have a football team?
It was homecoming, or it was parents' weekend. You know how they schedule those kind of teams.
So I have this thing where I want to go once a year. My cousin wants to create like a Chat GPT kind of breakdown.
Yeah.
Every year we pick one Southern college football stadium to go to in the fall. We bring our golf clubs, and he wants to do like an annual trip with all the cousins. Well, now my cousin, who is a freshman in Arkansas, is going to pitch for the Arkansas team.
Oh, wow.
And so we want to go to one of these Arkansas games and go check some stuff out. So,
That's
Steiny, what stadiums in the South have you been to?
None other than Ullman.
Okay.
So no Tennessee, no Bama.
Never been to the South.
No, seriously, an SEC game's on my bucket
That's what I'm
list
saying.
for sure.
Okay, what about you? Have you been
Texas, Austin. I've been
You've
to
been
a
to Austin.
Longhorn.
Okay,
Oh, you have?
I walked by Austin. I never went in. Is it pretty cool?
It was awesome.
Yeah.
And eye candy everywhere. Just the scenery.
The scenery.
The infrastructure.
Please, come on. These
I
guys.
was single. Yeah, eye candy.
I would actually defer to an SEC expert to pick the best stadium to go to. But I think they're all great.
Well, see, that's the thing. Like, I want to do Tennessee on a Saturday night. I want to do the Hedges.
Yeah, I want to do the Hedges too.
I want to do the Hedges.
Georgia.
I want to do
Auburn.
all these different stadiums. Like, to me, I want to see them all.
It's funny you brought up Tulane because I brought up Tulane on your behalf earlier, Steiny, because we were having a conversation as the Niners. Oh, my goodness.
Is it Kuminga?
He's not playing.
You guys want to guess? Is it Brock News or Kuminga News?
Brock News.
It's Purdy.
Wrong. It's Kuminga News. This is just from ESPN and Anthony Slater. Warriors for Jonathan Kuminga's agent told Anthony Slater that Kuminga is prepared to take the $7.9 million qualifying offer unless the Warriors improve the current offers.
And his agent's name, Sam, is?
The agent name is Aaron Turner, who's joining
we got him coming
two
up.
of you guys, right, at 10:30.
Oh, my God.
You guys thought you wouldn't have anything to talk about with him.
This is the couple that you know that's been arguing about whether or not to get married or break up.
This is, man.
For way too long. Like, we all roll our eyes at that couple, right?
I mean, continue, Steiny.
Steiny, this is your wheelhouse.
Go.
You're like a pig in the farm. Let's hear it.
What are you talking about?
You like fired up for Kuminga. You had an ear-to-ear smile.
I got random texts from, I don't know to remain nameless, too. They said Steiny was fired up when we were talking about Kuminga the other day.
Well, I'd much rather talk about something tangible than whether Brock Purdy should play with a sore toe or not that we have known nothing about. He said he might take calls. He wants to take calls from fans.
Yeah, the agent, AT.
Yeah. So we'll see if we can, we'll see how it goes.
What's the louder group? Anti-Kuminga fans? Supportive Kuminga
Anti.
Supportive.
Anti. Now,
like,
explain that. I'm getting hate mail. Like, I'm in a group of pro Kuminga. I'm like, what did I do?
I don't even know.
I just like the kid.
Oh, you like him? Okay.
Yeah. Well, I'm pro Kuminga. I want him here.
Okay.
I like the Warriors. I like Kuminga. Like, either it works out or not. You know what I mean?
I think
have
it's
no
just
ill
his
will
name.
toward the kid.
No one does.
Yeah.
He's polarizing.
It's just his name. It just garners a reaction one way or the other. And I think we're just tired of hearing the name. We're just tired of hearing the word Kuminga.
Yeah.
That's literally, I think, where people are at right now. And that's where Jimmy Butler probably was. Like, dude, you guys had all these months to figure this out.
But he represents a draft pick, a number 7 pick, something you don't have as we get older.
Ago.
I understand, Butch, we don't have no young Thundercats.
So let me ask you this.
So how you just going to run them off?
No, I'm not saying he's not good, but like, how long are we going to talk about the 7th overall pick? Trey Lance was the number 3 overall pick. Brock Purdy was the last
But
pick
can't
in the
we
draft.
say Kuminga just... If you
Jokic
say
was a
this, I'm going to
second
fall out
rounder.
my chair. They lost all the games. Didn't he show the world that he could ball
he could play a
against
little.
Minnesota that had
There's
athletes?
no doubt.
They couldn't do anything with a Spadoni.
I mean-
But they lies.
I mean,
He won. He can play, Butch. That's all.
What do you want to ask the agent?
Has the trust been lost on Kuminga? Does Kuminga trust?
You know that answer?
But then why? Wow, that's interesting.
Don't you? I mean, don't you think you know that answer?
Yes, but
that's
Guru putting on his journalism cap. You need to get stuff on the record for sure.
Okay, see, I want to ask him directly.
That is
like,
a great one.
Do you want to play for the Warriors this year?
That's our first one out the gate.
Regardless of contract and contract length and all that, do you want to play on the Warriors this year? Second question: what position does Jonathan Kuminga think he is?
The position
me.
we've decided to move down the list of
For me, it's a 2. He views himself as a
2?
deuce. Yeah.
Okay.
I just find it incredibly ironic that in order for him to be committed and in order for him to come back and get Steph that 5th ring, he needs a player option to ensure that if he needs to get out of here, he can. Like, it's just a little ironic.
Do you respect it a little?
No, I respect it a lot, and I know why he wants it. I'm just saying there's irony to needing that leverage to be committed to wanting to stay here.
I get that.
You know,
you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It is crossover with Morning Roast, Steiny Guru, every single Friday at this time. We're reacting to the latest from Anthony Slater, ESPN. Warriors forward Jonathan Kuminga's agent told Slater that Kuminga is prepared to take the $7.9 million qualifying offer unless Golden State improves its current offers.
Well, and that's what I'm gonna say. So I'm going to ask him what are you telling me that you're willing to forego Jonathan taking a 3-year, $75 million contract for a 1-year, $8 million deal for a player because of a player option? Because that's what he said is the deal breaker.
Do you think that's penny wise, pound foolish from a neutral perspective, neither Kuminga nor Warrior perspective? Guys, anyone?
He wants that player option so that if things
out.
still stay the same here.
Don't come on, Steiny. He wants out.
He's got a ring, Butch.
Well,
He wants to average 25 and 10,
protection.
30 shots, 25. That's what I think the young man's yearning for him, and I don't hate
And it's
on
all
this
about
Spadoni.
control. Yeah,
That's
you want to have control over your own life. And that I feel like Jonathan Kuminga feels like he has no control in any situation prior to this, and he feels like he has a semblance of it now.
But if you really were in love, who cares about your future? You're the next up.
Well,
Who cares about an option or team?
He doesn't feel like he's the next up.
You're not going anywhere.
That's right.
He doesn't feel
That's
like
right.
he's the next up, though. The organization has made him feel kind of isolated in
I
this.
get
And
that.
listen, they're both at fault in this, and it's gotten to the point where you got Jimmy Butler, of all people, trying to get involved, a guy that was a locker room cancer last year for his own team in Miami.
Well, there are reports that didn't happen.
Oh, now there's reports.
Yeah,
back
that
up
didn't
the
happen.
truck now. Okay.
That Jimmy and Dre didn't reach out to the team to see what.
Of course they reached out. They probably shot a text, and it wasn't that serious. They said, "What's going on
According
here?"
to who you talk to,
I mean,
not erroneous. I'm just saying. I went in on that. I love that.
The cautionary tale of this, I think of a guy who was in a similar situation, not the same level, but like contract-wise. Remember Dennis Schroeder a while ago? I think the Lakers offered him 4 years, like $80 million or something.
Nope.
And he said no. He took like a prove-it deal instead, fumbled the bag, and has never gotten it since.
Dude.
It's been in like 12 teams.
That's wild.
So that's what you're kind of playing with fire here. If it doesn't happen this season and he barely plays, God forbid he gets hurt again, well, then you're screwed.
And Butch, go ahead, because I got a question.
I just this whole I want control. Like all of us on some level have to be self-aware of where we stand within a particular industry to be able to have leverage, right? And I just wonder, if they understand supply and demand and the market itself, because I don't think he has earned nor has the control that he thinks he has given the circumstances and the situation that he's in. Does that make any sense to you guys whatsoever?
But all restricted, it does, Butch, but all restricted free agents to me, this was a summer of hell. So it wasn't just Kuminga.
That's called
reading
That's reading the market, right? Like if you're going to go out and buy a home, you need to understand what the price points are and what's actually available. Hey, for example, I want a 6-bedroom house, 2-car garage, backyard. I only want to spend $850. All right, well, what state are you looking at?
Exactly. It ain't Cali.
And so, like, these are the conversations that I'm having with Kuminga, like, internally, if I'm his representation and I'm part with the Warriors. So, like, I understand he wants to have some control. Believe me, there's a lot of things I want. But there's also a lot of things I'm self-aware to know, that they're unattainable currently. And his closest path to doing so, if he wants, is just take the one-year deal, I guess, and then go from there. That's the most control that you'll have in the situation.
No, I like that. And I just want to say, get it off my chest. Spadoni, can you just back me up? Because I know where Steiny's at.
I'll try.
He's been yours for 4 years. And wherever you deem Kuminga in his basketball puberty, it's not all his fault if he's not where you think he should be. But the bottom line is the fact that that kid was getting DMPs at the end of the year for that Golden State Warrior team. Curry gets hurt. Hey, Kuminga, go in these playoff games, and he's showing the world he can hoop. To me, that cut me. And can anybody tell me that wasn't a bad look for Coach Kerr and the Warriors to have that not fit, but go out there on the biggest stage and ball? Tell me I'm wrong.
Well, I'll tell you you're half wrong. How about that?
Well, it wouldn't be anything other than
it's good for us.
That's good. The other part, that's right.
That'd be good for us.
Terrible look.
I mean, look, I think Warrior fans who have watched this for 4 years were not shocked by what happened to Kuminga at the end of the year. I think the national people have now been like, well, what's going on? What's going on? Yeah. Is it a bad look? Well, yeah, it must be, because the kid scored 25 a game and he wasn't playing. But we know it's a little more nuanced than that here because of Butler and because of the fit and all that kind of stuff.
And the fact that they've rewarded some of the other homegrown guys thus far. Moses Moody, obviously Wiseman didn't work out. Now you trade for a guy in Jimmy Butler who was a locker room camp. No. There's part of this, though.
Moody accepted the situation and realized that, like, you know what? I should probably take this deal because that money might not be available in the offseason.
Sure, no. But I thought he was very calculated. If I'm Jonathan Kuminga and the agent, and I view what Jimmy Butler, and again, Jimmy Butler's a Hall of Famer. He is a better player than Jonathan Kuminga. So there is an aspect where you have to view yourself. I'm not that guy. But I do feel some type of way that guy basically quit on his former team and gets rewarded immediately.
He's also represented Team USA.
He was there a while, though, Spadoni. Are you being a little too hard on him? It got raggedy, Jimmy Butler. That didn't happen from year one when he put on the Heat jersey. He had him in the finals.
I'm just really comparing Jimmy Butler's resume
and
status in the league.
I'm comparing rewarding someone immediately with a brand new contract after he sabotaged his former team.
But you were desperate.
If I'm Jonathan Kuminga, you guys are telling me I'm this cancer in this locker room? That's a cancer, and you just rewarded him by bringing him in here. So I would feel some type of way about that if I'm JK. And you're all telling me I'm the problem?
I would also say, like, the minute Jimmy got here, we went on a run. I think the proof is in the pudding.
Absolutely.
But what about the three different guys, the big three?
Like, you're not Jimmy like that. Wait 1 second.
Absolutely, he's not Jimmy. I just said
but
he
that's
wasn't.
the problem. I think this whole thing is his lack of self-awareness to know who he is relative to the other guys in that locker room, I think is a huge part of why we're where we're at.
Steiny and Goo talking to JK's agent, Aaron Turner. Shasky's going to be locked in. I'm going to be locked in. Be locked into Steiny and Goo next on 95.7 The Game. And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky here for Ceremony Ford, and let me keep it real with you. If you've been thinking about making the switch to an electric ride, now is the time to pull the trigger because Ceremony Ford in Colma is ending the summer with some heat. So check this out. Slide into a brand new 2025 Mustang Mach-E for just $225 a month on a lease. That's right, $225 a month for 36 months. Or if you're ready to buy, lock in 0% APR financing for 72 months and grab a $2,000 rebate. Who else is giving you that? Only Ford. But here's the kicker. The federal EV tax credits on Mach-E and the F-150 Lightning are about to expire September 30th. You wait, you lose. Don't let Uncle Sam keep your money. Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest inventories in Northern California, and they're ready to hook you up. Find them right off at 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. That's Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's Mach-E superstore. Tell them Butcher sent you.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
I've used drugs from the age of 15 till 29. I had no friends. I had no family. I wanted to quit because I didn't want to die. Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Hey, Joy. Oh,
you are glowing.
Oh, hey, more like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
It's the Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Show. Let's go.
Oh, that's it. What's going on, everybody? Matt Steinmetz down, the Guru Johnson.
Yes, sir.
There you are. Good to hear from you. All right. A little different setup today. Aaron Turner, the agent for Jonathan Kuminga, is going to join us at 10:30. So we're going to take a break in about 6-8 minutes to set that up. Obviously, the Kuminga saga has been going on since, you can make a case since last offseason. But there's an October 1st deadline looming with the qualifying offer.
That's around the corner.
And Aaron Turner, Kuminga's agent, is going to come on and talk about what's going on. And I guess he indicated to the boss yesterday that if some fans want to ask some questions, he'll take some questions from the fans. But
how dope is that?
I honestly, I think all this activity is has been pushed or egged on by this deadline. When you have a deadline, things tend to pick up, and I think that's where we're at right now.
Yeah, but that breaking news sounder, Steiny, to me is the end of the relationship. If somehow this young man, Jonathan Kuminga, comes back and plays for 7.9, finishes this year, and then is out of a Warrior uniform. And then I just, as a Warrior fan, you see it on me right now, on my body, my Warrior shirt. I mean, man, when you look at the inventory of what you got to look forward to in the future, the cupboards are bare. This dude has the potential to be an all-star. Meet me there.
Nope, I'm not. I'm not going to meet you
Then why
there.
do you think this is a big deal? The dude went out and gave buckets. You just admitted it on the crossover. He gave Minnesota the business.
I never would. Yeah, you find that tape. I dare you to find a tape where I ever said Kuminga gave Minnesota the business.
Oh, you don't talk. I'm saying
that's
that.
Right.
Yeah, that's the Guru computer spitting
that. That clear.
A few minutes ago, you said
scored.
nationally he got the attention of a lot of people. Like, why is this dude
because
who's capable of scoring 25, in a playoff game, why is he a DNP? And I just wonder, has there been damage done to the relationship? And we'll get to ask AT when he comes on.
You already calling him AT?
That's what I do. I'm saying Aaron, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's coming up at 10:30. Looking forward to that, obviously. Hopefully we'll get some answers.
Willard sent me a text. They went 0-4. I guess that was to our Purdy conversation when I said, Willard wants him to play if he can go. And I'm like, proceed with caution. But last year, I think without Brock, the team must have went 0-4. I'm taking that text that way.
Well, he only missed 2 games, though, last year, Purdy, I believe.
We'll get to it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's good. Oh, man. We'll see what happens with Jonathan Kuminga.
What would you like to see happen? I want him
just
back.
Answer the question, Matt. What do I want to see? What do I want to see with Kuminga? Oh, God, what do I want to see? I want to see it end without acrimony. There you go. I want it to end with no malice. However that may be. How do you want to see it end?
I would like him to come back on a multiple-year deal and be a part of the Warriors' future. And again, I'm not telling you he's Kevin Durant or Steph Curry. I'm not. I'm just telling you he can be an athletic part of a team going forward, man. And I just wonder how in year 4 that is come and gone, how, his agent, Aaron Turner, and Jonathan Kuminga feel about his progress. Like, if I were to ask you right now, grade Jonathan Kuminga's progress or evolution as a Golden State Warrior in 4 years, Steiny, how would you answer that?
Grade him for his progress?
Yeah, or just not blaming anybody, just how do you think it's come along?
C?
Nah, that ain't good enough. I'm with
C,
you.
maybe?
There's meat on the bone.
Well, I don't know that there is. I don't know what he's – I'm not really sure what he's capable of. I know what he's I know what he's capable of athletically, but I still don't know what he's capable of with some of the other aspects of the game that are important.
Do you think JK wants to be, I'm asking you this, are you all the focal point of an offense?
Probably.
And he's got some big dogs in front of him in regard to Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry.
But you know, that to me is where maybe the reputation, he's got an outside he's got an outsized ego about that kind of thing. Like he's not going to be the number one option right now, right here for the Warriors. But I'm not sure that is there a team he could go to right now where he'd be the number one option? And if there is, I would have to assume that team stinks.
Yeah.
Like really
I thought of Charlotte off the top, and they stink.
And they're not getting much. I don't see them getting better if you just plop Kuminga on there and say, go get us 23 a game, which he'd probably be able to do. But I think he wants to be more relied upon than he is here.
And that breaking news sounder started. I thought Loveman was going to say he signed it. He is not. But that signals to me, if that's accurate, we're just a season away maybe from Jonathan Kuminga being done with the Dubs.
Maybe even sooner than that if they end up moving him after he takes the qualifying offer at the trade deadline. But he'll have a final say whether that can happen or not. Because if he comes back, the more I think about the leverage, I tend to go back and forth a little bit. But the one thing I am starting to believe is that as much as the Warriors, maybe don't want to do whatever, some of the things they don't want to do, it's like they can't let him play under the 7.9. Like, that's a killer for them in a way. And I think it's a bigger killer for them than we think because that's the double whammy. That's where you're probably going to lose him and you won't get anything for him for the most part.
Yeah.
Like, any smart team would want that's got to be the last option for the Golden State Warriors.
You kind of went through that with Jordan Poole, right? I feel like you lost him. You brought Paul in. Paul dipped. You got nothing to,
Well, if he were like Jordan Poole, he would have been paid last off season like the other guys were. And,
This is crazy, man. It really is. And, I just keep going, the timeline, the Valkyrie game. What was said? They had some conversations. The reports, not reports, Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob went to Miami to meet with Turner and Kuminga. What didn't happen there, partner, for a deal to be consummated?
I mean, we'll find out.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Aaron Turner joining us in about 5 minutes. Why is this player option so important? That's the question.
If you want to be a Warrior for life.
I mean, look, part of these interviews are we're gonna hear. I think I know the answers we're gonna hear to a lot of the questions, obviously, but we still got to hear them from the player's agent, and that's what hopefully will.
And I do want to know what's out there that he's heard, because Steiny, he's obviously willing to come on, share his time, talk, and take calls from the fans. I got to believe there's some things out there that they just are like, are you kidding me? Warrior fans believe that?
Yeah, I mean, and the other thing about this is it's clear that, you're not going to get Mike Dunleavy to come onto the radio and talk about what's going on. I don't even think Joe Lacob would want to do that as much as he's available. But, I think this, it's going to be hard to get Joe Lacob to say, here's what we offered him. He said no. We upped the offer to this, da-da-da, like that. Joe Lacob's not going to do that. Yeah. And I don't think he should either.
So hopefully we get some clarity, man.
Well, and we may, but just it's going to be clarity from one side.
I hear you.
Know
I
what
got
I mean?
you.
Which is fine.
I hear you.
But
we appreciate the time.
When you're asking me how, I mean, it's so funny the way as the deadline gets closer, you think this can't really happen this way, can it?
Wow.
Well, maybe. It's like, no, the Warriors don't want him to play on the $8 million qualifying offer. That's obvious. They want him to take the $75 million.
Hello.
But
I get it.
You're telling me Kuminga's going to walk away from 75 and gamble on himself for 1 year when in that year he has no control over what may happen as he enters free agency? Yeah, we'll find out more on the other side. But you know what? We can start lining some up. You're going to probably be on hold for a little bit, though, because we're going to talk to Aaron Turner, and then we'll jump into some questions. But you guys know the number, 888-957-9570. Aaron Turner, the agent for Jonathan Kuminga, is joining us on the other side. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And Aaron Turner.
Let's go.
It's been a year in the making with this contract. And it's going to come to an end, ladies and gentlemen, in the next couple weeks. So bear with us. And that segment was brought to you by Moderna.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California Ace scratch right on one.
Wait, what play is that?
Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery. Oh. With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call.
For sure.
On one. Ready, set,
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Fall is the season for reinvention, and it's easy to do at Macy's Fall Favorite Sale. Come in and find your new favorite styles, like romantic ruffled dresses, chic trenches, cashmere sweaters, and textural fall layers, which are perfect for mixing and matching. All for 20 to 50% off. So if you're looking for your new favorite things, look no further than the Fall Favorite Sale. Today, only at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Tipping on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 10/21/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intra-line applied via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data and service series. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q1 to Q2 2025.
At Star One, we make saving simple because everything we do is in your best interest. That's why we provide super simple products with the best rates possible, like our savings account, which we have increased to pay an outstanding return at 3.51% annual percentage yield. That's way above the market average. Apply today at star1.org. Star One Credit Union, in your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA. Rate current as of September 1st, 2025 and is subject to change. $50 minimum deposit to open account and earn APY.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Start today for just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medication conditions. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall. Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every red and gold home game this season for our special live pregame broadcast. Plus, we'll have tailgate games, prizes, great food, and drink specials. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
Now to Kuminga on the right side. Kuminga fakes, dribbles, sees bodies, dribbles again, spins, goes up in traffic, got fouled and scored, got undercut on the way there. Acrobatic move by Jonathan Kuminga.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was Tim Roy on the call from the Warriors playoff series against Minnesota. Jonathan
JK
scored some points in that series, no doubt about it. Let's go out to the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Aaron Turner. He's the agent for Jonathan Kuminga, and if you want to jump on our YouTube channel, you might want to do it because I not only see Aaron, I think I see Jonathan Kuminga working out in the background. How you doing, Aaron? Thank you for joining us. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And yes, that is JK. Tired,
getting the
it's
work
Friday,
in.
but we're getting it in. Yeah, you got camps around the corner, so.
Gotcha. Hey, let me start out by asking you this, Aaron. Obviously, there's a deadline coming up on October 1st. What has kind of prompted you to come out and talk about what's going on right now? Is it the pending deadline?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're getting closer to camp here, and I think it's important too that. People understand, fans, it's kind of, started to really pick up in September that there's an understanding of what the reality of the situation is. JK has become a divisive figure in the Warriors, fan base. And, we follow that on top of, just making sure that, people understand, the fans especially, like what's actually going on here.
Aaron, I'm excited. I'm a fan, so I got to ask you the money question, and a lot of people want to know, does Jonathan Kuminga want to be a Golden State Warrior?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's like a loaded question, and we can kind of talk about it. But, I talked about this yesterday on the podcast with Winters. I mean, the Warriors are first class, everything they do. So to say you don't want to play for the Warriors organization is, I don't know how you could say that because it's, again, I have players on all different teams. It's first class, and there's a lot of different ways I can explain that. But the Warriors are phenomenal with how they treat guys, the family, like everything. So the organization, along with JK's relationship with Joe, I don't think there's any feeling of, I wouldn't want to play for the Warriors. I think, JK, of course, this is a guy, and I've said this, he works super hard. He really loves the game. A lot of guys say they really love it. That he loves it. You could ask his peers that. They know that. And he wants a chance to start every night, finish every night. He wants to be a focal point of a team. That's not a secret. That's something he works for. JK gets up. He's done this for 2 summers in a row. He'll wake up at 6 a.m. You don't, to work out, he'll be on the court by 5:30 getting, work done. You don't do that to, not want more. And that's normal. And that's part of, he wants to grow. So does he want to be on the Warriors? He understands it and he's open to it. And, the Warriors are the organization that drafted him. So of course he'd love to stay with one team his whole career. His favorite player, his, idol is Kobe Bryant. That's what he did. If it's possible. But of course he wants a bigger role. That's not really a secret, but is he open to coming back, and being all about what the next year is about and understanding that he could get moved in a few months? Like, he's digested it and he's open-minded to it.
I got you. Aaron Turner joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's the agent for Jonathan Kuminga. Hey, real quick, where are you joining us from? I know you're in a gym, but where are you with Jonathan working out in the background?
Yeah, no, this is just a gym, and we work out at a lot when we're in Cleveland in the off season.
Cleveland,
just
gotcha.
Getting ready, and it's kind of our pseudo makeshift training camp. Normally I'm on vacation right now, but not this year.
Gotcha. How do you reconcile the obvious the obvious problem with Jonathan wants to be a focal point, but it seems clear that right here, right now, he just can't be or won't be with Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler on this team. Like, would he be willing to quote unquote wait? But address that complication, please.
Yeah, I think. Okay, again, it's like we don't say to every guy that decides they want to go to a mid-major to start. Steph Curry went to Davidson, right? Instead of going to a Big Ten school that, that's wrong or not. Like, of course, he wants an opportunity to do more. But he's also understanding of, competing for a championship, what it means to be on the Warriors and that. He loves that. This is a guy, I think you saw that against Minnesota. He wants to play on the biggest stage. He wants to play against the best teams. He wants to play in big games. I think it's totally, and when you say playing with these guys, like, I think it's totally doable. He's open-minded to it. And, last year, not fair to Steve, not fair to him. There was so much pressure around, like, him joining when Jimmy had come. I've said this many times. Like, it took LeBron and D-Wade half a season to figure it out. JK didn't get any time to really figure out what was going on. He wasn't even 100%. He wasn't 100%. I would say now he's 100%. He wasn't even 100% in that Minnesota series. So, he needed some time. They need some time to just figure out how to play. I think Steve had that. I think when, Jimmy came here, JK didn't really understand, what that meant. Before JK got hurt, you got to remember his usage was through the roof. He was really the focal point. I've heard a lot of people, say that, is JK a winning player or did he help? I don't know where this narrative got spun because, before Jimmy, when JK played last season, the Warriors were 18-14. And I could go way deeper, but I'm just going to keep it simple. Without JK, pre-Jimmy, they were 7-12. So it took a first ballot Hall of Famer, 6-time All-Star, all that to come in and stopgap what was happening because the Warriors, where they were going. So I think, JK has the talent and he respects Jimmy a ton. So I know he has the, I got to figure out how to play with Jimmy because I don't think it's an issue of playing with Steph at all. If you look at Steph's numbers and JK's numbers the last couple of years, they're better when JK's on the floor with Steph. He knows how to play with Steph. Is he the perfect, does he ever miss Steph here and there? Maybe it happens once in a while, but he knows how to play with Steph. He knows how to play with Draymond. I think the biggest variable is can he figure out how to play with Jimmy? And I think he that first says, are you open-minded to play with Jimmy? And he's absolutely open-minded to play with Jimmy. Secondly is, I thought in the Minnesota series, although unfortunately, it was you guys lost. But what I took out of that, what JK took out of that was it really clicked for him, like how to play with Jimmy. Like he made strides in that. I know you guys, it was not necessarily the best series we lost, and it wasn't necessarily competitive after Steph went out, at least the 2 games in Minnesota. But there was a takeaway, if you really think about it, that he cracked some of the code to play with Jimmy. And I don't think plugging Steph back into that changes anything. That's just more shooting the best shooter in the world. I don't think that really makes it hard. I think it's the understanding of lit. Jimmy operates in certain areas of the floor that JK wants to operate in, and he definitely wants to get to doing that more as his career goes on. But he's also not, he's understanding that, like, okay, I can adapt. I can cut off Jimmy more. Jimmy, Jimmy, one of the great things about Jimmy is, and I have other guys that have played with Jimmy in Miami, he's very, he's going to let guys be them. He's not a selfish guy at all. So it's more of just figuring out, when's Jimmy going to come to me? How do I take advantage of the mismatches Jimmy creates? Because, no one was doing that but JK pre-Jimmy. So it's something that I'm optimistic it could get figured out if he came back. And the fit, I think it can get figured out. It's not a clean fit. Steve's made that point. I'm not disagreeing with that. But I think it can get worked through.
You're listening to Aaron Turner. He's the agent for Jonathan Kuminga on 95.7 The Game. He's joining us from Cleveland, where Jonathan Kuminga right now is working out. Go ahead, Gil.
Yeah, Aaron, there's so many ingredients to this whole thing that makes it fascinating, right? And I get it, and I'm listening to you. But if I were to ask you right now, what's more important to JK, the money or the role on the team? How would you answer that?
I think it's clear. I mean, if he could prioritize, it's the role, but that's not really existent right now, right? Like you can only get the role on the place that you can get to, and right now you can't get to those spots. So yes, I mean, I think the fact that he's very open-minded to Sacramento, to Phoenix, and some of the other teams that we've talked to says that. I mean, he wants a bigger role. No one's hiding from that. He's not hiding from that. But on any great team, right, somebody has to sacrifice. It's 100% needed to win at the highest level. And sometimes you got to do stuff you don't want to do, or necessarily, put your personal agenda behind you to win. So I think, the role would be the coveted thing for him, but that's just, at this moment, not an option.
Aaron Turner joining us on
Unless the Warriors do one of these two sign-in trades. Sorry about that.
Right.
But, right now, it's just not.
Sure, and that's what we can get into next. You're listening to Aaron Turner. He's on 95.7 The Game. He's the agent for Jonathan Kuminga. There's been a lot reported about the numbers and the parameters of the deal. Can you just – I'm just going to go through it quick. Can you just essentially either confirm or not that this is where you are, and then I want to ask about the player option. But is it basically true that the choices he's got right now are 1 year on the qualifying offer at 7.9? He could do a 2-year deal for 45 with a team option, 3 years for 54 with no options, and 3 years for 75 with a team option. You guys want a player option, and if you get the player option, you can move forward.
Yeah. I mean, that's right. I would put one wrinkle in there, the 1+1. Inherently that deal allows you to have a no-trade clause.
Right.
Because if you get traded, you lose your bird rights. So if he's able to keep that, we're also very open to that, because it's basically the same situation as now, except you just dipped around the base compensation rule, which has made, finding this trade a lot harder on all parties.
So can I ask, I think it's a little ironic that to ask for a player option, you need the player option to prove you're committed, which is a protection that can get you out anytime you want if it doesn't work out. I understand that, but why is this player option the biggest part of this right now for Jonathan and you?
Yeah, I think, we look at this as the player option for somebody who believes in himself, like JK, okay? And JK, one out of 10, his teammate, he believes in himself at a 10. There is no secret about that, of where he's going, his conviction. I mean, I always say you can't have a doubt in your mind if you have the confidence to go in and do what he did against Minnesota, because 99% of players can't do that after not playing 3 weeks. Your confidence is who knows where. And he comes into game 2, it's his first 9 shots like it's nothing. Like, yeah, okay, this is what I do. So the player option to him is super important, but it's really, to us, we look at it as, okay, JK is clearly the guy that needs to sacrifice here for this to work. Okay, so that's fine. And he's passing up opportunities where they are saying to him, okay, I mean, BJ Armstrong made a strong comment to JK, like, we want you to be you. We don't want you to change a thing. Play your game, okay? He can't do that fully in Golden State. It will jam up what everything is going on. So you're sacrificing, your game. And again, another point is he's probably, we'll see how it goes, but there's a good chance he gets traded, okay? There's a good chance he gets traded, and that's halfway through the year, and he has to go to some team that, he doesn't necessarily know which team that's going to be or what exactly that's going to entail.
Right.
So, when we look at those factors, and then just the fact that he's been there for 4 years and it's been up and down and up and down, when you look at all that, you go, okay, the player option is the signal to him that, make this work. And, for us, we view it as, okay, let's say, that, we see his market at a certain level right now, 24, 25. We could all argue about that or whatnot, but making sure that the team can stay under the second apron, no problem. We can help with that. We'll give you more. We're not going to try to take away the flexibility on the front end because we understand how important it is to build a roster for the now, because this is a win now situation. So because of that, okay, fine, cool. JK, and I stated this yesterday, he early on in this process said, I could have came in and said, look, we want $30 million a year. Look at Jalen Johnson. We don't want to talk about anything else, but we talked about what was reasonable and practical. And, Al, he thinks could help. Steve has wanted a stretch five like this. It helps the combinations. It helps the spacing of Jimmy, Draymond, JK, and so JK was like, hey, I'm for it. Let's make sure we make that clear. And we're not going to try to push you above the second apron, but by making that sacrifice for the here, the now, take care of the back end with the player option. So that's why it's very important to us.
And just to clarify one thing here, and then I'm going to let my partner ask the question, but you referenced B.J. Armstrong, and I can assume you're talking about he was hired as a front office man in Sacramento, and he's made contact with Jonathan, and they've talked about a sign and trade, and B.J. relayed that information according to you, right? I just want to clarify that.
Oh, yeah. No, Scott Perry came and spent some time, seeing him. He's a free agent. This isn't tampering or anything like that. It's totally allowed. So it's good for him to hear what's out there and be enlightened, about what other people think. You don't get that chance that often. And there may be some other teams too. There are some other teams that have made contact. And, you could say maybe they're just planting seeds for next summer, of what could be an unrestricted Jonathan Kuminga, which if you go look at the wings, which I would say wings is probably the most vital position in the NBA, go look at the unrestricted free agents in, the 2026 class.
Yeah. Aaron Turner is joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's the agent for Jonathan Kuminga. He's joining us live from Cleveland, from a gym where he's working out with Jonathan Kuminga in the background. You want to check it out? Pop on our YouTube channel, just search for 95.7 The Game.
Aaron, this is just me, and I told my partner and the fans, I believe one of Jonathan's biggest fans in the Warrior building is the owner, Joe Lacob. And the reports not too long ago, you guys all met in Miami with Mike Dunleavy, and the first question Joe Lacob asked Kuminga was, does he want to be with the Warriors? And Kuminga's response was, do you want me here? Can you share with us all what happened, what was said after that?
Yeah, it's like living a real life Seinfeld episode, right? Do you want me here? But the reality is, I think everybody understands, even with Joe saying that and JK and all of his thoughts, this is a weird situation, okay? There's a bunch of different patterns in the NBA, so I don't like to compare necessarily situations because this one has its own unique set of circumstances. But this situation is unique, and I think everybody understands. I think JK thinks genuinely Joe thinks he's very good and believes in him. I think, JK's felt that from the moment he met Joe. They sat together when they did their pre-draft visit and spent a lot of time. So I think JK does feel like Joe truly believes in him. But it's tricky, right? Because the window of the next 2 years and what the Warriors are trying to do and what's after that. And I think everybody understands, we don't know what's next, right? And that's okay. That's okay. That's not a problem. So do you want me here? Do you want me to be here? I think Joe, in a perfect world, does want JK to be here. I think, that's very clear. if it could all work out. But I think they also realize in this window, there's a high probability they need to possibly move him to get a piece that's more complementary to other guys. I don't think anybody knows this though. I think that this could go a lot of different ways, this year.
Yeah. Aaron Turner joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's the agent for Jonathan Kuminga. And first of all, secondly, do appreciate you coming on and giving us as much detail as you can. And I just, we're having a nice conversation here. So I'll just phrase the question like I would if we were sitting at a bar. Aaron, you're telling me you're willing to forego $75 million over 3 years to have Jonathan take the qualifying offer for 1 year, $8 million, just because of a player option.
Yeah. So, first of all, it's not 75. The third year's a team option, right?
Okay.
So that's not guaranteed. Okay. So let's
fair.
Let's just keep the facts, right? Because I see the fans and they like to pull certain things and not things. So, it's a lot of money. Don't get me wrong, but if you know JK, he's somebody that he has principle, right? He's very grounded in who he is, and we've gone over the risk of the qualifying offer. I mean, to nauseam at this point in the summer. We've looked at it. Now, we have I like to think a pretty smart group around him. We've got some insurance policies that hedge out a lot of the risk. We're not very worried about the on-court play. We'd be more worried to just keeping them healthy. So we've been able to hedge out, with some insurance policies that'll definitely help if we had to go down that route. And so, as far as would you lose money this year? Yeah. Would you lose money next year? Probably. But if you go where you want and you are the player you think you're going to be, JK, then yeah, in 10 years from now, 5 years from now, we could say that's the best decision you ever made. If you want the upside to choose your spot where you feel great, you're going to have to probably take some risk, but that's how it works, right? Like risk, reward. And JK is not risk averse. I mean, if you know the backstory of him, I mean, he came over here when he was a kid, didn't see his parents for 6 years and coming over from the Congo. Like, this is a guy that believes in himself, has bet on himself every step of the way. So to say, now he's going to change at this point, I don't, now is that going to happen? I don't think so. Now, do we want to take the QO? No, nobody wants to take the QO. I don't think we would be lying if I said that's ideal. The hope is, we can get something figured out. But if he does take it, it's not going to be a good feeling for him, with the fact that he actually puts that pen to paper on October 1st. It's not something that he is going to be very happy that we got to that situation and had to do that. So, I think it's a possibility. It's not something we want to do, but look, it's hard for me as his agent. I'm looking for a deal where I can, and I think the player option does that, where I can stand on the table and say, we're taking this deal. You know what I mean? There's nothing to talk about. We're taking this deal. But with what's on the table right now, I have to be a little more, respective of JK, and his understanding. And if he wants to stand, to a degree on like, hey, I think it's fair that, we don't do this deal, then I have to, I understand it. Right. I do. I don't think it's at a point where if his principle is, I don't think this is fair to me, I don't want to do it. Well, I kind of have to respect that.
No doubt. AT, I got to ask you this, man, because I'm a lifelong Warrior fan. And last spring, as we saw the season come to an end heading into the playoffs, I saw DMPs for JK, and I'm like, okay, what's going on? Hardly used against Houston. What's going on? And then Minnesota happened after Curry got hurt, and he showed the world he could ball. So I bring that up to ask you, has there been any trust loss from Kuminga's standpoint with Coach Kerr on how the DMPs and him basically being forgotten about in the playoffs? Has there been any trust loss from him to Coach Kerr?
I mean, I'd be lying if I said that didn't sting him. It did. I was with JK through the Houston series, and credit to him, he stayed totally locked in. Which I love, and I think his teammates respect that. But I mean, it was hard. I don't want to say it was hard. It was really, really hard for him. I mean, and I think anybody would feel like that. he felt like before he got hurt, he was a big part of the team and came back. And I mean, that's professional sports, right? I mean, it's just what happens. The next guy up, I can give you many stories, right? Tom Brady's Tom Brady because somebody got hurt who was good in front of him. It happens. You come back and things are a little bit different. And so it stung. Steve, to his credit, he over-communicated to JK during that process. It wasn't like JK didn't know what was coming. I mean, Steve said, look, like, I think the combinations, around Jimmy, Steph, and Draymond are working. We're playing great. And throwing you in here right now, you're not necessarily complimenting him as well. That's not a knock on you necessarily as an individual. But and you hear Steve talk. I mean, he talks about this all the time. So I listen to what Steve's quotes are, and I try not to take them out of context. He'll say, this 5-man combination. It's about the combination. So his voice, his what he was saying is this combination's not working. I mean, the numbers did back that up. It was a very small sample size, so I don't think it can't get figured out. But it was a gut check. And when I say, trust, I mean, he trusts that Steve wants to win games. He trusts that Steve is going to play. And Steve's talked to me about this before. Steve's going to play whoever helps him win that game. That's his MO. So I think JK trusts that. Do I think he, trusts that Steve wants to let him, go run, wild off pick and rolls and do whatever he wants? No, I don't think that's how the Warriors play. But he understands that. So their relationship has been up, down. But, I mean, like I always say, when JK was playing great in Minnesota, who was on the sidelines? Steve. Okay, let's not even say because Steph was out. Who was on the sidelines in the end of December and early January when Jonathan Kuminga was playing phenomenal? It was Steve. So, I mean, the two of them can absolutely have shown that they can work together. And I don't think JK needs, Steve to sugarcoat anything for him. So do I think it's workable? Yeah. Do I think they have some disagreements probably on, how Steve sees maybe his developmental arc, how JK sees his developmental arc? Yeah, there's some disagreements, but that's okay. People can disagree. That's okay. As long as, when you get on the floor, you can figure it out and make it work. And I also think people have said to me, bought in, you're just bought in if you get the player out. What does bought in mean? He's going to just not touch the ball or whatever. And no, JK is going to be who he's going to be. Okay. I'm not saying he's going to magically turn into this other type of player, but what bought into me is, it means that if you have and I think in any business, an essential employee, right, to the overall goal of the company, you need that person bought into the overarching goal of what you're trying to accomplish. And that means positive attitude. That means if you're playing well in a game and you get benched in the last 3 minutes, you're you're cheering, you're there. If you get thrown back in, you're there. If it's an offense, defense, switch out, even though you don't want to come off the floor, you're there. If you're not starting, you understand it. Maybe there's a situation you're starting 4 games and then somebody comes back and you're back to the bench. Keeping a professional, positive mindset through all that, I think, is really what bought in means. And you're sacrificing for the greater good. And I just think, in any business, any essential employee, you need them on that same page with you to achieve, what's the greater good, the ultimate goal. And in this case, it's right. I think I'm under the impression the Warriors are trying to win the championship next year. That's what JK's under the impression. We're not playing. I don't think anyone's playing to go to the second round.
Right. Aaron Turner joining us on 95.7 The Game. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, of course, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk brewed in the city. All right, let me play devil's advocate here and say, well, you know what else would maybe convince certain fans and certain media that he's bought in would be him rebounding better, him running the floor more, him being a better team defender, him getting loose balls. These are all things Steve Kerr has talked about. So how would you answer that it seems like he's not doing altogether what they want him to do?
Yeah, so I think some of that is he's not doing that on purpose, first of all. So, if you want to say those things, it's not like he's not doing it because he comes into the game I don't want to run the floor hard. That's not anything. Yeah, JK wants to play well. Rebounding, I mean, we've seen this pattern with JK. When he's playing big minutes and he's involved in the game, the rebounding tends to go with it, right? He feels more involved, and then the competitive juices flow more, and he's crashing the glass more. We've seen that. I mean, at the end of December, Steve was just, really happy with his rebounding, his effort, all those things you just talked about. There have been points along the way Steve has been really happy with it, which it's funny because those are also the times where JK's playing a lot. So it's like a chicken egg a little bit. Like when he plays more, those things tend to happen. When you throw him in, he's there. There's different kinds of guys in the NBA, and I don't really look at JK as he's a guy that, you come in for a small stint. Like he's more of a guy that as the game goes, he's going to, and he's involved, those things start happening, which normally when you think about role players, veteran role players, like it takes time to get to that. And 99% of the time, they're not as talented as Jonathan Kuminga. So they're going to do those other things like better because I rep guys like that. That's how they are in the NBA. If you don't run the floor hard, if you don't rebound, you have no chance. Now, I'm not excusing anybody from not doing that, but what I am saying is, JK's obviously believes in himself, knows what he can do. So I think you've seen there is a trend. When he plays more, when he's more, playing bigger minutes, those numbers go with it. If you remember, and I mean, I'm sure you guys are watching most of the Warrior games. Yeah. Think about the game this year, Houston, when they lost that 1-point game. Who was the guy that jumped on Jalen Green diving for the loose ball, got the foul at the end of the game? That was JK. Okay. Who was when they played Minnesota, when they got that big win in December earlier, what do you have? 3 blocks, 3 steals. I think it was something like that. Guarding Anthony Edwards the whole time. He was flying around, making plays off the ball. So, and I think in the second half of the season when he came back, he wasn't healthy, guys. He was not 100%. So what you saw the last 2 months, I mean, he really sprained his ankle. He had a real sprain. So, anybody who's really sprained their ankle knows it takes time to really get that pop back. So, the rebounding in the Minnesota series could have been better. He knows that. He's not running from that. Something he has to keep working on. He's in elite shape right now. He's been doing everything, biking, running, not running, but on the floor running, obviously a lot of conditioning, trying to keep his body in a great place. I mean, listen, he's a great point of attack defender. That's like, to me, his strength. I think you guys saw what he did against Ant in the conference semis. He's really good. And I think when you guard Shea, you see that sometimes that comes out of him. Off ball has to keep getting better. That's a lot of young players, right? Fall asleep sometimes. You're not. But, hey, I mean, I'm not sitting here and he's not sitting here saying he's perfect. I mean, there's still stuff to clean up. He's 22 years old, 22. And that's why I do think, like I always say to people, and the youth and the energy and the competitiveness, JK really shows his head and what he's capable and what he's doing. Like, the biggest sales pitch I can see is just go watch when you guys play the Thunder. Who shows up every time you play the Thunder? If you guys watch the Warriors, you know the answer to the question, right? And that's the team to beat. Who's rebounding? Who's running? Who's guarding? I mean, it's him. So, I mean, to me, those are things, he's got to keep doing more consistently. You wouldn't walk up to JK and say, JK, man, you got to rebound the ball better. And he's not going to say to you, no, you're wrong. Okay, you're right. Something I have to continue to improve on. Your rotations off the ball, hey, you have to stay like, okay, something I need to continue to improve on. No one's fighting it. He's not fighting it.
AT, I got to ask you this, because every team dynamic is like a family dynamic, and when things are going on with your brother and sister, your mom will intervene. So have you guys heard, has JK heard from the big three like Steph, Dre, and Jimmy? Have they reached out, to try to get this thing maybe in the fast lane to get something resolved?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely talked. Like, I know, he has respect for all of them. He really respects Jimmy, just as a person. He likes how, Jimmy moves and how, Jimmy is. So I know him and Jimmy have talked. He respects all of them for sure. Draymond's a guy that's always been behind him. The sound bites from Draymond are endless of his support of JK. Steph, obviously, you ask JK, they'll tell you he's one of the greatest players ever played, maybe the greatest in JK, as far as JK's played with. So I think, he has respect for all of them. I mean, I know he's been in communication a little bit. I know him and Jimmy have spoke. Him and Draymond have texted. I think him and Steph may have talked a couple times, or missed each other. But you know, I don't want to get too into like their dynamics, but I mean, the relationship with all those guys and him there's zero beef. Like there's no animosity. I think Draymond, Jimmy, if you ask them, they're going to tell you his time's coming. Like there's no doubt, whether it's now or in the future. So he feels that, he respects that. And, you know, yeah, I mean, that's just, there's no drama with that. Let me tell you that. There's no drama.
Gotcha. We're talking to Aaron Turner. He's the agent for Jonathan Kuminga. He's joining us from Cleveland, and Jonathan is working out in the background. If you want to check it out, just jump onto the YouTube channel. Hey, you've been generous with your time, obviously. I'm gonna ask you some quick ones. I'm going to tell our listeners, 888-957-9570. You want to ask Aaron a question or two? He said, Aaron said he's willing to do that. But let me just do some quick stuff here. Like, what's been the most frustrating report or rumor out there that hasn't been true in your mind in this saga?
Well, two, I think one, we turned down the 5 years, 150 is frustrating. I think it's been frustrating a little bit to JK because, yeah, 100%, 5 years, 150, we would have done. We would have had to do it. Like, even if we're like, man, we're worth more, you're not in a position to not take 150. We would have done that deal. Anything under that, no, we probably wouldn't have loved it. But truthfully, this is all a moot point because the Warriors, and if you understand how this would have worked last year, they wanted to stay flexible, which again was okay. Nobody was upset about it. I think we were hoping there'd be more of a runway to start the year last year, going into year 4 of like, hey, let's really see what JK can do. But we understood like where everything was at from a flexibility standpoint, and that's what almost allowed them to get Kevin Durant, with JK being the centerpiece, as we know the Suns have a lot of affection for JK. But we never turned down 5 years, 150. So I see the fan base. I see a lot of people where they say like, JK has created this circumstance. JK has done nothing. Like he's sitting here. He's now playing his cards for the first time, and he has the right to do so. But it's not like he turned down something because the Warriors, they didn't want to do a deal. And that's okay because they needed the flexibility. If they went over the mid-level, it would have been almost impossible to move JK because the team receiving him would have had to absorb his 25, 26 salary on the book. So once you understand that, it's like, okay, well, JK really hasn't done anything. And it's funny to me because if you don't like JK, right, or you don't think he's the guy he thinks he is or we think he is, okay, then let him go. Let him go. Like, that's fine. That's fine. But if you do, okay, well, yeah, he wants to be treated a certain way. And I think the other second thing is that JK's selfish, or some guys. I think that narrative is very off. JK doesn't care about numbers. I've never heard him come to me and say, "Aaron, man, I scored 30 tonight. Look what I." It's like, hey, I just, I want to make the right play. He wants to continue growing at that. He wants to continue to improve reading the game, seeing the game. Seeing 2 plays ahead, all that type of stuff. It's something he wants to do. He does strive to be a number 1 option someday, but not because he just cares about scoring. It's not at all that. So I think those are the 2 narratives that I would like to always say, like I would want to correct, because I don't think that's true at all.
Hey, T, I got to ask you this because it's been 4 years. Do you feel like the ownership and coaching staff are on the same page in regard on how to best utilize Kuminga?
I mean, that's tough, right? Like, I mean, I think the obvious answer is probably not, but it's not. It's a tough spot, right? Because you're in this place of like, Steve's trying to win now. How much leeway can you give JK? How many mistakes can you live through, right? When development takes, mistakes, right? You have to live through mistakes, and whose mistakes are you willing to live through, and what are your goals? Now, if you're a 20-win team, right, you might not care. You'll let the guy play through all those mistakes. But when you're the Warriors, you're the Western Conference, like it's trickier. So I don't think it's like Steve doesn't want to. And this is another thing I want to say. Everybody talks to me about JK's development. JK has gotten so much better since he stepped in the NBA. So clearly he's gotten a lot better. He's developed. I don't see it as that hasn't worked or Steve hasn't helped him along the way. I mean, Steve's definitely helped him. While whether JK takes in everything Steve says, I mean, I don't think any player agrees with everything their coach says, but has it helped him, and has he improved, and has he developed? Yeah, he has. Now, could there be more development? Could he be further along? Maybe he could, with more minutes and more touches. But, I mean, I think he's in a great place. I think for him and the rest of the league, everybody kind of just wants to see, like, what can this guy really do if he's given a true runway, to show that.
Aaron Turner joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's the agent for Jonathan Kuminga. You did mention a little earlier that if you got to sign that qualifying offer, you will. Jonathan won't be crazy about it, obviously. What would that look like with Jonathan coming back into the locker room and everybody essentially knowing he's a short-timer?
I mean, I don't think that's good for any team building. I mean, just think about it. I mean, you got a guy in an expiring contract who hasn't been paid life-changing money yet. He's not going to be happy about it. He's going to feel away. Will he come in ready to play? For sure. Like, he wants to hoop, right? So, like, he's not going to not come in with, like, I want to play. But, again, I have people that work for me. I think about their psychology when we're trying to achieve an overall goal. I don't want somebody's subconscious not being locked in on the overall goal of the group. And that's why if you look at it, you listen to a lot of GMs, presidents of teams, a lot of times they'll talk about if we're trying to win, can't have guys on expirings, especially guys that are, trying to prove something or get paid. So I think, naturally, where's JK's mind going to be, even if he comes in, I got to get to the summer of 26, right? And as his agent, I got to protect him to a degree to make sure we get to the age of summer of 26 healthy. I have zero worries about the basketball. If people are trying to scare us about the basketball, comparing him to XYZ, I am not worried about that at all. Okay. I'm on record saying that I'm not worried about that. The biggest thing is he needs to get to the summer. I mean, that's just the reality if you're on the QO. And I think that would be for every single player in the NBA. I don't think that makes JK any type of person. And I think, anybody who's had any job anywhere would understand that. And I think, I think, and this is what I've said, like if he is this important, okay, if he is this essential, that he's held up the whole offseason from officially signing guys, I would say you need that guy bought in. Okay, now I get he might go out, but the first 45 games, you need him in a good headspace, right? If he's not that important, why is the whole offseason moving like this? He clearly is. I mean, that's the answer to the question. He clearly is that important. Now, again, that might just mean because he's going out, but that's why this pattern has become kind of like so unique and interesting. And I said to Brian Windhurst yesterday, like, tell me when you've ever seen a player at 20 plus million sign a deal going, this doesn't make much sense for me from a perfect basketball fit. And by the way, I may get traded right at the deadline. At that number, I've never seen that. I've seen, mid-level guys or at the most, but minimums that happens, but are smaller deals, but not at like the $20, $25 million level where you're going, I'm going to a place where, the last point where we ended with Steve was, I can't play this guy big minutes with what I have. Now, I don't think that can't evolve or can't change, but that's where we are right now until we see differently. That's got to be the worst sales pitch to a $20+ million free agent in the history of basketball, in all seriousness. So, again, though, that's okay. It's okay. We understand it was a small sample size. It's not something that can't get fixed. But, that's why this has become such a unique negotiation.
Right. No doubt. And a unique location because, Aaron, I can't ignore the fact that Kuminga and you guys are in the back. Does he got a second to pop on with us?
I mean, I don't know if he could pop on with you guys. He's kind of over there talking and stuff, and I've got my ear pods in, so it might be hard. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe good, but, I don't think there's –
Okay, let me ask you this.
I could maybe get him to come over here and wave, but – he's kind of 2 courts away now from me.
All right, I got you. Let me ask you this. When you hear people say Kuminga's just a scorer, he's not a winning basketball player, I mean, what do you think, man? Because I'm out of ammo when I hear that.
That he's just a scorer and he's not a winning player?
Yes.
That's nonsense. This is nonsense. Well, like, let's just state 2 stats that debunk that right away. What, and I think I said this earlier on this pod, or on pre-Jimmy last year, right? JK plays. This is before Jimmy Butler shows up. The Warriors were 18-14 in the Western Conference against a loaded schedule when Kuminga's playing. Okay, now maybe that means 30 minutes, maybe that's 20-15. When JK was out pre-Jimmy, they were 7-12. That's like lottery balls. You're going for number 1 or number 2 pick versus 4th or 5th in the West pre-Jimmy injury. Right there, what was he doing? Was he making the team worse? Clearly not. Then you could get into the fact that Steph's been better with JK on the floor the last 2 years. He's actually been better. But Steph's minutes have been better. Now, post Jimmy, that changed because there was a combination thing. But to say, like, I'd use this. If you look at the Minnesota series, right? Steph goes down. They get beaten 5, right? So would I ever have the audacity to say that Draymond Green or Jimmy Butler aren't winning players because they didn't win another game when Steph went down? No, that's ludicrous. No one's saying that. Like, that's all overblown. It's a how the 5 function together. So to say JK is not a winning player, that's insulting. That is. It's ridiculous. It's not backed by any real data, and you could throw as much box score metrics as you want, but a lot of that doesn't take into context the role or this or that, or even the fact that even the games he's not playing great, he's eating minutes. He's eating minutes, right? Because that helps you manage your vets. It's just, these are just facts. This doesn't make me a basketball genius by any, stretch of the imagination. I'm just giving you guys like facts. So, I mean, to say he's not a winning player is nonsense. And, I think is Steph not a winning player? Because when JK was out, they were 7-12. Come on. That's ridiculous.
I hear you. We're talking to Aaron Turner. He's the agent for Jonathan Kuminga. I'm going to go to the lines. A couple fans want to ask you some questions. Let's go to line 4 in Oakland. That guy, you're on, and you're on with Aaron Turner, the agent for Jonathan Kuminga. What's up, guy?
Hey, gentlemen, great show. Aaron Turner, I appreciate you taking the call. I'm a lifelong Warrior fan. I have season tickets way back to the Oracle, and as fans, we have some questions. We don't doubt that Kuminga is a baller. In fact, my nickname for him is Rim Rocker. When he gets up and he dunks it, everyone goes crazy. And so my question to you is, so you said it yourself, Kuminga is a 22-year-old talent, and we don't disagree with that. And we know the big three are all over 35, and if they get Horford, he's 40. So my question to you as a fan is, why doesn't Kuminga, because none of these guys are going to play 82 games this year, barring even with an injury, they're going to sit out. So why doesn't Kuminga take the 3-year deal, and by the time Kuminga's 25 years old, all 3-4 of these guys will probably be retired. And then it will be Kuminga's team with Podziemski and all the young cats, and so he can learn from them in the meantime and then grow with the team and then kind of just take over.
That's a fair question, guy, I think. Go ahead, Aaron. We talk about that frequently. Go ahead.
Fair question, but the answer to that question is, okay, if JK wants to stay post-Steph, right, that can still happen. But he wants it to be his choice to want to stay, right, which happens a lot, right? You'll have his bird rights. He could stay. I'm not saying what he just painted, that timeline, doesn't make sense, but why, after sacrificing now, should that be not completely under his control? Okay, so if he wants to stay, of course, that timeline makes all the sense. But that, to me, should be his decision, especially if we're going to sacrifice on the front end. And mind you, if you really want to have the back end of the deal, okay, it's a higher number. I'm not going to tell anybody how to manage their roster. That's not my job, okay? That's not my place. But if you want that, okay, fine. Then to the caller's point, then that's still on the table. But I think we feel like that should be, if we're going to sacrifice his game, his opportunities, probably, some deals that include a player option too. If it was out there, if a trade got done, we want to. JK feels like it's fair, and I agree with him that if you want to stay there, you can stay there. I mean, that'd be great, right? But it should be his choice.
Gotcha. Aaron Turner joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's Jonathan Kuminga's agent, and he's taking some questions from Warrior fans. And I think one thing Aaron probably found out is that Warrior fans are pretty passionate, and they are really into this. Let's go to Scott. Scott is in Marin line 5. Wants to talk to you, Aaron.
Here's the man himself. He's alive. He's working.
Go ahead, Scott.
I got a question for you. Yeah. Number one, I wanted to ask about the shooting. He shot 45, 30, 66. The main part of his game is driving to the hole. He gets fouled. He's going to miss one of every 3 shots.
Oh, that's Kuminga right there. JK.
Yeah, you didn't see him.
Can you hear us? Yeah.
They want to say what's up. Like, he was here for a second. That's what I was
get
saying.
him over. You know what?
He'll say hi.
Let us. I just want to ask him what he'd want to tell Warrior fans right now. That's it.
I mean, he's working through it, but he's here. Hold on. Let me get my AirPods.
JK. All right. I think Aaron's trying to get him over. Now it froze up.
Yeah, the AirPod.
All right. There's Jonathan.
There he is.
Hey, Jonathan, how you doing? Can you hear me?
JK.
Jonathan, can you hear me?
He's licking. The technology's tiny.
Yeah. Hey, Jonathan, any chance you can hear me right now? Can you hear me?
He's waving.
If you talk, I think we're going to be able to hear you.
Say something to the fans, JK.
Say something to the fans who are talking about you. Oh, well.
We got him.
All right.
Yeah.
You can see. You look good, though, Jonathan.
Yeah, he does. Man.
All right.
We had him right there.
I don't think we're going to be able to pull this off, but dang. All right.
Yeah. What do you think he tell the fans?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, we can't. How do you? Live radio.
Yeah, what they're trying.
Anyway, if you saw the YouTube chat, you got a good look at Jonathan.
JK.
All right. Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate that.
He tried.
Yeah, we tried.
Yeah.
We tried. Can you hear me now, Aaron? Aaron, can you hear me now?
The regulator.
No.
I didn't derail that. I was trying
You know what? We tried to get
We're
cute.
looking at JK. We tried to jump in. We had him.
All right. Well, I got the boss right here. What do you want to do here?
What do you think so far?
I would. Okay, we're going to stretch it out. Aaron, you can't. Have we lost connection here?
He's muted right now.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
All right.
What do you think so far? What you heard?
Well, we're going to break in about 5 minutes.
Right.
So if we get Aaron back, we'll put him on again.
But the gist of what you heard thus far,
it all makes sense to me. It's complicated. It's complex. I feel like I do understand where everybody's coming from.
So something's come into focus more now just after hearing him?
I mean, I feel like, there's a lot going on here.
I don't feel like
clearly.
the trade is imminent. I feel like he'll be here this season, Steiny.
Yeah.
To whenever that is and whatnot. But man.
I mean, I think the if I were a Warrior fan, the thing that I'm not crazy about is the acknowledgement that he doesn't want to sign the qualifying offer and that it might not be a great scene in that locker room. That's why, like, after this interview, I feel like that's the last option. Like, I think I bet against that right now, but we'll see.
It sounds like he's been in touch with at different junctures with Draymond, Jimmy Butler, and Steph Curry, Steiny. So I like hearing that, but we'll see what goes down. But, man, my whole thing, too, and it's still kind of up in the air, gray area, why is that player option so important if this is where you're planting your flag?
Well, and
you know what I mean?
Well, and the other thing I think was important.
Let's get married.
That
divorce.
That Aaron Turner said was, B.J. Armstrong has talked to Jonathan Kuminga. B.J. Armstrong works for the Sacramento Kings. He was hired at the beginning of the offseason. And if you'll remember, when B.J. Armstrong was doing his video breakdowns before he was hired by the Kings, he did one on Kuminga.
Yeah.
And he essentially said, what's going on with Kuminga in Golden State? I see a player who can do this, that, and so something's going on. And now, if a guy in Sacramento says to Jonathan Kuminga, we just want you to be Jonathan Kuminga, whoever that is, and you've been playing for the Warriors for 4 years, and you feel like there have been some constraints,
and
well, of course you'd want to go to Sacramento
then. No doubt. And that's why if that report that they played about the breaking news about, his camp being more inclined to take that QO at 7.9, Steiny, that gets you there. That gets you there.
Yeah.
Because let's be real, if he comes back, he's still 4th or 5th wheel. You know what I mean?
Third or fourth. All right, here's what we're going to do, everybody.
We had Kuminga there. He was right there.
Yeah.
I wanted to hear from him.
If you're just joining us, Aaron Turner, he's the agent for Jonathan Kuminga. We just completed an interview with him. It went for almost an hour. He answered every question we had. He answered every question we had.
Yeah, he was long-winded. He had a lot to say.
You can decide for yourself what you want to make of that interview. But 888-957-9570 is the number. We got to talk about it. Some of my takeaways.
JK told the boss, just got in my ear. He said to Dub Nation, he loves us all. Those were JK's words, yeah.
Well, hold on. And that's what the boss said.
Yeah.
Are we sure it was Kuminga? Because remember when you tried to put John Fogerty on, but it was John Salad. All right. So the good news, Warrior fans, is Kuminga loves you. John Salad. The bad news is you probably won't be able to root for him this year. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, don't say that.
I'm just messing around. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This Sunday, your tailgate destination is Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. Pre-game show starts at 10 with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. We'll have games in the parking lot, great food, drinks, your place to watch all the early games. And if you're going to the game, come by. Pay $25 and jump on the shuttle, which will take you to and from Levi's. All you have to do is go to 957thegame.com, click on Kickoff Show, and that'll get you a spot on the shuttle. Laughing Monk Brewing, 1235 Oakmead Parkway, right near the stadium. It's where we'll be. See you there. And that segment was also brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade your home with a LifeSource whole house system. Clean water from every tap. No salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's time to get away to Cache Creek Casino Resort during our Back to Bingo drawings going on now until September 28th. Party like it's 1985 with hourly cash prizes every Sunday from 1 to 6 p.m. And don't miss the grand prize drawing at 7 p.m. where you could win up to $15,000 cash. Get away today and cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
After my divorce, the house felt too big, and I wanted to downsize.
At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we help Kelly sell her house and start fresh. We take care of everything. No cleaning or repairs, no fees or commissions, no hassle.
I found the perfect smaller home. It's such a huge relief.
Call 510-800-JOHN or search online for John Buys Bay Area Houses to get a fair cash offer today.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
Thank you to the Violet and Black for their record-breaking first season in the Bay. We can't wait to see what's in store for next year. Tune in to 95.7 The Game for everything Violet and Black. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health.
There are children, friends, and families walking, riding, on paths and roads every day. Remember, they're real people with loved ones who need them to get home safely. Protect our cyclists and pedestrians, because they're people too. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. If you're joining us just now, we just got done with an interview with Aaron Turner, the agent for Jonathan Kuminga. Joined us for an hour. Took some calls from fans. And,
we had JK, too.
I mean, yeah. I thought, he answered every question we asked him. I'll ask you what your takeaways were.
All right.
What I heard was they do not want to take this qualifying.
And that was my biggest take. No doubt. He said it wouldn't be good for anybody.
But the Warriors don't want that either. So that's at least that's the one thing I think both sides have in common. It's a last resort for both sides. And then secondly, just the idea that if he does have to sign the qualifying offer, I said, how's it going to be coming back to that locker room? And he was just like, yeah, not good. He's not going to be happy.
Right.
So
nobody wants that.
If that, here's where I'm at right now, Goo, and I'm sorry to filibuster here.
Laughing Monk Studios.
The one thing that cannot happen is him come back on the qualifying offer.
Well, we just played Breaking News Sounder before Spadoni and Shasky. We did the crossover.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we didn't ask them. The scoreboard would have you thinking that's where it's going.
And that's where I
don't like the B.J. Armstrong part of this and the fact that, whatever they discussed has J.K. thinking, you know what, I'm just batting 6th or 7th or 6th or 7th or 8th. I want to bat 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. And You know, another thing I took from this, Steiny, he was hurt how he was, those DMPs, that cut him.
No doubt.
And that might have ended it all, man.
No doubt. And the other thing, Goo, is I do believe.
That would have cut me.
Like, I think and this is what you do, but I think Turner and Kuminga are posturing about the qualifying offer, knowing they have 9 days. It's getting late.
Yeah.
They can say they'll sign it, and I guess, if all the pressure in the world was on, then they'd have to sign it, but they don't want to. Why would they? And the Warriors don't want to. So I would say I'm feeling more so than ever that's the one thing that won't happen. I just don't.
You're ready to take that to the bank? Wells Fargo.
I just can't believe, and I get it. I mean, if I were Jonathan Kuminga, I would rather do what Steven Jackson did. 12, 15 years ago. Just sign the $75 million deal with no outs or their team option.
Oh, man.
And right as the ink dries, say you want to get out of here.
Dude, that happened.
Say you want to get out of here.
Wow.
Otherwise, boy. All right, let's go. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
The one about the trust, and I appreciate Aaron being honest, and it was lightweight obvious, man. Just imagine if that had been your daughter or just you in that situation, and he went out there and balled out. But I will say this, and I'm no J.K. Stan. I'm a Golden State Warriors all day, every day on mine. They need him, and he needs them. That's one. And two, Matthew Steinmetz, this is what I truly, really believe. There is some stuff going on in regard to a smear campaign from the fans. If you say to me, yeah, Jonathan Kuminga's playoff success from a personal standpoint, they didn't win, that's Agenda City. Even if you may not think you're doing that, that's not cool, because Aaron did bring up, okay, what does that make Jimmy Butler? What did that make Draymond Green, the fact they couldn't win a game after Steph went down? Why do we all put it at the doorstep of Kuminga at 22 years old?
I don't think we do. I think that's a misread.
What do you mean?
I think
you're the one that said maybe that's.
First of all, here's the other thing, and I can't stand this crap. And maybe somebody said it, but nobody, who says Kuminga is not, I've never said Kuminga is not a winning player. How can you say that? He's 22 years old. He may be learning the game. He may never be a winning player, but I wouldn't say that after 4 years. I would say more that he's got stuff to work on. He needs to get a better all-around game. I don't know if he's a winning player.
Well, don't you hear
I think he could be a winning player if if he were just, look, you can't start. You're going to come off the bench as a sixth man and just try to score 20 points a game.
I told you that.
Go ahead and try to do that.
That's what I would sell him. Man.
So, I just
estimated eyes. Goo, he wasn't even producing accurate stats. What the hell does that mean? I watched the games. I watched the playoff games. Yeah, I know they didn't win, but it's neither here nor there. Steiny, you really believe that a qualifying offer, that's what's not going to happen?
I'm almost ready to say no chance. Let's go to Steven in Oakland. He's been hanging in there. What's up, Steven? You probably stuck talking to us when you wanted to talk to Turner, but
what up, Steve?
All right.
Hey, it's okay. He basically clarified everything I said yesterday, that it was just business and you guys needed to relax a little bit. Maybe this will help turn down the histrionics and the fomenting of all the anti-Kuminga beef. One thing I did want to say was, and the question I had for him was, if he does take the qualifying offer, how much money, how big would the contract have to be on the back end for him to recoup the money he lost? But also, more importantly, it's just business. So what you guys are going to have to do, Guru and Steiny especially, you're going to have to hold your stones. We're in a Trent Williams situation where he might be walking in game one with signing the contract. You're just going to have to get used to it. Get used to a little, business bluffing. That's where we're at right now, and it's all okay. Yeah. We're big boys, and that's where we're at.
No.
Appreciate it, man.
What'd you say? How many more days? 99? I guess I can
October 1st.
I can look at the calendar, but man, thank you, LeBron Mark. But man,
the interesting thing too is that again, training camp starts before this deadline.
And what about the other guys that we talked about? Horford, DeAnthony.
They're fine. They're just waiting. They're just waiting.
Seth.
Are they allowed to report to camp?
Not if they're not under contract.
See, that's a problem.
No, they're definitely they will not be there if they haven't signed.
Just curious.
Yeah. All right.
What if you're Joe Lacob and Mike Dean? You hear that interview? What are you thinking?
I would think that they would be thinking, you know what? He said everything. We disagree with some of the stuff that he said that was opinion, but yeah, I mean, like.
Why would Lacob ask him in my... Go ahead.
I could see Lacob saying, okay, he's basically accurate on everything, but we don't agree with his philosophy on the player option. And I could see how they wouldn't.
What does that signal to you? I'm just going back to South Beach. They're in Miami, and the owner says, do you want to be back? And then I retort, do you want me back? That says so much with saying so less, Steiny. The fact that the owner knows there's probably been so much done to you that I could see how you want out.
Of course.
You know what I mean? Like for your owner to say, I almost get it that you want up out of here, if that were your answer, which it doesn't sound like it was. From Kuminga.
Yeah, I mean, the player option. What came out of that interview was the player option is a big deal, obviously. And to me, it is about, I'd boil it down to this. I don't think he wants to be here. I do not think Jonathan Kuminga wants to be here. But to get out as soon as possible, he's got to sign the qualifying offer. All right. But he wants protection for himself. So he wants a player option. The Warriors are saying no. Team option, not player. So I don't know how it ends up, but 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, you just heard the interview with Aaron Turner. Did you have any takeaways? Guru and I missing something? Wouldn't be the first time. But 888-957-9570. We haven't heard that much detail from either side all summer long. So was there anything said today that impacts the way you think about this situation? That segment, ladies and gentlemen, was brought to you by Serramonte Ford.
Serramonte Ford has hundreds of cars in stock for you to choose from before the federal EV tax credit runs out at the end of the month. Do not miss your opportunity to save big at Serramonte Ford in Colma and Daly City, or 24/7 at serramonteford.com, your Bay Area Ford store.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody!
Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
At Shane Company, we've been engagement ring experts for almost 100 years. We have the largest selection of diamonds and gemstones in stock. You don't have to wait to compare them side by side. Find the one that speaks to you at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
In North Beach, 59 degrees and cloudy.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty. We had Aaron Turner on. He's the agent for Jonathan Kuminga. He joined us for an hour. If you want to hear that interview, you can obviously and always download the Odyssey app and use our rewind feature, and you can get that interview. It started about 10:30.
650, you guys are such soft interviewers. We asked all the pertinent questions, I thought.
If you were, if you heard the interview and I asked you what was your takeaway, what would you say? 888-957-9570. Here's the one thing that I heard, and we're going to cut that up, and I'm sure we'll play some of it. Here's the one thing that I'm right, and things. They could change, but I think as of right now, whether he signs the qualifying offer, whether he signs a 2-year deal or a 3-year deal.
Okay.
I do not believe Kuminga will be here long term. I do not.
Even if that news just broke?
Nope. Then
come back on the 7.9 and get up out of here.
Well, right, but then he's foregoing. Basically, I think both these parties have agreed there's going to be a divorce. And so right now what they're working out is the alimony.
Or who gets the
child
house.
support, all that kind of stuff. That's what it feels like to me.
Well, it sounds like who gets the house, Nani, and the house is this option.
Well, I don't know if he's going to get the house or not. Let's go to Anthony in Fairfield. Hey, Anthony, how are you doing, man?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
So that was a good interview. I think so. I don't know what that text you're talking about, but I think it was a good interview because it gave insight. And one of the things that stood out to me was I actually wanted to answer Steiny's question first. Who said that J.K. is not a winning player? His name is Mark Willard. He said it over and over again. He said it as recent as like Monday or Tuesday when talking about J.K. when it comes to, when people cite how much he scored in the playoffs. Willard quickly went to, well, did they win the game? Did they win the game? And I always wonder, like, do you not understand that Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler are the big three? The other guys, including J.K., they're the role players. It's not their job to win games. It's their job to help you win games. So, like, that narrative has been out there for a little while, but so I just wanted to answer that question. I like what his agent said, that he's still developing, and he acknowledged that J.K. has some holes that need to be filled as far as, becoming a better player. But one thing that I think we all can agree on, he needs to play more. You can't develop if you're not playing enough. And Guru, you said it. It severed everything when he got all those DMPs in a row.
Man.
And it didn't help Steve Kerr when he came in and scored 30 the first game that Curry went down. And then he scored about 20-something. So it's like everybody's seeing that the talent is there. But I also get that Steve Kerr wants him to play this type of way. The issue is J.K. has said this for as long as he's been on Warrior. He wants to play the way he wants to play. He believes that the team is holding him back, and because of that, it's time for him to go. I understand that both parties don't want to feel like they lost here, but at the end of the day, somebody's going to lose. But I thought it was really good insight just to kind of hear, that it's really just a matter of, like, no matter what's happened, they still aren't going to give J.K. what he wants. He wants playing time. And in order to get better, you need to play more. You have to play through your mistakes was one of the things he said. But I just wanted to answer that question. There are people, including at the station, which I love, that have said that he's not a winner player, and they've cited the playoffs. And I'm like, that's not fair because just like his agent said, well, when they lose, is it Draymond Green and them fault? And it's like, well, actually, yes, it is. They're the ones that get to pay the big bucks. Everybody else is just role players, and they're supposed to help.
Thanks, Anthony. Appreciate you calling and listening as always.
You know what? Remember I baffled you when I said Willard texted me about 0-4, and I thought it was Purdy. That's what he meant, that the Warriors got swept in the playoffs. But, yeah, I'll tell you this. If you are right, and I don't think you are, and I don't want you to be, if a divorce is imminent, why couldn't this have been done so long ago? If it was really, and you were really freshly pissed off, JK, about how you were used or how you weren't used at the end of the season going into the offs, and Joe Lacob, and they knew that they wanted to move, like this should have been done days ago.
Well, I think the one thing that he said, and if it's true, well, it's part of the equation that perhaps, I felt like last year when Kuminga didn't get the extension, I said right away, I'm like, this is not good. Like, this is not good at all. Now, if the agent said, which he did, that, no, we knew it probably wasn't going to get done last year because of the aprons and the flexibility, then at least heading into this past year, they might have been still on the same page with an understanding of why it wasn't going to happen last year. But now here we are this year, and we're it feels like at the same place. I believe...
days away from camp.
I believe Aaron Turner when he says there wasn't an offer last year. I kind of believe him. I think they probably talked about numbers in general, and
you think that was a mistake?
Then there was flexibility concerns about the roster, and they just said, let's table it.
You think that was a mistake by the Dubs?
What should they have done?
Made them an offer.
Well, but then they would have maybe been hamstrung in other moves they could make. I'd need to look at what the numbers were like back, a year ago. But
well, Aaron also pointed out that it would have been more difficult to trade him last season because of the poison pill provision. For example,
good point.
He would not have been allowed to be in the Kevin Durant deal that was that would have been greenlit if KD had said yes to it.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
You know who I am.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's jump into, Grandpa Daddy wants to talk about Kuminga and his agent. What's up, Gramps?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen?
Hey.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
How you guys doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you clear.
Okay, I'm at the office. I listened to that interview very well. And we've been hearing all this from you guys and Mark Willard and Dibs and everything, and we never heard Kuminga's side. So, like his agent, to be honest, his agent actually seems to have his best interests at heart, right? And so I understand where he's coming from. But the question you guys didn't ask was, well, what about, he can score and all that, but what about the Warriors, Steve Kerr wanting him to play defense better and rebounding? Everything's everything's predicated on he can score, but he don't hit the boards, bro. And he thinks that they're holding him back, but there's more to basketball than just scoring points. You got to be all around if you want to be great. He says he thinks he's all that in a bag of chips plus that. And don't get me wrong, I like Kuminga, and I think he's got potential, and he can be the future of the Warriors. But he's so impatient. Now I know you've been there for 4 years, but you were a little sunny-nosed dude, freaking 19 years old when you came here. You were to sit on the bench for 2 years and learn from the OGs. Come on, dude, that's just a given. And then your ego started getting pumped up, and now you want to, I want to play. I want to be this. I want to be that.
I mean,
What
Grandpa,
do you think, Steiny?
I appreciate it. I mean, in fairness, the agent gave an agent answer, and it's the exact answer I would have given, which would have been, you give him a little more time, he'll rebound better. He needs to get into a rhythm out there. All that kind of stuff. So
been 4 years.
It has been. It's been 4 years.
Will it be 5?
Aaron, I'm just going to talk to Evan right now. I see somebody. What do you think the best one I should play?
Well, I say we start at the beginning. So this is Aaron Turner when you guys asked him if Kuminga wants to be a Warrior.
I think that's a loaded question. The Warriors are first class, everything they do. So to say you don't want to play for the Warriors organization I don't know how you could say that, because it's, again, I've players on all different teams. It's first class, and there's a lot of different ways I can explain that. But the Warriors are phenomenal with how they treat guys and family, everything. So the organization, along with JK's relationship with Joe, I don't think there's any feeling of, I wouldn't want to play for the Warriors. I think, JK, of course, this is a guy, and I've said this, he works super hard. He really loves the game. A lot of guys say they really love it. That he loves it. You could ask his peers that. They know that. And he wants a chance to start every night, finish every night. He wants to be a focal point of a team. That's not a secret. That's something he works for. JK gets up. He's done this for 2 summers in a row. He'll wake up at 6 a.m. You don't, to work out, he'll be on the court by 5:30 getting, work done. You don't do that to, not want more. And that's normal. And that's part of, he wants to grow. So does he want to be on the Warriors? He understands it, and he's open to it. And, the Warriors are the organization that drafted him. So, of course, he'd love to stay with one team his whole career. His favorite player, his, idol is Kobe Bryant. That's what he did, if it's possible. But, of course, he wants a bigger role. That's not really a secret. But is he open to coming back and being all about what the next year is about and understanding that he could get moved in a few months, like he's digested it and he's open-minded to it.
That was Aaron Turner, agent for Jonathan Kuminga.
Open-minded, Steiny. To the degree we're days away from camp. So I don't know how open.
I mean, the thing is, and that's what we're unable to get around is he wants to start. He might not. He wants to finish. He doesn't all the time. And he wants to be a focal point, which he can't be if Curry and Butler are on the court. Yeah. So
change of scenery, Steiny. That's
kind
what
of
it's
what
adding up to on the Guru calculator, man.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studios. You may think I'm kidding here, but I've seen the NBA is a business, and I really believe that if I were Kuminga's agent at this point, I'd fight for the player option. But if they don't give me that player option, I'd have to tell Kuminga, you got to sign the 3 for $75. Well, and the thing is, it's not 3 for $75. It's 2 for $50 with an option for another $25. Now, the team option.
Gotcha.
Like, I can see why that would scare the, Kuminga a little bit. But I
get 50 M's. You ball out, you get more.
Well, he's not going to. Like, that's the thing. I'm sorry, he's not going to ball out.
Right. Two more years.
But what I would tell him is just sign the contract, and I will work tirelessly to get you traded the minute the ink dries. That's the way. Like,
so take the money.
Yes, take the money. Do your best. And I'll try to get you out of here.
Or we could knock a year off that if we sign this qualifying offer, finish this out, and then the world is ours.
Or you could do that.
Yeah.
But
there's a risk involved.
I'm starting to think that's equally unattractive to both parties, and that may be the thing that keeps that from happening. Christian is in Fairfield. Hey, Christian, how you doing?
Hey, fellas, that was a great interview. Don't let no one tell you otherwise.
Appreciate it.
Only, yes, sir. The only question I would probably ask is why he hasn't trained with the Warriors while he's in Cleveland.
Yeah.
But what I called about was there was this guy I was watching on YouTube and listening because I had something going on. And sometimes I was like, I'm watching Gregory Hines talk to you guys, all the dancing he was doing. It's crazy. So my big red flag from the interview was when he said Jonathan Kuminga gives you everything when he plays 30 minutes. If you play Jonathan Kuminga 30 minutes, you're going to get a rebounder. You're going to get defensive. But when he plays 15 minutes, he's inconsistent. And I don't care if I'm the Kings, the Warriors. I don't care if I coach San Francisco State where I played. That's not – the coach is not going to trust that. What do you mean? So if I can only got 15 minutes for you, I got to guess whether you're going to rebound or guess whether you're going to give maximum effort? That's a huge red flag, and I didn't like that. And I just wanted to hear what you guys had to say about that.
I appreciate it.
I mean, if you want to ask me what the scariest thing, the biggest red flag is
from who from a Warrior fan standpoint?
Everybody's.
Okay, give it to me.
It's this.
Do we want to take the QO? No, nobody wants to take the QO. I don't think we would be lying if I said that's ideal. The hope is, we can get something figured out. But if he does take it, it's not going to be a good feeling for him. With the fact that he actually puts that pen to paper on October 1st, it's not something that he is going to be very happy that we got to that situation and had to do that. I think it's a possibility. It's not something we want to do, but look, it's hard for me as his agent. I'm looking for a deal where I can, and I think the player option does that, where I can stand on the table and say, we're taking this deal. You know what I mean? There's nothing to talk about. We're taking this deal. But with what's on the table right now, I have to be a little more, respective of JK, and his understanding. And if he wants to stand, to a degree on like, hey, I think it's fair that we don't do this deal, then I understand it.
Right.
You know, I do. I don't think it's at a point where if his principle is, I don't think this is fair to me, I don't want to do it. Well, I kind of have to respect that.
Yeah, no, and I'm going to give you the victory lap because, you know, we kind of went back and forth sparring about that. Oh, they'll be able to handle it. But hearing that was lightweight cryptic. But what I got to say is what bothers me now, Steiny, is it's like a new pimple or a zit that just popped up on my face. I was thinking once we find out that there's closure, and let's just say he does a 3 for 75 or the 2 for, it's still really not done because anything could pop off with him being moved. So the drama is really not gone. He's reported. He's on the team.
That's the point.
But this thing is still.
You're right.
It's like Gremlins.
You're right. Signing the situation
like,
is probably not going to end when he signs the contract.
And that man, I don't like that part of it. I thought you put the kids to sleep and that's it. The cookies are out the oven. Let's eat. This could still go on and on.
It's going to. I mean, if he signs the qualifying offer, he essentially has a no-trade clause. So that means he's gone. That means he plays here 1 year and he walks. Simple as that. Or the Warriors find a trade for him to a place that he wants to go, and he says, you know what, I'll go there. But under that situation, he's playing on an $8 million contract. So what's more than likely is you're not going to get a great player back for him if you trade him at midseason and he's only making $8 million.
I got sources telling me, Steiny, I said it, Evan, telling me that Kuminga and his camp were ready to request a trade last December.
I'm sure. He probably requested 7 trades over the years.
Shocker, but yeah. That just dawned on me. And then what about the Miami part of this? Would you have quibbled the fact that your owner and GM show up and they want to talk business with you? Or is it worse that they flew out to see you and still got back on the Big Bird, back to the Bay, and nothing was done?
I just think that's part of the process.
Let's do 2 things because, you know, Aaron Turner, he's taking a lot of heat in all this. Is Kuminga getting the best advice? I'm just asking you a question, partner, from your experience in the business. Would Drew Rosenhaus, Scott Boras, even Rich Paul had done an hour interview if they were for their guy like he just did for us and this Kuminga stalemate?
Probably not.
Now, why do you say probably not?
Well, because I think one of the reasons he did this interview.
I guess that's what I'm asking, yeah.
I think one of the reasons he did this interview on the one last night is because he's not a big name agent. He's just not. He's got Terry Rozier. He's got Kuminga. Couple other guys that are very unfamiliar names, and I'm sure he's heard over and over and over again how he is messing this up. And so if he feels like there's 9 days to go and he's taking a lot of heat and everybody's blaming him, maybe I think he just wants to get his side of the story out there.
Yeah.
How about let's go to Leroy in Oakland.
Our man.
What's up, Leroy?
What's up, Steiny?
Hey.
What's up, Go? Man, happy Friday, guys. Hey, look, you guys killed that, man. You guys asked the questions that you wanted to ask, man, and he had to keep talking and talking and talking. I mean, because you guys laid it on him, man, and that was awesome. And I was trying to call in, but you guys were rocking. It was so busy, the lines. I was trying to call in, and what I wanted to ask the agent was 2 questions. Is first of all, what is JK doing in practice that's going to bring something new to his game? Like, what is he working on? Like, how is he going to come back better than last season? And that's important because, guys, when you mix a project, he was just a project when he got drafted. They didn't know what they had in Jonathan Kuminga. Yeah, he's athletic and whatever, but let's just face it. He was a project. And when you mix a project with a team that has championship aspirations, what happens to the project? Now he's not getting time on the floor. Now he's getting buried on the bench. And that's the problem. And that's where the player option comes in, and it's so important for JK. Okay, if I'm a project and you're a team with championship aspirations, okay, I'll take a back. Hey, I might not be playing sometimes. I might be playing sometimes. Cool, I'll accept that. But then if I'm going to accept that, give me the player option. And so that's why I kind of understand why it is so important for JK to have that player option. And that's all I got.
Hey, Leroy, before you go, I got to give you this because you told me. Oh, man, Lee.
He's listening if you want to send him a message.
I don't have his number.
No, he's listening right now.
Oh, Leroy, I watched season 2, Beautiful in Black, Netflix, Tyler Perry, fire. Steiny, I wish you watched stuff like that.
What was it called?
It's a soap opera, Beautiful in Black. Black Mets.
I've been watching.
It's called Beauty in Black.
I've been watching a show called.
Nothing like that, though.
It's called Black Shore. Really good British crime drama. You think I'm kidding?
I've never heard of it, but I like
I like true acting. I don't like shoot 'em ups and action.
No, but what about backstabbing and cheating in relationships?
There's that.
Yeah, that's all right.
Oh, that's fine.
Beauty in Black.
Not a big violence guy. That's all. All right, Jonathan Kuminga, his agent Aaron Turner. He joined us 10:30. He was only here for an hour.
We had Kuminga. He was there. He must have hit his AirPods and they went mute. You know when you touch them.
No, Turner tried to give Kuminga his and they weren't going to work.
Yeah, but what he did when he tried to take it out of his ears, he hit mute. I should have been in tech.
It's amazing. Sometimes you're so much knowledgeable of things that are happening 3,000 miles away.
I know, I watched it. I saw him try to, dude, I work and you hit them, they go mute. They couldn't fix it. It's all right.
888-957-9570 is the number. On the other side, we'll play some of the sound from the interview. We'll take more of your calls. Jonathan Kuminga, the deadline is approaching, and his agent just got into a lot of detail about what the situation is. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That segment was also brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace. Grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly. And catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit GoPestControl.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, ATCOPestControl.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
When I inherited my grandmother's house, it felt like too much to handle.
At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we helped Lisa sell her inherited house and start fresh. We take care of everything. No cleaning or repairs, no fees or commissions, no hassle.
I sold Grandma's house and finally felt free.
Call 510-800-JOHN or search online for John Buys Bay Area Houses to get a fair cash offer today.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
With next day delivery available straight to your job site, it's easy to keep jobs running smoothly with the Home Depot. Plus, with pricing benefits for pros and top quality brands, you only have to make one stop for the whole job. The Home Depot. How pros get more done.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business, and we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're gonna take me out, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season streaming September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
I got my own complaint. Basketball doesn't work that way.
He cannot be that guy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, happy Friday to everybody who's out there listening. If you've been here all show, you heard the interview with Aaron Turner, Jonathan Kuminga's agent.
AT.
If not, you can go to the Odyssey app and search for it, and you can.
Who knew he was going to be in
it.
the gym with Kuminga in the background?
Yeah.
That's why you love what we do.
So he talked for about an hour, Aaron Turner did, about the situation.
He did.
And, You know, he got into things, and I mean, the one thing is I don't feel like there was anything said by Turner that was a blockbuster, or that change, or that makes me rethink the way I've thought about this whole situation.
Interesting. One thing for me,
I feel like I pretty much get it, and I know what each side wants, and I see why they're at an impasse, but I also realize that they can't be at an impasse 2 weeks from now. So we just keep moving on without any bombs dropping, and we'll just see how it ends up.
Can I give you a relationship analogy of how I processed his answer to my question about what I thought I knew before the interview in regard to Kuminga dealing with the DMPs and basically just being out of the rotation come playoff time? Can I give you an analogy?
Sure.
Have you ever known or been involved in a relationship where the spouse cheats, you take the spouse back, and you're taking them back thinking you can forgive them, but you can never really do it. It's tainted. The relationship's over. You try, but it's done with. And the reason, guys, I bring that up is I believe that's the knife that cut Kuminga this past playoff series. We just had Aaron Turner on, Jonathan Kuminga's agent, that basically said, Goo, he didn't say Goo, but he basically was saying that cut. I don't know if that will ever heal or mend. And that's why when you talk to me about B.J. Armstrong, the likes of B.J. Armstrong being in Kuminga's ear, a new situation, just a new journey, Steiny, a new opportunity. To me, that's why I'm like, oh, I missed the boat on this. He could even sign this new deal, and they can know they're going to trade him, and he's not long to be a Golden State Warrior.
And that's clearly what he is trying to protect himself from.
Wow, man.
He's been a Warrior for 4 years. It's headed toward a divorce.
Man.
They both know it. And Kuminga wants an assurance that the Warriors won't keep him in this marriage longer than he has to be in the marriage, which is 1 year.
But if you're that good, I'm not saying he's Steph or LeBron, but you could be a 2 or 2A, maybe even a 3, but part of the Warriors' future. Why would you care about a prenup if we're never going to have to use it? It's trust. Why are they so fixated on where he could get Timbuktu when I'm going to be here after Dre, Steph, and Jimmy? That's enough. And you're going to give me 25. That's enough for me to sleep with my thumb in my mouth. Like, okay, I'll play the role right now, 6 man, whatever. Yeah, but this is going to end, and my name is going to be on the marquee.
You're just not taking into consideration that he doesn't want to be here. He wants a bigger role. Can't happen. Focal point can't happen.
He wants it now.
He's been waiting for 4 years. And listen, I'm not saying he's right. I understand why he would want to get out of here. I'm saying that. And you know what? You're probably right. The last thing that happened to Jonathan Kuminga was he got DNPs in the playoffs, and then they needed him, and they said, now we need you.
Yeah, no doubt, man.
So there it is.
Yeah,
let's stop pretending like we don't know.
I got you.
Oh, just sign the 25 and hold hands. No, it's Jonathan Kuminga wants to play. He wants to play.
Yeah.
Let's go to Scott in Marin. Hey, Scott, how you doing?
Hey. I got to tell you, man, this whole thing is like, I think this guy's doing a big disservice by doing what he just did today. He's a classic Dunning-Kruger guy. He overestimates his abilities, and he's done the same thing with his client. I actually feel bad for JK, for a guy to come on the air and say, well, with all these qualifiers, as somebody else pointed out, well, if he does this, he'll get, he'll rebound more. If he does this, you would say every time he steps on the floor, he's going to rebound. That's going to be, it's 100%. It's pedal to the metal. But here's the problem. The guy, and he's telling me he has gotten better every year, and that's not true. His shooting numbers last year were 45, 30,
Last year
66.
was bad. Yeah, right.
This is not a wing player that deserving of this, even this $50 million they were going to give him. So I don't want to hear about, and then it decides to qualifying. Well, then, the locker room's going to. This guy he has done nothing. Let's put this on the table. You want to put a rat on the table? He has done nothing in his career so far. He's been carried on this team. And all he has to do, this is the thing, is I don't understand why he doesn't have a representative that says, Jonathan, go out there, rebound, ball. He's got to get his shooting together. You cannot have the main part of your game being going to the hole, and then you miss one of every 3 free throws you shoot. And his handle is still suspect. This guy I'll tell you where his career is going to end up. He's going to end up playing for a team like Charlotte. Okay, you'll get a small bag. That's great. He'll put up some numbers, and they'll lose 50 games. That's where he belongs, because this is not what a winning player does. I'm just saying. And he hasn't accomplished anything. Then it's one thing, like even Jordan Poole actually accomplished something. He actually contributed to a championship in 22. He actually got something done and got his bag. After everything else that happened after that, that's another story. But you see where he is now. He's playing on a losing team, putting up numbers. Okay, great. Nobody cares. But if that's what the kind of career he wants to do, that's fine. But this representative, J.K. should have fired this guy for coming on and making the statements he did today. Because I'll tell you what, if I'm the Warriors front office and this is the kind of statements this guy makes to us, I'm telling you, you better sign that deal like tomorrow, right now.
All right, got you, Scotty.
No, Scotty was running hot. I don't like. I think he was being too hard on everything. J.K. He was a project. You chose to make him a project, so it's the fixer-upper. Get the house right. That's not just on J.K. House is not going to fix itself. But hey, Aaron Turner, if you're out there listening, I love and appreciate your time. But Steiny, I guess I do want to ask you and the powers to be, was there two agendas by an agent in the middle of a tense negotiation coming on for an hour and doing some other stuff? What is it fair to just ask, was that self-fulfilling too at the same time, because people were throwing rocks at how they deemed him supporting JK? Or would Norm, an older guy, my dad, say, hey, agent, even though Norm don't know, you kind of be quiet, work the deal, and then talk after? Is it fair to even bring? I'm just being honest with you.
I mean, that interview doesn't impact anything in terms of what's really going on between.
Okay. Okay.
It's like, I'm actually the thing that I'm way more curious about than that hour-long interview is, it's like where. If Aaron Turner just did an interview on 95.7 The Game, well, that gets the Warriors mad because you're not supposed to negotiate in the media, whatever. Okay, that's fine.
All right.
But he's at least saying everything on the record on this radio show. I got to believe that Joe Lacob and the Warriors, what really might bother them is the following information if it didn't come from the Warriors, and that is, where did all these specific numbers come from? Well, how do we know there's 3 separate deals out there for 3 separate amounts of money, some with a team option, some not? Like, we now have so much information about the numbers and the specifics. Like, that might be bothering the Warriors more than him doing an interview for the last hour. Maybe they think the guy's, leaking these numbers. I don't know. I think I'd probably be more upset with an agent that leaks to somebody than does an interview on the record. But in the grand scheme of things, no, I don't think it means anything.
Do I've been holding on to this, and I've shared it with you all at many times, different days of the week, but I'll do this one on this Friday, Steiny. I'm still going to die on the hill of Joe Lacob and Steve Kerr look at Jonathan Kuminga differently. You think that's fair? It's obvious, Kerr, he's not his type of player, but Joe wants him to be in a Warrior uniform and part of the next iteration of their opportunity, and he's their best young piece right now. I don't believe Joe Lacob wants to part with Jonathan Kuminga.
Not if it's not on Joe's terms. Like, I think they're okay with parting with Jonathan Kuminga, but they're not parting with an asset for nothing. And that's still in their control. So that I understand. Like, people, like, I'm the first one to say, I don't want a guy on my team if he doesn't want to be there. I'm also going to be the first guy to say, you owe it to your franchise and your fans to do the best you can while you get this guy out of here. So, yeah, I kind of understand it. Let's go to Oscar in Stockton. Hey, Oscar, how you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. You guys doing today, man?
Hey.
Hey, what's going on, Guru? Hey, I want to know one thing is that I just happened to hear this interview with the agent. Like I said, I love Jonathan Kuminga. I love a lot of the youngsters, but you got to understand, his agent, Kuminga, he has been here for 4 years. And when we got him, I watched Kuminga through high school, a young talent, only 22. He just relearned the game. He comes to a championship organization with icons. So I understand he wants to play. All the youngsters wants to play. But the mentality level, your mindset has to be this. Do I want to be on a championship organization, play my role, like Guru said, in a couple of years, I'm going to be the franchise? Or do I really want to go out, because this is how the youngsters is, and go make my name right now and just play ball on another team and do what I want to do? And see, that's the difference. And for the Warriors, yeah, it is a different kind of basketball, but you're learning how to play basketball, especially with a kid that don't really have all the fundamentals coming out. We know he can get better. So at 22 years old, if you hold your horses and play for a good organization that will make sure that you got that talent when you get 26, yeah, it'll be there. But nowadays, the mentality level is not like that. They want to get theirs right now. He want to be the number one option. And, hey, the Warriors is going to have to part ways because listen to that agent right now. What he is saying is that Kuminga doesn't want to be here, really. That's what I heard in his voice, Steiny, just like you said. So I hate for him to leave. But nowadays, these kids, man, I got nephews play ball. They ain't all about winning championships. They ain't all about that no more. It's all about getting theirs and watching when they peers get theirs. They want to get theirs too. It ain't all about winning no championships no more. He don't care about that no more. And I understand, but I wish him good luck. But sometimes you can get the wrong advice, man. You can get everybody can be an agent, but sometimes you can get the wrong advice. I just wish Kuminga the best. I wish he would stay with the Warriors and listen to what Guru said. Just wait it out 2 years, young man, and you will be the franchise. So I hope they can get it right, man. You know what I'm saying?
Good call, man.
Appreciate it, Oscar. Thanks for the call.
And yeah, go ahead, man.
I think one of the things that we haven't emphasized enough about the player option versus the team option, and I'm starting to really think this thing's over. And here's why, is because, or one of the reasons why, this player option is so important. Let's say Jonathan Kuminga says, I'll take that 2-year deal for 45.
Let's go.
And I want the player option for the second year. And if the Warriors say, you know what? Fine, we'll just do it. You know what?
Yeah.
His value decreases on the market because of that player option. And that tells me that the Warriors know, they know this.
Out then.
They know, or that they know he will not be here long term. He will not. They know that already, it feels like. And so they've got to do what's best for them in terms of maintaining the value on him. And if the earlier he can get out of his contract, the less some team's going to be willing to give up to acquire him.
Then why do I keep thinking, Steiny, I hear and I agree that 7.9 might really be what's on the talk to me.
They're going to figure something out in the next 2 weeks, but it is not going to mean anything in terms of Jonathan Kuminga's long-term future with the Warriors.
And I hate that.
They're going to figure something out. I don't know what it's going to be. You know what? cut this. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. He's not playing on the qualifying offer. The Warriors don't want that. He doesn't want that. They'll figure it out, but it'll be the starting line for, well, now where's he going to end up? And that may take a year.
So is that the – wow, okay, I was going to say, well, why are you so confident they'll figure it out when training camp is days away? Like, because that scenario you just described, I'm like, oh, JK's the winner. Give me my money. I get 1 year worth of my quarter, and I can dip.
Because the qualifying offer, to me, is the worst option for both sides. For both sides. It's the worst.
Everything.
I think.
And a risk.
I mean,
for JK.
Hell, we just had the agent on and said, I don't want to sign the qualifying offer. Nobody wants to sign the qualifying offer. But he said that was because what I said I was selling short about how that would play in the locker room. That's how I took that. Am I wrong? What?
Him coming back on the 7.9 would just it would be toxic in the locker room. Where I said, oh, the Warriors culture can handle that.
Yeah, but it would also be toxic for Kuminga. Like that means in 5 years he's made $8 million tops. Like, do you think Jonathan Kuminga right now, if he wanted, he could insure himself $50 million over the next 2 years? Insure that. He does not want to sign for $8 million over 1 year. Now, what he wants to do is get a lot of money and play somewhere else, but that's not on the table. So I think they'll figure something out, and then.
Well, who's going to have the option when they figure it out?
I don't think Kuminga will end up with an option. I just don't.
Yeah.
I don't, because here's the other thing. Again, if you give Jonathan Kuminga a player option,
and he really wants out of here,
then you're going to trade him. Okay? Then if you want to, you still want to trade him, right? Because he doesn't want to be here. So whether he gets a player option or not, there is no long-term future. So now you've got to trade a guy who's got a player option on his contract, so a team might even want Kuminga. Sacramento, God, we'd love Kuminga. But guess what? Now he's got a team option after this season. So we're going to have, as the Kings, he may opt out because everybody knows he wants more money. So why would the Kings give up a ton for a guy that has one less year on 1 or 2 less years on his contract than they'd prefer?
Hey, I hear you, Steiny.
Like it's no fun to acquire. If you like a player, it's not great. You don't feel great about acquiring a player on the last year of a deal because he's going to free agency. So, yeah, there's a lot of unknowns here.
And maybe I got PTSD, but I got the Warriors, the FO, the front office in such high regard and high esteem, and they've lightweight earned that under Bob Myers. But this Jordan Poole, Chris Paul debacle, where you sent a first and second, and Chris Paul walked, and you basically, tell me if I'm wrong, got nothing for Jordan Poole. That doesn't get talked about enough. Like, that's a scar. So when you sit here and tell Dub Nation that we're all state, we're in good hands, trust us, I'm starting to wonder, are you so sure that he's not going to play for that qualifying offer to where if it did pop off, you're telling me you invested 4 years in Jonathan Kuminga and he was able to just dip and you got nothing for him? That would be another nightmare. But a risk on Kuminga's part.
He's just not a great player.
But he's 22. Okay. So he is the upside or potential is through the roof.
What if the Warriors don't think he has the upside he thinks he has?
He would have been gone long ago. You think Joe Lacob's done with Kuminga, Steiny? Honestly, I'm not saying he's not a flawed player. He's 22. He's a baby when you tell me what his biggest gaffes or his things that he doesn't do well. At 22, put on that Minnesota 3 games playoff series. So we're equal at least. You can't be done. People are acting like this dude's 26. 22. No college. And you drafted him. He didn't say I wanted to come here. You drafted him.
Guys get drafted left and right, and they don't work out.
No, I get that.
Name me the last player in the Joe Lacob era that the Warriors gave up on and regretted.
Well,
I'll give you half. I'll give you half with Jordan Poole.
I got
but the reality of the situation is,
well, they hadn't had high draft picks because they were winning. That's not a fair question.
Well, I'm
they
just saying.
They hadn't to raise anybody. Wiseman was a miss.
What about
Moody's?
What about the guys they
not Jordan Bell and Patrick McCaw? Those, come on.
I'm just saying. The point is they got rid of him, and they didn't do anything. They got rid of Jordan Bell, and it's like, yeah, guess what? He couldn't play anyway.
But you said it, Steiny. You know Kuminga's a talented player. We know that.
Every player in the league is a talented player. And I know you're rolling your eyes, but that's a fact. And that's why when you say, Steiny, he's so athletic, so are 80% of the players in the league. That doesn't differentiate him from other players. He's got to stand out in another way other than athletically. And so far, the only other way he's done that is he can score.
For this team, if he were in Sacramento, that might be enough for him just to go score. They wouldn't be like, hey, we need you to improve your rebounding if you're giving 24 or 25 a night. So it's probably what's behind his furnace and why it's lit. Oh, I want to get up out of here. I don't want to play fourth or fifth fiddle. Don't tell me about rebounds when I know I'm capable of getting 30 points, or I think I'm capable of getting 30 points a night,
then you know
and
what?
I can't shoot.
Then he's got to go. If that's really the way he thinks, then he's got to go.
No, I'm just saying there's more than one way to skin a cat. Right now, what you just read.
You're acting here like there's a solution. I guess that's what frustrates me. Like, I think you think there's a solution out there that everybody's going to be happy and it's going to work out. It's like, no,
real quick.
We're beyond that, dude.
I got you.
We're beyond give them
what
a pep
I'm telling
talk.
you is, for the calls that we just took from Marin that had that heat rocks towards Kuminga, this is a failure by the whole family. This is not Kuminga might be the best part of this whole thing because he's only 22.
Well, and you know what? When you say this is a major failure, I don't see it as a major failure. It's mismanaged.
Okay.
But the Warriors don't believe Kuminga is going to go somewhere and
I don't believe Joe Lacob believes that. I hear you.
Let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
I love you, Coach, but damn, it's not all the players' fault.
And this is
come on, man.
This is the hardest thing I'm going to say. And it's tongue-in-cheek, and Evan's waving me off, and I'm going to end it on this one. Right. I'm not getting exercised about, it's a fringe player and a fringe agent.
Stop.
I'm kidding. But, seriously, we're not talking about MJ here.
Dude.
All right. Do you want me to go do this for Laughing Monk, or save it for the other side? I'll save it for the other side. I'm going to tell you all about the shuttle, baby. The shuttle from Laughing Monk to Levi Stadium. That segment brought to you by Alameda County. I was wrong.
Alameda County offers amazing careers in health and human services, public safety, IT, and more. In fact, they offer unbeatable benefits, flexible schedules, and job security. Explore open positions and apply today at acjobs.org. Alameda County, our community, your purpose.
One of the greatest bands in rock history, The Who, present The Song Is Over, the North American Farewell Tour. See Pete Townsend and Roger Daltrey, The Who, live in the Bay Area, performing at Shoreline Amphitheater September 21st. Get tickets now at livenation.com. The Who, for the very last time. The song is over. For more, visit thewho.com.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Grab the keys to a new Toyota. Fall's calling. Time to own every mile, every trail, every turn. Take on California's wildest outdoor adventures with Toyota's proven reliability backing you all the way. Get a low-cost lease on the dynamic 2025 RAV4 or shop the industry's best lineup of fuel-efficient hybrid SUVs like the 36 MPG Grand Highlander Hybrid and the 38 MPG Toyota Crown Signia. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit ends 9/30/25.
Star One makes home loans simple. Dream big, start small. At Star One Credit Union, everything we do is in your best interest, which is why we offer low down payment options with flexible terms that put you first. Your dedicated Star One loan advisor will facilitate a fast approval for a quick close. We also offer special benefits for first-time home buyers and jumbo loans up to $5 million at the same competitive rate. Apply today. Star1.org. Star One Credit Union, in your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Discover Terra Madre Americas, one of the world's most exciting food events, coming to Northern California for the first time this September 26th through 28th. Dig into good, clean, and fair food for all with chefs Alice Waters, Sean Sherman, and Jeremiah Tower. Hear music from The War on Drugs, Spoon, Big Head Todd and the Monsters, Jade Bird, and Passion Pit Solo Acoustic. Savor the journey of Terra Madre Americas, only in Sacramento. Details on TerraMadreUSA.com. Terra Madre Americas is supported by Sacramento International Airport and brought to you by Slow Food and Visit Sacramento.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every red and gold home game this season for our special live pregame broadcast. Plus, we'll have tailgate games, prizes, great food, and drink specials. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
Got to be delicate with those calves.
There's negotiating tactics. You're working 20 different things at a time. These things happen. We try to.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here's what we're going to do, because we like to be transparent here.
Freestyle Friday.
We're going to wrap up the Kuminga talk. I'm going to finish up with a couple calls here, and then we got to talk some Niners, because there's another team in the Bay.
Big game.
They're actually playing. We had Jonathan Kuminga's agent, Aaron Turner, on earlier today. If you want to hear the interview, Go to the Odyssey app and download the app. It's an hour long. He got into everything, no doubt about it. And we've been talking about it all day. We'll talk about it for another 5 minutes, and then we'll jump to the San Francisco 49ers. So let's start out with Elijah in Oakland. What's up, Elijah? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah.
I mean, I think at the base level, this is pretty simple. You know, the Warriors, it's all about getting ring 5 for Steph. Everyone knows that. They're trying to contend while they still got him. And so, you know, they got to answer themselves the question, does he help with that or not? If he doesn't, they should trade him. If he does, they should re-sign him, give him the contract he wants, and actually feature him. Or that they should have made this decision a long time ago is really what it is. They let it get to here. This has been the case for years. They can't decide if he fits in or not. But, you know, I hear a lot of the reason they say, oh, he doesn't fit with Steph, why he hasn't played more over the years. So I did just a little research because I was curious. And I found over the last 3 years, I didn't include his rookie year, he had played 29 games where he played 30 minutes. Steph was active. In those games, he's averaging 26 and 54% shooting. So pretty good. And then then people say, oh, but if he does that, then that means Steph, it's going to come at the expense of Steph. Well, in those games, Steph averaged 28 points on 48% shooting, which is above his average. And as far as does it affect winning, the team went 17-12 in those games, pretty good. And Kuminga was actually a net plus 132 in those games. So my question would be, you see something that kind of works that well, and it makes sense that, you know, having another scorer on the floor to help take the pressure off of Steph and who could help use Steph's gravity to, attack the lanes that get open before chasing Steph around.
So I think, and I appreciate it, Elijah. I don't think it's, I think it's more playing Butler, Kuminga, and Draymond together.
But
I kind of don't.
You can substitute any name. Before it was Wiggins.
You don't have no shooting.
It was Wiggins. You know,
right. And why were they able to be more successful with Wiggins? Because he shot 40% from three one year.
I got you.
I think this is far less to do with Curry than it is with Butler and Draymond. They don't want to play Draymond a ton at center, but that would open up more playing time for Kuminga. Yeah. And I like, here's where I am. How do I want to put this? I don't believe in Kuminga, Butler, and Green. I do not believe in those. I don't believe you can go anywhere with those three.
That's interesting.
There is just, you have no shooting.
Well, they
with
lost
those
all three to Minnesota. I'll give you guys that.
And so that's another.
That was enhanced. But Steiny, you're not going to have to if you got Curry out there. So those
you need more than one shooter.
I hear you.
I mean, you got to have more than one shooter on the floor.
Do you think Kuminga will ever be 35% or 38% or higher from three?
Well, I think that's about his ceiling, 37.
And he's 22. But if he was out there or in a system or on the floor in a game where he knew his head coach wasn't pissed off, if he was Jimmy Jacking, I'm serious, Donnie, 4 to 6 3. If he had the Zach LaVine green light wherever he's being, I think that makes guys relax. You know what? I can shoot this one, miss it. I'm going to still be able to ball out and get my 20, 32, 33 minutes. Like, all that matters to me, man. And when you're
Zach
so
LaVine
tight.
shoots 40 plus from three.
I'm just saying a gunner.
So, in other words,
give me somebody else.
One of the worst I would say Kuminga's better at going to the rim.
No doubt.
And mid-range. But you want him to shoot more threes.
But you admit that have to admit there are players littered all over the league, and it's been this way forever.
He doesn't deserve to shoot 4 to 5 threes a game.
Now, that's a strong word, but there's some that can work on it during games.
Guru,
is my point.
Look at his
I got it, and it's went down. I saw it.
Thank you.
I see that. But, Steiny, again, I'm stealing from your playbook. He's 22. He's 22.
Right.
He's 22.
Right, and he wants the keys.
Thank you, Evan. Damn, man. How is this going to end up, man? I think I know.
Okay, tell everybody.
He'll be here. Though I think he's going to be here for the whole season. And I think that
that means he's going to walk for nothing.
Yeah.
That means he walks for nothing.
I think that's where we're going.
Or they trade him next summer.
Yeah. Can they?
No, like if they come to terms this summer, then they could trade him next summer.
Yeah, I meant the qualifying.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's go to Bobby in Los Altos.
Our man.
What's up, Bobby?
Hey, thank you for taking the call. First of all, congrats on that interview, Get. Steiny, you may poo-poo this, but Guru, I just want to let you know when the national media takes clips of this, you might be heard around the country asking a question. And at worst, everyone's going to read quotes in articles that state something like, Agent Aaron Tucker said on the Steiny and Guru show, blah, blah, blah. So you just made it big. The boys behind the wall, behind the glass there, they got a lot more work today.
Bobby.
The you two hosts got all the glory.
Bobby.
But we made the New York Times before.
Bobby.
And that was the Jeff interview Garcia. So Jeff Garcia interviewed Bobby. So it's going to be hard to top that one.
Bobby, that may have been the way it was 30 years ago, but let me tell you how it goes now. Oh, yeah, Kuminga's agent was on with some station.
No way, bro. No way, bro. Everyone has to quote sources. That's just the way it works. You know that. Everyone quotes sources. You guys will at least be in the print a lot. But look, JK has already made... Hello?
Yeah, you're on.
Oh, I'm sorry. So JK's already made $25 million in his career. So I don't quite get why that agent said, he hasn't made his life-changing money. That makes me laugh. But in any case, JK can afford to play this out. And honestly, one angle I didn't think about was to protect against injury. If he does take this qualifying offer, he's taking out insurance. So that's genius, and I love it. And I think this is just going to, there's really no risk to JK. I'll be honest with you. I don't think he's leaving any money on the table. Look, like everyone, I'm a fan of the team. But let's be honest, man. If any of us were JK, we'd be doing what the agent and JK are doing. And Goo, you say, wait 2 years and the team is yours. Maybe. Right. But during those 2 years, do you get to showcase your skill set? Do you get to become a better player by being on the floor?
I got you.
Or do you just collect your DNP CDs for the next 2 years, right? And then who knows? Steph might be balling out in 2 years. You don't even know. Yeah. So, look, while the qualifying offer will not happen per the reason Steiny said, it does not benefit either side. As soon as they get some sort of workable deal that they sign, that agent Aaron will be on the phone as soon as that signed contract gets faxed back to the Warriors. So he's gone. I mean, look, the fact is he's gone. He's going to have a new contract so that both sides can benefit. But let's just say thank you for your service. And thank you for your time.
Wow, Bobby.
Thanks, Bobby.
Have a good weekend, man. Damn.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Bobby. Let's go to Priest.
I can't wait for this one.
Let's go to Priest.
Good timing, man.
Hey, Priest, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, fellas. Can you hear me?
We got you,
all right, buddy?
Yeah, well, listen, man. I can't wait until this kid gets out of here. I swear I can't. I can't wait until he gets out of here. And I've been saying this for 2 years.
I know.
People keep talking about he needs to learn how to play. He can play for you. And the Warriors ain't the only team that's going to win a championship. Mm. This ain't the only place he can learn how to play. He don't need them. They need him. He ain't never needed them. They need him. And if they don't need him and they think he can't play, he can't do this, he can't do that, then trade him and let him go. Why are you holding on to him? So to me, it's nauseating because all this dude gave the whole team and the whole organization to Steph Curry, right? There ain't even no concept of the team no more, the Warriors. This is all about Steph Curry. Mm. I'm so sick of that, I don't know what to do. I don't care if he don't never win a championship. I don't care if they crash and burn. I just want this kid out of here so he can play. Okay?
Wow.
That's my attitude. I'm sick and tired of all of them. I can't stand looking at Steve Kerr.
I'm looking at him right now on TV, Priest. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. We got to get to the
He's
the
been
legal.
open here lately, too. It's talking about fights and everything.
I got my own complaint.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Let's wrap it up with John in Toronto, and then we'll talk about
Hello, how y'all doing?
Hey, John, how are you?
I'm all right. I just want to talk about a couple of things.
Yep.
Shout out to JK's agent, because everybody was saying JK should sign the $48 million and take it, and now the offer is up to $75 million. And everyone's mad at JK because he's not doing the Warriors a favor. And they've been doing JK dirty for the last 4 years. Scotty Barnes is the number one option on the Raptors. The Raptors won 25 games, and the following year they won 30 games, and he got $257 million. If JK was on another team, he would have had $150 million. Just trade him. You have an offer on the table for Monk in the first round. Trade the kid. And if he comes back, it's going to be toxic. They're going to use him as a scapegoat. They're going to blame JK. They're going to just get rid of him. He doesn't want to play for Kerr. Kerr doesn't want him to play for him. It's simple.
Thanks,
just
John.
trade him.
Hey, appreciate the call. The problem is, and this is the other, they don't like the deals, apparently. They don't like the deals. All right.
What you got?
Should we move on?
Oh, man, I think
Everything.
it's time.
All right. 49ers.
Big game.
They're in a shamble. No, they're actually doing well. They're 2-0. He did it again.
No,
did you see that?
You
did you see
down
that?
and looked at him. You poked him. You visually poked him with your eyes.
Both of you
I saw it.
Don't pounce,
He was
Sam.
minding his own.
He wasn't.
Trying to
He
do
rolled
what
his
we
eyes,
needed
and
to
if you
do.
didn't see that,
and you just
I don't
sat
even
in
need
on
it.
him like some
Go ahead.
lying on the Serengeti, and you wanted him to do something to throw you off. I'm Team Evan right now. I saw it all happen.
Tell you what, try to
Say
do
you're
something.
sorry.
Try to do something here. Start a segment off for us, can you?
This might be the biggest game through 3 weeks in the NFL, and that is the San Francisco 49ers, yours truly, hosting the Arizona Cardinals. A division game.
No,
but what I want to happen is I want Mac Jones for another 4 quarters. Call me dollar, because there is no way in hell you let Brock Purdy go out there and risk re-aggravating whatever's going on with the Joe Burrow turf toe.
And it's what's very interesting is he had the exact same take Guru did 2 weeks ago at this exact same moment regarding Christian McCaffrey.
The whole summit was.
Let me finish. Christian McCaffrey had 31 touches 2 days later.
The whole summit bought into that. The breaking news. Don't put that in me.
No, I'm just saying.
So
everybody was saying you can't play McCaffrey.
So, Steiny, seriously, if he wakes up Sunday at 6 a.m., text Kyle, I can go, you would let him play?
Whatever the Niners decide. I'm okay with it.
All right.
I'm okay with it because I work from the back front. If he's playing, I'm going to assume he's healthy. If he doesn't play, I'm assuming he wasn't healthy.
But you can't ignore what's gone on to
yes,
get
I can.
there.
What are you talking about? Can he play or not? Don't read more into it than that. Is he healthy enough to play? If he is, he will play. If he's not, he won't.
Okay. We're not in Portland, and we're not the Blazers.
I don't know what that
flagship,
means.
But I'm about to tell you.
All right.
This will be Rip City. If Brock Purdy goes out there and re-aggravates that toe, our phone lines will break. And I will understand why. Because Steiny, he can play, but are you keeping him out of harm's way for in the future? Shesky said if they were 3-5, maybe the NFC Championship game. It's not the Super Bowl, Steiny, and that's why you flip on me, you change. Like put money away for a rainy day, Goo.
I think Evan will say that I'm very consistent. I find this conversation tiring.
Dibs.
And I believe that the 49ers, whatever decision they make, it'll be the smart one, believe it or not. I believe if they put him out there, that means they believe he's healthy enough
I got
to play and stay healthy.
But the difference between you and I is you need somebody to hold your hand.
I don't know what that
We
means.
are too old not to know what it is. I don't need a doctor to tell me what's going on right now or Sunday with the kid's toe. I know it cost him a game. I know Mac Jones looked great, so I'm operating under, I don't need a new report, and they may not have it. I just know I'm not risking the biscuit when I got a guy that can get us through another game.
You're right, and they won't risk the biscuit.
You like that? I don't know where I got it from.
Right, they won't risk it if they think he's not healthy. If he's healthy, then he will play, and he's a quarterback who's fair game like everybody else. And what if this? What if he plays? He's so healthy that the toe allows him to run at his normal speed, so he actually evades somebody on a scramble, and as he's going to the sideline, someone takes his head off, and he gets hurt, but it's not the toe.
Well,
is that his fault?
No, that's
okay.
Well, if he was a step quicker, he might have got out of bounds and not got decapitated.
No. The step quicker got him by the first guy.
I'm not so sure.
You are the best, man. I just, it's a big deal.
It's not a big deal.
It's a big toe.
That's an 8.
I'm not saying whether Purdy plays or not isn't a big deal, but it's like they're just going to live their life, the 49ers. And on Sunday, they'll be like, how you feeling, Brock? You know what? It feels great. Go play. How come? Because it's pro sports. It's pro sports.
It's more nuanced than that.
It isn't actually.
It is.
It is not.
Call it like you think.
Thank you, Shannon.
So let's go here, and this is why I love myself sometimes. Had the Warriors had any indication that Steph's hammy was going to blow when it did in the playoffs, and it was going to cost him 5 minutes of a game, the previous game, he just couldn't play the last 5 minutes. Do you think the Warriors would have said, you know what? He can't play these 5 minutes because we can ill afford to be without him. Steiny, they would have said, hey, we'll pay you to take him out. Because we won't be without him.
What are you saying? You're saying to me, hey, Steiny, after the fact.
No, before. If you knew that you were going to prevent that hamstring
injury. If they knew Curry was going to get hurt, would they have done anything to prevent it? Probably. Probably.
And that's why don't you put that here? Why do we, is it necessity?
You use the term risk. I don't use the term risk.
You think he's healed?
They will. I don't know what he is. I will allow the Niners to make that expert decision, not me. I don't know. And here's the other thing. And this is like a big one. Like, well, if he's 90, we don't know. Like, I have no idea what Brock Purdy's pain threshold is. I have no idea what Kittle's is. So we can't even compare. Like when we say, well, is he 70%, 80? Like, we don't know if they've played at 70% before, and we didn't even know it because they just play through nicks and knacks and stuff like that. I mean, Brock Purdy might say, you know what? I mean, I was more hurt last year, or I was less hurt last year, or more hurt last year, and ended up playing. And this year, last year I would have gone out and played with this.
Hey, and I'm not backing. There is no corners. Nobody's boxing. But Spadoni said, and I love it. He said it to us, you, myself, and Butcher. There's just a part of me that wants to see Mac Jones part 2 in another football game, 4 quarters, a different opponent. Do you have that feeling at all? Like, that's groovy to me. The fact that I'm going to be able to see what Mac Jones can do in a big game, in an early big game. Like, there's got to be some of you that's like, I would like to see Mac one more time. Forget the time.
I'm a fan. Sure, I'd like to see Mac. Shanahan doesn't want, if Brock's available, he wants to go with Purdy. He doesn't need to see. He's seen Mac Jones play in practice for 3 months already. Like, I'm sure Purdy starts because Purdy is better than Mac Jones. So if Purdy can play, I gotta believe he's gonna play him. All right, here we go. This will be fun. Let's break it on. Okay, let me see. Okay, let's get all into it. When did Brock start to feel his toe got aggravated? Let's do Panic Radio.
I think it was just accumulation of certain plays and different moments in the game and stuff. So, I think I finished the game and it was more so like the adrenaline cooled down. And, I was like all right, something's wrong with my toe here. And obviously you go in, get an MRI, and you get a diagnosis and all that. So I didn't really know until after, but obviously you go throughout a game and you get hit and go through certain things, but my mindset's always been like, I can play, and you got to really take me off the field for something serious, but if I can walk and jog and throw a football, then I'm good to go. So like that was more so my mindset, and like I said, I didn't feel it till after.
Yeah, that sounds like a football player to me. He wants to play.
Yeah. It's too funny. I was watching Jason Kelce and his brother Travis, Steiny. I don't know why. But Jason takes off his sock and shows us just what turf toe is and where it starts and how far it goes up to and the ligament involved. And I was like, man, okay, I could see that giving them problems. But I just looked again here, Steiny. My friend Grace Hetz in Vegas, she asked for a lock of the week. And the Niners are up to 3, back up to 3. And I'm just telling you, we kind of had some fun with it all week. That leads me to believe maybe Brock is more readily available than we think.
More Brock Purdy. Hey, Brock, what are you doing to treat the injury? And Joe Burrow got hurt.
The orthotics and cleat, footwear and stuff, we're going through that right now. But, yeah, there's been guys that wear, the steel foundation that can help out with your toes and whatnot. Yeah, there's that. And then, obviously, what happened to Joe sucks, man. And so I'm fortunate, that I don't have to have surgery.
That steel toe, that's why in wrestling you will always see the referee do that thing with the feet, because they check for a wrestler to have the steel toe. At least in Vince McMahon's wrestling they did.
You are special.
They did.
You
can't have a steel toe in wrestling. You'd mess somebody up. So they check for the foreign object or the steel toe. He can't use a steel toe in a game.
Dude, I'm calling my shot, and you guys can have fun with me Monday. He's not playing. Yeah. Brock's not playing, Evan. Take it to the bank. Oh, that's
Lock it up.
Hey, that's Fremont Bank, by the way.
That's Dibley's. Get off.
No compromises.
What BFA then?
0 compromises.
Bank of West. Anybody.
Yeah, you know what? Hey, Fremont Bank, how about once in a while, just compromise. One time. Can you just compromise one time? That's it. All right. What's coming up on the game? It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. They don't compromise, and they are here for you. They're here for good. And don't forget, it was also sponsored by Moderna.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Fall is the season for reinvention, and it's easy to do at Macy's Fall Favorite Sale. Come in and find your new favorite styles, like romantic ruffled dresses, chic trenches, cashmere sweaters, and textural fall layers, which are perfect for mixing and matching. All for 20 to 50% off. So if you're looking for your new favorite things, look no further than the Fall Favorite Sale. Today, only at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place, so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Start today for just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we've believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig, but don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit GoPestControl.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, ATCOPestControl.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
It's almost here, budget season. Are you trying to do more with less? You're not alone. Thousands of companies from $10 million to $300 million in revenue trust My Outdesk to solve staffing gaps, control costs, and accelerate growth. Whether you're scaling, cutting overhead, or battling turnover, My Outdesk's elite global talent helps your team move forward with confidence, fast. Book your strategy call and find out how much you could save. My Outdesk, where momentum meets results. Visit myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace, grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly, and catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
I'm afraid.
Of what?
I think the older
that you'll
you get,
never wake up?
No. Well, you're practicing dying. That's too much sleep. I'm a journalist with words.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, good afternoon, everybody.
Oh, I was like, it ain't the morning, baby.
No, it's afternoon.
Something's waiting on me.
I just got to write something down real quick. Okay. Kyle Shanahan is talking to the media at 1:35. He's frequently late, but we will get you anything of import that he says right away. He's scheduled to talk at 1:35, but he may linger into the crossover and Willard and Dibs show, but we will have it as soon as we have it.
Do you think he does it on purpose?
I'm going to say no.
Like shows up 10 minutes late to every single press conference?
He don't strike me as that guy.
No, I'll tell you what it is, though. And I'm glad you asked that question because I know what it is.
Because you do the same thing.
And this kind of bothers me a little bit, but
everything.
It's what coaches do. If you've ever been to a pro practice like I have, multiple sports, you'd be very surprised at how regimented it is. I mean, it's down to like 11 o'clock, stretching, 11:04, team groupings, 11:14, situational football, 11:30. You know, it's like that. And the same with the NBA sport I covered. And so they're very regimented during practice because their team's important. Then they finish up practice, and a PR guy goes, all right, now you got to go to the media. But the media is not the team. They don't really care about the media. It's a low priority for them, and dare I say, rightfully so. And so, hey, you got a 1:35 press conference, Kyle. He's going to tie up some loose ends regarding the football program, which is more important than media availability. And so that's why he's going to probably show up at 1:46.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is it is on purpose.
Yes and no.
Well, if every single detail of a practice is planned out, then it feels like that extra 10 minutes is also allocated towards the team as opposed to the media.
He's listening to Lil Wayne, Steiny. He's a rap fan. And you got to quit fence sitting. You do all that in the multiple practices, and then you're like on both sides.
Both sides of what?
You were like,
I've done it all. What's your point?
No, you got to come up with a
I've done it all. Like Bogey and McCall.
What does that mean, you've done it all?
I've seen, this is what, I'm lucky. No. I've seen it from all angles. So I'm able to, when something goes on, instantaneously, I'm able to process it from every viewpoint. Okay. Most people can only do that from a specific viewpoint. Okay, but because Evan they're limited.
You, does he do it on purpose? There's yes or no.
Yeah.
That's all. Just give us some clarity.
He does.
That's all we ask.
Although, that's a tough one, though. Let's go to Kevin. Let's go to Kevin in Cupertino. What's up, Kevin? How you doing?
Boy. Hey, happy Friday, guys.
Back at you. Ain't kidding.
Which one of you said you trust the 49er medical staff?
I do.
Steiny,
Steiny. I can't believe I heard you guys say that out loud.
He's on the 49ers payroll.
Like the most injured team?
That's
not the training staff. That's Kyle Shanahan.
What observational data do you have to trust the 49er medical staff, first of all?
I'll be
quiet.
My
second piece is I don't trust Shanahan. I was out in D.C. I saw his dad run RG3 into the ground.
That happened.
And because he wanted to play Kirk Cousins. We all thought he was more of a Cousins fan than he was RG3. And what makes this great radio talk, even though I'm tired of talking about this, is that now you have Mac Jones just in the same position as Kirk Cousins, kind of the favorite of the Shanahans. And so I don't trust Shanahans. I don't trust the medical department of the 49ers. So that's all I got.
Hold on, Kevin.
You like that?
Hold on, Kevin. So are you telling me that in your heart of hearts, you believe Kyle wants to go with Mac Jones?
I think Kyle will run his players into the ground.
All right.
And I don't think he has their safety as a number one concern. So I think if you put out Brock with a bad toe, I think it'll ruin him. And so I think he'll play Mac Jones. I think this is all smoke and mirrors. Brock is not playing. He's saying he might play, so the Cardinals don't know what to game plan for. Brock is not playing.
That we can agree on, Kevin. I agree with you there that he's probably not going to play.
Yeah. And I was going to set an over-under on, I got Spadoni and Shasky had.
I thought you had a gripe. Don't you have a gripe today? I thought he said he had a gripe.
We were going to do the acting. A lot of people were upset we skipped it last week. We want to skip it again.
And by a lot of people, you mean one. One person brought it up.
Yeah, Dylan.
The new guy in sales who doesn't know better.
He could get rid of the right. He gave it. I forgot to say.
I hate when he does that.
I wanted to interrupt him.
What did he do?
Just told him we're getting prepared for a show, which he knew, but he did it with a little.
You know what? Nahegan's wrong. and you know what?
I turned my back embarrassed. Like,
if we have a problem with what's his name?
Dylan.
If we have a problem with Dylan, we're in the we then should go to our office.
I double back to Dylan saying, "Hey, it's a big day. We got the AG coming up." He's running high. I have to apologize for that. Hey, my boss gave it to him.
So let me get this straight.
He said preparation.
So let me get this straight. We're in the sales room. A salesperson is talking to us, and Nahegan tells the salesperson, "Stop bothering these guys." When we actually have an office that we can go into to get privacy, see, that's where I'm not afraid to look at ourselves in the mirror and say, we're wrong there. That's unfair to, what's his name?
Dylan. Hey, but Dylan was coming up with some roles for me to play, and I think that he had like, let him prepare. But Evan, I was embarrassed. I turned around like.
I mean, I'd rather do the acting.
Let's do that.
And
Evan has one for us.
Okay, Dylan had 3 scenarios for us.
But Evan's one out, though.
Oh, you know what?
His are so specific.
You got it? I know. It's unbelievable. Do you have one in mind?
Yeah.
All
right. So obviously, earlier this week, ESPN needed to find a new host for First Take because Molly Karam left. It was announced that she's no longer part of the show. So I believe it was 2 days ago they put out a press release saying that they're looking for, yes, a new host, but they'll have 30 to 45 days of essentially tryouts. So I thought you guys could put together, in however long you want, your audition tape to become the new host of ESPN First Take. So if you were moderating a Stephen A. Smith versus Dan Orlovsky or Stephen A. with whatever
Mad
sport
Dog
you
Russo.
want.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, Mad Dog. You're mediating these two. How would you go about it, and what would you do?
Stephen A. Mad Dog, and who?
And you.
Yeah, you're in between Stephen A. and Mad Dog.
Here we go, Steiny. See, can you do it?
So I've got to introduce a topic or something?
Yeah. And then as they get into it, you got to break, you got to take control.
Jay Crawford.
He was the best.
Why don't you start? Because I've never watched the show.
All right, so I'm auditioning. I got Stephen A. and we'll say...
this is your dream job.
No, it's not to be the moderator.
Yeah.
Chris Canty. Stephen A. and Chris Canty.
Yeah.
All right, the topic's going to be, should Brock Purdy play this Sunday versus the Arizona Cardinals? Okay, gents, we got a big game this Sunday in the Bay, but the question is, we all saw Mac Jones last week. Backup quarterback had success. Should the Niners, Stephen A. and Chris, allow Brock Purdy to play this Sunday? Stephen?
Don't be disrespectful.
Am I really doing this now?
Yeah. Just say anything.
Careful.
I'll leave that up to the team.
Okay, Chris, hold on. It's not your turn, Chris. Is that how you truly feel? Because we're going to revisit this Monday. All right, Chris, what do you got?
I can't. Am I him too?
Yeah, you're Chris too.
I think you got to sit him out, not just 1 week, maybe even multiple weeks. This is your new franchise quarterback.
Well, that's great, Chris, because I'm thinking
so the moderator interrupts.
That's why I would be fired. I would interrupt. Evan, I can't do it. That's terrible. I failed.
Yeah, I would.
Because you don't talk much in that job. Well, you do. You know.
3, 2,
all right, here we go.
1. All right, welcome back to First Take. Matt Steinmetz along with Mike and the Mad Dog and Stephen A. Smith. And I'll be moderating. And the big topic today, ladies and gentlemen, is whether or not Brock Purdy should play this weekend for the San Francisco 49ers. Got a little turf toe, guys. And it's a big decision. They just paid Brock, of course, in the offseason. And I always start with the loudest, so let's go to Stephen A. Smith. Stephen, what do you think?
Steiny, they better be careful. They better be careful. That's what I think, Steiny.
All right, who's with Chris Canty?
Yeah.
Hey, Chris, what do you think? By the way, it's Mike it's Mad Dog and then Mike Francesa.
Yes.
But he's not really on our show, Mike Francesa.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, that Bonte loves that dude.
Oh, my gosh.
Hey, Bonte got a little mad at us yesterday.
Not me.
We stole this bid about the eating for free. I calmed it. But I had to break the news to him. When you go, you know what? You know where I'm going.
I don't.
He didn't come up with division games or Evan,
I'm going to say it.
We've learned a lot this week.
I'm going to be honest. That Bonte, but no, we love B.
You can't be giving quotes to people that didn't come up with them.
Pigskin, Steiny.
I'm going to tell you the truth, and I'm dead serious here.
B.
You guys are the biggest haters that I've ever been around as it relates to this.
What?
That's right. And I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why. Is because Bonte Hill, for years and years and years, has been talking about how division games in the NFL are different. They're just different. When did Bonte start here? 7 years ago? You know what? For the first couple years, I didn't think much of it. Over the last 2 or 3 years, I'm like, you know what? That little son of a gun, Bonte, he's right.
But it's
like,
been around since the beginning of football.
Would you let me finish?
And I love you,
please?
B. Yeah. Hey.
So the reality is, it's not, you guys can't stand that I'm giving Bonte credit for something. That's really what's going on here.
No, it's
you
not.
guys have a problem with
Spadoni was in on it
praise.
Too. No,
yes, you do. There's no
Jimmy
other way
the
around
Greek
it.
said that
this is known as being a hater.
Steiny, Howard Cosell said division games are tough.
Saying.
And you act like he created something new.
It bothers you guys so much that something Bonte said resonated with me. You can't handle it. Like, you guys cannot handle it.
We tell you stuff all the time, and all you do is tell us to shut up.
It doesn't resonate.
We all looked at each other like, wow, he put
Bonte resonated with that.
Took 4 years.
Like, come on, man. You act like he came up with the slogan. That thing has been around with the pigskins.
Who came up with it? First of all, they change division games every year.
But you know what I mean. Division games.
You're so
Steiny,
jealous.
Look, I'm going
you guys are jealous of Bonte. You guys are jealous of Bonte.
I told him he was laughing.
The way you say it, it's like it's the 11th commandment.
That's all. He can't cure cancer. Steiny, division games are tough, guys.
You know what? I would respect this more if you would say something like, you know what? Come to think of it, I might sit Purdy this weekend. Yeah. I might. You know why?
Why?
Because one thing we know is division games are a little bit different. And because they're different, I just don't think I'd put him in harm's way.
This dude is incredible. Oh
God, Bonte.
No, that's my man. Dude, been saying it forever. Then you on a Thursday say, you know what? That is as profound as it comes, Evan. I just had a problem with it. That's all. Okay. But he's right. Division games are tricky.
No, they're different.
Hey, where are you watching the game?
Which one?
The one we're talking about, Niners-Cardinals.
You only watch the Niners anyways.
Yeah, for real. And Tulane.
Tulane, I watch.
Oh,
Tulane's 12:30 against Ole Miss.
No one's watching that.
Stop.
Do you want to bet? It's ESPN National.
Is it?
Yes,
if it's a big college game, it's not on ESPN.
Everybody doesn't have that one either, Steiny. The ESPN National.
No, it's not ESPNU. It's the real ESPN.
Oh, they're on.
Yes.
What? 12:30?
12:30.
12:30 is not the big game.
Oh, please.
4:30, ABC.
It's 3:30 in Oxford. That's the big game. See, they're playing at 3:30 in Oxford, Mississippi.
Oh, I'm aware. That doesn't make it big, though.
It's a big game. It is a big game.
I tell you, I'm going to be a grandfather.
Now, the 49ers. Oh, my God. Hold that.
Yeah.
You know what?
No,
take it away.
My oldest Donovan, remember you forgot about him. He's having twins. Or his girlfriend, Sienna's having twins.
Oh, my God.
Grandpa Goo.
Man,
congratulations.
I'm still hooping. I don't like the grandpa part, but I'm still, it's a blessing, right?
We'll see.
You jumped right past Unk.
Dude, see, that's the stuff. I'm still hooping.
When's she expecting?
Well, they just found out. So about they just had their first doctor appointment. So I guess another 9 months.
So
that
clearly they don't know gender or anything at this point?
But you got to hope to Johnson that it's a boy. What if it's a boy and a girl? That's when you're winning, right? Twins? I get to show them how to hit, shoot.
Oh, no.
Huh? Oh, dude. I thought we had Kuminga news. Anyway, Steiny, wow.
Congratulations.
Yeah. To the Frenchwoods, too. That's
I don't know.
Sienna Frenchwood. I know her dad. We played ball together.
Oh, that's her name.
Yeah, that's
What's
his
her
girlfriend's
name?
Sienna Frenchwood.
Sienna
Frenchwood.
That's a great name. Are you serious? Their last name is Frenchwood?
Yeah. Look at what's so funny.
That's a great name. I mean, it's the best name I've heard since Carter Chickering.
I've never heard that one.
Sienna, not Sienna.
Yeah, that's her first name.
Sienna Frenchwood.
Yeah. Well,
it's always pretty cool when the last name is the dope one because you can't change that one.
I agree.
But like my buddy you met, this is the strongest name ever. It's elegant. Carrington Galloway. That's a name. Answer the door to robe. Cigar. Bring the rolls around front.
By the way.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen, I'm still looking for the first photo.
Our acting was
horrible.
horrible.
I think
Evan
I told
set
you this
us up
before.
for that was horrible acting.
Have you ever seen a photo where a guy smokes a guitar? I mean, where a guy smokes a cigar and doesn't look like a tool?
Tony Soprano.
You can't
He did it all the
smoke
time.
a cigar
He did it all the time.
and not look like a horse's behind.
Tony Soprano did it all the time.
I think I know why Steiny's he feels this way.
Oh.
It's because of Michael Jordan.
And there it is. Evan knows you.
It's a bad look.
You called him MJ earlier. I was shocked. Whoa.
Wait, what?
You called Michael. You referred to him as MJ. I love that. Earlier today, you probably did it. But he just figured you out.
Who did?
Evan.
About what?
Your thing with tools is Mike used to smoke the cigars.
First of all, millions of people smoke cigars.
But Michael
many of the men. No, you know what? You ever see the photo of Bird taking the cigar out of Red Auerbach's mouth and putting it in his mouth and puffing? I was like,
that's tight.
Bird looks like a tool right there.
Not to me.
We all smoked cigars at Kenny's party.
I didn't.
I was late.
Something about cigars. I like the smell.
Yeah, they're too.
I like the smell. Of course he did. I like the smell, but I don't like to smoke them at all.
Let me see what B
Plus,
said.
what's the point of smoking something if you don't inhale?
It's the flavor.
I'm out.
Now, Bonte did say, he just texted me, guys. Now I feel bad, Evan. You should too. He never said he coined the phrase.
No, Steiny is giving it to him.
Yeah, but see, that's what our problem was. You act like he did.
Guru, when he said it, it resonated with me. That's all that matters.
Now I feel like a hater. Right. B, we know we love you, but he never said
You
I
are
coined
so
the
jealous. And I know what it is now. I know what it is. You know what I'm going to start doing, buddy? I'm going to do this. And I should do more of it. I'm going to start saying,
on it too.
Great point, Goo. I'm going to start saying that more. You know what, Goo? I like that thought.
I'm not the guy that when they say great questions, I jump up and down. I'm not in it for that stuff.
Johnny in Oakland has advice for you, Goo. Should we I would assume it's...
as long as it's about divisional games.
Monte said he never coined the phrase. He's right. You act like
I never
he did,
said he coined it.
But you celebrated it like that.
And now I'm going to celebrate it for the rest of my tenure on San Francisco radio because I know how much it bothers you to praise a former teammate. Look, it's Johnny. What's going on, buddy? Oh, God.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, what's up, Johnny?
So I just jumped in my car, and I caught the last little second of hearing Guru's son.
Yeah.
I had twins 3 years ago, and I wanted to give some advice.
Okay. Are you a father?
As a grandpa.
Oh, as a grandfather. Go ahead.
I
How
am
are
a
you?
father. I got lucky. We got a son and a daughter. It was amazing. It's been amazing, but it is hell. It is one of the hardest things of all time. If I didn't have my wife's mom living literally 10 minutes away from us, picking up the kids when we can and helping us when we can, it is not possible for your son and the baby mama to do it on their own. I hope that you're going to be a great grandpa and you're going to chip in everywhere you can, change diapers, get them get your the kids some naps too. Like, no, I'm not talking about the babies. I'm talking about your kid. Get them to nap every now and then.
Yeah.
It is hard.
Wow.
And I am 3 years in, still hard. hard.
Congrats, man. So he's got a boy and a girl, and she's got a great set of parents. So yeah, the Frenchwood, so it takes a village. Norm, what's that going to do to him? He'll be a great grandpa.
Wow. Now, my mom loves being a great grandmother.
Oh, so she's experienced.
I'm not kidding.
You think the gray will come in more now?
Whose?
Mine.
I don't know. You're not having the kid. You're probably not even going to help.
I raised 3 now.
Well,
what?
Kinda.
All the baby, dude. I
Mia
could write
gets
a book.
most of the credit. Just come on.
Now you sound like Vontae.
No, Mia.
Him and Shasky did a show one day, and they were talking about the kids in college. I never told them it hurt me, but they kind of gave me most of the credit.
Of course. Fathers.
Evan, I'm like, dude, I had a 2.8 in Logan.
I mean, fathers are useless the first 3 years. That's pretty obvious.
Speaking from experience?
Yes. Yeah. And
I don't like that.
You're useless for 23 years.
Well, that's why when you're congratulating anyone, never congratulate the husband.
Well,
on what?
Yeah.
Well,
Donovan.
Hey, congrats, Gil.
Young D, thank
How
you.
old's D?
Man, Michael Jordan, MJ, 23. Yeah, young.
Buddy, you are going to have to take an active role.
No doubt. And
how far does he live from you?
He's in San Jose. So,
Are you
he's from Norm.
See, I'm trying to have a serious conversation. Are they going to stay in San Jose?
So Donovan texts me. He's listening to the show, and he just heard me shout him out, and he didn't know. Yeah, so right now they're
Are they going to stay?
That's the plan.
So how far is San Jose from Norm's?
15, 20 minutes, no traffic.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I thought you were like an hour or two.
Yep.
All right, you're going to make it happen.
Yep. And you can come over and help too.
Well, the nice thing is now you'll have a chance to be a better grandfather than you were a father.
That's well, I think I'm in the Father Hall of Fame, but yeah, that's what you strive for.
You can't here's
two
I
at
got
one
bad news for you. I got bad news for you.
That's incredible, E.
You and I can never be in the Father Hall of Fame.
See, and this is what really truly bothers me.
We can't.
You put Willard in there, and you just guess.
No,
but he's a good dad.
Well,
he puts the photos on IG, and I took that offense to that.
It's a money issue. We don't make enough money to ever be in the Father of the Year conversation.
You can't buy your love, though, Steiny.
No, I know, but you can put them over the top. You can put them over the top, and that's why.
Well, Willard's in radio too.
Yeah, but Willard squirrels it away. Willard squirreled it away, and Willard had a terrific career before he even got here.
Dude, you are incredible.
Dude, Willard's
man.
got 17 side hustles.
Look at
He's
you
a
counting.
worker.
Look at you being
He's
Dibs.
a worker.
You count pockets.
All right, crossover next. Also, What's Bugging You, sponsored by Atco Pest Control. And where are you? That segment brought to you by California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Steiny, you're off, bro. Way off.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the Caltrans? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
One of the greatest bands in rock history, The Who, present The Song Is Over, the North American Farewell Tour. See Pete Townsend and Roger Daltrey, The Who, live in the Bay Area, performing at Shoreline Amphitheater September 21st. Get tickets now at livenation.com. The Who, for the very last time. The song is over. For more, visit thewho.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Here we go.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at HotYogaRepublic.com. That's HotYogaRepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
At Star One, we make saving simple because everything we do is in your best interest. That's why we provide super simple products with the best rates possible, like our savings account, which we have increased to pay an outstanding return at 3.51% annual percentage yield. That's way above the market average. Apply today at StarOne.org. Star One Credit Union, in your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA. Rate current as of September 1st, 2025, and is subject to change. $50 minimum deposit to open account and earn APY.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their Fall Clearance Sales Event. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities at the Freeman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sales Event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
House, and because it's a Friday, it's sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Ooh. We'll have What's Bugging You coming up in 10 minutes. Get you ready for the weekend. Hey, guys, how are you?
Well, hello there.
Yes. Hey.
Yeah. Nice job.
fantastic.
That
job.
means a lot.
Nice job. Yeah. I mean, damn it, I wish that we could have heard JK. I wish that...
that hurt me, Will.
I know. I'm like 45 minutes in. Here's JK, everybody. And
he had the AirPods.
Yeah,
Well,
like the
you
whole
asked him
thing.
too, you're like, does he want to come on? And I'm like, come on, Goo. What are you doing? He's like, let me see. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Ask
And he
him,
was
shall
right there.
receive.
He was passing him the AirPods.
And then he like leans in and he
Yeah,
waves, and
stop
then
it.
all of a sudden now he's gonna talk, and Steiny with a great follow up of what does he want to say to the fans?
Yeah.
And it's like he's gonna speak, and then technical difficulties,
stop
but
it.
the whole thing
Technology.
was one of the more remarkable interviews I've ever seen / heard. An agent in a gym for an hour.
I do want to ask this in your thoughts because I asked Steiny, and I didn't go to the college of being an agent, but with the Rosenhauses of the world and all the big dogs, Rich Paul, would they have done an hour for their client in a negotiation that is, it's up there. There's some stuff going on, and I'm not hating. Thank you for the time, but I'm thinking what did he really accomplish by coming on, you think, for his client?
I don't know if you're going to like my answer because are you asking it in the framework of like, did he do this because he's not big time an agent, so he has more time, like there's more personal feel?
Or would the big dogs have done that? Because I haven't seen them do that.
Well, I think it was categorically a horrible move by him.
Okay.
I think this is the most desperate thing I've ever seen a sports agent do.
That's what I was asking.
In my entire career. I've never seen a sports agent, because make sure that we know that it's bigger than us. Now, he spent more time with you than anyone else, but this man has put himself through a 48-hour car wash, and there's a reason. Wow. And the reason he's putting himself through a 48-hour car wash, and he's on the phone with Windhorse and every other podcast, and he'll sit there for an hour with you and never even think about having to leave. Like I think he would have stayed with you for the rest of the show if you'd asked him.
Wow.
And the reason I feel he's doing that is because it ain't going well, and because they absolutely do not want to take the qualifying offer. He blinked. Somebody finally blinked. His name's Aaron Turner.
We had no choice but to blink. If, things are at a spot where the team has made their last best offer and they're threatening, we'll take the QO, we'll take the qualifying offer, we'll take it. Okay, then in 9 days, you'll take it or you won't. And honestly, Steiny, you were breaking it down in real time, and I was loving it, watching your brain and your wheels were spinning. You're like, I'm just going to say it. He's not playing on the qualifying offer.
Yep.
And that was about 15 minutes into you, like, sorting through all the minutia of what you had heard. And I was listening alongside, and I'm going, you know what, Steiny? You're a damn genius. You're right.
You think so? I was just coming. Man.
The big takeaway for me was the answer that he gave when he said, Jonathan doesn't want to do it. He would not be happy.
Right.
The team would not be happy. And, so he's not going to spend a year making 7.9 and be unhappy, and then he won't get to play, which is really what he wants more than anything. He wants to play.
I think that's fair. I mean, the other thing is, and I kind of got caught in this too, is it isn't a 3-year 75.
No.
It's a 2-year 50. But normally when you look at that, you say, well, the team's going to pick that up because it's usually a pretty good number for the team. But this is not that normal situation. So it's still, are you really going to give up $50 million guaranteed for 8?
Nope.
But it's not 8, it's 25. You know what I mean?
Well, he's leaving $42 million guaranteed on the table.
As of now, yes.
Yes. And potentially as much as 67 if you either play well or are traded to a team that wants to pick up their team option. Here's the other thing about it that I had a blast just watching the YouTube chat while you guys were doing this, and the opinions that were out there. I thought a lot of them were spot on and amusing. This is more than a fair offer. The Warriors have 4 different offers on the table. Both sides have no trouble confirming that all the reports are accurate. And it's more than fair because it's commensurate with everything that's being offered by all of these other teams. And let me ask you this. These other teams that so badly want to make Jonathan Kuminga a centerpiece of their team.
It's been lightweight
if
fight.
they want you so bad, how come the offers for the Warriors suck? The problem is, and a lot of us have been guessing this, these two people, Jonathan and Aaron Turner, they are overvaluing the situation.
Yep.
Unequivocally. And I like.
So you're thinking they're looking at the 2 for $50 like that's chump change?
Why haven't they taken it?
Well, and he even actually said in the interview, he talked about Jalen Johnson and Jalen Green. He wanted what they got, and that's not available. And I just was looking, and one of them, Johnson, was 5 and 150, 30 per.
Yep.
Green got 3 and 106, which is about 35.3 per. And so that's what he wants. That's how he, or in this case, they see themselves. The Warriors don't see him in that neighborhood. So that's what has led us to this point.
As for joining us for an hour, was it unconventional? Yeah, but I do think, and I think he would have stated as much. He's not a big time agent.
I ain't hating on him for that.
Well, so he's got to sit around and look at the internet, and everybody says this guy's an idiot. He's not doing Jonathan right. He's not doing right by Jonathan. He's messing it up, and now we're coming up on a deadline, and I think he's like, you know what? I got to at least get our side out there. Unconventional, yeah. Did it probably bother the Warriors a little? Probably.
I don't know. I think the Warriors are smoking a cigar with their feet up.
You think so?
Yep. I do now. I do. I think they're like, dude, there's 4 offers on the table. Take one, and then we'll go to work. It's time to go to work.
But if I take the 7.9, there's a chance I could dip for nothing.
Yeah, well,
we got with Jordan Poole. We got nothing with the Chris Paul.
They can't make him not do it. So I don't think they'd be happy about it. But we've reached, we're here. It's almost October. Do what you're gonna do.
And we're days away.
I think one thing that has happened with this latest number is there's a qualifying out. Okay, there was a 2-year, $45 million deal there. There was a 3-year, $54. We know the 3 deals. Yep. The last one, the Warriors have just offered 3 for 50 plus a team option.
Right.
The Warriors are thinking. I think they're pretty baffled that he wouldn't take that one.
I mean, it's a good offer.
I think they're baffled that he
because
for you to be a part of the next iteration. I'm not saying he's Durant, but you'll be. Come on, if you're.
I know you think that way.
No,
I don't
think they think that way. But that's some nice chicken.
Well, but it is also a team option, which gives them the option for him to not be part of that.
This is what bothers me about that.
And trade him beforehand, which is very possible, if not probable.
Okay, you saw something when you drafted him years ago.
Yes.
With the number 7 pick. You saw what he did. Now, I'm nitpicking, but hold on, I'm cherry picking with what he did against Minnesota. But in what world, Dibs, do you ask somebody to marry you and then talk about a prenup? Why are we?
Lots of people do that.
Lots
of people do that.
And that's both parties feel like they're doing.
Well, here's one thing I'm almost certain of. You and the fans out there may be saying, what about what he did against Minnesota?
Yeah.
I don't think the Warriors give a rat's ass. I don't think the Warriors think he did something so great.
So when Joe Lacob had him at the Valkyrie game,
he looked out
after
there,
the season ended.
I don't think Joe Lacob looked out there and said, can you all believe what Jonathan did?
I think he's been waiting on that.
There's so much space in between. What you're talking about, I know you've brought it up so many times today, Joe is infatuated with Jonathan. I think Joe likes Jonathan.
Okay, know that.
By the way, the Warriors don't dislike Jonathan, or else they wouldn't offer him a $75 million 3-year deal. They don't hate the guy.
But the coach don't like Coach. He's not his type player.
It's not even that. It's not just scoring points.
Yeah.
Everybody who fights for Jonathan in Minnesota gives the box score and the point total.
Yeah.
He's a 22-year-old player who doesn't rebound well.
Yeah.
He's coming off of his worst statistical season of his career.
He played 47 games and he was hurt.
But he's coming off of – this is all about negotiation. You're coming off your worst statistical year. You don't see the floor well. You defend sometimes, not all the time. Hell, the worst moment for his agent today was when he came out and was like, well, Jonathan actually rebounds well when you give him a lot of minutes.
Exactly.
Holy crap, dude.
That was said.
That is really poorly stated, I thought. So I thought that was point warriors. They don't hate the guy, but he's not a finished product. So you don't get to come out and get paid like a finished product.
Well, and if you do pay a guy like a finished product, like Jalen Green, and then they trade him because, you get to a point where you're the 2 seed, you lose in the first round, and you realize you probably want something different or something better, and so you move on from him. And that, I think, is why the Warriors are going to get this done with the team option, because, Steiny, you made a good point earlier about if it's a 2-year deal and it's 1 year with a player option, no team's going to want to acquire that, knowing that Kuminga could possibly bounce. But if you sign him to a 3-year deal for $75 and it's a team option, well, now as a team in February, if you want to trade for him, you've got him for 2.5 years guaranteed. And if he's as good as his agent thinks he is, $25 million in 3 years will be a bargain.
And Gu, I'll just say this real quick.
No,
I think Joe Lacob really likes him, but not as much as he hates the idea of losing him for nothing.
Okay, come on.
That's more important. And so how much do you really love him? Joe's not infatuated with him. They've spent all summer potentially looking at dealing him. And Joe hasn't gotten in the way of that.
When I throw this to you all, that the 2025 Warriors, without Jonathan Kuminga, nothing goes down or up in regard to how successful they can be with what they have outside of the big 3. To me, it's imperative that you have in this season with their ages and what you want to do and kind of, have them on a pitch minute count. Jonathan Kuminga's the perfect guy to pick up that slack more than and I love the Pods and the Moody's of the world, but Kuminga's that guy. I just feel like Warrior fans are like, we'll be fine without him.
No, what about
in the regular season?
Or whatever you get for him. Which is why they're trying to maximize what they get for him.
They didn't want Malik Monk.
No, Malik Monk doesn't fit.
But the energy around that, Malik Monk would have been Jordan compared to what I feel like I'm hearing from Warrior fans.
Oh, I don't think that. No, Malik Monk is...
I like him.
Yeah, he's a good player, but he's not what the Warriors need right now. That's not what they need.
Or what they would be willing to take to replace Kuminga or be part of that.
I would much rather have Grayson Allen than Malik Monk, believe it or not. And people will probably rip me for that, but yeah, Monk. There's something about Monk they don't like either. Hey, it's time for What's Bugging You. Hey, September, ladies and gents, is what I know you always laugh when I start this. September is when rodents begin moving in. And if you hear scratching, it's already too late. Your home is their top pick, but a quick inspection now can save you weeks of headaches. Atco Pest Control stops them before they get settled, sealing entry points and removing active pests. Stop them before they settle in. Visit AtcoPestControl.com today and mention you heard about Atco on the What's Bugging You segment, and you'll get 15% off initial services. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you do the legal?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Why is it plural, by the way?
What?
Studios. It's
because they got multiple.
Yeah.
But
I mean, we just actually were in the next studio over recording something that we're going to do later on our show.
And occasionally Evan will jump in. Grandy and Ken yesterday, we did higher or lower. They were in.
Okay. Does Sarah and Vinny work out of the Laughing Monk Studios?
I don't know if they share the sponsorship. They may have their own side deal.
Fair.
So there you have it.
Okay.
Who's Ricky Henderson?
I'll go.
All right.
Play-Doh. Play-Doh's bugging me.
Wow. They still make it, huh?
They make it.
I'm about to find out.
Well, actually, my wife had a recipe, so she was making it, and then my daughter brought some home from preschool, and first of all, it's stupid. It's lame. All she ever wants is for me to make a snowman, and then she smashes it. The stuff goes everywhere. It's tactilely disgusting. I'm out on Play-Doh.
Can I make you a little suggestion?
Wow,
Please.
Dibs.
Trade in the Play-Doh for Silly Putty. Silly Putty stays together better than Play-Doh.
Okay.
And, of course, with Silly Putty, you can put it on newspaper, and when you peel it off, you can read it. Go to Silly Putty. I think it'll work better.
The other one is kinetic sand. That's the hot one now. And that stuff is expensive.
What about slime? Are they still doing that?
Probably, but...
Don't do that inside. Do not let me bring that inside the house.
My daughter's still at an age where eating the toys is still sometimes in play. So
I'm going to eat it.
Yeah, slime's not going to work for us. But anyway, out on Play-Doh. There you have it.
I'm with you.
I didn't see that coming.
No one did, yeah.
Have I ever done this one before? You want to know what's bugging me?
We do.
The fantasy projections.
No.
And your stupid little percentages during the game. Oh, I'm at 42%. And then somebody scores a touchdown, and now I'm at 52%. And why do we live by it? Why? Why do we sit there and buy these stupid numbers that are trying to tell us what human beings are going to do against defenses this Sunday? Why are they there?
And they're off.
I want them to go away. You know what they're like to me? They're like preseason college football rankings. Don't tell me that Notre Dame's good just because they're Notre Dame. They might suck. You know what I mean? Don't give me a little number next to a team that's never played a game before. I don't want your projections and your analytics on my chances of winning the game. I just want to play my guys and play the game. That's it.
Wow.
There you go.
Yeah, what I hate is having a team with a bunch of red O's next to your players.
Those happen too.
As it's official, Jaden Daniels is out.
Yes.
And
That's amazing.
Kittle's on the IR, and Evan Ingram's out too. So
how many QBs are we missing this weekend?
Well, Daniels is out.
Daniels is out. Purdy might be.
Burrow. Let's just say Purdy for now.
J.J. McCarthy is
That's
out.
4.
Justin Fields is out.
That would be 5.
Right, Burrow. So, it's 5.
I think there's 5.
If Purdy's out, it's 5 already.
Yeah.
Wow.
There you have it.
Yeah.
It's almost 20% of the league.
Well, I'll do mine. Sometimes I have far commutes, and I got to get gas. And sometimes I'm running behind, and I need to get gas fast. I go in there or swipe my credit card. People, I do not need to fill out a job application at the pump. It's asking you, do I want a car wash? No, I don't want a car wash. Do you want to be part of the rewards program? No, I don't want it. I'm looking for Ian. My hand's shaking from the caffeine. Just pump the gas. Steiny and Evan are waiting on me. Quit asking me all these miscellaneous questions and pump. Back in the 80s, it was just gas. Dude, I feel like 5 different. My hands all slipping and I got grease. Come on. I got to get to the bay. So can we just dial it down and let me just get my gas that I paid for, not fill out a job app?
It's incredible.
That is a great one.
Incredible.
They'll get you that way at the grocery store, too, where it's like, do you want to donate to this and that? Do you want this? Do you want that?
How about renting a car? They pull a book out. They're still printing stuff. They'll print a whole book. I'm like, just decline all of it. Well, what about that? I said all of it. Decline all of it and give me a key.
That takes forever.
Good God.
Yeah.
All right, you're the big finish, dude.
I've done this one. Well, I've mentioned this before. I don't think it's ever been a part of what's bugging you. But it's an epidemic, and every once in a while it'll surface, and it is so infuriating. What's bugging me, left lane lingerers. The left lane is a passing lane. If you find yourself in the left lane and you're not passing anybody, move over. Why do people get so offended when they're in the left lane and somebody behind wants to drive 70 and like it's a personal affront against the person in the left that wants to drive 65? Just move over. Don't take it personally. Somebody's in more of a hurry than you. The left lane, the original left lane was only a left lane for passing. So do me a favor. You find yourself in the left lane, count to 5. And if you haven't passed anybody in 5 seconds, move to the right. This used to be like a law that used to be enforced at times. You can't just linger in the left. And now everybody does it without a consequence.
The worst is on the two-lane highway.
Oh, my God.
When you're on that two-laner and somebody's lingering in the left, then it becomes anarchy because now people want to swing to the right. So now everyone's going to the right, to try to get in front of this person. So
It's almost like you're in the left lane and you're saying, I want somebody to get on my bumper because I'm not going to move for
not
him.
Today.
No,
How does that prove?
You're spot on when you said don't don't take it personally.
Exactly.
No, but people do. It's kind of like, you know how nobody wants to think of themselves as judgmental? Like, I'm not judgmental. And yes, you are. Yeah, and everyone wants to believe that they're a left lane driver. I don't want to. I'm not the right lane driver. I would never be one of those people. You are one of those people. Move over.
And you know what doesn't work, Dibs? If you come up close behind them on the left, they're still not moving.
Yep.
So now you go into the right to pass, and when you're passing them, you give them a look, and you shake your head, and you mutter idiot to them or effing this. They don't care.
Right.
They don't care. They don't even look over.
Yeah,
Be
they're on
careful
the phone.
these days, though. Yeah.
Give me a brick.
That's a great one, man.
That's true. Be careful.
Yep.
Don't need to be mean mugging
No,
anybody.
you're right.
Yeah, be
No,
careful.
I'm just saying.
Still unbeaten
I
out on the
know.
streets.
Yeah, but
Be Dibs. I don't like.
all it takes is one.
No doubt.
You're right.
Just keep your head straight.
I mean-
just get to where you're going.
Yeah, still with a spotless record, although I go to the horn middle finger combo a lot less. I think this feels like the high. It's been 5 days since I've Kuminga'd. I think I'm probably about 3 weeks since my last horn blare. I'm proud
Hi,
of that.
Dan.
And the other thing is,
Totally.
and if you've ever driven in Europe, it's really a problem back here because they understand. If you're for them, it's different. But
I
if
was
they
gonna
come
say,
up,
they
if
move
they
to the
come
right
up, they do.
because
They
that's
move
the-
to
that's where they drive.
They move to the left to get out of the way. But when you're driving in Europe and you're in that lane and somebody comes up behind you, you may go 5 seconds without seeing them. You know what I mean? And then they're up on you. And if you look and you see them, you get out of the way, and they're not like mad. They realized it took you 3 or 4 seconds to see they wanted to pass, and you recognized and you move over.
Have you driven in Europe?
Yes.
You renting cars in Europe?
Yes.
This is a flex right
It's
here.
beautiful.
I mean, this
That's the great
let's
part.
talk- my mind is not on your
It's
frustration. My mind's on
incredible.
your wallet.
Wow.
It is incredible.
Just flying over
This
there.
one
renting
time
a
I was
car.
on the Autobahn
Yeah,
in my
like
Audi.
James Bond.
What kind of car was it, Steiny? Were you driving to?
A Peugeot.
Just a beater.
Were you
know,
driving
whatever.
to St. Andrews, or what were you doing?
Driving from Germany down to Italy.
Oh,
I'm gonna leave you on this one. He doesn't even know I'm bringing this up.
why are you leaving already?
Kershaw announced he's retiring. Incredible career.
Yep.
But we know about some of the struggles. 2 rings in the postseason.
One and
Could
a
I
half.
make an argument, and I think I'm about to do it, that I would take Mad Bum's career over his because of what Mad Bum did in the postseason against the Royals? You guys say what to that?
I think that is, I mean, you may need to be breathalyzed.
Wow.
Oh no!
I thought an
I
agree
don't.
was coming.
Here, no, I'll tell you this.
What
Of
Mad
course you're
Bum
not gonna
did
agree,
can
because
never be
no,
done
your
again.
beloved
I've got
against
you.
your
No,
villain.
I've got you on this
You
one.
can't.
I've got you on this one.
possibly have a neutral
I
opinion.
did 2 decades of radio in that city, and I can tell you. Now, this was
Okay.
prior.
No, go ahead.
It was prior to COVID for sure. However, I will tell you that city, when Mad Bum was doing his thing,
Yes.
often had the conversation in a jealous way, comparing Kershaw to Bumgarner. I'm telling you, this was a conversation piece down there often. Now, yes, Kershaw has won the
regular season,
one and a half rings since then. But he never had a moment.
I just had the
He
thought.
never had a moment where he took over a playoff game or series. He never really did. And so
Madison, that may never be touched.
One guy's a Hall of
I'm-
Famer, the other guy can't even sniff it.
Yeah, well, he can sniff really well because he's a snot rocket. But I'm telling you, I'm not agreeing with you. I'm saying I think that's a fair concept to bring up.
And what's
Absolutely.
so crazy about it is, Dibs just said it, one's going to Hall of Fame, maybe the other's not. But we can say he was the best postseason pitcher by far, Mad Bum. To
better
Clayton.
than Kershaw, yeah. That's in the postseason.
But overall, there's no conversation for what I'm bringing up. Career. It's like, wow, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's close, but that's just me.
But I mean, what would you rather be? Would you rather be a Hall of Famer or a World Series hero? What would you rather be? I think that's a fun question. Yeah,
I kind of would want to be both.
Yeah, but I think you could get a lot a on both sides there.
Yeah, wow.
A Hall of Famer or a World Series hero, right?
I would rather be Kershaw, but Bumgarner can walk out in the street and say,
no doubt.
I had one of the most dominant, if not the most dominant pitching performance when the chips were down.
That's incredible.
Of anybody in a World Series.
We got an official designation on Brock Purdy for Sunday.
Doubtful.
No, that actually doesn't exist anymore.
No more doubtful.
Don't give it to me, Will.
Questionable.
He also said it's highly.
On 95.7.
Whoa!
Yeah, he's talking.
Wait, what did he say?
He also
Brody?
said it's highly unlikely that he'll start.
Oh, so why would you?
Maybe he'll be QB2.
Or maybe QB3.
Yep.
Or maybe he'll be moral support. There it is. All right, now you can go.
Be listening.
All right, bye, Steiny.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
This is quite a Friday, isn't it? It's quite a Friday.
That was something. That was something else.
Which part?
The interview with Aaron Turner.
Aaron Turner.
The hour-long interview on Zoom in a gym with a drive-by from his player, Jonathan Kuminga.
With Jonathan, like, hooping in the background.
Yeah, a lot
the
of
first
guys are
half
hooping.
hour. Yeah, the first half hour, Jonathan. And, boy, I just want to say this real quick. Aaron Turner did a great job of setting up his camera. So Jonathan's in the background shooting. I can't see if any of the shots went in.
Ah, interesting.
Now, that's a good agent. He's just like, no, look at him. He's just over there hooping. I mean, he might have bricked them all, for all I know. You couldn't see the hoop.
I was trying to look beyond, and I thought there was a James Wiseman sighting, but as Lucas pointed out, the guy was shooting right-handed, so it probably wasn't. But there was another really tall, athletic-looking NBA player in the background.
Yeah, it's basketball.
Yeah.
This is James Wiseman.
Yeah, I don't think it was him, though.
Some of them are tall. That's sure true. Well, I mean, my goodness. Sure, it's a football Friday, but can we all talk this out, please? 888-957-9570. We'll play you some of the sound. I don't want to assume that all of you have been locked in since 10:30, but if you weren't, where the hell were you? That was pretty damn fascinating. The agent for Jonathan Kuminga. 888-957-9570. What was your takeaway, not only on what he said, but that he said it? And as is often the case, that's kind of where my brain goes. And so what did he say? There wasn't anything that was overly earth-shattering. We have confirmed, as he did, that all of those contract offers that you read about on the internet, they're true. They're all on the table. And Jonathan's relationship with the Warriors and his teammates is fine. And his relationship with Steve Kerr is bumpy sometimes.
Yeah, he said up and down.
But manageable, not like hatred or anything like that. Yes, he's got eyes for other teams. Yes, he's got eyes for a bigger role. As I said on the crossover, I thought his worst moment was when he absolutely just flatly admitted that the things that we talk about beyond scoring, from rebounding and running the floor and passing the basketball, those things get better when he plays more, which is not a message that I would want to give to anybody. I would want the message from my client to be, dude busts his ass whether he gets 1 minute or 30. That's what people want to see. But there was that out there. But the bottom line for me, Dibs, the whole thing reeks of absolute total desperation. I call your bluff, Aaron Turner. You don't want to take the qualifying offer. That's why you did this, because you are boxed into a corner with 4 contract offers that, let me tell you, the high majority of the public sees as fair offers. And you don't want any of them. Tough bananas. And so they're running their head into a wall, and he decided, well, the last thing I can do is maybe just talk to all of the media and see if we can get people on our side and create some pressure. And I would argue that didn't happen.
Well, it did for the people who love Kuminga. The Kuminga stands, they were already in that camp. But I don't even think that it is desperation so much as it is him just trying to set the record straight on certain things. And, Steiny actually asked him that, and he had 2 things that he thought were, misconceptions that he wanted to dispel. One, that they turned down 5 years and $150 million. He said that is patently false. They didn't do that.
Right.
And so he wanted to go out of his way to make sure that their message, his message was coming from him, because it's been 3 months of, a lot of posturing and reports and sports talk and social media and all the rest of it. So is it something that they thought was going to work? Like, we're going to go out and talk for an hour and the Warriors are suddenly going to give us our player option for the third year. I don't think that they have any of those notions about today was not going to lead to anything contractually. I think that today was just about, look, this is the situation. This is what has been presented. This is how we feel. And, partly of the messaging was, yeah, my guy wants to be a Warrior. He also wants to play a lot, and he also wants to, be a focal point. He wants a lot of things that we know he can't get here, but I don't think that he came out and said he doesn't want to be a Warrior.
No, he did not, but I didn't take it as, and Jonathan wants to be a Warrior. I took it as Jonathan's open to being a Warrior. It was more an answer, and I'll play it for you here in just a sec, exactly what Aaron Turner said, because that is one of the questions everybody wanted asked, and Goo asked it. Do you want to be a Warrior? Does Jonathan want to be a Warrior? And I kind of took his answer to mean more like, well, Jonathan, he doesn't not want to be a Warrior.
Exactly. Where was I? Where was I? It was kind of like that, yeah.
Well, let's listen, and then y'all can decide. Here's Aaron Turner, Kuminga's agent, on Steiny Guru.
I think that's like a loaded question. The Warriors are first class, everything they do. So to say you don't want to play for the Warriors organization is, I don't know how you could say that, because it's, again, I've players on all different teams. It's first class, and there's a lot of different ways I can explain that. But the Warriors are phenomenal with how they treat guys and family, like everything. So the organization, along with JK's relationship with Joe, I don't think there's any feeling of, I wouldn't want to play for the Warriors. I think, JK, of course, this is a guy, and I've said this, he works super hard. He really loves the game. A lot of guys say they really love it. That he loves it. You could ask his peers that. They know that. And he wants a chance to start every night, finish every night. He wants to be a focal point of a team. That's not a secret. That's something he works for. JK gets up. He's done this for 2 summers in a row. He'll wake up at 6 a.m. You don't, to work out, he'll be on the court by 5:30 getting, work done. You don't do that to, not want more. And that's normal. And that's part of, he wants to grow. So does he want to be on the Warriors? He understands it, and he's open to it. And, the Warriors are the organization that drafted him. So, of course, he'd love to stay with one team his whole career. His favorite player, his, idol is Kobe Bryant. That's what he did, if it's possible. But, of course, he wants a bigger role. That's not really a secret. But is he open to coming back and being all about what the next year is about, and understanding that he could get moved in a few months? Like, he's digested it, and he's open-minded to it.
Open to it.
Sure.
I didn't hear him say, he wants to be a Warrior.
And in other words, he's open to it because he probably doesn't have a choice.
Yeah, he has
the sign and trades out there have not materialized, and, he could just not sign the qualifying offer and not be a Warrior and go play overseas. He has other human options. But, yeah, you have to kind of be open to it. But even through all that answering, he wants to be the focal point. He won't be. He wants to start and finish. He probably won't. I don't think he'll start. Looks like if they eventually sign Al Horford, he'll start along with Jimmy and Draymond, right? And probably Pods again, but he's not going to be able to get the things that he really wants. And so what do you do? What do you do, JK? Because you're going to be here, it looks like, and you're going to have to make it work. So how do you get into the spot where you can navigate your way out of here? And it's not by taking the qualifying offer. I mean, you'd be free in a year. You'd be free to go in a year. But
yeah, but that would be, gosh, it's such I mean, again, I think Aaron's doing what he's doing because they don't want to do that. They know they don't want to do that. He said that they don't want to do that. He said they don't want to do it. It's a bad idea. It's a bad idea for everybody. It's a really bad idea for his client. I think it's a bad idea for Jonathan. All these desires, this is where I think the conversation often gets stuck. All these desires that Jonathan has are fine. What's wrong with that?
No, you would want him to have that as opposed to the other one, which would be you get paid and I just want to be chilling.
It's like, I don't really care.
Right.
He wants to play and he wants a lot of money. Do you know how many people wake up every day and they want things that they don't have? And that, by the way, they haven't earned yet, and that they may never get, but you got to go work for them. And that's not me insinuating that Jonathan hasn't worked for his spot, but he's a 22-year-old, somewhat raw player who his agent openly admitted today on 95.7 The Game that he doesn't always do all of the other things. Why does this always come down to points for so many people? That's not what this is about. It just isn't. That's not being a complete player. And so there is a huge word in this conversation, and it's there for a very, very specific set of reasons. The word is restricted. You are a restricted free agent. So this is, awesome. Thank you for telling us all that's going on in your mind. But the answer to some of these things is going to be no.
Well, it's just the one big thing.
No.
Which is the option. The option on the third year or the option on the second year.
No, I think it's a lot of things. It's you don't get to start. No, you don't get to finish. You don't.
He will get to start in certain situations.
Some games, yeah.
When you got guys who are hurt, and there'll be some games when he gets to finish.
For sure.
He wants to be the unquestioned guy who you start and you finish, and you're that guy. Every single game, all 82 if you're healthy, and you get 32 to 37 minutes, whatever you need, and you get to go out there and cook. You're the focal point. You get to shoot when you want to shoot and do all those things. And as you've always said, that job is not available here. You've got a couple focal points, and your starting lineup is not going to include Kuminga, and your finishing lineup might. If he goes out and plays well and does the things that help you be in a spot to win a game, yeah, he can go out there and finish. Sure. But for me, the only real sticking point, other than the elephant in the room, which is he doesn't really want to play here, I don't think. The sticking point is the option. And I don't believe that the Warriors are going to give that up. Because if you give that up, his value immediately goes down in the trade market.
100%. And nor should they. It's a fair offer.
Seems like it.
It's a fair offer. The money is right. They offered him a second guaranteed year. It's a fair offer. I would love to know. And you can go back as far as you want. Go to this morning or go to 4 years ago. I still have the hardest time understanding what the Warriors did wrong. I even feel like a lot of people's opinions has landed in this middle ground. Well, both sides have messed it up. How? I'm not going to sit here and tell you, there was a Tuesday in October 3 years ago where Steve should have played him. Sure. There have been those moments. That's not a big mistake. Why have we accepted this idea that the Warriors have done wrong by Jonathan Kuminga? They're offering $75 million.
That's fair. But
what did they do wrong? What? The data's all there.
Yeah, well, they jacked around his playing time throughout his career. That would be the number one thing that you could say they did wrong.
They did that. He had no hand in that?
They are the ones who decide when he plays.
Right.
And yes, if he was more consistent, certainly, he probably would earn more minutes.
I would love to talk that out. I don't know what they did wrong. We're sponsored by Safeway, 888-957-9570. Brock Purdy is very unlikely to start. Let's call it what it is. Brock Purdy's not starting, but he's listed as questionable. We can talk that out, and JT O'Sullivan's going to join us today. This is Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. USDA Choice Beef New York Strip Steak Bone-In Mega Packs, just $9.99 per pound. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky here for Ceremony Ford, and let me keep it real with you. If you've been thinking about making the switch to an electric ride, now is the time to pull the trigger because Ceremony Ford in Colma is ending the summer with some heat. So check this out. Slide into a brand new 2025 Mustang Mach-E for just $225 a month on a lease. That's right, $225 a month for 36 months. Or if you're ready to buy, lock in 0% APR financing for 72 months and grab a $2,000 rebate right. Who else is giving you that? Only Ford. But here's the kicker. The federal EV tax credits on Mach-E and the F-150 Lightning are about to expire September 30th. You wait, you lose. Don't let Uncle Sam keep your money. Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest inventories in Northern California, and they're ready to hook you up. Find them right off at 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. That's Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's Mach-E Superstore. Tell them Butcher sent you.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities at the Freeman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sales Event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live, but I didn't know how to get back on track. It gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I have a life beyond what I could ever dream. I know that anyone can recover. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
Fall is the season for reinvention, and it's easy to do at Macy's Fall Favorite Sale. Come in and find your new favorite styles, like romantic ruffled dresses, chic trenches, cashmere sweaters, and textural fall layers, which are perfect for mixing and matching. All for 20 to 50% off. So if you're looking for your new favorite things, look no further than the Fall Favorite Sale. Today, only at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing a schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a fantastic question. It really is. It's the first time I've been asked it this way.
Ooh, that's a good question. Well, that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, you made a new one. Or you haven't played that one in a while. I don't
Made
remember.
a new one yesterday.
I don't remember Chris Broussard.
That's a good one, yeah.
That's Chris Broussard. That was fun. I forgot about that one. Anyway, happy Friday, y'all. Willard Dibs. 888-957-9570. Sounds like Brock Purdy's not playing this weekend.
Sounds like it. And the idea, and Grandy said it, I haven't actually read the tweet or anything, but that he won't start. So if he's the backup, I mean, if Mac Jones struggles, then you put him in. That whole thing threw me for a little bit of a loop. Like, if he's healthy enough, then he starts, and if he's not, then he's QB3.
I think he'll be 3.
Right. But
QB3, which that makes sense to me. Does that you don't like that?
No, it's not that I dislike it. I think that would be what you'd want to do anyway as the emergency. But just the idea of he won't start. They kind of leave that open. Like, but hey, one series in, we might throw him in.
Shanahan said he's questionable. Unlikely he starts. Still not sure if that means he'd be the 2 or the 3.
Or what if I don't know? What if Mac is struggling and you get to the second half and it's 13-10 and. I don't know.
Possibly.
It sounds to me, first of all, it's Kyle Shanahan in an injury. He's not going to tell you everything that you want. He's not going to give you all the info. But, yeah, sounds like they're going to make him QB3, which means that we're only going there if we get to emergency break glass, and we'll try to go win a football game if we've lost 2 other quarterbacks. That'd be my guess.
Yeah.
So, everybody wins out here, right? Everybody who wanted the 49ers to be cautious, Ian Rappaport's tweet, all of these things are now proven correct, right?
It looks like it.
Everyone
We're
feel good
in that
about
direction.
that? Yeah, so, and he'll probably play next week.
You would think. I mean, if he's been doing what he's been doing at practice, which is moving around and doing stuff, then, yeah, you would imagine in a week it would get even better. And so, yeah, you figure he'd be good to go for week 4. And there's still a chance that he plays, but unlikely. And you get to Friday, and that's what you designate him as questionable. And yeah, you probably gave all the reps to Mac Jones the last 3 days anyway, the majority of them. So you get Mac ready, and then here you go.
888-957-9570. Plenty of football on a Friday, including I don't know, do we have to call it Fade the Dibbers now again?
Sure, I've lost 2 or 3. That's what we call it.
But you're 9-2.
Which is nice. Last night was
very good.
When I'm reverse engineering the pick, I probably oversold how dysfunctional Miami is, and I undersold how Buffalo's defense is probably not that great.
It's division games. That's all I think.
It was a 10-point game, and the spread was 11.5. So it was close, and there's a missed field goal in there, which could have gone my way, and it didn't. But yeah, 9-2. We'll fade the Dibber.
Yeah, fade the Dibber.
Got a Niner pick and a Sunday night pick. Still ahead.
Okay. Sunday night football this week is, why am I blanking on this? Who's Sunday night football this week?
It is Kansas City.
Oh, that's right. And the Giants. Yeah, Kansas City at the Giants. The Chiefs might actually win a game. That'll be good for them. That's exciting.
Nice little bounce back.
That's exciting. Those guys, that they might get a win. Finally, someone that the Chiefs can handle.
I think only one 0-3 team has made the playoffs in the past 50 years.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's a must-win for both. It's a double must-win.
Not for the Giants. I don't know if they want to make the playoffs.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Grandy, were you going to say something? You look like you're about to say something. What was
I was just going to say, yeah, battle of 0-2 teams.
Oh, yeah, battle of 0-2.
You guys talked about
pretty dramatic. All right, 888-957-9570. I really, we're reacting to Aaron Turner, the agent for Jonathan Kuminga, coming on for, let's just call it what it was, as long as Steiny and Goo wanted him to. That's he came on for as long as they wanted him to. Even when I thought, they did a great job of being like, hey, tell Jonathan to come over. And I was shocked in the moment when Aaron was like, well, and he starts looking.
Couple courts over.
Yeah, but he wasn't like, guys, we're not doing that. He's like, he'd probably come over and say hi, but he's not right. He's not in the neighborhood right now. And then later on he did.
Yeah.
And they tried to hand him the AirPods, and then everything went south.
Yeah.
But, they tried to strike a chord of, sure, like, we're just chilling here. I just don't see that as chilling. I saw this as a very, very a move of desperation coming from frustration. In the fact that I very much, my perception right now is those of you expecting the Warriors to move again on a contract offer is not going to happen. I would be shocked if that happened.
I don't think that they're going to move up in the money because the offer's already patently fair. It's a good number. It's a fair number. And they don't want to get into that second apron. And he actually addressed it, Aaron Turner. He said, we don't want to have to get them into the second apron and have it hamstring their ability to still improve the team around the core and Jonathan Kuminga and all the rest of it. So, yeah, the money's not going to go any higher. They already tacked on an extra year from the previous offer, so now it's $3 and $75, and they're not going to move off of their team option because if they do that, then all of a sudden a trade with Jonathan involved, you get a lot less back because the team that's going to acquire him, they're going to want as much control as they possibly can.
100%. Yeah. All right. So, we're here for you. 888-957-9570. We'll play some more of the clips from Aaron Turner, Kuminga's agent, earlier. Let's start with Ed in Benicia. Hi, Ed. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
All right. What's up is if Jonathan Kuminga and his agent are foolish enough to do the qualified offer, the only person to blame for out of this situation other than those two people is Joe Lacob. Joe Lacob is the guy that pushed for Kuminga to be drafted when there were coaches and scouts with the Warriors who wanted somebody else, namely the guy that's making $245 million down in Orlando.
Franz Wagner.
Same thing happened when Wiseman. When Wiseman got drafted, there were elements in the organization that did not want Wiseman. They wanted somebody else. If they take that qualified offer, it's on Joe Lacob's account only. That's what my comment is.
Yeah, Ed, that's an interesting thanks for calling, man. Appreciate you listening. Look, I always have a hard time going back in time and just receiving as gospel what we've heard about who got drafted and why and who in the organization said this, that, and the other. I know what Ed is saying in Slater's report, which I believe 100%, is that back in the day there were those in the organization pushing for someone else with that 7th pick. Franz Wagner's name came up. So I'm sure there were, but I don't know that that's ever not the case. It's a whole organization of people. I got to imagine that it's rare. You know what I mean? I don't know. Were there people in the Bears organization that were like, hey, boss, Jaden Daniels? I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. So is it fully Joe Lacob's fault? I don't know that he went out and just made this decision by himself. I don't necessarily think that's the case. I get where Ed is coming from, but I'd also answer it this way, and I think you're with me on this. I'd be very, very surprised at this hour if this ends up on the qualifying offer.
I'd be stunned.
That would be – I've always thought it was a bad idea, and the comments from Aaron Turner today would suggest that they agree that it would be a very bad idea.
Right, and the team doesn't want that either because then it's a guy who's not happy playing for $7.9 million, and even if you get to the spot where you could trade him and he'd have to okay a trade. So now the Warriors find a team that will take Kuminga and Kuminga agrees to be dealt before the deadline and you get $8 million back worth of player. And if you want to look at the list of guys who make about that much, you're not going to get a difference maker. You're not going to get a player who is as good as Kuminga. Kuminga making 7.9. He'll probably be the best player in the league making less than $8 million.
For sure.
Outside of maybe a rookie, somebody on a rookie deal. I don't even know what Wemby makes, but it's probably not a ton because that's the way you get slotted in the association. So the team doesn't want it. He doesn't want it. They're going to have to find a way to figure this out. And the only figuring it out, I think, from the Warriors side is come on in and you can take the 2-year contract. We hold the option. You can take the 3-year contract. We hold the option. Or what, guys? Because we're not doing the player option.
So, nor should they. They shouldn't.
Well, especially if you're looking to trade him. And if we can just take the premise that if he signs, when he signs, that both sides are going to look to trade him. Like Kuminga's going to work on finding a team, and they're going to work on getting him out. Then the Warriors need to have that number be big and the contract be ironclad to where Kuminga, if he's acquired, has to be that team's player.
The number is commensurate with what the other teams put on the table in front of him as well. Maybe it had another year on it or something. But this is about what the Suns were reportedly offering. This is about what the Kings are reportedly offering. We've arrived at a spot where it sounds to us, and I think Aaron Turner, he confirmed all of this. You're going to turn down, and again, I'll just go with the guarantees. You're going to turn down essentially $50 million and instead take $8 million solely so that there is a player option in the third year, which means you get to potentially be a free agent 2 seasons from now, a year earlier than what you would anyway. And the fear there is that you might get traded somewhere you don't want to go. Odd to me. That's an odd request. You already seemingly want to be anywhere that will play you. It's not like the Kings and Suns are just banner organizations who are crushing it right now, aren't they? Like, they're both dumpster fires, and you want to be there. So why is Charlotte so scary? Why is Washington and New Orleans so scary?
I don't think anything is so scary, but he wants to be able to have the control.
Well, but
he wants to call the shot.
You don't get it.
Well, he could after a year. He gets it.
Right, but here's the control will cost you $42 million.
Well, potentially. You could go out there and sign a free agent deal and immediately recoup it. And you're assuming that if he plays on the qualifying offer for 7.9, then he's going to go out and not get a penny? He's going to get something. So
of course.
You're not costing now the guaranteed.
But he'd be getting that anyway.
Yourself the guaranteed money, perhaps.
Yeah.
But if you play on the qualifying offer and you think that there are 5 or 6 teams out there that they want you, and that's what the agent was saying today. He's like, yeah, we've had conversations with Sacramento and Phoenix, and there's other teams also that we've talked to because he's a free agent. He's allowed to, restricted, but he's allowed to talk to teams. I'm sure the agent has canvassed the league, and they've figured out what is possibly going to be out there after a year.
Aaron Turner, agent for Jonathan Kuminga, was asked what matters more for Jonathan going forward, money or his role?
I think it's clear. I mean, if he could prioritize, it's the role, but that's not really existent right now, right? Like you can only get the role on the place that you can get to, and right now you can't get to those spots. So yes, I mean, I think the fact that, he's very open-minded to Sacramento, to Phoenix, and some of the other teams that we've talked to says that. I mean, he wants a bigger role. No one's hiding from that. He's not hiding from that. But on any great team, right, somebody has to sacrifice. It's 100% needed to win at the highest level. And sometimes you got to do stuff you don't want to do or necessarily, put your personal agenda behind you to win. So I think, the role would be the coveted thing for him, but that's just, at this moment, not an option.
Aaron Turner joining us on
unless the Warriors do one of these 2 sign-in trades. Sorry about
right.
that.
But,
right now it's just not.
Yeah. Okay. Unless they do one of the 2 sign-and-trade options, which feel dormant.
Completely.
The Kings and Suns stuff.
I'm just looking at the Kings offered 3 years between 63 and 66. This offers better. Phoenix was reportedly 4 years between 80 and 88 million. This offers better.
In terms of AAV, those are fully guaranteed.
Correct.
Yeah,
so one would be between 20 and 22 a year. The other one would be between 21 and 22 a year. And the Warriors are offering roughly 25 a year. But the caveat being they want the team option for the third year.
So Steiny asked Aaron Turner, like point blank, like, really? You could turn down like that amount of money over this argument to take a qualifying offer? Listen to the answer.
It's a lot of money. Don't get me wrong, but if you know JK, he's somebody that he has principle, right? He's very grounded in who he is, and we've gone over the risk of the qualifying offer. I mean, to nauseam at this point in the summer. We've looked at it. We have I like to think a pretty smart group around him. We've got some insurance policies that hedge out a lot of the risk. We're not very worried about the on-court play. We'd be more worried of just keeping them healthy. So we've been able to hedge out, with some insurance policies that'll definitely help if we had to go down that route. As far as would you lose money this year? Yeah. Would you lose money next year? Probably. But if you go where you want, and you are the player you think you're going to be, JK, then yeah, in 10 years from now, 5 years from now, we could say that's the best decision you ever made. You know, if you want the upside to choose your spot where you feel great, you're going to have to probably take some risk, but that's how it works, right? Like risk, reward. And JK is not risk averse. I mean, if you know the backstory of him, I mean, he came over here when he was a kid, didn't see his parents for 6 years, and coming over from the Congo, like, this is a guy that believes in himself, has bet on himself every step of the way. So to say, you know, now he's going to change at this point, I don't, is that going to happen? I don't think so.
I thought this was Aaron Turner's best moment, quite frankly, in this 17-hour conversation. I thought that was his best moment, because that's where I will agree. And it's not, for me, that's not about Kuminga. That's about any human being out there. Like, there's absolutely no price on your happiness and the peace of mind. So if that's what you want, because here's what I would say to Jonathan. If that's what really, really makes you tick, okay? If you have the utmost confidence in yourself and you know you're going to be that dude, you're going to be an all-star player in this league, and you just need some schmuck to get out of your way and give you 37 minutes a night, if that's all this is about, well, then do it. Do it. Take the QO. I don't think the Warriors are getting in your way. In fact, they can't. They legally can't.
Right.
So do it.
And they were going to play him if he's still here, because, and he talked about eating minutes. You know, Kuminga's a guy who he's eating minutes and he's young. And so, yeah, they will play him. And yeah, come on back for 7.9. Bet on yourself. I also thought it was interesting that he talked about hedging out with some insurance policies.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what the amount would be that you could hedge out. Like, you got a policy for $20 million
against injury.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what the number would be or what it would cost or all of those things.
The premium would be bananas, right?
But then this conversation goes on. And here's more from Turner with regard to Kuminga and the qualifying offer.
Do we want to take the QO? No, nobody wants to take the QO. I don't think we would be lying if I said that's ideal. The hope is, you know, we can get something figured out. But if he does take it, it's not going to be a good feeling for him. You know, with the fact that he actually puts that pen to paper on October 1st, it's not something that he is going to be very happy that we got to that situation and had to do that. So, you know, I think it's a possibility. It's not something we want to do, but, you know, look, it's hard for me as his agent. You know, I'm looking for a deal where I can, you know, and I think the player option does that, where I can stand on the table and say, we're taking this deal. You know what I mean? There's nothing to talk about. We're taking this deal. But with what's on the table right now, you know, I have to be a little more, you know, respective of JK, you know, and his understanding. And if he wants to stand, you know, to a degree on like, hey, you know, I think it's fair that we don't do this deal, then I have to, I understand it. Right. You know, I do. I don't think it's at a point where if his principle is, I don't think this is fair to me, I don't want to do it. Well, I kind of have to respect that.
Okay, so there were moments where I did feel like Aaron Turner, I don't think he meant to do this. I'm not trying to make this all like Real Housewives or something like that, but there were moments where it sounded like veiled threats were being made. If you do this, Jonathan he'll sign, but he'll be disgruntled, and he will be mad.
Sure,
and he will, and I don't think that's going to go well. It's not like there were moments. I'm paraphrasing. There were moments where I felt like these were veiled threats at the organization of, if you don't blink, if you don't give us a player option, well, then we're forced to take the qualifying offer, and you're going to get a puddle of anger to show up in your clubhouse.
Okay, yeah, and then that could be seen as a veiled threat all you want, but it's like...
it won't work with Joe Lacob, by the way.
Why would it work?
Yeah,
like,
it won't.
Why would you all of a sudden capitulate? It reminds me of my sister when she would threaten to run away from home, and she would. And usually she'd be back by dinner, and she did this over and over and over, and it got to the point where it was comedy. Right. She'd get mad at my parents, and that's it, I'm leaving. And I would be on the floor just, you know, busting a gut. But it's like, it's a veiled threat. Okay, you run away from home, and then we'll see how that goes for you. So Kuminga's going to be really upset playing for $7.9 million on the qualifying offer. Okay, go to your room. Yeah. Be upset and, you know, cry into your pillow and we'll go out here and try to play basketball.
I get the sense, based on some conversations I've had, the Warriors are, sure, this whole thing's been frustrating. I'm not going to say the Warriors aren't frustrated.
Annoying.
Yeah, but I think that they've arrived, especially since they did add another year, I think they've arrived at a spot where they're like, dude, we're here. We're like, you're going to have to do one of these. And if it's a qualifying offer, then it's the qualifying offer. No, we don't want that either. You don't want that. We don't want that. But for everybody out there who thinks that Joe Lacob is so enamored with Jonathan Kuminga that he's treating this in this most humanized sort of way, that ain't how business minds think. He is treating this like business. And he believes, and he's correct, that this is an incredibly fair deal, commensurate with the market value. Please don't forget, nobody has offered him this much money per year. Nobody else, number one. Number two.
There's no money out there, so
Right.
that, that's circumstantial in many ways.
But you could also make it happen with a sign and trade.
And I pointed that out, that those values are lower than what they're offering.
And nobody out there has been willing to offer the Warriors this amazing set of players or assets because they're dying to get their hands on Jonathan. That didn't happen. Don't forget, he's coming off of his worst statistical year of his career. I know, injury,
sure.
Jimmy, all of that. Bottom line, business. Your numbers are going down. They went down. What are the Warriors supposed to do with that? Act like those numbers aren't there? Like, you can believe. I love people who believe in themselves. It's great. But you're not going to convince a company to ignore data based on your personal belief. Let's go to Barry in Burlingame. Hi, Barry. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Happy Friday.
To you as well.
I did a little research on that. I worked in the insurance industry a long time ago, and I was curious about what that product actually is and what it looks like. And apparently, you can go to a broker and you can say, hey, I want to protect myself against what I might lose, which in Kuminga's case, I think would mean he plays on the one-year qualifying offer. He's injured during that season, which ruins his free agent financial prospects. And I think the way it works is that you simply negotiate the number you think you're worth. So just to use round numbers, let's say $15 million, and then they tell you how much it costs. And then if you agree to pay that, then if that consequence occurs, then you get the 15 mil, which for him would be the security blanket, right? If he had to sit out a year or if his value on the open market went way down. I think, though, that the triggering event, and I don't want to do insurance 101 here. There's another point that I wanted to ask you guys about, but I think that it has to be a specific outcome, like you tear your ACL or something like that.
Yeah, it might. Yeah. Hey, Barry, thanks so much.
Barry. Thank you.
It's very interesting. But, oh, by the way, also means if that insurance policy is expensive and he doesn't get hurt, that's anher portion of the $8 million.
Right.
Unless the agent's paying for it.
I'm sure the agent would pick that up.
I have no idea.
Go have these.
You want to split the bill? We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. There's more of you who want to weigh in, stay right there. 888-957-9570. Also, coming up next, what about Kuminga being bought in but also needing a player option? Is that a sort of a hypocritical statement? We'll let you hear Aaron Turner's response to that next. Also, Brock Purdy sounds like a no-go, but is listed as questionable this weekend. More on that around the corner as well on Willard and Dibs.
There are children, friends, and families walking, riding, on paths and roads every day. Remember, they're real people with loved ones who need them to get home safely. Protect our cyclists and pedestrians, because they're people too. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
All right, Bay, it's Willard, and I got a bigger team for you to join, the team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive, September 25th and 26th. So this is coming up next week. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. This is really, really important. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. It can be accident victims, kids in chemo. It can be childbirth. All of these situations can call for it. Real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
Get your favorite cheeses at Whole Foods Market. Save 25% on select Goudas with Prime through September 30th. Assemble a crowd-pleasing cheese board for your upcoming fall gatherings. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
One of the greatest bands in rock history, The Who, present The Song Is Over, the North American Farewell Tour. See Pete Townsend and Roger Daltrey, The Who, live in the Bay Area, performing at Shoreline Amphitheater September 21st. Get tickets now at livenation.com. The Who, for the very last time. The song is over. For more, visit thewho.com.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Hi, I'm Becca, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As an in-house designer, I can't wait for you to see our incredible selection of stylish and stackable rings. If you're shopping for your wedding bands, we have high-quality designs for every style and budget, from romantic to modern. If you're looking to add to a stack, your options are endless. Discover styles with clusters of gemstones, sleek all-metal designs, updated cigar bands, and signet rings perfect for an engraving. Because a friend knows you like options. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Start today for just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is the faithful's first stop, with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the family.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
When you're texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 10/21/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro-line applied via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data and service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q1 to Q2 2025.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Not bad, guys.
On 95.7 The Game.
It's been a great week, hasn't it?
Sure has.
Oh, big shot of Kuminga.
Yeah.
Whew, today was a hell of a dose.
Seriously?
Man.
I was off the
Ain't
Kuminga.
no micro dose today.
No. I mean, we're tripping on Kuminga.
I'm over here freaking out on Kuminga, dog.
Dude, I mean, 6 o'clock, I'm hoping I can come down off of Kuminga. I've been tripping on Kuminga all day. And at 10:30 is when, I got that. That was a big dose of Kuminga.
No, I had to sit down and watch it because I didn't want to Kuminga and drive. So
that's a 4.
It was just like, it's too much.
So I had some errands to run, and I didn't get started early enough. So I started on YouTube, and I was so yacked in, I carried the computer out to my car, still listening, turned on the car. Once the radio hit, folded up the laptop, did my errands, which involved getting lunch and dropping it off to the wife, and then in the car, opened up the laptop, put it back on, turned off the car, continued in the house.
Atta babe.
I mean, I didn't want to miss a second.
No, so you just literally puppeted Lovely Christy and I sat down with a laptop like we were watching a movie. Flipped this thing open, and boom, 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 boom. There's all the comments. There's all our people over there. I saw a few of you who are like, "Oh God, is Willard watching? He's gonna be on one based on this today." The agent took a lot, and whatever. It's the YouTube feed, so like these are internet thoughts, so they get a little, I think, a little over the top sometimes.
Yeah.
But the agent, Aaron Turner was taking it on the chin quite a bit as it was happening. And then I'm like, wow, we're 20 minutes. Now we're 30 minutes and he's still going. And the Lovely's like, bring it outside. Let's get something done. She's like, I'm going to clean.
Totally.
She started mowing the backyard and I'm still sitting out there watching this interview. Then I bring it back. Same thing. I'm going to just bring it back inside because then she started to mow and I'm like, I can't hear. So now I got to go back inside and watch this thing. And then you're like, man, I think this is they're going to hit the hour mark. And then here comes Jonathan.
Totally.
And Jonathan's waving at everybody. And I'm like, dude, this is wild.
Wild.
And then it finally stopped because the AirPod situation and whatever.
And I was just thinking about and we call it the clock in the business, which is where you play your commercials, because we do play commercials every now and again here.
Unfortunately.
And I was thinking, what are we going to do? Are we going to play like an hour full of commercials? Because this thing's going on and on. We're blowing through stop signs.
Oh,
just
God.
awesome. It was one of those rare and unique things that was
completely.
It was so compelling, and yet I won't say it was infuriating, but a lot of what he was saying, I was just not agreeing with.
Oh, interesting. I didn't find it infuriating at all.
That was the wrong word.
What word? What
it was
word
a little
like?
head scratching, and I know he's the agent, so he has to take up for his guy. But you were mentioning the notion that if he plays more minutes, he'll do more of the little things. And as a former coach, I'm thinking if you do all the little things, you get more minutes.
Totally.
So
totally cart before horse,
right.
And I feel that way very, very strongly about this situation over the last 4 years, which is why I keep saying exactly what I just said earlier. I don't know, maybe I'm dumb. I just don't see what the Warriors did that's so bad. I don't understand what the Warriors did that's so bad.
I don't know what you mean by that. Like over the course of the 4 years?
Even those who believe that, as you put it, they've Jimmy jacked with his minutes, or they've held him down, or they didn't develop him. Hell, even Aaron said earlier today, he goes, Jonathan doesn't feel like Steve Kerr didn't develop him. He's a better player now than he was. He does feel like they've developed. Yes, he wants more minutes. And I'm like, right. And the Warriors want you to run and rebound and see the floor and make decisions and shoot at a higher percentage. And you don't do those things. And you admitted that you don't do those things all the time. On the radio,
right?
On the internet, you admitted it. And then you're sitting there going, I don't know why we didn't get more minutes. And it's like, I don't know how to help you anymore. Like, are the Warriors perfect every night? Does Steve Kerr always make the right decision? Of course not. But I'm done with this idea that we're walking around that the Warriors did JK wrong. How? Why? The entitlement that oozes off of this situation is bananas. And 3 years ago, they won a ring. So what, like, where is this wide open spot that so many of you feel like the Warriors were just test drive him? Let him go out there and play. They're trying to win a ring, and they did.
And he played.
And he played, and he contributed. And I'm not against him, and neither are they, contributing. But this obsession with, I guess, in a different interview today, did he call him a Lamborghini? I think so. This obsession with Jonathan's a star and you all are in his way is like, what? We got stars.
Right.
Oh, we got stars.
I'm looking at
I just don't understand.
The Ringer in 2021 did a pre-draft analysis of all the players, and they had him ranked number 7, by the way, and he went number 7 overall.
Okay.
The headline from Kevin O'Connor, tantalizing athlete who has raw skills that need years of seasoning, but has every tool a patient team would look for. And as you go through the pluses, I won't read all of them, but it's the athleticism.
Sure.
Good first read passer. At the very bottom of it, active rebounder.
Not always.
Active rebounder.
Not always.
Yeah,
not always.
A host of minuses, including, and this is the pre-draft scouting report, aloof defender who finds himself out of position on rotations and often doesn't put in effort on rotations, also bites on pump fakes.
I left that out. I'm not going to rip him, but inconsistent defender.
Aloof is what the scouting report said.
And that's what our 4 years of eyes say.
A ball stopper, inconsistent shooter, and, ambidextrous at the rim finisher. The scouting report reads like it was done a couple days ago.
And
the thing.
Yeah, and the hard part, and here's the part that I'm going to say, can tick everybody off, but it's an inflated view of his own self right now. I'm sorry. I love that he believes in himself, but you don't get $35 million a year for maybe someday. Like, no, you're not that player right now. The Warriors are being beyond fair. They're offering 3 years at a commensurate number. The only, you would have options if anyone else in the league wanted to give you 35. Nobody does. Nobody does. So it's wonderful that you think that about yourself, and I really hope it becomes that. But the Warriors would be moronic to give him that. This is business. You don't get what you want just because you want it. You got to go do those things. The one thing that was said in there, you mentioned a patient organization.
Yep.
Are the Warriors one? No. With good reason, they are not. So if you want to rip them for that, go right ahead.
Well, they're patient to the extent that he's still on the team.
Yes.
Jordan Poole's not. James Wiseman's not. And so they've been more patient with Kuminga, even though they did try to trade him last year in the Kevin Durant deal, and Durant nixed it. So, yeah, you're patient a lot of times because you're not very good. It's easy to be patient when you are Detroit. They were patient with Cade Cunningham. Cade was a better player, but go out there, Cade, and play basketball, and we'll get back to you in a couple of years. And, they gave him the big bag, same draft class. He got really good. They got good.
Yeah.
And so if they were to draft somebody right now, would the Pistons be as patient as they were with Cade Cunningham? Probably not, because they're trying to win now.
Yeah. They were trying to win, and here's what really blows my mind. They did!
Yeah, they did.
Woohoo! They won. We were at the parade. It was awesome. But somehow the Warriors did something awfully wrong to him.
That year he played, as a rookie, 70 games, 17 minutes a game. And, that's not being down there in the G League. That's actually being a part of the rotation.
A part of a championship squad.
Right.
Yeah,
Even,
Granny.
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
go ahead, Granny.
What's up?
Well, I was curious, where are you getting that $35 million number from? Just throwing it out there as what he might want?
He has said, he compared, his agent said he wants the Jalen Green contract.
His agent also said we care so much more about role than money.
Understood. Those are words, and these are also two different people. Like, the agent and Jonathan may see things at times differently. Agents and players do that quite often. I think Juwan Jennings and Drew Rosenhaus saw things differently at times. But he openly stated he sees himself as a Jalen Green type contract. That's $35 million a year.
Yeah,
so anyway, I'm just telling you where I got the number.
It's actually 33, then 36 and 36. And the interesting thing is that third year for Jalen Green is a player option.
Well, howdy doody. So that's where he got it.
Jalen Johnson got flat 30 for 5 years. It's 30 times 5 over 5 years, no option. So, yeah, he wants what Jalen Green got, which is average of 35 with a player option on the end of it.
And I'm sorry, the market is the market. We're sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort. 888-957-957 is the number. We'll take your calls on any of this. Let's ride. We'll do it right now. 888-957-9570. Next hour, JT O'Sullivan. And also, again, we'll play this for you immediately coming up. Aaron Turner, Kuminga's agent, when Steiny sort of said, hey, you're saying that if you get the player option, you'll be bought in. But isn't the idea of a player option actually just an avenue to get out? So he asked Aaron that question. We play his answer coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Get away to Cache Creek Casino Resort during our Back to Bingo drawings going on now until September 28th. Every Sunday from 1 to 6 p.m., join us for hourly cash prizes. Then at 7 p.m., join us for the grand prize drawing where you could win up to $15,000 cash.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace, grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly, and catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
You hear that?
That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
With great deals coming this Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye, hear ye! Make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the Lord of the Loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business. And we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm all right. If you think you're gonna take me out, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season streaming September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Dibs, your pick stinks.
You know what, Jonathan? You're right. My pick, singular, it stinks. I took the Bills. I laid the big number, and the Dolphins showed up. They showed up. They didn't show out, but they showed up.
The context of that whole thing right now with everything going on.
It's been so great if he would have taken the AirPods today and just said, "Hey, Dibs, I saw the game last night. Your pick's a stink."
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga.
Once was enough.
Hey, Dibs, your pick stinks.
Okay.
You could have been like, so does your agent.
I mean,
I'm just kidding.
That all along. Stock up, though, for his agent for spending 50 minutes here on 95.7 The Game. I didn't know that he'd done a ton of interviews. I know he did the pod with Wendy yesterday, but I didn't see who else was getting them. I just saw that we were getting them. It's like, all right.
I don't think anybody else got him for an hour.
Probably not.
Live from a gym.
Which was awesome.
With Jonathan over his shoulder.
Because of that and the whole way he conducted himself, stock up. I don't think that he's done a very good job of representing Jonathan Kuminga, but today was impressive. He answered all the questions and,
Yeah, but I think the fact that he's doing what he's doing speaks volumes. I think that they're desperate. I think that they're beyond desperate.
Well, they're out of moves.
Yeah,
they're out of moves.
And I don't think this is going to get the Warriors to move.
Right.
Like, this is going to. You know what I mean?
And if that's true, and I totally agree with you, then if I'm the agent, I'm at least going to put myself out there so that I can say my piece. I can say my part of it, our camp. Dispel some things that are wrong, come correct on things that people have reported, and just put it out there.
I mean, even in a larger sense, and we'll play this clip in just a sec. In a larger sense, when Aaron Turner, the agent for Jonathan Kuminga, says, "Give us a player option and we're bought in." And I love what Steiny has done with this from the moment that came out, where he's like, that's the opposite of being bought in. Like, give me an option to leave and I'll be bought in. That's not being bought in. And it's reminiscent in a large sense of what he then admitted Jonathan does within games. When they said,
give me minutes and I'm bought in.
Give me minutes and I'll rebound. Don't, and I won't.
It's like your kid saying, give me ice cream and I'll eat the vegetables.
I love it.
You give him 2 scoops. Nah, I'm good on the veggies. I'm full.
Do your homework and you can have dessert. No. I want dessert and then I'll do my homework. Oh, kid, you better stand the freak down.
Oh, man.
Like, honestly.
Feliciano.
I don't know how the hell.
You better be careful.
I don't care who you are and who you like in this situation. There's no way in hell you cannot be offended by that. As a sports fan or a human being.
I'm not offended by it.
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Sports offended.
I think that
like the idea that I rebound a lot when you play me a lot. What? I mean, that's an indefensible position.
Just looking at his game logs, the more minutes he gets, the more he does rebound. So it's a fact.
That makes it worse.
Exactly. But it is factual that, and I was looking at last year, his heaviest minutes, nights, he got 11 rebounds. He got 10 rebounds. He's out there. He's rebounding. But, the minutes go down. Then the rebounds go down. The defense is always a little bit in question, I think, off ball. And the Kevin O'Connor scouting report, it reads like this past season, The positives are there. He can attack the rim with ferocity. He's got unbelievable athleticism, but at times he is an aloof defender.
I want to keep hammering this home so we don't get the whole hater label thing, which I know is inevitable. He is a talented young player. He has a lot of upside in different areas on the floor and may end up becoming a well-rounded player, but he's not yet. He's a young 22-year-old player who can score, but there are holes in a lot of the other parts of his game. And those need to be better before the Warriors go 5-150. Why would they do that? Nobody's doing that. No one around the league is offering that. Nobody wants that. It's like, why would you want the Warriors to be stupid? That's an overpay. That's a bad move.
Jalen Johnson got 5-150, and he only played 36 games last year, but he averaged 19 a night in those games. And the previous year, he averaged 16. He's a guy who's progressively gotten better for Atlanta, a team that is not in a championship window, but they're going to be a surprise Eastern Conference playoff team this year in a wide-open East.
Yeah, the East is totally wide open.
So there's a player who they invested in. He's almost 24 years old, so still a young player, 6'9" and talented, plays both forward spots, and yeah, he got 5-150. He's played more minutes. He hasn't played as many games, but he's gotten more opportunity to show it.
All right, here's Aaron Turner, Kuminga's agent, who joined Steiny Guru for quite some time this morning. Odyssey app or YouTube if you want to hear the thing in full. But we're going to work through all the important clips. So here's when Steiny says, "Hey, wait a minute. You're saying he'll be bought in if there's a player option, but doesn't a player option sort of mean he's trying to get out?" Here's how Aaron Turner answered that.
People have said to me, bought in, you're just bought in if you get the player out. What does bought in mean? Like he's going to just not touch the ball or whatever. And no, JK is going to be who he's going to be. Okay. I'm not saying he's going to magically turn into this other type of player, but what bought into me is it means that if you have and I think in any business, like an essential employee, right? So the overall goal of the company, you need that person bought into the overarching goal of what you're trying to accomplish. And that means positive attitude. That means if you're playing well in a game and you get benched in the last 3 minutes, you're like, you're cheering, you're there. If you get thrown back in, you're there. If it's an offense, defense, switch out, even though you don't want to come off the floor, you're there. If you're not starting, you understand it. Maybe there's a situation you're starting 4 games and then somebody comes back and you're back to the bench. Keeping a professional, positive mindset through all that, I think, is really what bought in means. And you're sacrificing for the greater good. And I just think, in any business, like any essential employee, you need them on that same page with you to achieve, what's the greater good, the ultimate goal. And in this case, it's right. I think I'm under the impression the Warriors are trying to win a championship next year. That's what JK's under the impression. we're not playing. This is not. I don't think anyone's playing to go to the second round.
It's such an interesting comment,
It's
though.
a fascinating way that he kind of danced around it.
Well, you need your employees to be on the same page. Right. Does that mean you just give them whatever the hell they want?
No, and I do, hearing that answer, I think that there's two things in play. One, if he gets what he wants, the player option, will he be bought in? Absolutely, in the short term, but having the player option gives him the opportunity to be bought out by himself whenever that time comes. He can then bounce when he wants to bounce and be a free agent and go where he wants to go. So would he be a happier Jonathan Kuminga? I think so. Would that lead him to be more bought in the short term? I'll give him that. But at the same time, what you're saying is true. Just because an employee wants something doesn't mean that you absolutely have to give it to them. And if you don't give it to them, they have the right to be disgruntled and less productive, but that's not going to help anyone's case.
Nobody. Matt in Oakland here on Willard and Dibs. Would love to talk to as many of you as possible. 888-957-9570. Hey, Matt, what's up?
Hey, fellas.
What's going on?
Hello? Yeah. And listen, I mean, if the purpose of that appearance was supposed to engender sympathy for him and his client, that was a whiff. I am just so tired of this, and he made absolutely no sense. You've sort of outlined all of that. The history of the league is absolutely littered with 20-point scorers who never amounted to anything. I mean, so he can score, big deal. And the idea that Kerr isn't playing him because he doesn't like him, Steve Kerr's job is to win. So, I mean, if the guy helped him win, he would be playing more. I've just had it, man. Quick question. What's the difference between a 2-year deal with no option and a 3-year deal with an option on the end? Aren't they basically the same thing?
Well, I don't
Depends on who has the option.
Yeah, and no 2-year non-option deal has been presented. And I'm glad you asked, Matt, because I think it'd be good for everybody listening for us to kind of reboot what is reportedly on the table. And I am told these are all accurate numbers. Thank you, Matt. So here's what JK can do. Here's what the Warriors have done. So the qualifying offer is $7.9 million. It's a 1-year deal. It comes with it a de facto no-trade clause. JK can do that. Then he gets $8 million this year, 7.9 to be exact. And then he gets to be a free agent at the end of the year. And that's kind of a super divisive option for both sides, quite frankly. It represents the lowest amount of money and the quickest, let me get the hell out of here kind of an idea. Originally, what was also offered was a 2-year, $45 million deal with the second year being a team option. So it's a 1+1 with the team having the control on year 2. Then, because Kuminga and his agent didn't like that, a 3-year fully guaranteed, no option deal was put on the table, but for less money, $54 million. So that's $18 million a year, but fully guaranteed. Nobody gets an option. They can take that. Then, because none of those seemed good, the Warriors added a new deal on the table. They said, you know what? We'll go ahead and guarantee you a second year. So we'll give you a 3-year deal. Team option for the 3rd year, and this is worth $75 million, but it's essentially worth about 48 to 50 guaranteed because it's 2 fully guaranteed years, and then the Warriors would have the option to either pick up year 3 or let him go. And this also then aligns with the rest of the team, Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler's contracts, etc. None of those are to their liking at this point. And what they have said they want is that 3-year deal with the 3rd year being a player option so that Jonathan can get his 2 guaranteed years, and then if he would like to be the Warrior 1, he can do that and pick up the option, or he can become a free agent at the end of 2 years. Those are the 4 things on the table, and apparently Aaron Turner and Jonathan Kuminga don't like any of them at this point.
At this point, yeah, and you've got until, I think, October 1st is the date where you have to sign that qualifying offer or figure out what you're going to do. So if I was advising Jonathan Kuminga in this, I would have him take the 2-year $45 million with the team option on the second.
Interesting.
And, that way, 2 years at the most is what you'd be dealing with, because if you play this year, you get good money, and then going into the second year, it's a team option. They pick it up. You play one more year, then you're a free agent. If you go to the 3-year one, well, you could be here for 3 years. And the money average annual is slightly better. The guarantee is about the same as it essentially would. But the guarantee would be more.
It'd be a lot, but it'd be double.
Well,
because the 1+1 only carries one guarantee.
Yeah, but the 1+1 would be you daring the Warriors to not pick up the option, and you'd be thinking that you could go out there and get the $30 million that you thought you deserved already. So for me, that kind of splits the baby a little bit. It gives you the opportunity to get out sooner, and it also kind of forces the Warriors into a spot of, do you want to keep me? Do you want to trade me? And that way, the Warriors would have him at 22.5 this year or whatever, and they could possibly trade him right away.
If I were JK and Aaron Turner, I would take the 3-year deal because, first of all, it's the most guaranteed money by far. You're going to get $48 to $50 million guaranteed. I know the 3-year guarantee is actually more. It's 54, but you're going to give up a few years there for much better average annual. You get 2 years guaranteed at about $24 million per year. And then on the 3rd year, obviously that's a long time from now, and so who knows how it'll go. But here's why I would do it. Obviously, both sides are in some way, shape, or form very motivated for a trade. So what I would do is sign the most attractive tradable contract.
That's
a very attractive tradable contract where, by the way, if what you're seemingly they're concerned with is ending up in the wrong spot, and I'm going to give a very beggars can't be choosers type answer on that. You already want to go to 2 bad organizations. What's the worry here? And the worst thing that could happen is you get acquired by Washington at the deadline and you hate it, and they've got your rights at a really good salary, by the way, for 2.5 seasons, and then you're a free agent at age 25. I'm having the hardest time figuring out what's so bad about that.
It's a long time, and especially
25.
Well, especially if you wind up being a Warrior for 3 more years, and you've already gone 4 years, and you feel like you're not getting the opportunities that you want. You want to be a focal point. You won't be in the next 2 years. You want to be a starter and a finisher. You probably won't be in the next 2 years. And it's funny because you and I are having this conversation. Couple of guys in their 50s. I got my eye on 60, and we talk about 2 or 3 years like it's blowing your nose and throwing it in the trash, because it is when you're our age. But when you're 22, 3 years is like an eternity.
I'm not saying it's not a long time, but you have to think about this from a business sense. You get to be a free agent again at a very, very young age. You will have 3 more years to show out to the league. And, oh, by the way, if there's this huge concern about staying with the Warriors too long, I'd argue if he's staying, it's probably because on some level some things are going well. Like, they're not going to want to keep him if he's not producing and he's not playing. That's a waste.
Well, it depends on how it goes, because I'm looking at Jalen Green, and he signed that whopper of a deal, and he was on a team that was the 2 seed, and he actually had a great year. He averaged 21 a game. He played in all 82 for the 2nd straight year. He did everything he possibly could to be a Houston Rockets, and he led him didn't lead him, but he was part of them being the 2 seed, and he got shipped out. He got shipped to Phoenix.
Kevin Durant became available. Like, that's life.
I understand.
That's life in the NBA. You might get traded.
But if you're Kuminga, there's one way with certainty that you won't be traded. And that's take the qualifying offer and play for 7.9, and you can't be traded.
Nope.
And then you get to pick the other 29 teams that you want to go to.
And that would suck for everybody involved. We're all in agreement, including them. Aaron Turner said that today. But I do believe the Warriors are at a spot now where it's like, dude, if you want to kick yourself in the shin and us too, we can't stop you. We cannot stop you from doing this. So if you do it, you do it. But, like, bad idea, jeans.
Well, and also,
but what there's nothing they can do.
Well,
that's the only control he's got, right?
Right, but the ultimate control is what Steve Kerr has, which is, role, focal point, the how much are we going to play you? So, you come back on the 7.9 and you do the qualifying offer and you piss everyone off, and you get into some games where, you know what, you might have a DNP. They did that last year.
I know, although only in very, very high leverage games. I do think we look back on that and think he got more DNPs than he did.
No, he got the one against the Clippers in the last game of the year.
Right, and then in the playoffs against Houston to a degree. Right, and those are the highest of leverage games, and they don't love the decisions that he makes. This is clear. This has been made clear. So that's what I'd argue. When people say, oh, Kerr's got all the control over playing time. No. The same way I blame JK to a degree for some of the playing time he doesn't get, he does have some control over getting playing time. Do the things that your team is asking you to do. Do them. Again, I'll keep saying it. Aaron Turner's worst moment today was when he admitted that when you get more minutes, you get more rebounds. Well, when you don't get any minutes, then, JK's kind of tapped out. Oof. My God.
I don't think he said that. But
that's the insinuation.
That's the paraphrase, yeah.
That's the insinuation. And to me, boy, high on the list of things that you don't want to say to your bosses. I try harder when you make a big runway for me and you make my salary huge. But if you don't make my salary huge, half speed.
Yeah,
good Lord. What are we doing? Jocko in the city on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Jocko. Thanks for the call.
Hey, guys. I appreciate you taking my call. I just wanted to go over a few things with you guys. You guys came out at the crossover pretty hot. You were ripping his agent, saying he sounded desperate and that, JK and his camp blinked first. And I don't think that's the case at all. If anything, it's the Warriors who have moved from their original offer, which is a little bit insulting of an offer, if you ask me. It was a 1-year guaranteed offer with no trade clause, so that was never going to happen. And so
why is that insulting, Jocko? Jocko, why is that insulting, and why is upping the offer blinking? I don't see that as blinking. I see that as trying to meet in the middle.
Exactly. So JK's camp is held firm. You're saying that JK blinked first by doing this interview today.
100%.
I think they've held firm on what they wanted, and it's the Warriors who are moving closer and closer to that throughout this whole period.
Well, I would argue, Jocko, that doing – hold on, let me respond to you, Jocko. Don't hang up. I would very, very much argue that doing what they're doing today is not holding firm. That's not holding firm. That is a maneuver. This is strategic, 1,000%. You don't do this because you wanted to. He didn't want to sit in a gym with AirPods. As much as Steiny Guru are just absolute thrills to talk to, he didn't do that for no reason. This is because they're trying to move public favor in their direction, and I do not think it worked. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, but what they're asking for is what's holding firm. They've never wavered from that. From the jump this offseason, they came to the Warriors front office and recognized they wanted to get Al Horford. They came at a number that allowed them to make all their offseason moves and not go over the second apron, and allowed JK to have a little control on the back end. I don't think they've changed one bit.
Well,
they haven't changed.
You also don't know that, Jocko. Thank you for the call.
I don't think that them not changing is ultimately going to make it so that the Warriors capitulate. I think about the Niners and Brandon Ayuk, where that thing dragged on and on and on and on. And ultimately, the 49ers got to a spot that they didn't want to get to because they had to have the player, they thought. And so they paid him a lot more than they would have if they would have gotten it done in March. So this situation is different. Kuminga is not as valuable as Ayuk was to last year's team. And, if it comes down to the sticking point of the player option or the team option, that's the one thing that I don't believe that the Warriors are going to give up because it's too important in so many different ways.
I also think that we're simply accepting Aaron Turner's words a little bit when we basically what Jocko said. Like they came in with this number and they've stuck there the whole time. We don't know that. I don't know where this started. This conversation started prior to last year.
Right.
That like numbers started getting exchanged. I don't think they started at $24 million a year. There's no way that's where it started.
And he said today that, he wanted Jalen Green and Jalen Johnson type money, which is, the Warriors are not going to ever get up to that point.
North of 30.
That's right. And they're not going to get all the way up to that point. So the Warriors, I think, have come up from where they were, average annual value, to a spot where they can make everything work. They're comfortable with it. And now it's up to Aaron Turner and Jonathan Kuminga to basically say, okay, but that means you give up the player option.
Right. I mean, the money has essentially been agreed upon. It's just the control is the only thing left. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We want to tell you what's happening Sunday before the Niner game. And, oh, by the way, during the Niner game, very much looks like a Mac Jones start. We'll keep taking your calls on this, 888-957-9570, but also coming up next, what did Kyle Shanahan say about the quarterback position today? And JT O'Sullivan, former Niner quarterback, would join us in a half hour. This is Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley over here to talk about Fremont Bank. If you have a contract that's going to pay you $25 million a year, doesn't matter what the option is. The only option really is to go to Fremont Bank. You put that money in there, and you know that it's going to work all around you, reinvested into the community, philanthropy, home ownership, businesses, everything else that makes the Bay Area one of the greatest places to live on the planet. Fremont Bank's been doing it for 61 years. Back in 1964, they launched it with the one branch down there in Fremont, and they now have 21 branches throughout the Bay Area. They're a proud, independent organization. They're not a big box bank with a massive corporation. It's a local bank that is supported and run by local people, the people who live here and grew up here and care about our area. You want to deposit your money there, and you want to watch your money work all around you in the Bay Area. I encourage you, go into a branch at Fremont Bank, and you'll see for yourself what full-service banking looks like. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
One of the greatest bands in rock history, The Who, present The Song Is Over, the North American Farewell Tour. See Pete Townsend and Roger Daltrey, The Who, live in the Bay Area, performing at Shoreline Amphitheater September 21st. Get tickets now at livenation.com. The Who, for the very last time. The song is over. For more, visit thewho.com.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California 8 scratch right on one.
Wait, what play is that? Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery. Oh. With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call. For sure.
On one. Ready, set, go!
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Pro Savings Days at Lowe's means up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $1,000 when you buy 4 select LG major appliances.
Valid through 9/26. Selection varies by location while supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
Hey, it's Bonte. Just back from a fall visit to River Islands where the schools are back in session. There are 3 top-rated K through 8th grade academies within the community, and construction just started on Academy number 4. River Islands High School students are busy in the classroom and on the sports fields of their phenomenal new campus. I don't remember high school ever looking this good. Elsewhere in Northern California's most successful lifestyle community, they're putting the final touches on another park. This one with the playground, workout areas, tennis, a splash pad, and a picnic area. The fall weather is still perfect for launching a kayak or a paddleboard off your own deck and head over to the Boathouse restaurant for lunch or dinner. More than 4,000 households have already made the move to River Islands. Today, with 15 neighborhoods priced from the $600,000 to over $1 million, there's more variety in home styles and sizes than ever before. In fact, the only thing missing at River Islands is you. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge. Smart fridge?
With all those games, we got lottery fuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live. Buprenorphine, it gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
And together we have the podcast Office Ladies.
Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere.
Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/GatorXUV.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What are you asking exactly? I'm still confused by your question.
I mean, what kind of question is that?
On 95.7 The Game.
Hang on, let me read this. Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney's text line. Y'all full of crap. Uh-huh.
That's a text of the day nominee.
Severely biased toward making Kerr and the Warriors out to be the good guys in this situation. You say you don't know this or that, but if you knew, it wouldn't just be your opinion. You thinking doesn't make it fact. Yeah. So I know a lot of you hear these conversations this way. Here's what's actually real. I don't know who the hell said anything was a fact. That's what we deal in for a living, our opinion. We're giving it. And there is no bias here because when you say we're out to make someone the good guy, I don't believe there's a bad guy in this situation. And I don't care if you're translating our words that way. Jonathan Kuminga is not a bad guy. I've said 5,000 times on this show, very impressed at how he has emotionally handled what has clearly been a tough situation. He has never made, quite frankly, a Brandon Ayuk type fuss. Even through frustration of the playoffs last year, which his agent today admitted was a real slap. He took that as a real ego slap, and I get that. But he didn't speak. He didn't make a fuss. He didn't freak out. I think Jonathan has handled himself wonderfully. The bottom line is that we are here to translate everything that's happening and give you our take on it. And that's all I'm doing. So he's not a bad guy.
No.
At all. And his agent is not a bad guy. I think that there are people who have misread a situation. They have misread a market. And he is only guilty of cart before horse. Maybe he will be the guy he thinks he is, but he's not yet. He's not. And I don't need to tell you it's a fact. Go to the basketball reference page and see it for yourself. And there are also little bits and pieces of this, ancillary things that affect it, such as you got drafted into a dynasty and a person named Steph Curry's on the team. That's no one's fault.
And you started to enter restricted free agency at the time where the league dropped the second apron on people. They changed their rules on how you go about going over the salary cap. And, the thing that strikes me is just the notion of where he sees himself relative to his peers and the league. And, he probably would have been able to get a 3-year and $75 million deal done last year. I would guess that if they all got together back then, they probably could have made it happen. And his agent was saying, Jalen Johnson and Jalen Green, and they're both making over 30. And, Jalen Green is a better player. Jalen Johnson has scored more and he's had more opportunities. He averaged a double-double last year, 19 and 10. And so if you're Kuminga, you look around at your fellow draft class guys and they're all getting gigantic bags and you want what they have. And that, to me, it's human nature, and I totally get it. But here we are now getting ready for camp, and I know a week from Monday is media day.
Yeah.
And can you imagine, if he's not yet signed, there's going to be a lot of questions. And if he is signed, the questions, and unfortunately this is going to be a big part of not only media day, but the entire season. Think about getting to the trade deadline. If he signs the 3 and the 75.
This is the part I don't like. Go ahead.
But it's a fact.
Yeah.
So he signs for 3 and $75 million, and it's a team option, and they have to just do it. You have to just get $75 million. Yeah. And as we get into January, it's going to be trade deadline in 2 weeks. Where is Kuminga going to go? Wow. Kuminga on the move, and there'll be a game in November where Kuminga only plays 15 minutes. And it'll be, hey, how come Kuminga only got 15 minutes?
No, and I don't like this part, and I know you and I have not necessarily seen eye to eye with regard to how that would look, and I know the Warriors are probably with you. They probably think, we got enough veteran leadership in this locker room, and we're not going to let it affect us. Okay, we'll see. I have my doubts.
I think it depends on how this gets resolved.
I know, maybe, but even still, I don't see an avenue for it to be hunky-dory. And then I don't see an avenue for it to not annoy the hell out of the Warriors by about a week in. When everybody is box score diving every night, every single night. How many minutes did he get? What was his efficiency? What about Pods? That jerk got to play. What about Pods? And Pods had 3 turnovers, and they let him play. Kerr must have a thing for pot. We're going to do it every single night. I can tell you, I don't even have the energy for that. And I'm not on the Warriors. That's what they're going to have to deal with. And we're dudes. So, of course, everybody thinks it's going to be fine. Of course, everyone thinks it's going to be fine. You ever, have a really, really bad injury? What's the first thing every dude you've ever known says? I'm fine. No, Bob, your ankle is turned the wrong way. You have to go to the hospital. I'm fine. Bob, get in the car. It's not going to be fine, in my opinion. I want to be wrong. But this is way, way more difficult to navigate than I think people are giving it credit for, if it even gets to a resolution.
I do think it gets to a resolution, and I also think that it can work. And it can work because if he gets the contract, a 3-year and $75 million, even if he has to, capitulate and give in on the player option, you get over that and you get out there and you play basketball. And he's not going to be able to play as much as he would like a lot of the time. And I do think that the culture of Steph Curry and, the rest of the players in that locker room, they're not going to count each other's pockets and they're not going to be doing all that. And you said a great thing about Kuminga, and you and I both have said it over and over and over. He has never, pouted or let his dauber down or, Scottie Pippen famously didn't go into a game in the playoffs because the play wasn't called for him. Kuminga has never even intimated anything like that.
Did you know he deleted his social media sometime either yesterday or Wednesday?
Pippen?
No, Kuminga.
I thought Kuminga.
Yeah.
All of them?
Instagram and Twitter. Deleted them.
Blue Sky?
Gone. And I actually took that as, I'm like, you know what, dude, good for you. Good for you. And I don't take that as hiding or anything bad. I have no idea, but my guess would be he didn't want all that. You go on there and you're just reading just junk after junk after junk, and people are coming at you and all this stuff. And he damn well knew that his agent was about to go on a huge media tour, and he probably just did not want to hear what people would say. And that's probably a healthy thing. So good for him. But the idea that the locker room is just, well, we got veteran leadership, so everything's going to be great. Well, Aaron Turner was asked about the locker room if he takes the qualifying offer. And then, Vince, stay right where you are. We'll come to you right after we play this. But here's Aaron Turner, Kuminga's agent. How's the locker room going to handle it if Kuminga takes the QO?
I mean, I don't think that's good for any team building. I mean, just think about it. I mean, you got a guy in an expiring contract who hasn't been paid life-changing money yet. You know, he's not going to be happy about it. He's going to feel away. You know, will he come in ready to play? For sure. Like, he wants to hoop, right? So, like, he's not going to not come in with, like, I want to play. But, again, like, you know, I have people that work for me. I think about their psychology when we're trying to achieve an overall goal. I don't want somebody's subconscious not being locked in on the overall goal of the group. And that's why if you look at it, you listen to a lot of GMs, presidents of teams, a lot of times they'll talk about if we're trying to win, you can't have guys on expirings, especially guys that are, you know, trying to prove something or get paid. So I think, you know, naturally, where's JK's mind going to be, you know, even if he comes in, it's I got to get to the summer of 26, right? And as his agent, I got to protect him to a degree to make sure we get to the age of summer of 26 healthy. I have zero worries about the basketball. If people are trying to scare us about the basketball, comparing him to XYZ, I am not worried about that at all.
Okay, so, and this, to me, that speaks to exactly what I've been saying for the last 2 weeks, which is that Jonathan and the Warriors would have competing interests. Jonathan's interest would be stay healthy, be ready for free agency, while the Warriors' interest would be winning. And Jonathan wouldn't not play, but it wouldn't be goal one. And quite frankly, I understand that. I mean, that's a lot of money you'd be putting on the line.
It is, but at the same time, you do, if you're Kuminga and you are on the qualifying offer, you're basically out there trying out for the other 29 teams. You're going to leave, and so you have to play well, you have to play hard, and I know he hasn't always done that. He hasn't always played hard, and that's been one of the knocks. But, yeah, you can't think about injury, and the agent also talked about him maybe having an insurance policy if they went that route. But Kuminga can't afford to just go out there and not play great because then his value goes down.
Two things. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, home of the Golden State Warriors and the Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk studio. Speaking of Laughing Monk, Sunday, your tailgate destination is Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. Pre-game show for the Niners game starts at 10 a.m. Low Neal, Evan Giddings. We're going to have games in the parking lot, the great food and drink that Laughing Monk always offers, and it's a great place to watch the early games. And if you're going to the game, come on by before you go to the stadium, join for the pregame party, and then take the shuttle back and forth for just $25. You can sign up and get a spot on the shuttle right now. Go to 957thegame.com, click on the kickoff show link, and it will be there. Laughing Monk Brewing is at 1235 Oakmead Parkway, right near the stadium, and that's where our entire crew is going to be. All right, let's go to, we'll get you what Shanahan said about Brock Purdy and Mac Jones in just a moment. JT O'Sullivan joins us in 15 minutes. Let's go to Vince in the city. Hi, Vince. Thanks for the call.
Hey, what's up, guys? You know, JK's been lingering all summer and into now, and I remember I called the show a couple of months ago, and I brought up, you know, if JK doesn't want to be here, why not try to work some kind of sign-in trade for Josh Giddey? Now, you responded, Willard, you didn't want to talk about Josh Giddey at the moment. I think just because maybe they might not have been the same position or something like that. And now I was like, well, all right, whatever, that's fine, that's fair. But now I'm seeing more rumors recently that there's, you know, some kind of trade going on or talks going on between the Bulls and the Warriors. And I'm thinking, why not try to make that trade? I mean, JK is a small forward. Josh Giddey is 6'8". He plays point guard, shooting guard, small forward. He can do what Brandon Podziemski can do. He's on a 4-year, $100 million. JK wants 3-year, $75. If you throw pods in there, you know, maybe some numbers can be fudged around and, you know, make it work. I don't know.
Yeah, the trade machine is saying
Vince, they're not allowed to.
They can't trade him until June of 2026.
Yeah, so, like, I don't remember our original conversation. I'm with you in spirit in that, like, if there were a way out of this at this point that led to something like that, I'd be open to it. But Josh Giddey agreed to something with the Bulls just last week, 4 years, $100 million, and you cannot trade somebody that quickly after signing them unless it was already an agreed upon sign and trade deal. So they just signed Josh to a regular contract, and so he is now with the Bulls until sometime next year at least.
It's because of
thanks,
it has to be 1 year after the initial trade, which was in June of 2026.
Right.
So he got traded then, and he signs, and so you can't trade him again when you give a guy an extension like that until a year after the original trade.
I don't know how you feel, but the sign and trade stuff, which, Aaron Turner referenced a couple times today, maybe that's still on the table, but I doubt it. Doesn't it? It feels, as I put earlier, dormant. Teams are getting ready to open camp.
Right.
Teams are getting ready to meet the media. Teams are getting ready for the season. I don't know. It feels like that ship has sailed.
Yeah.
It feels to me like the Warriors realize Kuminga's got 4 options, and my friend, you're just going to have to pick one, and we'll either see you at media day or we won't. It feels to me like that's their stance right now.
And if you were going to do a sign and trade, then let's take Sacramento as the example. And I think that it was a protected first, and the Warriors wanted an unprotected first as a part of the trade. And even at that, they would have had to send out another piece, either Buddy or Moses. And so the idea of doing that now, the Warriors have 9 players on their team. And I was thinking about this listening to Steiny and Goo earlier. If they go into camp like this, you can't even scrimmage.
No.
Steve Kerr's going to have to lace them up to play 5-on-5.
We know who's on the team.
But my point is that, right now you've got 9 guys. So,
right.
And Sacramento and all these other teams, you're a week or so away from getting into camp. So you're not going to be tinkering and making these moves at this late date. That's dead.
That's why I said what I said, that this reeks of desperation, that this is a desperate move, that this represents Jonathan's side blinking because they realize that the deadline is 12 days away and they have not gotten what they wanted. And I think their sense is that they're not going to get what they want. But, they've got to do something because that only gets pushed off of October 1st if both sides agree to push the deadline. And I bet the Warriors won't because they've got a camp to open and players to officially sign. And if that means, Jonathan, you're going to do the qualifying offer, then do it. But he doesn't want to do that. I don't think he will do that. It would be a terrible move to make. All right. We can circle back to this later. There is this tiny little matter of the 49er quarterback probably not playing again in this weekend's division home opener against the Arizona Cardinals. Shanahan with the updated injury list.
Injury report for the week. Jordan Watkins will be out. Spencer Burford out. Connor Colby questionable. Juwan Jennings questionable. Brock Purdy questionable.
Okay, there's a couple other really important things tucked into there, but I know we're focused on Brock and Mac for the moment, so we'll get back to that. Here's his answer on the progress Brock Purdy's been making.
A lot of progress. I thought he had a good week. Hopefully we can get him up for the game.
Okay, a lot of progress. Hopefully you can get him up, right? So, I don't know, Kyle, is he going to start?
See how he does tomorrow. Just talking to him. I think it's highly unlikely that he'll start, but just trying to see where he's at to see if he could be a 2 or an emergency 3.
Okay, so highly unlikely that he'll start.
Right. And all of this, as I'm reading deeper into the comments, and I'm sure you don't have every single comment, but this will be decided by 1 o'clock tomorrow based on where they are with the roster, because to make him the emergency, Brock, then they have to have Martinez on the roster. He can't be a flex. So there would have to be a roster move made in order to activate Martinez and then designate Purdy as the 3. And this is complicated by additional injuries that have popped up today, especially with the offensive line.
Yeah, no doubt. And so we'll get to those in a sec. I don't think you say out loud it's highly unlikely that he'll start if it's on the table that he'll start. And I don't know why you would have him I don't know why you'd have him as the number 2. If he's not ready to start, he's not ready to play, you have him as the 3 because that's an emergency situation where you're trying to win a football game. But to me, the 2 doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Here's his answer to the question you and I were batting around the other day, which I don't know, right? You were like, how do we definitively get to this? But if Brock plays, can the current injury become a worse injury, or is it just pain management?
That's what we want to make sure not of. If it's certain parts haven't got there fully, then you can. So that's what we're trying to base off of, which probably won't know for sure till Sunday on that, but that's why I think it's highly unlikely he'd be out there as a starter.
Okay, so they do not feel like they've got anything definitive there yet, and if they don't have anything definitive, I'm with him. Then Mac Jones, round 2. Here we go.
And Mac Jones for sure round 2 if he's unable to go. And then it becomes an interesting question of, do you have him as your emergency third? And if you have Martinez come up, if you have to take a roster spot for him because he's QB2, who comes off the roster? And you already have situations where, as he said in his comments also today, they've got like 6 different things that they have to do with this roster because of all the injuries that have popped up the last 2 days.
The Watkins one was really a bummer. And I know some of you are like, who's Watkins? But Jordan Watkins, the rookie wide receiver, had the high ankle sprain. He was supposed to potentially debut as early as week 2. He did not. And it turns out now he's got a calf, and they're saying it's probably going to be another month. And then let's be real. Demarcus Robinson is back next week. Kendrick Bourne is on the team. Hell, a month from now, Brandon Ayuk might be ready to play. And so it feels to me like we're flirting with a lost season for a draft pick they were very, very excited about during camp in Jordan Watkins.
Yeah, and like you've said before, you have only so many players that you can designate to return from IR, and I'm just looking at it, AI, talking about IR.
Oh,
I think
that's a
it's
lot of letters.
8 players that you can designate, up to 8, during the regular season to return from IR. So if this becomes an IR thing, and he was asked that today, and he said it could be, I think it's injuries like that. Anytime you have a calf and stuff, it's definitely long enough. And if you did that, that would be 6 already. If Watkins is put on this list, IR designated to return, that would be 6, Mark. And we are in week 3.
Yeah,
so for me, if he's an IR candidate, he probably is going to be like IR for the year.
Well, I mean, he's a rookie receiver in Kyle Shanahan's system, which means you're already at a deficit in terms of how much you can contribute, and then you miss the first half of the season, and then you get to a spot where other veteran receivers are healthy. The year's off to a good start, so I think it's likely that you are going to be chasing a playoff spot. Like, oof, yeah, I don't. And the Connor Colby thing, he comes into the game last week, plays a perfect game, subbing in for Ben Barch, and now he comes up as questionable. Burford is out. The Niner offensive line, in front of not as mobile Mac Jones, is going to be starting like at least one player who's a third stringer.
Yeah, and it's
not great, Dan.
No, he was asked that, and he said it's either going to be, if Colby can't go, it'll either be Drew Moss, get to know Drew Moss, number 65 in your program, number 8 on your depth chart, or Nick Zakel.
Oh,
remember old Nick Zakel?
I do.
He's on the practice squad, so again, if Colby can't go and you're going to have to bring up your quarterback from the squad and you're going to bring up Zakel from the squad, a couple of guys off the roster are going to have to go to the squad or maybe be cut. So this thing is it's an absolute puzzle here, and it's week 3.
I can't wait for Fade to Dibber pick. Like, some of this stuff is suggesting that maybe there's some value on the Cardinals.
Yeah, there might be.
On Sunday.
The pick is in. The pick has been in. The pick remains in.
Okay, but I do wonder with these announcements, Grandy, did the line move? I got it. Like, it's a lot of junk that Kyle just threw out there. The line had gotten all the way to 2.5 in favor of the 49ers. And where I'm looking at it, it has now arrived at, no, still 2.5.
Yeah.
Still 2.5 where you're looking?
I'm looking at ESPN, and it's 2.5 there.
Hold firm at 2.5. All right. Some might be wondering, what's the distinction? QB2, QB3, Kyle?
Things that he would be limited in. So I think there's certain things that he could do, maybe certain things he couldn't. So we're trying to decide if he could do that. And when you won't know that till Sunday, you don't get to practice him in any other area. Don't want to force it on Sunday, but don't mind finding out if you have to.
He added this about the way Brock is viewing the whole situation.
Brock pushes himself to go as hard as anyone I've been around, but he's very level-headed in terms of being realistic, and he doesn't just talk with his heart. He works with his heart, but he talks with his mind and lets us really know what the chances are of it. And if he can't do it, I'll let you know.
All right, and then my favorite thing, and I apologize for doing this because it's an inside joke, but I'll explain it to people really quick. I went to Jamaica on my honeymoon with the lovely Christy earlier this summer, and there was a drink by the pool that was whatever, just it was inherent to
There's rum in there, I'm sure.
Yeah, there was rum. There's a drink that was at, you know how restaurants have like their own signature cocktails. And at the all-inclusive we were at, let's drink. There you go. They had a drink that I took to, and then I kept ordering it from the same server, and she had a very big personality, and every time I ordered it, she would yell it out twice before she would go make it and serve it to me, and we ended up having we had a little thing that we had there. I order it, you yell it, I drink it. We'll do this again in about a half hour. And the drink was called Big Mac. So every time, I love that Mac Jones is playing now because it just goes through my head every time. The Big Mac, Big Mac.
It's great. I mean, to be a legit backup quarterback in this league, a number 2 quarterback, I believe you got to be able to play like a 1. And Mac has definitely done that at a high level when he is a 1, when he has been a 1. And he showed that on Sunday. He's shown our guys that since he's been here, so I think it didn't surprise the guys. But Mac's a real good player, and feel fortunate to have him.
All right, so here we go. Mac Jones, round 2.
Yep. And interesting about Purdy maybe being the 2 because, if there's things he can do and other things he can't do. So it's 3rd and 7, and he can throw, so we're going to pop him in there to throw on 3rd and 7.
Not going to do that.
That's the way the answer sounded.
3rd and 3, he can do.
Right.
3rd and 7, nope. All right. We're sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. I'd like to talk to someone who played quarterback for the 49ers. You want to do that?
Sure.
All right. JT O'Sullivan joins us next. He's also the author of the YouTube channel, The QB School. So maybe we talk to him not just about Brock, but Mac and Burrow and Mahomes and Kyler Murray and et cetera, et cetera. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
There are children, friends, and families walking, riding, on paths and roads every day. Remember, they're real people with loved ones who need them to get home safely. Protect our cyclists and pedestrians, because they're people too. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay,
Ooh,
deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years. Woo! The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
This year, the Valley of Hearts Delight fundraiser shines brighter than ever with our theme, Legacies Under the Lights. Step into History Park, glowing with restored historic neon signs from the History San Jose collection, and enjoy an unforgettable night of dining, live music, and celebration. All proceeds support preserving the stories and landmarks that make our valley unique. Tickets are now on sale at historysanjose.org. Join us for Legacies Under the Lights October 9th and help keep history shining for generations to come.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalant for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
It's almost here, budget season. Are you trying to do more with less? You're not alone. Thousands of companies from $10 million to $300 million in revenue trust My Outdesk to solve staffing gaps, control costs, and accelerate growth. Whether you're scaling, cutting overhead, or battling turnover, My Outdesk's elite global talent helps your team move forward with confidence, fast. Book your strategy call and find out how much you could save. My Outdesk, where momentum meets results. Visit myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
San Francisco will be clear and cool tonight. Lows near 60.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I'm not a doctor, so it's questionable. Questionable concern.
All right.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, continuing here, Football Friday. Don't get it twisted. That's what we're doing every single week this time of year, obviously. And we've been excited to have this conversation. Joining us on the River Islands guest line, JT O'Sullivan, not only a former Niners quarterback, but how's the QB school going, man? You know that I love the videos. How's it all going?
I mean, there's never been a better time to be a content creator, y'all. Everybody's an all-22 expert. I love it out there.
Totally. Is there competition amongst you all? Like, do you see some of these other creators and you're like, man, they don't know what they're talking about. Come on.
I honestly don't think there is. I don't know how the other guys do it, but I do a pretty decent job of making sure that the first opinion I give is my opinion. So it's kind of nice to stay out of those waters, but it's one of those things where so many people are doing it. I just appreciate that it feels like it's elevated the discourse around ball, and I enjoy that part of it.
That's a good answer. I agree with you completely. And so let's get your opinion first on this. And in fact, I saw Steve Young say it recently. He said that whoever you are as a quarterback, you're probably at your best if you're playing for Kyle Shanahan, at least in today's NFL. Do you agree with that statement, and why?
I don't know if I agree with that statement. I would say that Kyle Shanahan does an outstanding job of getting his quarterbacks to do what he wants them to do, and that's often at a very high level and a very good output for the team. I'm not sure if all quarterbacks across the league would necessarily thrive with their style in that system. I think Kyle's certainly a good enough play caller and offensive architect to make sure that they have high level of success. But to say that, a lot of guys want to go in there and do necessarily the pure progression, do it exactly how he wants it done every single play is probably tough on some guys. So it's one of those things where, if you're just dropping into a bucket, any quarterback, and you got a chance to say this guy or anybody else, yeah, Kyle is absolutely near the top of the list to go in there and have some success.
And when you look at the tape, especially from last week, Mac Jones, is he a guy that fits the bill of what Kyle's looking for? How much is he similar in that way to Brock Purdy?
I mean, wasn't this the story a couple years ago too? I mean, this is pretty wild that it's come full circle to now Mac is the guy who's playing. I want to say this about this because I think this does a few things. It shows that Mac Jones is certainly more than capable of being an NFL quarterback and going out there and running a good offense at a high level. I think it also highlights what Brock does really well, and maybe was a blind spot for Kyle and company as far as the ability to create and extend and do the things that Brock does really well, and that can kind of makes this offense better. Not that it's not already good without him, but he does some things really well. He throws those intermediate touch throws as well as anybody in the league. And so you see Mac Jones go out there and be certainly competent at some of them, but not as consistent as Brock is. And so you layer those things together and kind of the quickness, the agility that Brock has in the pocket. And it's a pretty cool skill set for Brock Purdy and the Niners to have for a long time. Even, you hopefully want him to be healthy, but it's one of those things where he brings a unique skill set to it. And, to your point earlier, just about any quarterback feels like they can go in there and have some success when you do what Kyle wants you to do.
JT O'Sullivan with us. Here's one thing I want to sort of wrap with you about, though, on this one. How much do we take from one football game? In other words, now I'm hearing a whole lot of, well, Matt can do this and Matt can do that under Kyle Shanahan. Maybe he certainly did one time. Do you take that to mean that's how it will look, or can we just say, hey, that's one game, let's see it again?
I think you try to do a good job of understanding it's a small sample size. I think that, you don't have to go back very far, though, to Mac Jones's rookie year to realize he can do this. I don't think it has to be one or the other. I think, we'll see how the Saints season progresses, but they're not necessarily trending to be one of the best teams in the league. So if he gets an opportunity to keep playing and play against better defenses, it'll be one of those things where it'll sort itself out. But I think you can celebrate Mac Jones coming into a new situation, playing well, getting the win on the road, getting to 2-0 and realizing like, all right, let's pump the brakes on, anointing maybe a quarterback competition or something silly like that and just say, this is great to have a backup that seems really competent and let's see how he does the rest of the way.
And how much can you really learn and benefit, even if it's only one start? And I'm thinking about Sam Darnold when he was here, then he went on and had a great year in Minnesota. Was he able to really improve that much with mental reps and just practice time?
I think it's probably all of the above. So much of playing quarterback, context matters, organization matters, system matters, who you're surrounded with matters. But also, if you ask Sam and he was being honest, he probably would say he learned a lot from being in that system and seeing how Kyle and company operates and teach concepts and play and practice and all those things. And then he got an opportunity in another situation with another great play caller and another great, cast of Avengers to go out there and play offense at a really high level. So it's one of those things where I think, it's so much of it is situationally important. But, man, it doesn't take away from the fact that this league is so reactionary. You have so much time in between games. It's early in the year. It's a small sample size for everybody across the league. And so you're trying to make all these kind of, overlapping, huge, grasping kind of takeaways. And in reality, you just have to say, hey, that was a nice game, nice win on the road. Now let's on to the next.
JT, I have to get a sense, and this was based on a text exchange you and I had a number of weeks ago. It felt to me like you were a little skeptical that the Niners were going to do well, at least if this injury to Brock was a lengthy period, if it dragged on 3, 4, 5 weeks. Is that fair? Is that how you felt when the injury first got announced?
I mean, I would say it's still how I feel. I think you would be. I think I would feel like if this is a sustained thing and they don't have Brock Purdy moving forward for the season or for a long stretch, it's going to be hard for them to be their best version of themselves. You add in, the injury to Kittle, them not being already full strength on the perimeter, all those types of things. I think it's going to be a lot harder to win than you have a guy who's I don't know how much he's making now, but $50+ million a year quarterback to go out there and run your system that he knows how to run at a high level for many years. You're going to have a drop off. And so it's one of those things you hope, you can survive this, whatever time stretch it is without him. And then when he comes back, you want him to be healthy. You want him to be the best version of himself. You don't want him to be 75% of himself, because so much of what Brock does is with his feet, with his capacity to extend and his quickness and those types of things that, it's one of those things where you're hopeful that they can keep it going. But I don't think anybody would think, we're just going to operate at the same hum with our backup quarterback in there and all sorts of injuries on the perimeter.
And also having so many new players coming in, and you mentioned George Kittle out, and you had a couple of tight ends get their first touchdowns of the year. As a quarterback, how much of an adjustment is it to throw to different people?
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge factor. That's why you see the continuity as such an important aspect across the league, whether it's coaches, players, relationships, the timing, the offseason. All those things are banked reps that come into play when it matters most. And so, I don't think anybody's going to say September football matters most, but the wins at the start of the year count the same as the wins at the end of the year. So it's important to start stacking those things up and doing whatever it takes. That kind of next men up mentality, that's part of being part of a successful team and organization. But at the same standpoint, we're trying to win the Super Bowl. And so those types of things with that projection, that kind of championship kind of long-term view, it's one of those things where we need everybody healthy to do that.
JT O'Sullivan with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. JT, I look at the dreaded questionable tag, and I wonder, this situation, like many others, everybody wants to balance, hey, we want our best out there, but we want to make sure our best stays out there long term. Can you relate to this? What do you sort of see when the Niners have a decision like this in front of them?
Yeah, it's I would always. It's easy for me or for us, not in the building, to default to the long-term best interests of the organization, the team, and the player. I think it's a hell of a lot harder when you're that player or you're that team, and you got a chance where you feel like, I could go out there and help my team win, and not necessarily balance the long-term benefit of, and it'd be a lot better if I just got another, 10 days of rest. So it's one of those things where you do have to have the capacity to have that kind of zoom out and have a wider lens view. But if you're the player, it's tough. Everybody kind of tolerates pain at a different level. Everybody kind of can adapt their game depending on the injury to a different level. I can tell you that I've played with what I would classify as kind of tough high ankle sprains, and it's tough. You just feel like you're wearing a boot out there. You can't be yourself. And it's one of those things where as a competitor, you want to be out there. But at the same time, looking back, you're like, man, I definitely wasn't playing necessarily at my best, but also, I'm not going to, come off the field either. So it's a fine line where sometimes I feel like the player, doesn't necessarily give you the best feedback as far as are they ready to go or not. That's why you got to trust your coaches, trust the team, the medical team, and hopefully have the best long-term perspective that you possibly can.
Because if he does play, he'll be wearing some sort of a brace in his toe or a plate or orthotics or something there that would affect him. When you start dealing with the feet, obviously mobility is a big issue, but what other challenges do you have as a quarterback when you're dealing with something with your foot?
Well, it's tough because a lot of people associate playing quarterback, with your arm and with your head and the processing, but so much of playing quarterback is from the ground up, from the feet up. You hear guys talk about it a little bit more now as far as it being able to generate your force or your torque from the ability to drive into the ground. And so it can really be a huge factor. Again, it's one of those things, I think of guys who would be like prototypical guys like Steve McNair, who basically played every game of his NFL career seemingly with some sort of significant injury where it didn't necessarily impact him as much. But the game has changed. The space has changed. The ability to extend for so many of these guys is such a huge factor in what they do play in the position that, it's hard to say till you're out there and you're able to kind of see like, oh, I can tolerate this or I can't tolerate this. And hopefully during the week they can find out and get a realistic snapshot of what he can do.
JT, beyond the obvious, I know he's quick and really hard to bring down, but what's your take on Kyler Murray and the level he's playing at?
I mean, he's seemingly been an enigma for the league for a long time. I feel like Arizona doesn't really get the national exposure that a lot of these other organizations do, but what they're doing as an organization, as a team, I think it's pretty cool across the board. They do some things where they move him and he creates, and that tight end that they have there provides a lot of problems for a lot of teams. And if they can, it's easy to say, hey, let's just keep him in the pocket and make him be a pocket passer. Well, you go out there and try to tackle Kyler Murray in space. it's just one of those things where it almost feels like Sonic the Hedgehog running away from you. And you just try to, stay in his way and hopefully, make him beat you from the pocket. And, hopefully over the course of the game, you can – it's always funny to me when you hear people say, oh, we'll just spy him. Well, yeah, do you have a spy who can catch Kyler Murray in open space? Like, it's pretty hard to do. And so you got to have a plan. You got to have some significant discipline at the first level of the defense with your rush lanes. And then you got to make life tough on him and mix up the looks and make it difficult for him.
And also you have to contend with the zone read, the read option game that they seemingly run still consistently pretty well as a defense. When you see that and the quarterback's doing that, how big of a challenge is it, especially with Kyler Murray?
I mean, it's a huge challenge in the league. I think the league is getting better at the quote-unquote zone read defense. But I don't know if you guys watched the game last night, there were a number of instances where the Dolphins had the perfect call versus zone read. They had two defenders, one for the back, one for the quarterback, and Josh just flips it out to the pitch man and gets a huge chunk, gets a touchdown. And so it just spreads the defense horizontally and puts so much stress on the defense that as long as the quarterback's making the right decisions, there really is no answer. The answer is you have to play zero, and no one wants to play zero consistently in the league.
Okay, you referenced last night. It's a perfect time to do this. I was looking forward to asking you this because it's a conversation Dibs and I were having earlier in the week. Let's pretend you're an NFL GM. All the rosters are totally empty. And right now we're focusing on QBs, obviously, because that's who you are, and that's who would go first anyway. You've got the number one pick in the draft. You can have any QB. Talk to me. Who do you got?
I mean, I think it has to be Josh Allen, if we're being totally honest. I think it'd be hard not to pick Patrick Mahomes. But, I don't think you could go wrong with Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Justin Herbert. I think that those four guys kind of stand alone right now for me as far as the tip of the spear, just as far as age as well. There are guys who have done it really at a high level for a long time that are maybe a little longer in the tooth. But, I mean, the position is at such a special spot at the very top of those lists that all those guys are just world class. But it's fun to watch Josh just because I feel like he's a unique story because of what he did early in his career and the improvement he made. Really kind of put the league kind of twisted, spun it on its head and said, oh, my God, these guys can get better at throwing the ball. Is that an anomaly or is that just Josh Allen? And it's starting to look like that's just Josh Allen.
So, JT, what if we put you on the clock, though, with the second pick? Yeah, all right, Josh is off the board. I get it. I get it. They're all good. But, who's number two?
This is big now, JT, because we got into it, and it got ugly yesterday on the air.
All right, I'll give you my two, and then you guys have to give me your two.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say it would be hard for me not to pick Lamar Jackson. I think he brings a unique skill set, and I like unique skill sets at the top of those things as differentiators. I think you could absolutely make the argument that the way Justin Herbert is playing right now, he is as good or better than anybody else in the league. I don't know who else you would go with right there. Who was your? You got
my guy sliding because I was saying Mahomes yesterday, and my partner here, Mark Willard, was saying Lamar. We both took Josh, so it's unanimous. But you got Mahomes sliding, huh?
Well, I mean, it's one of those things where those other guys seemingly have elevated their play to maybe where that Chiefs offense has, for whatever reason, struggled. And I'm falling into my own bias about the recency bias, but the reality is Mahomes has always played at such an elite level when it matters most that it'd be hard to go against him. But I just feel like Justin Herbert is off to such a strong start this year. I mean, he looks like a unicorn. I mean, the guy's been close to that range for a long time. But what he can do with the ball, driving the ball down the field, is pretty spectacular.
Yeah, and by the way, a name that did not come up there, and I don't know if it's because he went down last week or what, but no mention of Joe Burrow. What's your thought there, and what's the drop-off from him to Jake Browning, who we have seen before?
Yeah, I mean, I think Jake Browning has come in and played well in spurts in the past. I think Joe Burrow is one of the elite throwers in the game, but just like a handful of other guys, you'll often hear that the best ability is your availability. And it's one of those things where, for whatever reason, whether it's the protection up there or how they are running their offense or what they ask Joe to do or the hits that he takes, he just hasn't been able to survive that organization. And that organization, this is not a newsflash, but it's been a dumpster fire for a long time. And so, it's a bummer to see Joe not be able to stay healthy. But it's one of those things where that is part of playing quarterback. You have to be available out there, and you look across the guys who have been, the top of the tier for a long time, they're out there, answering the bell every single Sunday.
JT, great stuff, man. That's we love it. That's why we call, and thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Y'all have a good one.
You too, JT O'Sullivan, the QB School on YouTube.
Yeah, it's great. It's a great channel, and everything about that was super fun and fantastic until he betrayed me.
Well, I mean, it's just the facts, Jax.
And he knows more about quarterbacking than you and I combined.
Well, the funny thing is like, you're sitting there waiting for him to say, okay, fine, Josh Allen, but you're waiting for him to say Mahomes too.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for him to say Lamar. He says Lamar, and then you're like, I'm screaming, let's go. And then JT.
Very unprofessional, by the way.
Absolutely. But anyway, and then JT goes, I mean, you can absolutely make the case. And that's where everybody in the back of their mind goes, oh, okay, here's his Mahomes qualifier. Because you can absolutely make the case that Justin Herbert should be the second quarterback taken. Hey, can we quick aside over here while Grandy does his unprofessional ducks dance in the other room for a second?
His other duck is actually going to start this weekend, Marcus Mariota. So ducks everywhere.
There are 3 duck starting games this week.
Not last night. That duck dude sat out for the Dolphins. They only lost by 10, though.
Yeah.
What's his name? Duck Snort? What's his name?
Storm Duck, and he was hurt.
Storm Duck. He did not play. That duck did not quack. But anyway, you notice that people I remember you and I had Mike Martz on the show like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And we're like, we sort of gave him a question that was similar to what we just gave. Like, who do you want? And he was like, I'll tell you what, Justin Herbert. And we're like, what? Some of these people on the inside don't just like him. They like really, 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 really like him. And it's hard for us because we just go by the 2 things that we know as dorky public people. And that is fantasy football and playoff wins. That's what we know. And Justin does not have much of a resume for either.
He doesn't have a playoff win, I don't think, right?
He does not.
Yeah.
He's been twice.
Yeah.
0-2.
And last year they lost to Houston, yeah.
And he threw 4 interceptions.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, everyone seems to love him. He's got all the tools.
Yeah.
He's got the size. He can make all the throws. And, his teams they've done well, except for those January games, which they seem to matter a lot. But stock up.
They might win that division this year, though. I know it's only been 2 games, but I have long thought the Chiefs would not win the division. You said that they won't even make the playoffs at all.
Right.
And you're off to a good start. So am I, by the way, with both predictions, except for the team that I did think would probably win the division was the Denver Broncos. And obviously they still could. They're 1-1. But I'd argue that both weeks kind of had like wonky finishes for them.
Yeah.
Like a disappointing effort in terms of getting rid of the Titans in week 1 and then totally gaffed their game in Indy last week. And now they play each other, right? They play each other this weekend? Broncos and Chargers? Is that right?
Yep. And it's in Los Angeles. Spread is 2.5. Chargers given 2 and a hook. Hosting Denver.
Interesting that they're only giving 2 and a hook.
Yeah, that was the opening line because I do my pool on. It's the Tuesday spreads that we play off of. So
I can give you the update on that if you so choose.
Sure.
I'm seeing 3 right now.
You're seeing 3? I am not seeing anything. I'm seeing an internet that won't load.
That's unfortunate, yeah.
That's too bad. But anyway, that's a hell of a game. I really, really like that game. I too now I'm seeing 3.
Okay. The other one is Rams at Philly. That to me is the marquee morning game. Rams at Philly.
And same thing. Home team gets 3.
Yep. Okay.
Or gives 3, depending on your lingo.
Sure.
Yeah. Home team.
Yep.
Eagles -3.
I got the Rams plus 3.5 in that one, so I got it early. Got that extra hook.
Congratulations.
Yeah. I mean, if they win the game or lose by only 3, it'll matter.
I mean, it's great that you're taking us through all your picks, but I think there's only actually 2 picks that we really, really super want to know about.
And those both are in.
Oh.
One of them is my most confident pick of the week.
Oh.
It's my 16.
Oh.
It's my 16. The other one is my 9, so.
You're 9.
Medium
Okay.
confidence. Buffalo is my 13, and I lost, so not off to a great start.
Well, you can't win every week, Dibs.
No. I mean, it'd be cool if I did.
Yeah. You're allowed to.
Yeah.
All right. So here's what I think we want to do, because it's been an interesting day. Brock Purdy is very unlikely to start. Let's go ahead and call that what it is. Mac Jones is going to start another game for the 49ers this weekend. But Brock has been listed as questionable, which is the word of the year so far for the Niners. Questionable. But Purdy's out, so Mac Jones is in. How does that make you feel for the division home opener? Jonathan Kuminga's agent, I think, is still on YouTube right now. Like, does anybody else have any questions? Callers? Producers? Salespeople? Anybody have any questions? Aaron Turner spoke for as long as we wanted him to today on Steiny and Guru. We are heading into the 5 o'clock hour. Here's why I think we should do this. First of all, we will fade the Dibbers right away, coming up next. But after that, I just think let's grab bag this. Let's have some fun and find out where your head is after a week of A, Brock Purdy's out again, B, Jonathan Kuminga's agent goes on the offensive, and C, the Giants get eliminated from contention for the 18th time this year. Clayton Kershaw was the last time we got to deal with him tonight. But also kind of ... who cares? That's where I'm at. But 888-957-9570, we would love to talk to you about any of, what's your take of the week? What do you want to get off your chest? It can be Kuminga, it can be Giants, it can be Kershaw, it can be Niners, Purdy, Big Mac. It can be any of these things.
It's grab bag?
Let's do it. Let's try it.
Grab bag?
Let's find out where people's heads are at, because we've said a lot about all these things. We got more to say. We will.
Valk's close, but no cigar.
Right? But if you also, we will play some more of the clips from Aaron Turner, Kuminga's agent, if you missed that conversation earlier today. So all of that's coming up. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. It's Willard and Dibs.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities at the Freeman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sales Event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Fall is the season for reinvention, and it's easy to do at Macy's Fall Favorite Sale. Come in and find your new favorite styles, like romantic ruffled dresses, chic trenches, cashmere sweaters, and textural fall layers, which are perfect for mixing and matching. All for 20 to 50% off. So if you're looking for your new favorite things, look no further than the Fall Favorite Sale. Today, only at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer & Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager at Stevens Creek Subaru. The Bay Area has much to offer, with some of the best natural landscape, cuisine, and entertainment in the world. Stevens Creek Subaru also has much to offer, like our good prices, great selection, truly exceptional service, and the Subaru A Lot to Love event going on now. If you're considering a new or pre-owned Subaru, parts or service for your Subaru, or want to visit the Subaristas at our Wilderness Cafe, Stevens Creek Subaru is your destination for all things Subaru.
This month, lease a new 25 Crosstrek 2.0i for just $239 per month for 36 months on approved credit, plus tax, license, and registration fees. No security deposit needed. $24.95 due at signing includes a $650 acquisition fee and an $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment. Must take delivery from retailer stock by 9/30/2025. MSRP $31,567. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year. Offer expires end of month. VIN 23505. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
Visit us on Stevens Creek in San Jose, right next to Santana Row, or StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
He used to, allow himself a slice of toast. That would be too fatty. Oh, no, babe. No, come on.
On 95.7 The Game.
Hold on. Did the two of you talk about this?
I just did it. I did talk back.
You did that in talk back.
I did.
Yeah, but except you
Not
did
Harbaugh.
that. No.
And I pushed the button during the break.
But that was like 3 seconds before Grandy played that.
Right, and I'm not
quick on my feet.
Oh, yeah. And because I did that, maybe
Who do you think I am?
He played it.
I think you're Mark Grandy. I think that my partner over here is Cheryl Bosa.
Not Harbaugh.
It's by far the best impression you do.
Thank you.
Okay, do the Harbaugh one more time.
Yeah, do it side by side.
Not Harbaugh.
Not Harbaugh. Anything but Harbaugh.
It's Friday, so.
Do the no, come on.
No, come on.
No, come on.
Yeah. All right. I mean, I have the voice of a middle-aged woman.
Absolutely spot on. It's spot on. Why did you?
No, come on.
Why did you just say that right before we came on the air?
Because it's Friday and this is what we do.
Oh,
we get
God.
at or near 5 o'clock. You start cracking up.
Oh, yikes.
We have fun. It's Friday. We're heading into the weekend.
Oh, no, babe.
I can't handle
Oh, no, babe.
I can't.
That would be too fatty.
That would be too fatty.
Oh,
We'll work on that one.
Well, that's
He
what
used to, allow himself a slice of toast.
Yeah, a slice of toast. Oh, my God. Why would she say it was too fatty? Did we ask her if he puts avocado in there or something? She's talking about the breakfast, which I still haven't cooked.
No, I think it's about the slice of toast.
Yeah.
He doesn't do that anymore because it would be too fatty.
Oh, my God. The piece of bread is not that fatty.
Carbs.
Yeah, I get it. Good Lord. I don't even know how that half lives. Like, how do you do it? John Miller did that. He stopped eating bread. All you gluten-free people, how do you do it?
And
Are you kidding me?
He lost a ton of weight.
A ton of weight. No, I know it's good for you. I just don't know how you do it.
Yeah.
I don't know how you do it. I mean, I'm out here and the kids will be like, what's for dinner? I'm like, we're going to have some bread with a side of bread. Like, that's what we do. You ever go to an Italian restaurant? You have pasta. What do they put on the side of it? Bread.
Yeah.
I'll have some more carbs with my carbs.
No doubt.
That's what and I don't know how you don't do that. It's so good.
It's great. It's the best.
It's the best.
And I mean, the versatility of bread, sandwiches, pizza, even like bagel. I know a bagel's not bread, but you get the point about just.
What do you mean a bagel's not bread?
A bagel's a bagel.
It's bread.
Essentially. I guess it's in the bread family.
It's sugar. Anyway.
All right. Yeah.
I don't know how the hell.
Grab bag.
Oh.
It's a grab bag.
It is. And I didn't know that was in your bag.
Yeah.
No, come on.
Not Harbaugh. That's just, I don't know. I think about it sometimes and it cracks me up. You're down for the count again.
Oh, God. I need a drink.
Yeah, it's coming up.
Yeah, it is. No, we're going straight to the restaurant tonight. I'm not even going home.
Good.
Great. Yeah. Let's drink.
Seriously. Enjoy that.
I
think Kyle Shanahan also needs a drink because as you run through it today and every press conference starts with the injury report. Okay, Jordan Watkins out. It's a bummer. He hasn't played.
Yeah, it's not like
Burford out. His knee might be so bad that he'll need surgery. That ain't good.
Wait, for who?
Spencer Burford.
Oh, yeah.
He was asked later about surgery, and he gave a classic, possibly.
He's not supposed to play, though. Like Spencer Burford is, that's an accident if he ends up in there in the first place.
Right, but
so I get that your depth takes a hit.
Well, and your depth is going to be needed because Connor Colby is questionable, and he got hurt yesterday in practice, and so you start running down all the non-Purdy injuries, and you realize that you're going to have a lot of roster moves, and some of these practice squad guys are not only going to be up, but you're going to probably need them.
All right, let's do something. Like now I'm in the stupidest mood ever. So let's mess around. Watch this, okay? First of all, we're about to fade the Dibbers, but here's what I want to do. I want to invite people right now to the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And I'm not even saying this is going to be definitive. I already told you we're going to do a grab bag. So there's going to be some Niners and Big Mac and Purdy, and then there's Aaron Turner and Jonathan Kuminga, and the Giants have been eliminated again. Last night they got walked 10 times and scored 1 run. That's the most hilarious thing I've ever heard of in my life. 10 walks, and they got a run and a hit. I mean, my God. So, like, we're going to get to all of it. But just as sort of a random sample, and I'm going to be watching to see if anybody doubles up. So don't double up. Don't do it. 1 text. I want the next 10 texts. Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, which is the same as our phone lines, 888-957-9570. The next 10 texts on what's on your mind the most right now. Okay? Kuminga, Niners / Mac Jones, or Giants elimination sensation.
First buck of the day.
Fire away. Well, we spent all of our money yesterday.
Yeah.
Fire away. Or we could just have Dibs impersonate Cheryl Bosa for the rest of the show. We could do that. That's
babe.
That's what I would vote for.
No, come on.
All right, but first things first. You're 9-2.
Yeah,
and you're slipping.
Lost 2 of my last 3.
Get your act together. Fade the Dibbers.
It's time for
Fade the Dibbers.
Please explain. Nostradiblis gives out his pick. You bet against it, you make money.
Cash me out one time.
It's that simple.
Hey, Dibs, your picks.
Hey. Dibs, what's the lock of the day?
All right, I imagine you would like to do Sunday night football first. Sunday night football coming up first, right?
That sounds right.
We'll handle the Niners and the Cardinals after that. So, Sunday night football this week features 0-2 versus 0-2. Throw the records out because both teams would like you to. The New York Football Giants will host, apparently a dynasty, the Kansas City Chiefs. 0-2 for the first time in the career of Patrick Mahomes. I believe, did you say 5.5? 5.5, Grandy, is that where we're at? 5.5. 5.5 is the number. Do I hear 6? Do I hear 6? The Kansas City Chiefs on the road laying 5.5. Dibs?
Couple of different 0-2s, and if you watch the Giants last weekend against the Cowboys, that game was triple bananas the way it went back and forth and into overtime. And Russell Wilson with one of the silliest overtime passes I can remember. All you have to do is keep the ball and maybe you get a tie, but instead he gave it away. Giants are 0-2, but they're better than I thought. That offense is lightweight, explosive. Maybe it's just against the bad Dallas defense. It's neither here nor there, but you've got a team in Kansas City that's never 0-2 with Mahomes. Certainly with Mahomes and Reed, it's never happened. One of these teams goes to 0-3, and they are basically eliminated from the playoffs. One team would probably kind of secretly like that. The other team absolutely will not tolerate it, and I'm going to go with that team and expect that they're going to go handle their business on the road. I'm going to take the Chiefs and lay the 5.5 in New York. Cuckoo! Chiefs minus 5.5. I actually had it at 6.5 in my pool. That's my most confident pick of the week. Kansas City's better than they've showed, and I think the Giants, their defense is pretty bad. It's a get-right game for Mahomes and the offense.
I'm not going to fade you on that one. I'm not going to fade you on that one. The New York Giants are a weird team. They came out of nowhere and just put up a bucket of points last week against the Cowboys, but they gave up buckets of points back in the other direction too. Sunday night football, that feels like a solid pick. Let's see if that can get you to 10-2. However, you might already be 10-2 by the time that game rolls around because, Dibs, it's Niners time. Here we go. Big Mac. The 49ers are highly likely, also known as definitely, going to start Mac Jones for a second week. They are hampered on their offensive line. They are hampered at their wide receiver core. Don't forget Juwan Jennings is also questionable for this football game. But what's also questionable? The abilities of the Arizona Cardinals, though they always seem to give the Niners a game. It's a home opener. The Niners will be laying 3, officially 2.5.
2.5.
2.5. The Niners are laying 2.5. Dibs.
Well, when you look at the history of the 49ers, and I did the dive on this earlier, coming into the year, 34-31 at home, 35-31 on the road under Shanahan, almost identical. So the Levi's home field advantage is mostly non-existent. You've got a team with a beat-up O-line, as you mentioned, and now you're playing your backup quarterback, which doesn't scare me that much. But watching Arizona over the last couple of days and seeing what they do defensively, I think their defense is pretty good. They've got a handful of playmakers over there. The Niners always have trouble with Kyler Murray, who doesn't, and James Conner was a real problem last year. So I looked at this game, and I thought about it, and then the quarterback news came out, and that didn't deter me at all. The pick is in. The pick has been in. I'm taking Arizona and 2.5.
Whoa! Cuckoo! Whoa!
Hey!
just on principle.
On principle. Yeah. Fade the
Not
Dibber.
on principle. Niners going to win the game by at least 7.
I said, but still, just on principle.
Okay. I mean,
that angered me.
That's fine.
Fade.
I could do my Cheryl Bosa and bring you back into not Harbaugh, bring you back into a happy frame of mind. I just look at the way that this game is shaping up with the Niners offensive line in particular, and we don't know who's going to be playing left guard, and yeah, that's a bit of an issue. Jawan Jennings might be a little hampered. You're already onto your backup tight end. We know that. Defensively, the Niners D is without real injury, the guys that they've had for the last couple of weeks. The D has been carrying the day. Eddie Pinero's never been a Niner kicking at Levi's. I think that's an adjustment period. The biggest thing for me, though, is Kyler Murray and James Conner. They are a problem, and they've been a problem, and the Niners have had difficulty stopping them. So I think it's a close game. You're going to give me 2.5? Niners could win by 1, and the Dibber would win. So you can't always pick the Niners. And
you're 2-0 picking the Niners.
I can, yeah.
2-0 ATS.
Correct, on Niner games, and I've taken them twice.
Niners, just in general, are 2-0 ATS.
Right. So if you think the Niners are going to go 17-0,
sure do.
Then you probably would take them every week. But I thought that they'd go 11-6, and so you start to think about games that they might lose. This is a difficult spot for them, considering the injury problem and the opponent. I'm taking Arizona on the 2.5.
It's actually, it's not an offensive take, but it's an annoying one.
I get it.
I mean, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You want to see what happened on the text line after we put that out there?
I do.
I just read these in order, okay? We threw out there, like, what floats your boat here in our last hour of the week the most? Is it Kuminga and his agent? Is it the Niners and the quarterback situation? Is it the Giants and their elimination / facing Kershaw for the last ever time tonight? I'll just read these in order. Kuminga, Niners, Mac Jones, JK, Niners, Giants and Kershaw, Giants elimination sensation, Niners and Mac Jones. Then there's Kuminga. Okay, not Kuminga. Somebody would like to talk about Kuminga.
Bay Area. It's Jonathan Kuminga.
No, we were looking for Jonathan Kuminga. It was a good try. Good try. All right, 415, stop interviewing Kuminga like he's Michael Jordan. Then we've got Kuminga the Clown. Then we've got Cheryl Bosa by Dibs.
Come on.
650 says Sharks. Let's see. Kuminga, please end this. Let's see. Mind on Giants elimination. JK and his horrible, no good, very bad representation. Turner exposed that he's risking millions giving JK horrible advice. For sure, Bosa's mom impersonations. Then one of them just says Dibs. Another one says, why do I always feel like Mark is on the brink of a Donald Trump impersonation? That's actually I've never even tried one. Let's see. Concern about Purdy. I'm going with Dibs. His impersonations are great show. SF 49ers. And that's it. Kuminga is a distraction for the season already. There's our text line since we put that out there.
A little bit of a mixed bag.
Yep.
But I think Kuminga and the Niners carried the vote.
For sure.
With a sprinkle of the Giants. And we could start there just because, and you said this earlier off the air, and I wasn't totally yacked in on that game, but 10
Last
walks.
Night, yeah, 10 walks. They were walked 10
walks,
times.
1 hit, and they scored 1 run.
Mm-hmm.
And
which was walked in. They scored in an inning where they were walked 4 times.
And then Adames might have walked the next batter. That pitch was right on the edge of the box that you hate, and he took it, full count pitch. He took it.
Right. He took
strike
it.
3.
Yep.
Not happy about it.
Yep.
And that was pretty much your ball game.
Yeah.
The record, by the way, is 19 walks in a game. The Washington Senators walked 19 times.
Yeah, but how many runs did they score in that game?
8. It was an 8-6 game.
Yeah, like, hello.
Right.
Anybody could give you a bunch of free passes. Like, how about if some of them come home? Are you too good for your home?
I mean, yeah, it just...
Yeah.
Watching Yamamoto, I don't know how anybody hits that guy.
No, he's a very good pitcher. But he'll walk you now.
Apparently.
I mean, right? And so you got to, I don't know, man, you got to be able to put the bat on the ball. Like there were multiple times where it's just like, sack fly this thing, put the ball in play. But that's been, for me, the bugaboo that will end the Giants season is too often it's ducks on the pond, and then when you get to the leveraged moments, you strike out. In the leveraged moments. When they're bad, they're so bad with runners in scoring position.
Right.
It's just stunning. It's absolutely stunning. And so, yeah, man, they're now 3 back of the Mets. Call it 4. The season ends next weekend. It ain't going to happen, but here's my big take. You ready for my big take? I'm ready to deliver. This is big take. You ready? I want to give it to y'all now. What's the Giants' record in this moment? Are they 500 or 1 under?
1 below.
1 below.
Yeah,
All right.
after your big take, I'll give you my fake take.
Okay, 76 and 77. Boy, shout out to all of you out there who are grinding on that win total this year. What was it?
81.5.
81.5. Woo, you grinding right now. 76 and 77, and the Giants they're not going to make it.
They're not going to win the division now. You can lock that up.
Okay.
They're 10 back with 9 to go.
They've been eliminated from the division. They're not going to make it. They're not going to the postseason. It's been a number of months since, I certainly did think that they were going to at the beginning of the year, but it's been a number of months since I thought that they would, and they won't. So there's that. But here it is. Ready? Bob Melvin's going to be back next year. Bob Melvin's going to be back next year,
yeah.
and Bob Melvin should be back next year. I would challenge, I know there's a lot of you, in fact, I know a lot of good Giants fans, people who I think are, they're smart. They're smart sports fans. They're fair sports fans. They get it, and they want that change. But I still don't know if I've heard someone give me a really meaty, sink your teeth into it take on why Bob Melvin should be fired, on what specifically it is that either he did or that you don't see his teams do that's leveled on his lap. I just haven't heard it yet. I'm certainly open to hearing it, but I'll tell you, and this isn't I'm not reporting this, but there have been some conversations I've had, and I would suggest to you that Bob is a very heavy favorite to have his job next year. And I just do not see the things that have gone wrong as Bob's fault. Has he made some decisions that have blown up? No doubt. Every manager does. Every coach does. He's not been perfect. But I see these guys, I see it as a clubhouse that stayed together. That's the job of the manager. I think he makes solid decisions that are usually defensible. I think he puts people in the position to succeed. Quite frankly, I think he's done everything that we asked him to do when he was hired. Can you get some everyday players and stick them out there and stick with them? I think that he has. And Buster Posey has done his job. He acquired a big stick. Bryce Eldridge is up and playing. And Chapman and Adames figured it out. And he sold at the deadline when that was probably the right thing to do. So I think that they have done their part and the players have not executed. And that's the way that it went, man. I think they're set up to do better next year. We'll see. They've got some moves to make. But I don't see this as a Bob Melvin problem, and I don't think the Giants front office does either.
I don't think they do because he just got an extension a few months ago, so there's that. And Buster Posey does not strike me as the type of leader who will react in this sort of fashion where you're just going to bag a guy and the team has vouched for him and all the rest of it. Now, you look at the year, and the word that I would use that I kind of have to put at Bob's doorstep in some way is slop. This team was sloppy, and he's not out there playing. I know that, but you've had a defense all year that's been bottom 5 in baseball. You've committed the 4th, 5th most errors, and your base running has been sloppy. You had a third base coach who was making bad choices a lot early, bad sends for a team that doesn't steal bases. You're really slow. That's not Bob's fault, but I see a team that just in general was sloppy. They were not buttoned up for a majority of the year. That's on the players, but it's also on the manager. It's the manager's job to get these guys in a position to play better. And there was times that they did play well, but to me, the word is just sloppy. And that's where, the only criticism I would have of Bob Melvin, you can always look at a pitching change and say, why'd you go there?
Yeah.
Or you leave a guy in too long and he gets lit up. But we never think about when you left a guy in too long and he actually kept pitching great. We just chalk that up to the pitcher. Right. So for me, it's not a Bob Melvin problem, but there are things about him as a skipper that I would look at and say, you got to change it. Your defense has got to be better in a pitching and defense ballpark. And if that means you find a new left fielder, then you find a new left fielder.
Well,
the left fielder is atrocious.
Easier said than done, though. I mean, he is one of their steadier bats. He is he's a difference maker at the plate, I believe, for most of the year. You're talking about Elliot Ramos.
Yep.
And this is my biggest issue with the Giants. You go around right now and say, okay, got to make some changes. And I'm like, cool. Where are you making your changes?
Well, left field.
Yeah, but I don't think they will, and I don't think they can. To who? Who do you want to put out there?
Maybe you get a free agent, somebody who can actually, I don't know, who knows the rules and can catch the ball throws it to his teammates.
I'm not going to argue with you about Elliot Ramos needing to be a more buttoned-up ball player, and that's not just on defense, by the way.
Yeah.
He was their worst base runner by far. Mm-hmm. So I'm not going to argue with you on that one, but at the same time, I will say I don't know that there's a better option at the moment, and he is an important bat in that lineup. There's guys.
He's at 723 OPS right now.
Which is not bad. It's not bad. It's not like stunning, but I mean, Elliot Ramos that is a bat that is on the top half of the lineup. Like that's a bat that's one of your better 5 sticks that you put up there. So I don't know who you're going to put out there that's better. And then, by the way, what are you doing with Elliot? Are you just like, you don't want him anymore? He's gone? I
don't know. I mean, these are all questions. You asked me where you need to be better, and your catcher's actually had a nice little second half. He's up to 219.
He's so tough because he's just brilliant defensively, save last night. Catch the ball, my man.
Yeah.
Good Lord. But, he's the best defensive catcher in baseball, and if you want to dive into the metrics of it, it's not arguable. He is the best defensive catcher in baseball, which is important. And, oh, by the way, his president of baseball ops is a freaking catcher.
And his manager is a catcher, too.
Yeah, so
his OPS is 601.
Yeah.
So,
not okay, but in the current age of baseball, there's a lot of teams out there that are kind of sacrificing the offense for someone who's good behind the plate. I don't know that they want to move on from Patrick Bailey. My hope would be that they could at least push him next year with the kid that they got from the Yankees for Doval. Jesus Rodriguez, I believe is his name. He's doing well down at AAA. Would love to see him push Bailey and be option 2. And if Bailey doesn't do it to start off the year, maybe you start. I don't know about Jesus defensively, but maybe you start handing some more opportunities to that kid, or at least it could be a little bit more of a platoon situation so that you're getting 2 guys back there. But we all know that the DH and first base are going to be some sort of combo, at least we hope, of Bryce Eldridge and Rafi Devers.
I mean, Bryce Eldridge, quietly, he's a bust.
Okay.
And that was my fake take, because he's 0 for 9.
0 for 9. But, with 3 balls hit over 100 miles an hour.
0 for 9 is 0 for 9.
Yeah,
it's a make-or-miss league.
That was smoked last night. It was their hardest hit ball by far.
No doubt.
And in a big situation.
Right field is another situation where
there's a spot.
There's a platoon, or you could platoon Ramos and Gilbert, but unfortunately Ramos is on the smaller side of that platoon.
You're allowed to go overpay Kyle Tucker.
Sure.
You can do it.
If he's going to actually, be out there.
Probably not.
Yeah.
He probably wouldn't agree to come here. But you're allowed to do that.
I'm fine with second base. Casey Schmidt with a 707 OPS.
Yeah.
I think that he can.
And he's a good glove.
And he does have some pop, but I look at other situations like Devers and Chapman and Adames, yeah, that could be your core. Jung-Hoo Lee, is he going to ever be a really good, consistent offensive threat?
I don't know. He's just beyond his first year. Can I say something real quick about Jung-Hoo Lee while we all have a Jonathan Kuminga conversation in the back half of this week? I understand that he got paid right away. That's how baseball works in his particular situation. He's also a young player, who at times has looked really good. And so, I hear so many sports fans who are like, wait a minute, let him play. Let him play so that he can get better. Do we not give that to Ramos and Jung-Hoo Lee? I mean, because they both flash at times. Ramos was an all-star last year.
Yep, last year. So was Doval.
Yeah.
So, I mean.
Fair point.
All-star one year and then gone the next. Ramos just turned 26. Jung-Hoo Lee just turned 27.
Yep.
The other thing that I think is an issue, and we can get back to Kuminga, all roads lead to Kuminga.
But we do whatever we want.
The offensive approach has got to change. And I don't know if that means for the Giants. I don't know if that means Pat Burrell or what you do, but the way they strike out so much. They have so many guys who they just strike out.
Where do they rank? I don't know this because I agree with you, but I also feel like is that just baseball now? Everybody just striking out all the time.
Yeah, they are.
I'm looking at
1303.
They're middle of the pack.
More than league average.
Barely. They're 19th out of 30 teams. They're 19th out of 30 teams in terms of strikeouts. Right?
They have the 12th most. So
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, however,
they're right. There's 11 teams out there who have struck out more than the Giants.
Yeah, and that's part of that too. For me, it's about strikeout to home run ratio. The Yankees strike out the third most, but they've got 258 home runs. You'll take it.
Yeah, the Giants have 162, barely over one a game.
Right. So.
Yeah. I'm with you.
The Rockies strike out the second most, and they only have 154 home runs, but they stink.
Right, but Detroit, good team, they strike out more, 190 home runs. Boston strikes out more, 180 home runs. They're a good team. Cincinnati, fewer home runs than the Giants, more strikeouts. And, not a great team, but ahead of the Giants in the standings.
Yep.
So, you make a fair point, but I don't know that they're not commensurate with baseball.
And it's not only the strikeouts, it's the bigger one for me is the situational hitting where, how many times throughout the year, runner at third, less than 2 outs, and they just don't get it done.
Boof.
Bases loaded, 1 out, they don't get it done. Last night they got 10 walks, and they were able to muster 1 singular run, and it was a sac fly. It's one thing to only have 1 hit against a really good pitcher, but
how many hits did they have in Game 3 against the Diamondbacks the other day? The game that they won. They won it in extra innings.
That's the one where they put up 4 in the 10th?
They put up a 5 spot.
Oh,
yeah,
5 spot.
They put up a 5 spot in the 11th, actually.
Oh, that's right.
But they still only had 5 hits in the game. If you take away that 1 11th inning, I think the Giants have had 2 hits in 2 games.
Yeah.
And we're talking 19 innings where they had 2 or 3 hits.
Well, yeah, the Diamondback starter fought that day through 9 innings, 1 hit baseball.
1 hit baseball. And then they were 1 hit again last night.
And then they did not get a hit in the 10th. So 10 innings, first 10 innings Wednesday, they had 1 hit.
1 hit. And then they had 4 hits and a rally, and then they come back, go to L.A. and do 1 hit again. Walked 10 times and scored a run.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Brutal. All right, we're talking everything out here in our final hour of the week on 95.7 The Game, presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight for everything he's built to protect his empire. Stream the new season of Tulsa King on Sunday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus. Meantime, Aaron Turner was not exclusively here on 95.7 The Game. I think he was exclusively on here for an hour.
Oh, no, babe.
But Aaron Turner, the agent for Jonathan Kuminga, spent a lengthy period of time talking to Steiny and Guru today. And there is time if you want to weigh in on this. My gosh, they covered everything. My take, though, is the mere fact that he did this, to me, is a blink. It is an absolute desperation move by an agent who is beyond frustrated. I understand the frustration. I get what Jonathan wants. I don't hold it against Jonathan that he wants the things that he wants. The problem is that even though you want those things, you have to understand the market, your value, what you've achieved, what the rest of the world thinks of you. Like the biggest issue out there, if I was going to pick one thing, because I get it, we got a lot of people in this city on both sides of the Kuminga situation. And we'll play a couple of the comments from Aaron Turner here in just a sec. But the one thing that I think is really the end-all be-all, the argument-ending card, which is if you think the Warriors have done something wrong here, why the hell isn't any other team in America willing to do something different? Nobody's offering him any more money than the Warriors. Nobody's offering the Warriors great players to have him. Nobody's dying to get a hold of Jonathan Kuminga in restricted free agency. Right, there's not a lot of money out there, not a lot of cap space, but anybody could trade for him. Anybody could do that, and very few teams have actually put an offer on the table, and the offers that have been put on the table are not great. So here's his agent admitting that Jonathan sees himself as a $30 to $35 million player, but there's not a dang exec in the entire NBA who agrees with him. And somehow, within their own fan base, the Warriors have a bunch of people thinking that the team has done wrong. It doesn't matter who likes Jonathan or doesn't like Jonathan. I actually don't even think there's anybody who doesn't like Jonathan. They either like him or they love him. They're offering him $75 million. They're offering him a role. It's not like they're allergic to the guy, but this is business. There's a market. He's an asset. They have to play that to their advantage. That's the rule. So that's to me, it's kind of the end-all, be-all of the argument. If Jonathan thinks the Warriors have done something wrong, then there'd be another team or 2 or 8 out there that would be willing to do him right. And there isn't. So sometimes we've been around and round and round, and sometimes I still wonder how we got here.
Well, we got here a number of different ways, and really the only way that this possibly could have gone. He wanted more money in an extension than they wanted to give, and so it didn't get done. He played the year. He got hurt. The year ended. And at the same time, all the other teams in the association all realized that with this second apron, there's not a lot of money to just give out to a player on a restricted free agent situation. So we got to the offseason, and it seemed like only Brooklyn had a lot of money, and then they spent some of it, and they didn't have enough to get Kuminga, even if they wanted him to give him an offer sheet. So I don't think that any offer sheets were even given to any of the restricted free agents in this offseason. Am I right?
What do you mean by offer sheets?
Like, for example, Josh Giddey was restricted.
Right, and he got a contract.
But from the Bulls, no team offered him 100, and then they matched it.
No, like the Nets were the only team that was even able to do that.
Right.
And they had a restricted free agent of their own.
Yeah, so how did we get here?
And they didn't even sign him.
Right.
He's playing on the QO.
Exactly. And so I don't know if he's going to be equally mad about it or what his plan is, but clearly this situation it's a lot different because Cam Thomas isn't worried about whether or not he's going to get minutes. He gets minutes because he's their best player, and that's about all they have. So Kuminga's situation is incredibly unique, and yet here we are still at this stalemate. And you and I see today's appearance differently. I don't think that it was a blink. I don't think that it was a panic, or I don't think that it was, it might have been a mistake. But for me, it was just him, the agent, trying to go out there and just speak their truth. And
but why? Why would he do that?
Because
what's the win? The
win is you can at least get on the record with what's going on and what actually has never happened. And I'm sure he's thinking about the 5-year, $150 million offer that they turned down. And he said, no, that's nonsense.
No, there was never an offer. There was never any offer of any amount. Like you and I have talked about this. That's an erroneous report. Or I don't even know if it's a report. I think it's just people ran with, like there was a conversation and there were numbers exchanged, but there was never an offer of any side. That's my understanding with how it went down last year. So I agree with Aaron Turner on that. I think he's absolutely right. I just think that these things don't need to be public unless you're trying to curry public favor. And the only reason you would try to curry public favor is to create pressure on the organization. And it's not going to happen.
Well, there's no way that by currying, pun intended, public favor, the Warriors aren't going to suddenly, oh man, the public is sympathetic to Kuminga's situation. We'd better give him the player option.
No, but they are interested in what teams want to know what the public thinks. They want to know what their fan base thinks. That's their audience.
And I think they know what the fan base thinks. Well, half the fan base thinks that he is the next great superstar, and half the fan base thinks that he's not very good. There aren't that many people in the middle of,
I bet there are more than you think. Like, I don't know actually if anybody thinks he's the next big thing, but I think people would like to know. There's some curiosity and some excitement there. He's an exciting player. He's got a lot of skills and all of those things. And then even the side that you say thinks he's not very good. Like, I'm sure I probably sound like that. I don't think he's, quote, not very good. I think he's a young player who still has a lot to learn. That's all. It doesn't make him a bad guy or a bad player.
No.
He's just not the player that he currently thinks he is.
And again,
that's what I think is off.
For me, what's really off is the player that he is with this team. And it comes down to fit. And we talk a lot about this with quarterbacks, like system quarterbacks. Kuminga could be a better player on a different team, a team that runs a different system. This system, in my opinion, does not fit his skill set. This system is pass and cut and player movement and shoot the three and all the rest of it.
See the floor.
He's not great at a lot of those things. He's great at attacking the rim, athleticism, the ha-ha. And this team, they don't usually do that. And if they go to iso ball, you're going to give it to Jimmy Butler, who is better than Kuminga at that. He's better than most people at that.
Well, he's good at scoring. Jonathan is very good at scoring. But a lot of people are. You can't do that solely. If that's the only thing you do, then that's not enough. That's not enough to be a winning or great basketball player. And so, he's on his way. He's not there yet. That's my take. There is one thing that Aaron Turner said today that actually, I don't know if this is the right word, it bordered on bothering me. And we haven't played it yet. I want to run this by you, and then there's some people who want to weigh in, so we'll go to the phones. But check this out. Aaron Turner on why the player option that they're asking for is so important to Jonathan.
JK is clearly the guy that needs to sacrifice here for this to work. That's fine. And he's passing up opportunities where they are saying to him, okay, I mean, BJ Armstrong made a strong comment to JK, like, we want you to be you. We don't want you to change a thing. Play your game, okay? He can't do that fully in Golden State. It will jam up what everything is going on. So you're sacrificing, your game. And again, another point is he's probably, we'll see how it goes, but there's a good chance he gets traded, okay? There's a good chance he gets traded, and that's halfway through the year, and he has to go to some team that, he doesn't necessarily know which team that's going to be or, what exactly that's going to entail. And then just the fact that he's been there for 4 years, and it's been up and down and up and down. When you look at all that, you go, okay, the player option is the signal to him that, make this work. And, for us, we view it as we see his market at a certain level right now, 24, 25. We could all argue about that or whatnot, but making sure that the team can stay under the second apron, no problem. We can help with that. We'll give you more. We're not going to try to take away the flexibility on the front end because we understand how important it is to build a roster for the now because this is a win now situation. So because of that, okay, fine, cool. JK, and I stated this yesterday, early on in this process said, I could have came in and said, look, we want $30 million a year. Look at Jalen Johnson. We don't want to talk about anything else, but we talked about what was reasonable and practical. And, Al, he thinks could help. Steve has wanted a stretch five like this. It helps the combinations. It helps the spacing of Jimmy, Draymond, JK, and so JK was like, hey, I'm for it. Let's make sure we make that clear, and we're not going to try to push you above the second apron, but by making that sacrifice for the here, the now, take care of the back end with the player option. So that's why it's very important.
I do not like the word sacrifice. I really don't. This notion that Jonathan is bending over backwards for the Warriors simply because the Warriors are trying to win, and they have a philosophy and a good coaching staff that not only wants to do it a certain way, has done it a certain way, and they have done so very successfully. This idea that just because you think you have a certain skill set, and in some way, shape, or form, there's a team out there that owes the outcome of their basketball games, they owe that to you, to express your abilities to the world, is nonsense to me. There's no sacrifice being made here. You're being asked to be a well-rounded player. This is the team for which you play, and you have gotten a lot of minutes, and there would be more out there if you would do those things. But he seems hell-bent on just playing what, quite frankly, when they talk about it, sounds like playground basketball in the name of minutes and points and money. And the fact that that's some sort of sacrifice to not do that is wild to me in professional basketball.
Right, and I don't really see it as a sacrifice either. And what he's basically saying is, he's taking less now so that he can get it on the back end with a guaranteed contract, which would be a player option. And the team won't do that, and so therefore it's a sacrifice. And really, a sacrifice would be if the Warriors went to him and said, we're not going to do an extension, so you can either play on the qualifying offer or not play at all. Now, that would be a sacrifice where, the team probably would hate that, and he would hate that, and the rest of it. And even to the point of the ongoing moving of the goalposts, and there are 4 different offers out there, including the most lucrative one, which is 3 years, $75 million. The team will hold the option, but the only thing he'd be sacrificing in that scenario is his own ability to control his future for the next 3 years. So that, when I heard it live, I felt kind of the same way. It didn't bug me, but it just is wrong. Well, I don't see that as a sacrifice.
Me neither. And I don't even really love when you just said and I know you were parroting what Aaron Turner said, but you're taking less. No, you're not. You're just made up a number that you want to be reality, right, and then you're getting less, and we're taking less. Nobody's offering you 30. You're not taking less.
You know who took less? Draymond Green. He had a player option, and it was for $27 million, and he didn't opt in, and instead went to dinner with Joe Lacob and got 4 years for $100 million. And that first year, his salary went down. Yeah. So that's taking less. Now, he did it to get a 4-year deal, and I think it was a smart move on his behalf. That way, you lock it up for 4 years, and it was his second consecutive $100 million deal. But that was essentially a sacrifice in the short term with a long-term gain.
Well, he has stated that there were other offers that might have even been more lucrative. So, yes, that's taking less. You don't just get to make the market up in your mind and then be like, well, but we'll take less. Well, right? No, that's not taking less. You just made up a number in your head.
Right.
Nobody is offering you more. Yes, they are offering more guaranteed. They are offering you more over the life of the deal. But nobody is offering the average annual value of the Warriors, by the way. And I'm sorry. I love when he's like, well, we could have come in and asked for this. You can ask for whatever you want. My man, you're a restricted free agent. So you can make up a conversation however you want. But to act like you're some sort of martyr because you're like, well, we didn't do that. Yeah, they would have said no anyway. Nobody's offering you that.
And he's not even sacrificing playing time because he isn't the one who gets to decide how much he plays. So, yeah, he plays what he plays based on how well he does and how the team needs him. And, if you lose a player, one of your frontline guys, well, your minutes are going to go up, and then you're going to be able to go out there and be the focal point for a short period of time.
I really think this is going to end with Jonathan taking the 3-year deal. I don't even see anything else as possible.
I think it's going to end with him taking the 2-year deal. That way, in his mind,
the 1+1,
the 1 plus the team option. Yes.
Okay. Well, maybe either way.
I think that in his mind, and I don't know him well enough. I just saw him today on YouTube and felt like
it seemed like,
he was waving to me. It seemed like he was waving to me. But
tried to talk to me.
If I'm in his spot, I take the 3 years. But based on what I heard from his agent today and the urgency that I feel on how badly he wants to be elsewhere, I think the idea of signing up for 3 more years, even if they don't pick up the option after 2, I think that he's more apt to just say, you know what, you want the control, we're going to do the 2-year, the 45, and after a year, if I'm such a problem or if you really don't want me, then you don't pick it up and I could be gone in a year.
You might be right. I'm going to predict the 3-year deal because if you're going to just relent and let the team have the control, then take as much money as you possibly can get. Like that's $50 million. Like anything less is leaving just a truckload of money on the table.
Not in his mind though, because in his mind,
so he says.
Well,
I don't believe them. I think that the QO
I believe that they think that they deserve what the Jalen's got, which is north of 30.
I'm just saying, I don't believe they'll take the QO. I think that's why he's doing all these interviews.
I agree with that part of it, but I think that if you take the 2 years, in their mind, it's all right, 1 year and they won't pick up the option, and then I can go out and get 30 next year because more teams will have money.
Let's go to Harmon in Danville. Hi, Harmon. We thank you for the call. What's up?
Yeah, hey, fellas. First off, love what you guys do. So it's September 19th, and we are talking about an 8th man on the Warriors getting a contract that he quite frankly doesn't deserve, instead of talking about the great work that Michael Williams and the other Niners players are doing. I will tell you guys, I've been a Warriors fan since the Bobby Sura, Donnell Marshall days, and to me, it is a blessing that we have Stephen Curry in his twilight years. We are talking about a player who is awful, and I'll tell you guys, I'm fired up right now about this. I'm coming back from 9 holes of golf, but the fact that Jonathan Kuminga wants anything is crazy. He is a player who does not rebound, doesn't play defense, and is a mid-slasher. So where I'm at with this is if I'm, Dunleavy, if I'm Joe Lacob, I am finding the fastest offer, and I'm getting him out of town. Because at this point, guys, he's not worth the trouble. The agent's a pain in the rear end, and we need to be celebrating Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, and the rest of the great work that the Warriors are doing and that they've given us over the last 10-plus years. And so I appreciate everything that you guys do. Let's hope the Warriors this year can make the playoffs and not the bubble. And other than that, we'll keep on going. So appreciate you guys, and thank you so much.
Harmon, thanks for the call.
Not Harmon.
Yeah.
I was waiting on that.
Good.
I was hoping you would say his name so I could get that in there.
Nah.
Anything but Harbaugh.
Anything but Harmon.
No. Yeah, no, Harmon.
He's not an 8th man. Can we knock that off?
Well, what? Okay, fine.
That's
what is
slander.
He? What is he?
He's the 6th man, essentially.
He is?
It doesn't matter how quickly you enter. If Steph Curry picks up 3 quick ones, he doesn't come in off the bench right away.
In the playoffs, he was the 13th man.
Right.
So, I don't know what he is. You can pick whatever number you want. I get where Harmon's coming from, except for one thing. Harmon said, if I'm Joe and Mike Dunleavy and all these guys, just take the best deal and get them out of town. The problem is they view that the best deal has not presented itself yet. And they're probably right. Again, everybody out there with your signs for Malik Monk and a first-round pick are forgetting that it means Moody or Buddy is off the team. It's a bad deal. It's a bad offer. And you should take something from that. 2 things, actually. 1, the Warriors are smart to not do it. You have to hang on to your asset until the right time, which is what they're trying to do.
February 5th.
Yes, that's number 1. But number 2, why are all the offers bad? Somebody answer that for me. If JK is a future Hall of Famer, why do all the offers suck? You know this. If the world had known Luka was available, people would have been bending over backwards and offering anything to get this guy on their team. But that's not happening here. Nobody is blowing the Warriors away with an offer. Why? Why? Because he has not proven that he's a star yet.
Right.
Anywhere except for in his mind. That's the
And
tough.
trades are hard.
Yes.
And signing trades especially. So
trades are hard.
And if you're
Thank you.
if you're a good team and you have a guy making about $25 million, you want that guy to still be on your team. And if you're a bad team and you have a guy making 25, he's probably not a very good player, and the Warriors don't want him.
We have reached quite a spot, Dan.
We have?
Yeah. Well,
It's a Dan day?
No, it's not.
Come on.
We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. We are about to deliver to our audience a Willard Dibs 1-2 punch over the phones that is unmatched. However, one of them I fear might be unlike it's ever been before. Because if there is a disagreement between us and one of our favorite callers, it's on this subject.
Oh, boy.
I don't know where this is going to go. It's anyone's guess. So that's next on Willard and Dibs.
No, come on.
Serramonte Ford has hundreds of cars in stock for you to choose from before the federal EV tax credit runs out at the end of the month. Do not miss your opportunity to save big at Serramonte Ford in Colma and Daly City, or 24/7 at serramonteford.com, your Bay Area Ford store.
One of the greatest bands in rock history, The Who, present The Song Is Over, the North American Farewell Tour. See Pete Townsend and Roger Daltrey, The Who, live in the Bay Area, performing at Shoreline Amphitheater September 21st. Get tickets now at livenation.com. The Who, for the very last time. The song is over. For more, visit thewho.com.
Fall is the season for reinvention, and it's easy to do at Macy's Fall Favorite Sale. Come in and find your new favorite styles, like romantic ruffled dresses, chic trenches, cashmere sweaters, and textural fall layers, which are perfect for mixing and matching. All for 20 to 50% off. So if you're looking for your new favorite things, look no further than the Fall Favorite Sale. Today, only at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Hey, it's Bonte. Just back from a fall visit to River Islands where the schools are back in session. There are 3 top-rated K through 8th grade academies within the community, and construction just started on Academy number 4. River Islands High School students are busy in the classroom and on the sports fields of their phenomenal new campus. I don't remember high school ever looking this good. Elsewhere in Northern California's most successful lifestyle community, they're putting the final touches on another park. This one with the playground, workout areas, tennis, a splash pad, and a picnic area. The fall weather is still perfect for launching a kayak or a paddleboard off your own deck and head over to the Boathouse restaurant for lunch or dinner. More than 4,000 households have already made the move to River Islands. Today, with 15 neighborhoods priced from the $600,000 to over $1 million, there's more variety in home styles and sizes than ever before. In fact, the only thing missing at River Islands is you. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. USDA Choice Beef New York Strip Steak Bone-In Mega Packs, just $9.99 per pound. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Huge savings on Dell AI PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors are here, and they're newly designed to help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, that's a great question because I think that, it's a great question and a hard question to answer.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, I tell you what, those are the best ones sometimes. Great question, but a hard one to answer. I mean, anybody can say, what's 1 + 1? It's 2. But what's 1,342 times 832?
I'll get back to you.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
The worst question that ever got anointed with "that's a great question" was when you asked, you asked Mike Sando, "How many of these you doing today?"
Yeah,
that's a great question.
And I almost got one from Schlereth just by asking him who I think is going to win the game.
That's a great.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one. Anyway,
a great question.
Thanks.
Is it though?
We'll go to the phones in a second. We got a 1-2 punch that's Hall of Fame worthy. But real quick, because it is a football Friday for crying out loud. And if you missed Dibs picks, he's got the Chiefs -5.5 on Sunday night.
Yep.
And brace yourselves, y'all. For the first time this year, he's picking against the Niners.
Yeah.
Cardinals +2.5 in this game. Mac Jones is going to start. And so can we dig into this for 45 seconds?
Sure.
Do you think the Niners can win the game with Mac Jones and a somewhat patchwork offensive line?
I do, yeah. I do.
You do?
They can win the game, certainly.
Do you think they will win the game?
I do, but
no.
Are you predicting a 1 or a 2 point victory? Is that what's happening?
No, I'm predicting that Arizona's going to win. And I made my picks when the spread was 1.5, so I have Arizona +1.5 in my pool. And I think Arizona's defense is underrated from what I saw on tape. They have 3 or 4 guys who are game wreckers, and including Budda Baker, who's been problematic. And I think that offensively, Kyler Murray and James Conner are guys who have had success against the 49ers.
That's true.
I'm not saying it's going to be a Cardinal blowout. I think it'll be a good, close, tight sort of field goalie game.
I don't think it's not a crazy pick. Look, the Cardinals have given the Niners trouble, and the Niners are not at full strength. So it's not a crazy pick by any stretch. This one scares me, and I think I've been pretty clear about that all week in saying that, like, if Brock Purdy is actually healthy enough to go, he should, because y'all are underselling the importance of this game. It is a home game against a division opponent that happens to also be 2-0. This is a big swing. Big football game this weekend.
No doubt.
And the Niners have to go at, 3/4 speed as far as their roster is concerned. Sometimes in spots we don't even know about yet. I don't know if Jawan Jennings is playing, and Demarcus Robinson's not here yet. Who is WR3 if Jawan's out? What do we got?
Good question.
Pearsall, Kendrick Bourne, and
maybe Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Good Lord.
Yep.
And J.T. O'Sullivan said to you earlier today, like, who you're throwing to is a big deal for a QB. So, we got, wide receivers and quarterbacks are meeting before they get high. My name's Marquez.
We saw last week in New Orleans. It's like, where am I supposed to go? No, you go there, and then I do this, and then you motion here. No, you're over there, and you go there, and play clock down to 4. And I mean, it's a miracle that they only had to burn a couple timeouts.
Tough assignment. Really, really tough.
Real
assignment.
tough, yeah.
All right. Here's leg one on our 2-leg parlay.
Okay.
Our caller parlay. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello to Gene in Oakland. Hello, Gene. Thank you for calling.
Hey guys. So let me tell you, I'm perfectly happy being the Kurt from Hayward Hills warm-up act here. So
I have no idea what's about to happen next, Gene. Don't you try to be spilling beans. You don't know what's going on.
I spoke too quick. All right. And listen, if I start encroaching on his time, feel free to say you know what, right?
Get
out of here!
There you go. We might. Let's see.
I got to get to the dog park.
Okay, all right. So quickly on Kuminga. All right, listen. I've been a Warriors fan since the Rick Barry days. All right, and I can't remember a subject for which I've experienced so much exasperation as I have with this one. I really truly expected that he would be gone by now. I still remember that interview you had with Kerr a few months ago, where he made it clear if he was looking for a free agent, the first thing he'd look at is a passer, which is something he isn't. At the end of that interview, I thought we all agreed, yeah, he's not going to be around, and he's still here, and that's a big problem. I'm sorry. I mean, it's a big distraction now, which could grow into a big problem as we get into the season. He doesn't fit. He simply doesn't fit. He can't play on the first team because he screws it up. And if he comes off the bench, he's going to be pissed off, okay? Then you're going to have this malcontent on the bench, who's going to have wound up saying something or doing something to throw everything off. He's going to have the press on him, asking him all the time when we should be paying our, all this attention on trying to win as many games as we can and helping Mr. Curry as much as we can. If he's gone, you bring Horford, you bring Melton in, who can really help us. But I'm sorry, and it's no shade against the kid, but he does not belong here. He needs to go get the best deal you can, and let's move on.
Gene, thank you very much. The problem is how. I don't even know if the Warriors disagree with anything Gene said, but the question is how. You know what I mean? That's really what we're all arguing about. By the way, so is JK and his agent.
Yeah.
How do we move on?
February 5th is the trade deadline.
The Warriors would like it to be not at their expense, and Jonathan would like maybe some control over where he ends up. But you don't get control when the word restricted is in front of your free agency.
And the Warriors may not get to actually get something back for Jonathan Kuminga. So the two sides have to figure out what is the first and foremost, most important piece in this entire exercise.